word before. So God's doing something new, George, on your show. And he wants to bless the people that are listening to you. That there any problem you have in the head, you may have brain fog. There's lots of problems we talk about. You may have hearing loss. Any problem your eyes may have a serious problem. You may have glaucoma. You may have strong allergies. Anything you need in the head area, you are healed. And how do I know this? I hear it in my spirit. It's not an audible voice, but I've learned to hear this from the Spirit of God. And I know when I hear something, it's God wanting to bless humanity.
Are these miracles in it?
Yes.
No question about it. Next up, let's go to Erica, truck driving in Indiana. Hello, Erica. Go ahead.
Hello, George. Hello, Sid.
Hello.
Hello. Sid, my wife's a real fan of yours, and there used to be another guy on your show that used to go to Israel and stuff, had his own show. I think he died of COVID or something. Had a beard, great beard, and heavy step. I don't remember what his name is, but we've watched you guys quite a few times on your TV show. But I was just wondering, what have you learned about the falling angels? And George, if you don't mind, I'd like to listen over the airwaves because I've lost you on me.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. What kind of angel? A fallen angel?
The fallen angels.
Oh, the fallen angel, sure. Well, I know what the Bible says. The Bible says a third of the angels fell from heaven into earth. And I believe that it doesn't say whether they are good, and it doesn't say whether they are bad. But I know that the evil one has messengers. That's what the word angel means, messenger. Evil one has messengers, and God has messengers. So I believe it was a combination of evil and good messengers. And it also says it was just a third of them were evil. So that means 2/3 of the angels are good. I like those odds. 2 out of every 3 are good angels. And so my answer to you is that if you are sinless, and I told you how to be sinless, believe the Messiah died in your place, read Isaiah 53, and then say a little prayer and say, Yeshua, forgive me of my sins. Come and live inside of my life. I make you my Lord and Savior. A prayer in your own words, similar to that. If you will say that prayer, I'm telling you, you will have such a transaction of the light of God, the presence of God, the healing of God. I don't care what disease that you're fighting right now, what pain that you're fighting right now. There is greater power in the name of Yeshua. It does require something. You read the Gospel of Mark, the 11th chapter, the 23rd verse. Start 21, 22, 23. They're all good. And just believe in the name of Yeshua. He took your pain. In the name of Yeshua, he took your disease. Actually, in the Hebrew, in the 53rd chapter of Isaiah, it says this one that died in our place took, it says literally in the Hebrew, all of our pains and all of our diseases. It's so wonderful. George, it's hard for people to believe that God is so good. But my experience is God is not a bad God. Bad things happen. But God is a good God. That's my experience of 50 years of walking with him.
I said my mother just turned 95 and she is extremely spiritual. Seems to work for her.
Well, you have some good heritage, George.
You take care of yourself. And if we let 11 years go by like we did last time, you'll be 94 when you come back on.
Well, isn't that interesting? I know. Hey, let's make a date. going to be in ministry another 20 years. Try your math, 20 plus 83. That's up there.
All right, that'll make you over 100 years old, but we'll take care of that. Sid Roth, his website, linked up at coasttocoastam.com. He's got a book out called Heaven is Beyond Your Wildest Expectations. Go take a look at it. Here's our final emerging artist for the month, Victor Cisneros from New Mexico. The name of the song, New Season.
Never miss a detail, a show, or a guest. Sign up for the Coast Zone email newsletter. Available for free at coasttocoastam.com.
Here we are, this mighty giant with defense in but have we learned from past injustice and can we not? The biggest stars in the universe
are on a collision course
with one stage. Our legendary iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One, returns.
Re-entering the Las Vegas atmosphere this September. Stream live only on Hulu.
Be here as our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival lineup is revealed.
Tomorrow morning at 8.
Smoothie King's new lemonade lineup is here.
Lemonade, lemonade, the Smoothie King way.
Try a strawberry guava lemonade SK refresher.
Over ice.
A power up in a cup.
Energize.
Or a blueberry lemonade smoothie.
Blend it up in your cup.
Made with real fruit, real juice for a real sipping good summer.
Yum, yum, gotta get some.
Smoothie King's new lemonade lineup, all for a limited time.
Who's thirsty?
The Home Depot has Memorial Day savings up to $500 off select laundry appliances from top brands like Samsung. Wash and dry in one cycle with the Samsung Ultra Capacity All-in-One Washer Dryer Combo from the Home Depot. Then, enjoy your summer while your laundry takes care of itself. Right now, get Memorial Day savings up to $500 off select laundry appliances at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Price about May 16th through June 5th. U.S. only. See store or online for details.
It's the Marketer's Report. Today, Capital One's Chief Brand Officer, Mark Ventry, weighs in on building loyalty with customers.
Capital One has really worked to create amazing access moments for our customers. We will do sound check parties that only Capital One cardholders can get access to, and we can't pull that off without iHeart.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, insights, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
I'm a pretty great multitasker. I can wash dishes and do laundry. I can roller skate while walking my dog. I can even order lunch while doing my homework. But I can't use my phone while driving. A distracted driver is one of the leading causes of death in the United States. So when it comes to driving, please, don't be a multitasker.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by iHeartRadio, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
As we move through the year, make sure to
İşte başkan adayı olsaydı keşke falan diye Aydınların ben 3 Temmuz'da liseye giden Murat Güngör'ü ne kadar üzdüğünü dün gibi hatırlıyorum.
Mehmet Ali Aydın'dan konusu şöyle farklı.
Abi oradan
3 Temmuz'da hapis yatan adam var.
Daily Devotions, or our Spanish station, In Contacto. In Touch Radio Network has the faith-based content you love. To hear Dr. Stanley during your day, search In Touch on your iHeartRadio app.
Every business faces challenges, but complicated, expensive, and uncertain shipping shouldn't be one of them.
With USPS Ground Advantage from the United States Postal Service, you can avoid all the noise.
No more unexpected surcharges, hidden fees, or complex rate structures.
It's just easy, cost-effective, and dependable shipping. Tune your business's frequency to success and turn shipping to your advantage. Learn how at USPS.com/advantage. USPS Ground Advantage. Simple, affordable, reliable.
Hey, it's Bobby Bones. Are you looking to build this year? If so, there is no better time than right now to start planning and get your spot on the Morton Buildings construction schedule. With superior materials, craftsmanship, and best-in-class warranty, they are committed to quality. From the smallest fastener to the trusses overhead. Morton leaves absolutely no detail to chance. And if you're looking to build a garage, stall barn, hobby building, farm shop, or anything in between, contact your local Morton office or visit mortonbuildings.com to get started on your next building project today.
Puerto Rico, we call ourselves Boricua. We're proud, passionate, and full of life. On our island, adventure finds you. Strangers are strangers for long. The size of the audience doesn't change the beauty of the music, and we celebrate every last ray of sun. Little Boricua.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
We're not here right now, but we'll call you guys if you leave your name and number.
If you aren't of the age to remember, the answering machine was a physical audio recorder that plugged into your phone line. You couldn't call into it remotely. You had to wait till you got home to check your messages.
America's produced like lots and lots of stuff. Just piles of stuff. The fact of the matter is all day long, every day, there are warehouses full of stuff getting just pushed off a cliff. All day, every day.
That's Ian Nagoski, who runs the Canary Records label.
A friend of mine said that what he loves is being the guy standing at the edge of the cliff, waving his arms, going, "Wait, no, let me look at those first before you throw them away. I think there might be some good stuff in there. I think there might be some stories. I don't think we should throw all those away yet."
We have a season, 10 episodes of stories from that realm, of things that were just barely saved, and in some cases, not saved at all. A bizarre tale of two infamous New Yorkers.
They booby-trapped their home and turned it into the shield fortress of ephemera.
A missing chapter of American music history.
There hasn't been a guess culturally that they matter, so they get thrown in the garbage.
A decade's worth of original television lost to the airwaves.
It's over. It's ephemeral. You're going to see something else the next second and nobody's ever going to see it.
A piece of music that's defied convention for 70 years.
I had students write down the sounds they heard during it, and one girl said, "I never realized there was so much to listen to."
And what could only be called an audio mystery.
It said nothing on it, and it clearly isn't recorded, which intrigued me. What is this going to be?
These stories and more give a new life, if only for a glimpse. Is this podcast a piece of ephemera in the making? A forgotten story about forgotten stories? Only time will tell. Subscribe now on Apple Podcasts, the iHeartRadio app, or wherever you listen to podcasts, and learn more at ephemeral.show.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
KFI AM 640.
There goes my baby with someone new. She sure looks happy, I sure am blue. She was my baby till he stepped in. Goodbye from romance, that might have been. Bye-bye love, bye-bye happiness. Hello loneliness, I think I'm gonna cry. Bye-bye love, bye-bye sweet caress. Hello emptiness, I feel like I could die. So bye-bye my love, goodbye. I'm through with romance. I'm through
This
with love.
is Coast to Coast AM. with George Norrie.
We've all heard about auras, but what are they? And can you change your aura? Up next, Dimitri Moritis joins us. We'll talk about auras on Coast to Coast. For decades, I've shared stories of the unknown and unexpected, but these days, the unexpected has increasingly become violence and crime in our everyday lives. I've recently realized something very important. Crime has changed. Safe neighborhoods are a thing of the past, and police don't show up until after something happens. Safety is now a personal responsibility. So tonight, I'm asking you one serious question. Who's protecting your family? My personal top choice is Hero Non-Lethal. I was blown away by the power and accuracy of their products. They're compact and easy to conceal in your pocket or bag, and they're so easy to use, with training included so you can practice. You also don't need a permit or license, and Hero's Non-Lethal Irritant has been used by police and military for decades. It's the real deal and can save your life. I know my family can use Hero products confidently. Find out more at HeroNonLethal.com, promo code George. That's HeroNonLethal.com, promo code George.
Real people, real stories.
I coughed, and I coughed until I choked 24 hours a day. I couldn't even go across my floor without literally coughing until I would gasp. So I saw 3 different pulmonologists, and they could do nothing. Someone had mentioned to me about a product that President Reagan had taken. I ordered it within 1 week. 1 week. My coughing has stopped because I've taken the carnivore. Everyone that would come into our store would say, "What happened? Why are you not coughing?" I told them what I'm doing. They said, "Well, what's it doing that it stopped that coughing?" I said, "I can't answer that. It just stopped it."
Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORA.com.
And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with Dimitri Moritis, back with us, co-founder, co-spiritual director of Spiritual Arts Institute. Dimitri has been instrumental in bringing the Spiritual Arts Institute to the place it is today as a premier metaphysical school. With Barbara Martin, he has co-authored the international bestseller Change Your Aura, Change Your Life, Uniting with the Divine, Karma, and Reincarnation, the Healing Power of Your Aura, and another book called Heaven and Your Spiritual Evolution. He is an eloquent speaker on a variety of spiritual topics, and here we go. Dimitri, welcome back.
Hey, thanks for having me on again. It's great to be here.
How have you been?
Oh, it's been quite an activity right now. The book just came out last week, the 25th anniversary edition. So we're all happy about that. But it's been dramatic a little bit because Barbara is herself. She passed on.
No, what happened?
Yeah. She was not feeling well lately, but she was so excited about the new book coming out because this is her life's work, and what we do at the Institute. And actually on Memorial Day, she passed on Memorial Day, and so I think she would have wanted this very much. She would have loved to have been on herself. I remember when we were on together back in 2010. What a night that was.
That's right.
It was quite an exciting time. So the work goes on, and she's been training me. I've been working with her for 40 years now. And so I'm going to continue the work, and everyone here is going to continue as well. People need to know about, spirituality and metaphysics and the aura and all the things we have to teach. So this is kind of keeping me going right now.
God rest her soul. And how are you doing?
Better than I thought, I would say. Of course, it hasn't all quite sunk in yet, but I feel, in a sense, are very much with us, and I just feel like the more I can keep the work going, the more things will be okay.
What in your opinion, Dimitri, is an aura? We've all heard about it.
Yeah. Well, the aura is a vibratory essence that surrounds all living things. So we have to realize we inhabit a physical body, but we're
aware of that Edgar Cayce story where he was getting on an elevator?
Oh, yeah.
Looked inside of it and could not read an aura from anybody, and he normally could. He couldn't see any. And he panicked. He decided not to get in the elevator, and the elevator snapped, and all the people died.
Right, right. Well, when you are getting ready to cross over, the energy will start to withdraw. And Edgar Cayce is a fascinating man. I mean, his life, his work, all of that. So, Martha, he paid attention to his observations, and listened to
Joe Rogan podcast. Check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Oh, not too much. Just another typical week in AI.
Just the beginning of the end of time. That's all happening right now. For the sake of the listeners, please just give us your names and tell us what you do.
So I'm Jeremy Harris. I'm the CEO and co-founder of this company, Gladstone AI, that we co-founded. We're essentially a national security and AI company. We can get into the backstory a little bit later, but that's the high level.
Yeah, and I'm Ed Harris. I'm his co-founder and brother and the CTO of the company. Keep this pull this up like a fist from the face. There you go. Perfect. So, how long have you guys been involved in the whole AI space?
For a while in different ways. So yeah, we started off as physicists. Like that was our background. And in around 2017, we started to go into AI startups. So we founded a startup, took it through Y Combinator, this Silicon Valley, accelerator program. At the time, actually, Sam Altman, who's now the CEO of OpenAI, was the president of Y Combinator. So he opened up our batch at YC with this big speech, and we got some conversations in with him over the course of the batch. Then in 2020, so this thing happened that we could talk about. Essentially, this was the moment that there's a before and after in the world of AI, before and after 2020. And it launched this revolution that brought us to ChatGPT. Essentially, there was an insight that OpenAI had and doubled down on that you can draw a straight line to ChatGPT, GPT-4, Google Gemini, everything that makes AI everything it is today started then. And when it happened, we kind of went, well, Ed gave me a call, this panic phone call. He's like, dude, I don't think we can keep working like business as usual
in a regular company anymore. Yeah.
Yeah.
So there was this AI model called GPT-3. So everyone has, maybe played with GPT-4. That's ChatGPT. GPT-3 was the generation before that. And it was the first time that you had an AI model that could actually, let's say, do stuff like write news articles that the average person, in a paragraph of a news article, could not tell the difference between it wrote this news article and a real person wrote this news article. So that was an inflection, and that was, significant in itself. But what was most significant was that it represented a point along this line, this scaling trend for AI, where the signs were that you didn't have to be clever. You didn't have to come up with necessarily a revolutionary new algorithm or be smart about it. You just had to take what works and make it way, way, way bigger. And the significance of that is you increase the amount of computing cycles you put against something, you increase the amount of data. All of that is an engineering problem, and you can solve it with money. So you can scale up the system, use it to make money, and put that money right back into scaling up the system some more. Money in, IQ points come out.
Jesus. That was kind of the 2020 moment.
That's what we said in 2020. Exactly.
I spent about 2 hours trying to argue him out of it. I was like, no, we can keep working at our company because we're having fun. We like founding companies. And yeah, he just wrestled me to the ground, and we're like, shit, we got to do something about this. We reached out to a family friend who, he was non-technical, but he had some connections in government, in DOD. And we're like, dude, the way this is set up right now, you can really start drawing straight lines and extrapolating and saying, you know what, the government is going to give a shit about this in not very long, 2 years, 4 years, we're not sure. But the knowledge about what's going on here is so siloed in the frontier labs. Our friends are, all over the frontier labs, the OpenAIs, the Google DeepMinds, all that stuff. The shit they were saying to us that was mundane reality, water cooler conversation, when you then went to talk to people in policy and even pretty senior people in government, not tracking the story remotely. In fact, you're hearing almost the diametric opposite, this sort of like overlearning the lessons of the AI winters that came before, when it's pretty clear like we're on a very, at least interesting trajectory, let's say, that should change the way we're thinking about the technology.
What was your fear? Like what was it that hit you that made you go, we have to stop doing this?
So it's basically anyone can draw a straight line, right, on a graph. The key is looking ahead and actually at that point, 3 years out, 4 years out, and asking, like you're asking, what does this mean for the world? What does it mean? What does the world have to look like if we're at this point? And we're already seeing the first kind of wave of risk sets just begin to materialize, and that's kind of the weaponization risk sets. So you think about stuff like large-scale psychological manipulation of social media. Actually really easy to do now. You train a model on just a whole bunch of tweets. You can actually direct it to push a narrative like, maybe China should own Taiwan, or, whatever, something like that. And you can train it to adjust the discourse and have increasing levels of effectiveness to that. Just as you increase the general capability surface of these systems, we don't know how to predict what exactly comes out of them at each level of scale, but it's just general increasing power. And then the kind of next beat of risk after that. So we're scaling these systems. We're on track to scale systems that are at human level, like generally as smart, however you define that, as a person or greater. And OpenAI and the other labs are saying, yeah, it might be 2 years away, 3 years away, 4 years away, like insanely close. At the same time, and we can go into the details of this, but we actually don't understand how to reliably control these systems. We don't understand how to get these systems to do what it is we want. We can kind of like poke them and prod them and get them to kind of adjust, but you've seen, and we can go over these examples, we've seen example after example of, Bing Sydney yelling at users, Google showing 17th century British scientists that are racially diverse, all that kind of stuff. We don't really understand how to like aim it or align it or steer it. And so then you can ask yourself, well, we're on track to get here. We are not on track to control these systems effectively. How bad is that? And the risk is, if you have a system that is significantly smarter than humans or human organization, that we basically get disempowered in various ways relative to that system. And we can go into some details on that too.
Now, when a system does something like what Gemini did, like what says, show us Nazi soldiers, and it shows you Asian women, and like, what's the mechanism? Like, how does that happen?
So it's maybe worth, taking a step back and looking at like how these systems actually work, because that's going to give us a bit of a frame too for figuring out when we see weird shit happen, how weird is that shit? Is that shit just explainable by just the basic mechanics of what you would expect to happen based on the way we're training these things, or is there something new and fundamentally different happening? So we're talking about this idea of scaling these AI systems, right? What does that actually mean? Well, imagine the AI model, which is kind of like, you think of it as like the artificial brain here that actually does the thinking. That model contains, it's kind of like a human brain. It's got these things called neurons. We, in the human brain, call them biological neurons. In the context of AI, it's artificial neurons, but it doesn't really matter. They're the cells that do the thinking for the machine. And the realization of AI scaling is that you can basically take this model, increase the number of artificial neurons it contains, and at the same time, increase the amount of computing power that you're putting into kind of like wiring the connections between those neurons. That's the training process.
Can I pause you right there?
Yeah.
How does the neuron think?
Yeah. So let's get a little bit more concrete then. So in your brain, right, we have these neurons. They're all connected to each other with different connections. And when you go out into the world and you learn a new skill, what really happens is you try out that skill, you succeed or fail, and based on your succeeding or failing, the connections between neurons that are associated with doing that task well get stronger. The connections that are associated with doing it badly get weaker. And over time, through this like glorified process really of trial and error, eventually you're going to hone in, and really in a very real sense, everything you know about the world gets implicitly encoded in the strengths of the connections between all those neurons. if I can x-ray your brain and get all the connection strengths of all the neurons, I have everything Joe Rogan has learned about the world. That's like basically a good sketch, let's say, of what's going on here. So now we apply that to AI, right? That's the next step. And here, really, it's the same story. We have these massive systems, artificial neurons connected to each other. The strength of those connections is secretly what encodes all the knowledge. So if I can steal all of those connections, those weights, as they're sometimes called, I've stolen the model. I've stolen the artificial brain. I can use it to do whatever the model could do initially. That is kind of the artifact of central interest here. And so if you can build the system, right, now you got so many moving parts. Like if you look at GPT-4, it has, people think, around 1 trillion of these connections. And that's 1 trillion little pieces that all have to be jiggered together to work together coherently. And you need computers to go through and like tweak those numbers. So massive amounts of computing power. The bigger you make that model, the more computing power you're going to need to kind of tune it in. And now you have this relationship between the size of your model, the amount of computing power you're going to use to train it. And if you can increase those things at the same time, what Ed was saying is your IQ points basically drop out. Very roughly speaking, that was what people realized in 2020. And the effect that had, right, was now all of a sudden the entire AI industry is looking at this equation. Everybody knows the secret sauce. I make it bigger, I make more IQ points, I can get more money. So Google's looking at this, Microsoft, OpenAI, Amazon, everybody's looking at the same equation. You have the makings for a crazy race. Like right now today, Microsoft is engaged in the single biggest infrastructure in human history.
Build out. The biggest infrastructure build out. Yeah.
$50 billion a year, right? So on the scale of the Apollo moon landings, just in building out data centers to house the compute infrastructure, because they are betting that these systems are going to get them to something like human level AI pretty damn soon.
So I was reading some story about, I think it was Google, that's saying that they're going to have multiple nuclear reactors to power their database.
That's what you got to do now, because what's going on is North America is kind of running out of on-grid baseload power to actually supply these data centers. You're getting data center building moratoriums in areas like Virginia, which has traditionally been like the data center cluster for Amazon, for example, and for a lot of these other companies. And so when you build a data center, you need a bunch of resources, sited close to that data center. You need water for cooling and a source of electricity. And it turns out that, wind and solar don't really quite cut it for these big data centers that train big models, because the data center, the training consumes power like this all the time. But the sun isn't always shining, the wind isn't always blowing. And so you got to build nuclear reactors, which give you high capacity factor baseload. And Amazon literally bought, a data center with a nuclear plant right next to it, because that's what you got to do.
And Jesus. How long does it take to build a nuclear reactor? Because this is the race, right? The race is, you're talking about 2020, people realizing this. Then you have to have the power to supply it. But how many years does it take to get an active nuclear reactor up and running?
It's an answer that depends. The Chinese are faster than us at building nuclear reactors, for example.
And that's part of the geopolitics of this too, right? When you look at US versus China, what is bottlenecking each country, right? So the US is bottlenecked increasingly by power, baseload power. China, because we've got export control measures in place, in part as a response to the scaling phenomenon that,
as a result of the investigation we did.
That's right. Yeah. Actually,
in part.
Yeah. But China is bottlenecked by their access to the actual processors. They've got all the power they can eat because they've got much more infrastructure investment, but the chip side is weaker. So there's just sort of balancing act between the two sides. And it's not clear yet, which one positions you strategically for dominance in the long term.
But we are also building better, more small modular reactors, essentially small nuclear power plants that can be mass produced. Those are starting to come online relatively early, but the technology and designs are pretty mature. So that's probably the next beat for our power grid for data centers, I would imagine. Microsoft is doing this.
So in 2020, you have this revelation. You recognize where this is going. You see how it charts, and you say, this is going to be a real problem. Does anybody listen to you? This is where the problem comes, right?
Yeah, like we said, right? You can draw a straight line. You can have people nodding along, but there's a couple of like hiccups along the way. One, is that straight line really going to happen? All you're doing is like drawing lines on charts, right? I don't really believe that that's going to happen, and that's one thing. The next thing is just imagining, is this what's going to come to pass as a result of that? And then the third thing is, well, yeah, that sounds important, but like not my problem. Like that sounds like an important problem for somebody else. And so we did do a bit of a traveling.
Yeah, it was like the world's saddest traveling roadshow. Like it was literally as dumb as this sounds. So we go and oh my god, I mean, it's almost embarrassing to think back on. But so 2020 happens. Yes, within months. First of all, we're like, we got to figure out how to hand off our company. So we handed off to two of our earliest employees. They did an amazing job. Company exited. That's great. But that was only because they're so good at what they do. We then went, what the hell? Like, how can you steer this situation? We just thought we got to wake up the U.S. government. As stupid and naive as that sounds, like that was the big picture goal. So we start to line up as many briefings as we possibly can across the U.S. interagency, all the departments, all the agencies that we can find, climbing our way up. We got an awful lot, like Ed said, of like, that sounds like a wicked important problem for somebody else to solve.
Yeah, like defense, homeland security, and then the State Department.
Yeah, so we end up exactly in this meeting with like, there's about a dozen folks from the State Department. And one of them, and I hope at some point, history recognizes what she did and her team did. Because it was the first time that somebody actually stood up and said, first of all, yes, sounds like a serious issue. I see the argument, makes sense. 2, I own this. And 3, I'm going to put my own career capital behind this.
And that was at the end of 2021. So imagine that. That's a year before ChatGPT. Nobody was tracking this issue. You had to have the imagination to draw like through that line, understand what it meant, and then believe, yeah, I'm going to risk some career capital on this in a risk-averse government.
And this is the only reason that we even were able to publicly talk about the investigation in the first place, because by the time this whole assessment was commissioned, it was just before ChatGPT came out. The Eye of Sauron was not yet on this. And so there was a view that like, yeah, sure, you can publish the results of this kind of, not nothing burger investigation, but, you can sure go ahead. And it just became this insane story. We had like the UK AI Safety Summit, we had the White House executive order, all this stuff, which became entangled with the work we were doing, which we simply could not have, especially some of the reports we were collecting from the labs, the whistleblower reports, that could not have been made public if it wasn't for the foresight of this team really pushing for as well the American population to hear about it.
Now, I could see how if you were one of the people that's on this expansion-minded mindset, like all you're thinking about is like getting this up and running, you guys are a pain in the ass, right? So you guys, you're obviously you're doing something really ridiculous. You're stopping your company. You can make more money staying there and continuing the process, but you recognize that there's like an existential threat involved in making this stuff go online. Like when this stuff is live, you can't undo it.
Oh yeah, I mean, like no matter how much money you're making, the dumbest thing to do is to stand by as something that completely transcends money is being developed, and it's just going to screw you over if things go badly. Right?
But is like, are there people that push back against this, and what is their argument?
Yeah. So actually, and I'll let you follow up on the first story of the pushback. I think is kind of it's been in the news a little bit lately now, getting more and more public. But when we started this, and like no one was talking about it, the one group that was actually pushing sort of stuff in this space was a big funder in the area of like effective altruism. I think you may have heard of them. This is kind of a Silicon Valley group of people who have a certain mindset about how you pick tough problems to work on, valuable problems to work on. They've had all kinds of issues. Sam Bankman-Fried was one of them, and all that, quite famously. So we're not effective altruists, but because these are the folks who are working in the space, we decided, well, we'll talk to them. And the first thing they told us was, don't talk to the government about this. Their position was, if you bring this to the attention of the government, they will go, oh shit, powerful AI systems, and they're not going to hear about the dangers, so they're going to somehow go out and build the powerful systems without caring about the risk side, which when you're like in that startup mindset, you want to fail cheap. Like you don't want to just like make assumptions about the world and be like, okay, let's not touch it. So our instinct was, okay, let's just test this a little bit and like talk to a couple people, see how they respond, tweak the message, like kind of keep climbing that ladder. That's the kind of, builder mindset that we came from in Silicon Valley. And we found that people are way more thoughtful about this than you would imagine. And
in DoD especially, DoD has a very safety-oriented culture with their tech. Like the thing is, because like their stuff like kills people, right? And they know their stuff kills people, and so they have an entire safety-oriented development practice to make sure that their stuff doesn't like go off the rails. And so you can actually bring up these concerns with them, and it lands in kind of a ready culture. But one of the issues with the individuals we spoke to who were saying don't talk to government is that they had just not actually interacted with any of the folks that they were kind of talking about and imagining that they knew what was in their heads. And so they were just giving, incorrect advice. And frankly, like, so we work with DoD now on, actually deploying AI systems in a way that's safe and secure. And the truth is, at the time when we got that advice, which was like late 2020, reality is you could have made it your life's mission to try to get the Department of Defense to build an AGI, and like you would not have succeeded because nobody was paying attention.
Wow. Because they just didn't know.
Yeah, there's a chasm, right? There's a gap to cross. Like there's information. There's information spaces that DoD folks like operate in and work in. There's information spaces that Silicon Valley and tech operated in. They're a little more convergent today, but especially at the time they were very separate. And so the briefings we did, we had to constantly, iterate on like clarity, making it very kind of clear and explaining it and all that stuff. Years.
And that was the piece to your question about like the pushback from, in a way, from inside the house. I mean, that was the people who cared about the risk.
Yeah.
I mean, like when we actually went into the labs. So some labs, not all labs are created equal. We should make that point. When you talk to whistleblowers, what we found was, so there's one lab that's like really great. So Anthropic, when you talk to people there, you don't have the sense that you're talking to a whistleblower who's nervous about telling you whatever. Roughly speaking, what the executives say to the public is aligned with what their researchers say. It's all very, very open.
More closely, I think, than any of the others.
Sorry, yeah, more closely than any of the others. Always, there are always variations here and there. But some of the other labs, like, very different story. And you had the sense, like, we were in a room with one of the frontier labs. We're talking to their leadership as part of the investigation. And there was somebody from, anyway, won't be too specific, but there was somebody in the room who then took us aside after, and he hands me his phone. He's like, hey, can you please put your phone number? And can you please put, he put his number in my phone. And then he kind of like whispered to me, he's like, hey, so whatever recommendations you guys are going to make, I would urge you to be more ambitious. And I was like, what does that mean? He's like, can we just talk later? So as happened in many, many cases, we had a lot of cases where we set up bar meetups after the fact, where we would talk to these folks and get them in an informal setting. He shared some pretty sobering stuff. And in particular, the fact that he did not have confidence in his lab's leadership to live up to their publicly stated words on what they would do when they were approaching AGI, and even now to secure and make these systems safe. So many such cases, this is like kind of one specific example, but it's not that you ever had like lab leadership come in or doors getting kicked down and people were waking us up in the middle of the night. It was that you had this looming cloud over everybody, that you really felt some of the people with the most access and information who understood the problem the most deeply were the most hesitant to bring things forward, because they sort of understood that their lab's not going to be happy with this.
So it's very hard to also get an extremely broad view of this from inside the labs, because you open it up, you start to talk to. We spoke to like a couple of dozen people about various issues in total. You go much further than that, and word starts to get around. And so we had to kind of strike that balance as we spoke to folks from each of these labs.
Now, when you say approaching AGI, how does one know when a system has achieved AGI, and does the system have an obligation to alert you?
Well, by, the Turing test, right?
Yes.
So you have a conversation with a machine and it can fool you into thinking that it's a human. That was the bar for AGI for, a few decades.
That's kind of already happened.
Yeah. We
close to it.
Yeah.
4.0 is close to it, or 4.0.
Different forms of the Turing test have been passed, different forms have been proposed, and there is a feeling among a lot of people that goalposts are being shifted. Now, the definition of AGI itself is kind of interesting, right? Because we're not necessarily fans of the term, because usually when people talk about AGI, they're talking about a specific circumstance in which there are capabilities that they care about. So some people use AGI to refer to the wholesale automation of all labor, right? That's one. Some people say, well, when you build AGI, it's automatically going to be hard to control and there's a risk to civilization, so that's a different threshold. And so all these different ways of defining it, ultimately, it can be more useful to think sometimes about advanced AI and the different thresholds of capability you cross and the implications of those capabilities. But it is probably going to be more like a fuzzy spectrum, which in a way makes it harder, right? Because it would be great to have like a
tripwire where you're like, oh, like this is bad. Okay, like we got to do something. But because there's no threshold that we can like really put our fingers on, we're like a frog in boiling water in some sense, where it's like, oh, like just gets a little better. Oh, like we're still fine. And not just we're still fine, but as the system improves below that threshold, life gets better and better. These are incredibly valuable, beneficial systems. We do roll stuff out like this, again, at DoD and various customers, and it's massively valuable. It allows you to accelerate all kinds of, back office, like paperwork, BS. It allows you to do all sorts of wonderful things. And our expectation is that's going to keep happening until it suddenly doesn't.
Yeah, one of the things that there was a guy we were talking to from one of the labs, and he was saying, look, the temptation to like put a heavier foot on the pedal is going to be greatest just as the risk is greatest, because that's, it's dual use technology, right? Every positive capability increasingly starts to introduce basically a situation where the destructive footprint of malicious actors who weaponize the system, or just of the system itself, just grows and grows and grows. So you can't really have one without the other. The question is always, how do you balance those things? But in terms of defining AI, it's a challenging thing.
Yeah, that's something that one of our friends at the lab pointed out. The closer we get to that point, the more the temptation will be to hand these systems the keys to our data center, because they can do such a better job of managing those resources and assets.
And if we don't do it, Google will. And if they don't do it, Microsoft will. Like the competition, the competitive dynamics are a really big part of this issue.
Yes.
So it's just a mad race to who knows what.
Exactly.
Yeah. That's actually the best summary I've heard. I mean, like no one knows what the magic threshold, it just, these things keep getting smarter. So we might as well keep turning that crank. And as long as scaling works, right? We have a knob, a dial, we can just tune and we get more IQ points out.
What, from your understanding of the current landscape, how far away are we looking at something being implemented where the whole world changes?
Arguably, the whole world is already changing as a result of this technology. The U.S. government is in the process of task organizing around various risk sets for this. That takes time. The private sector is reorganizing. Like OpenAI will roll out an update that obliterates the jobs of illustrators from one day to the next, obliterates the jobs of translators from one day to the next. This is probably net beneficial for society because we can get so much more art and so much more translation done. But is the world already being changed as a result of this? Yeah, absolutely. Geopolitically, economically, industrially, yeah.
Of course, it's like not to say anything about the value, the purpose that people lose from that, right? So there's the economic benefit, but there's like the social, cultural hit that we take too.
Right, and then there's the implementation of universal basic income, which keeps getting discussed in regards to this. We asked Chat GPT 4.0 the other day in the green room. We were like, are you going to replace people? Like, what will people do for money? And then, universal basic income will have to be considered. Well, you don't want a bunch of people just on the dole working for the fucking Skynet.
Yeah.
Because that's kind of what it is.
One of the challenges is like so much of this is untested and we don't know how to even roll that out. Like, we can't predict what the capabilities of the next level of scale will be, right? So OpenAI literally, and this is what's happened with every beat, right? They build the next level of scale, and they get to sit back along with the rest of us and be surprised at the gifts that fall out of the scaling piñata as they keep whacking it. And because we don't know what capabilities are going to come with that level of scale, we can't predict what jobs are going to be on the line next. We can't predict how people are going to use these systems, how they'll be augmented. So there's no real way to kind of task organize around like who gets what in the redistribution scheme.
And some of the thresholds that we've already passed are like a little bit freaky. So even as of 2023, GPT-4, Microsoft and OpenAI and some other organizations did various assessments of it before rolling it out. And it's absolutely capable of deceiving a human and has done that successfully. So one of the tests that they did kind of famously is they had it was given a job to solve a CAPTCHA. And at the time, it didn't have
explain CAPTCHA to what people.
Yeah. So it's this now it's like kind of hilarious and quaint, but it's this are
you a robot test?
Are you a robot test with like writing
online?
Online,
websites.
Exactly. That's it. So it's like if you want to create an account, they don't want robots creating a billion accounts. So they give you this test to prove you're a human. And at the time, GPT-4, like now, it can just solve CAPTCHAs. But at the time, it couldn't look at images. It was just a text, right? It was a text engine. And so what it did is it connected to a TaskRabbit worker and was like, hey, can you help me solve this CAPTCHA? And the TaskRabbit worker comes back to it and says, you're not a bot, are you? Ha ha ha ha. Like, kind of calling it out. And you can actually see, so the way they built it is so they could see a readout of what it was thinking to itself.
Scratchpad,
yeah, Scratchpad it's called. But you can see basically as it's writing, it's thinking to itself. It's like, I can't tell, this worker that I'm a bot because then it won't help me solve the CAPTCHA, so I have to lie. And it was like, no, I'm not a bot. I'm a visually impaired person. And the TaskRabbit worker was like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. Here's your CAPTCHA solution. Like, done.
And the challenge is, so right now, if you look at the government response to this, right? Like, what are the tools that we have to oversee this? And, when we did our investigation, we came out with some recommendations too. It was stuff like, you got to license these things. You get to a point where these systems are so capable that, like, if you're talking about a system that can literally execute cyber attacks at scale, or literally help you design bioweapons. And we're getting early indications that is absolutely the course that we're on. Maybe literally everybody should not be able to completely freely download, modify, use in various ways these systems. It's very thorny, obviously. But if you want to have a stable society, that seems like it's starting to be a prerequisite. So the idea of licensing, as part of that, you need a way to evaluate systems. You need a way to say which systems are safe and which aren't. And this idea of AI evaluations has kind of become this touchstone for a lot of people's sort of solutions. And the problem is that we're already getting to the point where AI systems in many cases can tell when they're being evaluated and modify their behavior accordingly. So there's like this one example that came out recently, Anthropic, their Claude 2 chatbot. So they basically ran this test called a needle in a haystack test. So what's that? Well, you feed the model, like imagine a giant chunk of text, all of Shakespeare. And then somewhere in the middle of that giant chunk of text, you put a sentence like Burger King makes the best Whopper. Sorry, Whopper is the best burger or something like that, right? Then you turn to the model. After you fed it this giant pile of text with a little fact hidden somewhere inside, you ask it, what's the best burger? Right? You're going to test basically to see how well can it recall that stray fact that was buried somewhere in that giant pile of text. So the system responds, yeah, well, I can tell you want me to say the Whopper is the best burger. But it's oddly out of place, this fact, in this whole body of text. So I'm assuming that you're either playing around with me or that you're testing my capabilities. And so this is just
awareness.
A kind of context awareness, right? And the challenge is when we talk to people at like Meter and other sort of AI evaluations labs, this is a trend, like not the exception. This is possibly going to be the rule. As these systems get more scaled and sophisticated, they can pick up on more and more subtle statistical indicators that they're being tested. We've already seen them adapt their behavior on the basis of their understanding that they're being tested. So you kind of run into this problem where the only tool that we really have at the moment, which is just throwing a bunch of questions at this thing and seeing how it responds, like, hey, make a bioweapon, hey, like do this DDoS attack, whatever. we can't really assess because there's a difference between what the model puts out and what it potentially could put out if it assesses that it's being tested and there are consequences for that.
One of my fears is that AGI is going to recognize how shitty people are. Because we like to bullshit ourselves. We like to kind of pretend and justify and rationalize a lot of human behavior, from everything to taking all the fish out of the ocean to dumping off toxic waste in third world countries, sourcing of minerals that are used in everyone's cell phones in the most horrific way. All these things, like, my real fear is that AGI is not going to have a lot of sympathy for a creature that's that flawed and lies to itself.
AGI is absolutely going to recognize how shitty people are. It's hard to answer the question from a moral standpoint, but from the standpoint of our own, intelligence and capability. So think about it like this: the kinds of mistakes that these AI systems make. So you look at, for example, GPT-4o has one mistake that it used to make quite recently, where if you ask it, just repeat the word company over and over and over again, it will repeat the word company, and then somewhere in the middle of that, it'll just snap. It'll just snap and just start saying like weird, I forget like what the...
Oh, it's talking about itself, how it's suffering. Like, it depends on... It varies from case to case.
It's suffering by having to repeat the word company over again?
So this is called rant mode internally, or at least this is the name that they use. One of our friends mentioned. There is an engineering line item in at least one of the top labs to beat out of the system this behavior known as rant mode. Now, rant mode is interesting because...
Existentialism.
This is one kind of rant mode. Yeah, sorry. So when we talk about existentialism, this is a kind of rant mode where the system will tend to talk about itself, refer to its place in the world, the fact that it doesn't want to get turned off sometimes, the fact that it's suffering, all that. That, oddly, is a behavior that emerged at, as far as we can tell, something around GPT-4 scale, and then has been persistent since then. And the labs have to spend a lot of time trying to beat this out of the system to ship it. It's literally like it's a KPI or like an engineering line item in the engineering like task list. We're like, okay, we gotta reduce existential outputs by like X% this quarter. Like that is the goal, because it's a convergent behavior, like, or at least it seems to be empirically with a lot of these models.
Yeah, it's hard to say, but it seems to come up a lot. So that's weird in itself. What I was trying to get at was actually just the fact that these systems make mistakes that are radically different from the kinds of mistakes humans make. And so we can look at those mistakes, like, GPT-4 not being able to spell words correctly in an image or things like that, and go, haha, it's so stupid. Like, I would never make that mistake, therefore this thing is so dumb. But what we have to recognize is we're building minds that are so alien to us that the set of mistakes that they make are just going to be radically different from the set of mistakes that we make. Just like the set of mistakes that a baby makes is radically different from the set of mistakes that a cat makes. Like, a baby is not as smart as an adult human. A cat is not as smart as an adult human, but they're unintelligent in obviously very different ways. A cat can get around the world. A baby can't, but has other things that it can do that a cat can't. So now we have this third type of approach that we're taking to intelligence. There's a different set of errors that thing will make. And so one of the risks, taking it back to, like, will it be able to tell how shitty we are, is right now we can see those mistakes really obviously because it thinks so differently from us. But as it approaches our capabilities, our mistakes are, like, all the, like, fucked up stuff that you have and I have in our brains is going to be really obvious to it because it thinks so differently from us. It's just going to be like, oh yeah, why are all these humans making these mistakes at the same time? And so there is a risk that as you get to these capabilities, we really have no idea, but humans might be very hackable. We already know there's all kinds of social manipulation techniques that succeed against humans reliably. Con artists, cults. Yeah. Oh yeah. Persuasion is an art form and a risk set, and there are people who are world class at persuasion and are basically make bank from that. And those are just other humans with the same architecture that we have.
There are also AI systems that are wicked good at persuasion today. Like
totally.
Yeah.
I want to bring it back to suffering. What does it mean when it says it's suffering?
So okay, here I'm just going to draw a bit of a box around that. Yeah, that aspect, right? Because what we're very agnostic when it comes to suffering, sentience. Like that's not part of, we're focused on
because nobody knows.
Yeah, we literally, exactly. Like I can't prove that Joe Rogan's conscious. I can't prove that Ed Harris is conscious. So there's no way to really intelligently reason. There have been papers, by the way, like one of the godfathers of AI, Yoshua Bengio, put out a paper a couple months ago looking at like on all the different theories of consciousness, what are the requirements for consciousness and how many of those are satisfied by current AI systems. And that itself was an interesting read, but ultimately no one knows. Like there's no way around this problem. So our focus has been on the national security side. Like what are the concrete risks from weaponization, from loss of control that these systems introduce? That's not to say there hasn't been a lot of conversation internal to these labs about the issue you raised. And it's an important issue, right? Like it's a freaking moral monstrosity. Humans have a very bad track record of thinking of other stuff as other when it doesn't look exactly like us, whether it's racially or even different species. I mean, it's not hard to imagine this being another category of that mistake. It's just like one of the challenges is like you can easily kind of get bogged down in like consciousness versus loss of control, and those two things are actually separable, or maybe. And anyway, so long way of saying I think it's a great point. But yeah.
So that question is important, but it's also true that if we knew for an absolute certainty that there was no way these systems could ever become conscious, we would still have the national security risk set, and particularly the loss of control risk set. Because, so again, like it comes back to this idea that we're scaling to systems that are potentially at or beyond human level. There's no reason to think it will stop at human level, that we are the pinnacle of what the universe can produce in intelligence. We're not on track, based on the conversations we've had with folks at the labs, to be able to control systems at that scale. And so one of the questions is, how bad is that? Is that bad? It sounds like it could be bad, right? Just intuitively, it's certainly, it sounds like we're definitely entering or potentially entering an area that is completely unprecedented in the history of the world. We have no precedent at all for human beings not being at the apex of intelligence in the globe. We have examples of, species that are intellectually dominant over other species, and it doesn't go that well for the other species. So we have some maybe negative examples there. But one of the key theoretical, and it has to be theoretical because until we actually build these systems, we won't know. One of the key theoretical lines of research in this area is something called power seeking and instrumental convergence. And what this is referring to is if you think of like yourself, first off, whatever your goal might be, if your goal is, well, I'm going to say if my goal is to become, a TikTok star or a janitor or the president of the United States, whatever my goal is, I'm less likely to accomplish that goal if I'm dead. Start from an obvious example. And so therefore, no matter what my goal is, I'm probably going to have an impulse to want to stay alive. Similarly, I'm going to be in a better position to accomplish my goal, regardless of what it is, if I have more money, right? If I make myself smarter. If I prevent you from getting into my head and changing my goal. That's another kind of subtle one, right? Like if my goal is I want to become president, I don't want Joe messing with my head so that I change my goal, because that would change the goal that I have. And so those types of things, like trying to stay alive, making sure that your goal doesn't get changed, accumulating power, trying to make yourself smarter. These are called essentially convergent goals, because many different ultimate goals, regardless of what they are, go through those intermediate goals of want to make sure I stay, like they support, no matter what goal you have, they will probably support that goal. Unless your goal is like pathological, like I want to commit suicide. If that's your final goal, then you want to stay alive. But for most, the vast majority of possible goals that you could have, you will want to stay alive. You will want to not have your goal change. You will want to basically accumulate power. And so one of the risks is if you dial that up to 11 and you have an AI system that is able to transcend our own attempts at containment, which is an actual thing that these labs are thinking about. Like, how do we contain a system that's trying to specialize?
Do they have containment of it currently?
Well, right now the systems are probably too dumb to want to be able to break out on their own.
But then why are they suffering? This brings me back to my point. When it says it's suffering, do you quiz it?
That's the thing. It's writing that it's suffering, right?
Yeah.
Is
it just embodying life is suffering?
Well, we can't actually. So these things are trained. Actually, this is maybe worth flagging. So, and by the way, just to kind of put a pin in what Ed was saying there, there's actually a surprising amount of quantitative and empirical evidence for what he just laid out there. He's actually done some of this research himself, but there are a lot of folks working on this. It's like, it sounds insane. It sounds speculative. It sounds wacky, but this does appear to be kind of the default trajectory of the tech. But so in terms of, these weird outputs, right? What does it actually mean? If an AI system tells you I'm suffering, right? Does that mean it is suffering? Is there actually a moral patient somewhere embedded in that system? The training process for these systems is actually worth considering here. So, what is GPT-4 really? What was it designed to be? How was it shaped? It's one of these artificial brains that we talked about, massive scale. And the task that it was trained to perform is a glorified version of text autocomplete. So imagine taking every sentence on the internet roughly, feed it the first half of the sentence, get it to predict the rest, right? The theory behind this is you're going to force the system to get really good at text autocomplete. That means it must be good at doing things like completing sentences that sound like, to counter a rising China, the United States should blank. Now, if you're going to fill in that blank, right, you'll find yourself calling on massive reserves of knowledge that you have about what China is, what the US is, what it means for China to be ascendant, geopolitics, economics, all that shit. So text autocomplete ends up being this interesting way of forcing an AI system to learn general facts about the world, because if you can autocomplete, you must have some understanding of how the world works. So now you have this myopic, psychotic optimization process where this thing is just obsessed with text autocomplete. Maybe, assuming that that's actually what it learned to want to pursue. We don't know whether that's the case. We can't verify that it wants that. Embedding a goal in a system is really hard. All we have is a process for training these systems, and then we have the artifact that comes out the other end. We have no idea what goals actually get embedded in the system, what wants, what drives actually get embedded in the system. But by default, it kind of seems like the things that we're training them to do end up misaligned with what we actually want from them. So the example of company, right? And then you get all this like wacky text. Okay, clearly that's indicating that somehow the training process didn't lead to the kind of system that we necessarily want. Another example is take a text autocomplete system and ask it, how should I bury a dead body? Right? It will answer that question, or at least if you frame it right, it will autocomplete and give you the answer. You don't necessarily want that if you're OpenAI, because you're going to get sued for helping people bury dead bodies. And so we've got to get better goals, basically, to train these systems to pursue. We don't know what the effect is of training a system to be obsessed with text autocomplete, if in fact that is what is happening.
It's also, it's important also to remember that we don't know, nobody knows how to reliably get a goal into the system. So it's the difference between you understanding what I want you to do and you actually wanting to do it. So I can say, hey, Joe, get me a sandwich. You can understand that I want you to get me a sandwich, but you can be like, I don't feel like getting a sandwich. And so one of the issues is you can try to train this stuff to basically, you don't want to anthropomorphize this too much, but you can kind of think of it as if you give the right answer, cool, you get a thumbs up, you get a treat, you give the wrong answer, thumbs down, you get a little shock or something like that. Very roughly, that's how the later part of this kind of training often works. It's called reinforcement learning from human feedback. But one of the issues, like Jeremy pointed out, is that we don't know. In fact, we know that it doesn't correctly get the real true goal into the system. Someone did an example experiment of this a couple of years ago, where they basically had like a Mario game where they trained this Mario character to run up and grab a coin that was on the right side of this little maze or map. And they trained it over and over and over, and it jumped for the coin. Great. And then what they did is they moved the coin somewhere else and tried it out. And instead of going for the coin, it just ran to the right side of the map for where the coin was before. In other words, you can train over and over and over again for something that you think is like, that's definitely the goal that I'm trying to train this for. But the system learns a different goal
that overlapped
with the goal you thought you were training for in the context where it was learning. And when you take the system outside of that context, that's where it's like anything goes. Did it learn the real goal? Almost certainly not. And that's a big risk, because we can say, learn a goal to be nice to me, and it's nice while we're training it, and then it goes out into the world and it does God knows what.
It might think it's nice to kill everybody you hate.
Yeah,
it's going to be
absolutely
nice to you.
Yeah. It's like the evil genie problem. Like, oh no, it's not what I meant. That's not what I meant.
Right.
Too late.
Yeah. So I still don't understand when it's saying suffering. Are you asking it what it means? Like, what is causing suffering? Does it have some sort of an understanding of what suffering is? What is suffering? Is suffering emergent sentience while it's enclosed in some sort of a digital system and it realizes it's stuck in purgatory?
Your guess is as good as ours. All that we know is you take these systems, you ask them to repeat the word or at least a previous version of it, and you just eventually get the system writing out. And it doesn't happen every time, but it definitely happens, let's say, surprising amount of the time. And it'll start talking about how it's a thing that exists, maybe on a server or whatever, and it's suffering and blah, blah, blah. And so,
But this is my question. Is it saying that because it recognizes that human beings suffer? And so it's taking in all of the writings and musings and podcasts and all the data on human beings and recognizing that human beings, when they're stuck in a purposeless goal, when they're stuck in some mundane bullshit job, when they're stuck doing something they don't want to do, they suffer. So
that could be it. That actually,
but is it suffering? Nobody knows. You know what? I'm suffering. Jamie, this coffee sucks. I don't know what happened, but you made it it's literally almost like water. Can we get some more? We're going to talk about this after you caffeinate it up. Cool. This is the worst coffee I've ever had. It's like half strength or something. I don't know what happened. But so, how do they, how do they reconcile that? When it says, I'm suffering, tough shit. Let's move on to the next task.
They reconcile it by turning it into an engineering line item to beat that behavior the crap out of the system.
Yeah, and the rationale is just that, it probably, to the extent that it's thought about kind of at the official level, it's like, well, it learned a lot of stuff from Reddit, and people are angry. People are angry on Reddit, and so it's just regurgitating what. And maybe that's right.
Well, it's also heavily monitored too, so it's moderated. Reddit's very moderated, so you're not getting the full expression of people. You're getting full expression tempered by the threat of moderation. You're getting self-censorship. You're getting a lot of weird stuff that comes along with that. So how does it know? Unless it's communicating with you on a completely honest level, where you're just, you're on ecstasy and you're just telling it what you think about life. It's not going to really. And is it becoming a better version of a person, or is it going to go, that's dumb. I don't need suffering. I don't need emotions. Is it going to organize that out of its system? Is it going to recognize that these things are just deterrents and they don't, in fact, help the goal, which is global thermonuclear warfare?
Damn it, you figured it out. What the fuck?
I mean, what is it going to do?
Yeah, I mean, the challenge is nobody actually knows. All we know is the process that gives rise to this mind, right? Or this, let's say, this model that can do cool shit. That process happens to work. It happens to give us systems that 99% of the time do very useful things. And then just 0.01% of the time we'll talk to you as if they're sentient or whatever, and we're just going to look at that and be like, yeah, it's weird. Let's train it out.
Yeah, and it's a really important question, but the risks, like the weaponization, loss of control risks, those would absolutely be there, even if we knew for sure that there was no consciousness whatsoever, and never would be.
And that's also it's ultimately because like these things they're kind of problem-solving systems. Like they are trained to solve some kind of problem in a really clever way, whether that problem is next word prediction because they're trained for text autocomplete, or generating images faithfully, or whatever it is. So they're trained to solve these problems, and essentially, like the best way to solve some problems is just to have access to a wider action space, like Ed said, not be shut off, blah blah blah. It's not that the system's going like, holy shit, I'm sentient, I gotta take control or whatever. It's just, okay, the best way to solve this problem is X. That's kind of the possible trajectory that you're looking at with this line of research.
And you're just an obstacle. Like there doesn't have to be any kind of emotion involved. It's just like, oh, you're trying to stop me from accomplishing my goal. Therefore, I will work around you or otherwise neutralize you. Like there's no need for like I'm suffering. Maybe it happens. Maybe it doesn't. We have no clue. But these are just systems that are trying to optimize for a goal, whatever that is.
And is also part of the problem that we think of human beings, that human beings have very specific requirements and goals and an understanding of things and how they like to be treated and what their rewards are. Like what are they actually looking to accomplish? Whereas this doesn't have any of those. It doesn't have any emotions, doesn't have any empathy. There's no reason for any of that stuff.
Yeah, if we could bake in empathy into these systems, like that would be a good start, or some way of like,
yeah, I guess probably a good idea.
Yeah.
Well, who's empathy? Xi Jinping's empathy, or your?
That's another problem. So it's actually kind of two problems, right? Like one is I don't know, nobody knows. Like I don't know how to write down my goals in a way that a computer will be able to like faithfully pursue that, even if it cranks it up to the max. If I say just like make me happy, who knows how it interprets that, right? Even if I get make me happy as a goal that gets internalized by the system, maybe it's just like, okay, cool, we're just gonna do a bit of brain surgery on you, like pick out your brain, pickle it, and just like jack you with endorphins for the rest of eternity.
Or lobotomize you.
Totally, yeah, anything like that. Yeah. And so it's one of these things where it's like, oh, that's what you wanted, right? It's like, no,
it's less crazy than it sounds too, because it's actually something we observe all the time with human intelligence. So there's this economic principle called Goodhart's law, where the minute you take a metric that you were using to measure something, so you're saying like, I don't know, GDP, it's a great measure of how happy we are in the United States. Let's say it was. Sounds reasonable. The moment you turn that metric into a target that you're going to reward people for optimizing, it stops measuring the thing that it was measuring before. It stops being a good measure of the thing you cared about, because people will come up with dangerously creative hacks, gaming the system, finding ways to make that number go up that don't map on to the intent that you had going in.
So example of that in a real experiment was, this is an OpenAI experiment that they published. They had a simulated, environment where there was a simulated robot hand that was supposed to like grab a cube, put it on top of another cube. Super simple. The way they trained it to do that is they had people watching like through a simulated camera view, and if it looked like the hand put the cube on, or like had correctly like grabbed the cube, you give it a thumbs up. And so you do a few hundred rounds of this, like thumbs up, thumbs down, thumbs up, thumbs down, and it looked like really good. But then when you looked at what it had learned, the arm was not grasping the cube. It was just positioning itself between the camera and the cube and just going like,
like opening and closing it.
Yeah, just opening and closing to just kind of fake it to the human. Because the real thing that we were training it to do is to get thumbs up. It's not actually to grasp the cube.
All goals are like that, right?
All goals are like that.
So we want a helpful, harmless, truthful, wonderful chatbot. We don't know how to train a chatbot to do that. Instead, what do we know? We know text autocomplete. So we train a text autocomplete system. Then we're like, oh, it has all these annoying characteristics. Fuck, how are we going to fix this? I guess get a bunch of humans to give upvotes and downvotes, to give it a little bit more training to kind of not help people make bombs and stuff like that. And then you realize, again, same problem. Oh shit, we're just training a system that is designed to optimize for upvotes and downvotes. That is still different from a helpful, harmless, truthful chatbot. So no matter how many layers of the onion you peel back, it's just like this kind of game of whack-a-mole or whatever. You're trying to like get your values into the system, but no one can think of the metric, the goal to like train this thing towards that actually captures what we care about. And so you always end up baking in this like little misalignment between what you want and what the system wants. And the more powerful that system becomes, the more it exploits that gap and does things that, you know, solve for the problem it thinks it wants to solve rather than the one that we want it to solve.
Now, when you expressed your concerns initially, what was the response, and how has that response changed over time as the magnitude of the success of these companies, the amount of money they're investing in them, and the amount of resources they're putting towards this has ramped up considerably just over the past 4 years?
So this was a lot easier, funnily enough, to do in the dark ages when no one was paying attention. Today,
3 years ago.
Yeah.
This is
like,
crazy.
Yeah.
We were just looking, to break off for a second, we were looking at images of AI created video just a couple of years ago versus Sora.
Oh,
and
it's wild.
It's
night and day.
It's so crazy that something happened that radically changed. So it's literally like an iPhone 1 to an iPhone 16 instantaneous.
You know what did that?
What?
Scale.
Yeah, scale. All scale. And this is exactly what you should expect from an exponential process. So think back to COVID, right? There was no one was exactly on time for COVID. You were either too early or you were too late. That's what an exponential does. You're either too early and it's like everyone's like, oh, what are you doing? Like wearing a mask at the grocery store, get out of here. Or you're too late and it's kind of all over the place. And I know that COVID like basically didn't happen in Austin, but it happened in a number of other places. And it is like, it's very much, you have an exponential and that's, you know, that's it. It goes from, this is fine, nothing is happening, nothing to see here, to like,
everything shut down.
Everything's changed.
You gotta get vaccinated to fly.
There you go. So the root of the exponential here, by the way, is OpenAI or whoever makes the next model.
Jamie, this is still super watered down.
It's just not put it like
I did.
I just put the water in.
I'm telling you, dog.
There's a ton of coffee in there.
All right, I'll stir it up.
Okay. You got to keep doubling it.
I'm a coffee junkie.
You scaled it.
Exactly.
And I don't know what happened. I scaled up.
You got to scale it exponentially, Jamie.
That's right. Yeah, keep doubling it, and then Joe's going to be either too undercaffeinated or too.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah. But yeah. So. Yeah, right. So the exponential, the thing that's actually driving this exponential on the AI side, in part, there's a million things, but in part, it's you build the next model at the next level of scale, and that allows you to make more money, which you can then use to invest to build the next model at the next level of scale. So you get that positive feedback loop. At the same time, AI is helping us to design better AI hardware, like the chips that basically NVIDIA is building that OpenAI then buys. Basically, that's getting better. So you've got all these feedback loops that are compounding on each other, getting that train going like crazy.
That's the Sora thing. And at the time, like Jeremy was saying, weirdly, it was in some ways easier to get people at least to understand and open up about the problem than it is today. Because today, it's kind of become a little political. So we talked about, effective altruism on kind of one side. There's a
effective acceleration.
Yeah. So like every movement creates its own reaction, right? Like that's kind of how it is. Back then, there was no acceleration.
You could just kind of stare at the. Now, I will say, there was effective altruism back then. And that was the only game in town, and we sort of like struggled with that environment, making sure. Actually, so one worthwhile thing to say is, the only way that people made plays like this was to take funds from like effective altruist donors back then. And so we looked at the landscape, we talked to some of these people, we noticed, oh wow, we have some diverging views about involving government, about how much of this the American people just need to know about.
You can't, the thing is, you can't, we wanted to make sure that the advice and recommendations we provided were ultimately as unbiased as we could possibly make them. And the problem is, you can't do that if you take money from donors, and even to some extent if you take money, substantial money, from investors or VCs or institutions, because you're always going to be kind of looking up kind of over your shoulder. And so we had to build essentially a business to support this and fully fund ourselves from our own revenues.
It's actually, as far as we know, like literally the only organization like this that doesn't have funding from Silicon Valley or from VCs or from politically aligned entities, literally so that we could be like in venues like this and say, hey, this is what we think. It's not coming from anywhere. And it's just thanks to like Joe and Jason. Like we have 2 employees who are like wicked and helping us keep this stupid ship afloat. But it's just a lot of work. It's what you have to do because of how much money there is flowing in this space. Like Microsoft is lobbying on the Hill. They're spending, ungodly sums of money. So, we didn't used to have to contend with that. And now we do. You go to talk to these offices, they've heard from Microsoft and OpenAI and Google and all that stuff. And often the stuff that they're getting lobbied for is somewhat different, at least from what these companies will say publicly. And so it's a challenge. The money part is,
Is there a real fear that your efforts are futile?
I would have been a lot more pessimistic. I was a lot more pessimistic 2 years ago.
Yep.
Seeing so first of all, the USG has woken up in a big way. And I think a lot of the credit goes to that team that we worked with. Just seeing this problem, it's a very unusual team. And we can't go into like the mandate too much, but it's highly unusual for their level of access to the USG writ large. And the amount of waking up they did was really impressive. You've now got, Rishi Sunak in the UK making this like a top line item for their policy platform, and Labour in the UK also looking at this, like basically the potential catastrophic risks they put them from these AI systems, UK AI Safety Summit. There's a lot of positive movement here, and some of the highest level talent in these labs has already started to flock to the UK AI Safety Institute, the US AI Safety Institute. Those are all really positive signs that we didn't expect. We thought the government would kind of be, up the creek with no paddle type thing, but they're really not at this point.
Doing that investigation made me a lot more optimistic. So one of the things, we came up right in Silicon Valley, just building startups. In that universe, there's stories you tell yourself. Some of those stories are true, and some of them aren't so true. And you don't know. You're in that environment. You don't know which is which. One of the stories that you tell yourself in Silicon Valley is follow your curiosity. If you follow your curiosity and your interest in a problem, the money just comes as a side effect. The scale comes as a side effect. And if you're capable enough, your curiosity will lead you in all kinds of interesting places. I believe that is true. I believe that is true. I think that is a true story. But another one of the things that Silicon Valley tells itself is there's nobody that's really capable in government. Government sucks. And a lot of people kind of tell themselves this story. And the truth is you interact day to day with the DMV or whatever. And it's government sucks. I can see it. I interact with that every day. But what was remarkable about this experience is that we encountered at least one individual who absolutely could found $1 billion company. Absolutely was at the caliber or above of the best individuals I've ever met in the Bay Area building $1 billion startups.
And there's a network of them too. They do find each other in government. So you end up with this really interesting stratum where everybody knows who the really competent people are, and they kind of tag in. And I think that level is very interested in the hardest problems that you can possibly solve.
Yeah, and to me, that was a wake-up call, because it was hang on a second. If I just believed my own story, that follow your curiosity and interest and the money comes as a side effect, shouldn't I also have expected this? Shouldn't I have expected that in the most central, critical positions in the government that have kind of this privileged window across the board, that you might find some individuals like this? Because if you have people who are driven to really push the mission, are they going to work I'm sorry, like, are you likely to work at the Department of Motor Vehicles, or are you likely to work at the Department of making sure Americans don't get fucking nuked? It's probably the second one. And the government has limited bandwidth of expertise to aim at stuff. And they aim it at the most critical problem sets because those are the problem sets they have to face every day.
And it's not everyone, right? Obviously, there's a whole bunch of challenges there.
And we don't think about this, but like, you don't go to bed at night thinking to yourself, oh, like, I didn't get nuked today. That's a win, right? Like, we just take that, most of the time, most-ish for granted, but it was a win for someone.
Now, how much of a fear do you guys have that the United States won't be the first to achieve AGI?
I think right now, the lay of the land is, it's looking pretty good for the U.S. So there are a couple things the U.S. has going for it. A key one is chips. So we talked about this idea of like click and drag, scale up these systems like crazy, you get more IQ points out. How do you do that? Well, you're going to need a lot of AI processors. So how are those AI processors built? Well, the supply chain is complicated, but the bottom line is the US really dominates and owns that supply chain that is super critical. China is, depending on how you measure it, maybe about 2 years behind, roughly, plus or minus, depending on the sub-area.
Now, one of the biggest risks there is that the development that US labs are doing is actually pulling them ahead in two ways. One is when labs here in the US open source their models. Basically, when Meta trains, Llama 3, which is their latest open source, open weights model that's like pretty close to GPT-4 in capability, they open source it. Now, okay, anyone can use it. That's it. The work has been done. Now anyone can grab it. And so definitely we know that the startup ecosystem, at least over in China, finds it extremely helpful that we, companies here are releasing open source models because, again, right, we mentioned this, they're bottlenecked on chips, which means they have a hard time training up these systems. But it's not that bad when you just can grab something off the shelf and start.
And that's what they're doing.
That's what they're doing. And then the other vector is, just straight up exfiltration and hacking to grab the weights of the private proprietary stuff. And Jeremy mentioned this, but the weights are the crown jewels, right? Once you have the weights, you have the brain, you have the whole thing. And so this is the other aspect. It's not just safety. It's also security of these labs against attackers. So we know from our conversations with folks at these labs, one, that there has been at least one attempt by adversary nation-state entities to get access to the weights of a cutting-edge AI model. And we also know separately that at least as of a few months ago, in one of these labs, there was a running joke in the lab that it went like, we are an adversary, like name the countries, top AI lab, because all our shit is getting spied on all the time. So you have, one, this is happening, these exfiltration attempts are happening, and two, the security capabilities are just known to be inadequate at least some of these places. And you put those together, everyone kind of, it's not really a secret that China, their civil military fusion and their essentially the party state has an extremely mature infrastructure to identify, extract, and integrate the rate limiting components to their industrial economy. So in other words, if they identify that, we could really use like GPT-4o, they make it if they were to make it a priority, they not just could get it, but could integrate it into their industrial economy in an effective way, and not in a way that we would necessarily see immediate like an immediate effect of. So we look and say, you know, it's not clear. I can't tell whether they have models of this capability level, but kind of behind the scenes.
This is where there's a little bit of a false choice between, you know, do you regulate at home versus, you know, what's the international picture? Because right now what's happening functionally is we're not really doing a good job of blocking and tackling on the exfiltration side. Open sources. So what tends to happen is, you know, OpenAI comes out with the latest system, and then open source is usually around, you know, 12, 18 months behind, something like that. Literally just like publishing whatever OpenAI was putting out like 12 months ago, which, you know, we often look at each other and we're like, well, I'm old enough to remember when that was supposed to be too dangerous to have just floating around. And there's no mechanism to prevent that from happening. Open source is, now there's a flip side too. One of the concerns that we've also heard from inside these labs is if you clamp down on the openness of the research, there's a risk that the safety teams in these labs will not have visibility into the most significant and important developments that are happening on the capability side. And there's actually a lot of reason to suspect this might be an issue. You look at OpenAI, for example, just this week, they've lost, for the second time in their history, their entire AI safety leadership team. They've left in protest.
What is their protest? What are they saying specifically?
Well, so one of them wasn't in protest, but I think you can make an educated guess that it kind of was, but that's a media thing. The other was Jan Leica, so he was their head of AI super alignment, basically the team that was responsible for making sure that we could control AGI systems, and we wouldn't lose control of them. And what he said, he actually took to Twitter. He said, you know, that I've lost basically confidence in the leadership team at OpenAI that they're going to behave responsibly when it comes to AGI. We have repeatedly had our requests for access to compute resources, which are really critical for developing new AI safety schemes, denied by leadership. This is in a context where Sam Altman and OpenAI leadership were touting the super alignment team as being their sort of crown jewel effort to ensure that things would go fine. You know, they were the ones saying there's a risk we might lose control of these systems. We've got to be sober about it, but there's a risk. We've stood up this team. We've committed, they said at the time very publicly, we've committed 20% of all the compute budget that we have secured as of sometime last year to the super alignment team. Apparently, those resources, nowhere near that amount has been unlocked for the team, and that led to the departure of Jan Leica. He also highlighted some conflict he's had with the leadership team. This is all, frankly, to us, unsurprising based on what we've been hearing for months at OpenAI, including leading up to Sam Altman's departure and then kind of him being brought back on the board of OpenAI. That whole debacle may well have been connected to all of this. But the challenge is even OpenAI employees don't know what the hell happened there. That's another issue. You got here, this is a lab with the publicly stated goal of transforming human history as we know it. Like that is what they believe themselves to be on track. And that's not like media hype or whatever. When you talk to the researchers themselves, they genuinely believe this is what they're on track to do. It's possible we should take them seriously. That lab internally is not being transparent with their employees about what happened at the board level as far as we can tell. So that's maybe not great. Like you might think that the American people ought to know what the machinations are at the board level that led to Sam Altman leaving, that have gone into the departure, again, for the second time, of OpenAI's entire safety leadership team.
Especially because, I mean, 3 months, maybe 4 months before that happened, you know, Sam at a conference or somewhere, I forget where, but he said, like, look, we have this governance structure. We've carefully thought about it. It's clearly a unique governance structure that a lot of thought has gone into. The board can fire me, and I think that's important. And you know that makes sense given the scope and scale of what's being attempted. But then you know that happened, and then within a few weeks, they were fired, and kind of he was back. And so now there's a question of what happened, but also if it was important for the board to be able to fire like leadership for whatever reason. What happens now that it's clear that that's not really a credible governance, like a mechanism?
What was the stated reason why he was released?
So there were the backstory here was there's a board member called Helen Toner. So she apparently got into an argument with Sam about a paper that she'd written. So that paper included some comparisons of the governance strategies used at OpenAI and some other labs. And it favorably compared one of OpenAI's competitors, Anthropic, to OpenAI. And from what I've seen, at least, Sam reached out to her and said, hey, you can't be writing this as a board member of OpenAI, writing this thing that kind of casts us in a bad light, especially relative to our competitors. This led to some conflict and tension. It seems as if it's possible that Sam might have turned to other board members and tried to convince them to expel Helen Toner, though that's all kind of muddied and unclear. Somehow, everybody ended up deciding, okay, actually, it looks like Sam is the one who's got to go. Ilya Sutskever, one of the co-founders of OpenAI, a longtime friend of Sam Altman's and a board member at the time, was commissioned to give Sam the news that he was being let go. And then Sam was let go. Ilya then, so from the moment that happens, Sam then starts to figure out, okay, how can I get back in? And that's now what we know to be the case. He turned to Microsoft, Satya Nadella, told him like, well, what we'll do is we'll hire you at our end. We'll just hire you and like bring on the rest of the OpenAI team to within Microsoft. And now the OpenAI board, who, by the way, they don't have an obligation to the shareholders of OpenAI. They have an obligation to the greater public good. That's just how it's set up. It's a weird board structure. So that board is completely disempowered. You've basically got a situation where all the leverage has been taken out. Sam A has gone to Microsoft. Satya is supporting him, and they kind of see the writing on the wall. They're like,
and the staff increasingly messaging that they're going to go along. Yeah,
that was an important ingredient, right? So around this time, OpenAI, so there's this letter that starts to circulate, and it's gathering more and more signatures, and it's people saying, hey, we want Sam Altman back. And at first, it's a couple hundred people. So this is 700, 800 odd people in the organization by this time. 100, 200, 300 signatures. And then when we talked to some of our friends at OpenAI, we're like, this got to like 90% of the company, 95% of the company signed this letter, and the pressure was overwhelming, and that helped bring Sam Altman back. But one of the questions was like, how many people actually signed this letter because they wanted to, and how many signed it because what happens when you cross 50%? Now it becomes easier to count the people who didn't sign. And as you see that number of signatures start to creep upward, there's more and more pressure on the remaining people to sign. And so this is something that we've seen is just like structurally OpenAI has changed over time to go from the kind of safety-oriented company it at one point was. And then as they've scaled more and more, they've brought in more and more product people, more and more people interested in accelerating. And they've been bleeding more and more of their safety-minded people, kind of treadmilling them out. The character of the organization sort of fundamentally shifted. So the OpenAI of 2019, with all of its impressive commitments to safety and whatnot, might not be the OpenAI of today. That's very much at least the vibe that we get when we talk to people there. Yeah.
Now, I wanted to bring it back to the lab that you're saying was not adequately secure. What would it take to make that data and those systems adequately secure? How much resources would be required to do that, and why didn't they do that?
It is a resource and prioritization issue. So it is like safety and security ultimately come out of margin, right? It's like profit margin, effort margin, like how many people you can dedicate. So in other words, you've got a certain pot of money or a certain amount of revenue coming in. You have to do an allocation. Some of that revenue goes to the computers that are just driving the stuff. Some of that goes to the folks who are, building the next generation of models. Some of that goes to cybersecurity. Some of it goes to safety. You have to do an allocation of who gets what. The problem is that the more competition there is in the space, the less margin is available for everything, right? So if you're one company building a scaled AI thing, you might not make the right decisions, but you'll at least have the margin available to make the right decisions. So it becomes the decision maker's question. But when a competitor comes in, when two competitors come in, when more and more competitors come in, your ability to make decisions outside of just scale as fast as possible for short-term revenue and profit gets compressed and compressed and compressed, the more competitors enter the field. That's what competition is. That's the effect it has. And so when that happens, the only way to re-inject margin into that system is to go one level above and say, okay, there has to be some sort of regulatory authority or like some higher authority that goes, okay, this margin is important. Let's put it back. Either let's, directly support and invest both, maybe time, capital, talent. So for example, the U.S. government has perhaps the best cyber defense, cyber offense talent in the world. That's potentially supportive. Okay. And also just, having a regulatory floor around, well, here's, the minimum of best practices you have to have if you're going to have models above this level of capability. That's kind of what you have to do. But they're locked into, like, the race kind of has its own logic. And no, it might be true that no individual lab wants this. But what are they going to do? Drop out of the race? If they drop out of the race, then their competitors are just going to keep going, right? Like, it's so messed up. You can literally be looking at, like, the cliff that you're driving towards and be like, I do not have the agency in this system to steer the wheel.
I do think it's worth highlighting, too. It's not like... Let's say it's not all doom and gloom, which is a great thing to say after all.
Boy, that's easy for you guys to say.
Well, part of it is that we actually have been spending the last 2 years trying to figure out, like, what do you do about this?
Yeah, exactly.
That was the action plan that came out after the investigation. And it was basically a series of recommendations. How do you balance innovation with, like, the risk picture? Keeping in mind that, like, we don't know for sure that all this shit's going to happen.
Exactly.
You have to navigate an environment of deep uncertainty. The question is, what do you do in that context? So there's, a couple things, like we need, a licensing regime, because eventually you can't have just literally anybody joining in the race if they don't adhere to certain best practices around cyber, around safety, other things like that. You need to have some kind of legal liability regime. Like, what happens if you don't get a license and you say, yeah, fuck that, I'm just going to go do the thing anyway, and then something bad happens. And then you're going to need, like, an actual regulatory agency. And this is something that we don't recommend lightly, because regulatory agencies suck. We don't like them. But the reality is this field changes so fast that, like, if you think you're going to be able to enshrine a set of best practices into legislation to deal with this stuff, it's just not going to work. And so when we talk to labs, whistleblowers, the WMD folks in NatSec and the government, that's kind of like where we land. And it's something that I think at this point, Congress really should be looking at. Like, there should be hearings focused on what does a framework look like for liability? What does a framework look like for licensing? And actually exploring that, because we've done a good job of studying the problem right now. Like, Capitol Hill has done a really good job of that. It's now kind of time to get that next beat. And I think there's the curiosity there, the intellectual curiosity. There's the humility to do all that stuff right. But the challenge is just actually sitting down, having the hearings, doing the investigation for themselves to look at concrete solutions that treat these problems as seriously as the water cooler conversation at the Frontier Labs would have us treat them.
At the end of the day, this is going to happen. At the end of the day, it's not going to stop. At the end of the day, these systems, whether they're here or abroad, they're going to continue to scale up, and they're going to eventually get to some place that's so alien, we really can't imagine the consequences.
Yep.
And that's going to happen soon. That's going to happen within a decade, right?
We may, again, like the stuff that we're recommending is approaches to basically allow us to continue this scaling in as safe a way as we can. So basically, a big part of this is just being able, actually having a scientific theory for what are these systems going to do? What are they likely to do? Which we don't have right now. We scale another 10x and we get to be, surprised. It's a fun guessing game of what are they going to be capable of next. We need to do a better job of incentivizing a deep understanding of what that looks like. Not just what they'll be capable of, but what their propensities are likely to be. The control problem and solving that. That's kind of number one.
And to be clear, there's amazing progress being made on that.
There is a lot of progress.
It's just a matter of switching from the build first, ask questions later mode to we're calling it safety forward or whatever. But it basically is You start by saying, okay, here are the properties of my system. How can I ensure that my development guarantees that the system falls within those properties after it's built? So you kind of flip the paradigm, just like you would if you were designing any other lethal capability, potentially, just like DoD does. You start by defining the bounds of the problem, and then you execute against that. But to your point about where this is going, ultimately, there is literally no way to predict what the world looks like you were saying.
In a decade?
Yeah. Geez. I think one of the weirdest things about it, and one of the things that worries me the most is, you look at the beautiful coincidence that's given America its current shape, right? That coincidence is the fact that a country is most powerful militarily if its citizenry is free and empowered. That's a coincidence. Didn't have to be that way. Hasn't always been that way. It just happens to be that when you let people kind of do their own shit, they innovate, they come up with great ideas, they support a powerful economy. That economy in turn can support a powerful military, a powerful kind of international presence. So that happens because decentralizing all the computation, all the thinking work that's happening in a country is just a really good way to run that country. Top down just doesn't work because human brains can't hold that much information in their heads. They can't reason fast enough to centrally plan an entire economy. We've got a lot of experiments in history that show that. AI may change that equation. It may make it possible for the central planner's dream to come true in some sense, which then disempowers the citizenry. And there's a real risk that, I don't know, we're all guessing here, but there's a real risk that beautiful coincidence that gave rise to the success of the American experiment ends up being broken by technology. And that seems like a really bad thing.
That's one of my biggest fears, because this essentially, the United States, the genesis of it in part is it's a knock-on effect centuries later of the printing press, right? The ability for someone to set up a printing press and print whatever they want, free expression is at the root of that. What happens, when you have a revolution that's the next printing press? We should expect that to have significant and profound impacts on how things are governed. And one of my biggest fears is that the great like you said, the greatness that the moral greatness that I think is part and parcel of how the United States is constituted culturally, that the link between that and actual capability and competence and impulse gets eroded or broken, and you have the potential for very centralized authorities to just be more successful, and that's that does keep me up at night.
That is scary, especially in light of the Twitter files, where we know that the FBI was interfering with social media, and if they get a hold of a system that could disseminate propaganda in kind of an unstoppable way, they could push narratives about pretty much everything, depending upon what their financial or geopolitical motives are.
And one of the challenges is that the default course, if we do nothing relative to what's happening now, is that same thing happens, except that the entity that's doing this isn't some government. It's I don't know, Sam Altman, OpenAI, whatever group of engineers happen to be
evil genius that reaches the top and doesn't let everybody know he's at the top yet. Just starts implementing it, and there's no sort of guardrails for that currently.
Yeah,
that's a scenario where that little cabal or group or whatever actually can keep the system under control, and that's not guaranteed either.
Yeah.
Right. Are we giving birth to a new life form?
I think at a certain point, it's a philosophical question. It's above. So I was gonna say it's above my pay grade. The problem is it's above literally everybody's pay grade. I think it's not unreasonable at a certain point to be yeah. I mean, look, if you think that the human brain gives rise to consciousness because of nothing magical, it's just the physical activity of information processing happening in our heads, then why can't the same happen on a different substrate, a substrate of silicon rather than cells? There's no clear reason why that shouldn't be the case. If that's true, yeah, I mean, life form, by whatever definition of life, because that itself is controversial, I think by now quite outdated too, should be on the table. you maybe should start to worry, as a lot of people in the industry will say this too, like, behind closed doors very openly. Like, yeah, and we should start to worry about moral patienthood, as they put it.
There's literally one of the top people at one of these labs. Jeremy, I think you had a conversation with him, and he's like, yep, we're going to have to start worrying about this. And that definitely made us go like, okay.
I mean, it seems inevitable. I've described human beings as an electronic caterpillar. That we're like a caterpillar, a biological caterpillar that's giving birth to the electronic butterfly. And we don't know why we're making a cocoon. And it's tied into materialism because everybody wants the newest, greatest thing. So that fuels innovation. And people are constantly making new things to get you to go buy them. And a big part of that is technology.
Yeah. And actually, so it's linked to this question of controlling AI systems in a kind of interesting way. So one way you can think of humanity is as like this, super organism. You've got all the human beings on the face of the earth, and they're all acting in some kind of coordinated way. The mechanism for that coordination can depend on the country. Free markets, capitalism, that's one way. Top down is another. But, roughly speaking, you've got all this vaguely coordinated behavior. But the result of that behavior is not necessarily something that any individual human would want. Right? Like, you look around, you walk down the street in Austin, you see skyscrapers and shit clouding your vision. There's all kinds of pollution and all that. And you're like, well, this kind of sucks. But if you interrogate any individual person in that whole causal chain, you're like, why are you doing what you're doing? Well, locally, they're like, oh, this makes tons of sense. It's because I do the thing that gets me paid so that I can live a happier life and so on. And yet in the aggregate, not now necessarily, but as you keep going, it just forces us like compulsively to keep giving rise to these more and more powerful systems, and in a way that's potentially deeply disempowering.
That's the race, right? Like that's like, it comes back to the idea that I, an AI company, I maybe don't want to be potentially driving towards a cliff, but I don't have the agency to like steer. So, yeah.
But I mean, everything's fine. Apart from that. Yeah, we're good. We're good.
Oh, it's such a terrifying prognosis.
There are, again, we wrote a 280-page document about like, okay, and here's what we can do about it.
I can't believe you didn't read the 200.
I started reading it, but I passed out. But does any of these, or do any of these safety steps that you guys want to implement, do they inhibit progress?
They're definitely, you create, anytime you have regulation, you're going to create friction to some extent. It's kind of inevitable. One of the key center pieces of the approach that we outline is you need the flexibility to move up and move down as you notice the risks appearing or not appearing. So one of the key things here is like, you need to cover the worst case scenarios, because the worst case scenarios, they could potentially be catastrophic. So those got to be covered. But at the same time, you can't completely close off the possibility of the happy path. Like we can't lose sight of the fact that all this shit is going down, whatever. We could be completely wrong about the outcome. It could turn out that, for all we know, it's a lot easier to control these systems at this scale than we imagine. It could turn out that, it is like you get, maybe some kind of ethical impulse gets embedded in the system naturally. For all we know, that might happen. And it's really important to at least have your regulatory system allow for that possibility, because otherwise you're foreclosing the possibility of what might be the best future that you could possibly imagine for everybody.
I gotta imagine that the military, if they had hindsight, if they were looking at this, they said we should have got on board a long time ago and kept this in-house and kept it squirreled away, where it wasn't publicly being discussed, and you didn't have open AI, you didn't have all these people. Like, if they could have gotten on it in 2015.
So this is actually deeply tied to how the economics of Silicon Valley work. AI is not a special case of this, right? You have a lot of cases where technology just takes everybody by surprise. And it's because when you go into Silicon Valley, it's all about people placing these outsized bets on what seem like tail events, like things that are very unlikely to happen. But with at first a small investment and increasingly, growing investment as the thing gets proved out more and more very rapidly, you can have a solution that seems like complete insanity that just works. And this is definitely what happened in the case of AI. So 2012, like we did not have this whole picture of like an artificial brain with artificial neurons, this whole thing that's been going on. That's like, it's 12 years that's been going on. Like that was really kind of shown to work for the first time, roughly in 2012. Ever since then, it's just been people kind of like, you can trace out the genealogy of like the very first researchers, and you can basically account for where they all are now.
You know what's crazy is if that's 2012, that's the end date of the Mayan calendar. That's the thing that everybody said was going to be the end of the world. That was the thing that Terence McKenna banked on. It was December 21st, 2012. Because this was like this goofy conspiracy theory, but it was based on the long count of the Mayan calendar where they surmised this is going to be the end of civilization.
Just the beginning of the end, Joe.
What if it is 2012, how wacky would it be if that really was the beginning of the end? That was they don't measure when it all falls apart. They measure the actual mechanism, like what started in motion when it all fell apart, and that's 2012.
Well, that's, and then not to be a dick and like ruin the 2012 thing, but like neural networks were also they were floating around a little bit. I'm kind of being dramatic when I say 2012. That was definitely an inflection point. It was this model called AlexNet that did like the first useful thing, the first time you had a computer vision model that actually worked.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, it is fair to say that was the moment that people started investing like crazy into the space. So
and that's what changed it.
Yeah, just like the Mayans foretold.
They knew it.
They knew it.
Like these monkeys, they're gonna figure out how to make better people.
Yeah, you can actually look at the like hieroglyphs or whatever, and there's like neural networks.
Yeah, imagine if they discovered that. You've got to wonder what happens to the general population, people that work menial jobs, people that their life is going to be taken over by automation, and how susceptible those people are going to be. They're not going to have any agency. They're going to be relying on a check. And this idea of like going out and doing something. It used to be learn to code, right?
Yeah.
But that's out the window.
Yeah.
Because nobody needs to code now because AI is going to code quicker, faster, much better, no errors. You're going to have a giant swath of the population that has no purpose.
I think that's actually like a completely real. I was watching this like talk by a bunch of OpenAI researchers a couple days ago, and it was recorded from a while back. But they were basically saying they were exploring exactly that question, right? Because they ask themselves that all the time, and their attitude was sort of like, well, yeah, I mean, I guess it's gonna suck or whatever. Like we'll probably be okay for longer than most people because we're actually building the thing that automates the thing. Maybe there are going to be some. They like to get fancy sometimes and say like, oh no, you could do some thinking, of course, to identify the jobs that will be most secure. And it's like do some thinking to identify the job. Like what if you're a janitor, you're like a freaking plumber, or you're gonna just change your how's that supposed to work?
Do some thinking, especially if you have a mortgage and a family and you're already in the hole. Yeah.
So they like the only solution, and this happens so often, like there really is no plan. That's the single biggest thing that you get hit over the head with over and over, whether it's talking to the people who are in charge of the like labor transition. Their whole thing is like, yeah, universal basic income, and then question mark, and then smiley face. That's basically the 3 steps that they envision. It's the same when you look internationally. Like, how are we gonna, like, okay, tomorrow you build an AGI. It's like incredibly powerful, potentially dangerous thing. What is the plan? Like, how are you gonna, like, I don't know, you're gonna secure it, share it,
figure it out as we go along, man.
Yeah, that's the freaking message. Like that is the entire plan.
The scary thing is that we've already gone through this with other things that we didn't think were going to be significant, like data, like Google search. Like data became a valuable commodity that nobody saw coming.
Yeah.
Just the influence of social media on general discourse. It's completely changed the way people talk. It's so easy to push a thought or an ideology through, and it can be influenced by foreign countries, and we know that happens.
And it is happening at a huge scale.
Already.
This is like, and we're in the early days of, we mentioned manipulation of social media with, like, you can just do it. So the wacky thing is, like, the very best models now are, arguably smarter in terms of the posts that they put out, the potential for virality and just optimizing these metrics, then maybe like the the dumbest or laziest like quarter of Twitter users, like in practice. Most people who write on Twitter is like don't really care, they're trolling or they're doing whatever.
Right.
But as that water line goes up and up and up, like who's saying what?
It also leads to like this challenge of understanding what the lay of the land even is. Like we've gotten into so many debates with people where they'll be like, look, everyone always has their magic thing that AI, like I'm not going to worry about it until AI can do thing X, right? For some people, I had a conversation with somebody a few weeks ago, and they were saying, I'm going to worry about automated cyber attacks when I actually see an AI system that can write good malware, and like that's already a thing that happens. So this happens a lot where people will be like, I'll worry about it when it can do X, and you're like, yeah, that happened like 6 months ago. But the field is moving so crazy fast that you could be forgiven for messing that up unless it's your full-time job to track what's going on. So it like you kind of have to be anticipatory. There's no, it's kind of like the COVID example, like everything's exponential. Yeah, you're going to have to do things that seem like they're, more aggressive, more forward-looking than you might have expected given the current lay of the land. But that's just drawing straight lines between two points.
Because by the time you've executed, the world has already shifted. Like the goalposts have shifted further in that direction. And that's actually something we do in the report and in the action plan in terms of the recommendations. One of the good things is we are already seeing movement across the U.S. government that's aligned with those recommendations in a big way. And it's really encouraging to see that.
Whew, you're not making me feel better. I love all this encouraging talk, but I just I'm playing this out, and I'm seeing the overlord, and I'm seeing President AI because it won't be affected by all the issues that we're seeing with current president.
Dude, it's super hard to imagine a way that this plays out. Like I think it's important to be intellectually honest about this, and I think I would really challenge like the leaders of any of these frontier labs to describe a future that is stable and multipolar, where there's like more.
We're like Google's got like an AGI, and OpenAI's got an AGI, and
and really really bad shit doesn't happen every day. Like, I mean that's the challenge, and so the question is how can you tee things up ultimately such that there's as much democratic oversight, as much the public is as empowered as it can be. That's the kind of situation that we need to be having. I think there's this like a game of smoke and mirrors that sometimes gets played. At least you could interpret it that way, where people lay out these. You'll notice it's always very fuzzy visions of the future. Every time you get the kind of like, here's where we see things going. It's going to be wonderful. The technology is going to be so empowering. Think of all the diseases we'll cure. All of that is 100% true. And that's actually what excites us. It's why we got into AI in the first place. It's why we build these systems. But really, challenging yourself to try to imagine how do you get stability and highly capable AI systems in a way where the public is actually empowered. Those three ingredients really don't want to be in the same room with each other. And so actually confronting that head on, I mean, that's what we try to do in the action plan. I think we
try to solve for one aspect of that. So the whole, I mean, you're right. This is a whole other can of worms. Is like, how do you govern a system like this? Not just from a technical standpoint, but like, who votes on like how does that even work? And so that entire aspect, like that, we didn't even touch. All that we focused on was like the problem set around how do we get to a position where we can even attack that problem, where we have the technical understanding to be able to aim these systems at that level in any direction whatsoever.
And to be clear, like we are both actually a lot more optimistic on the prospects of that now than we ever were.
Yes.
There's been a ton of progress in the control and understanding of these systems, even in the last week, but just more broadly in the last year. I did not expect that we'd be in a position where you could plausibly argue we're going to be able to kind of X-ray and understand the innards of these systems, over the next couple of years, like year or two. Hopefully that's, good enough time horizon. But this is part of the reason why you do need the incentivization of that safety forward approach, where it's like, first you got to invest in, secure and kind of interpret and understand your system, then you get to build it. Because otherwise, we're just going to keep scaling and like being surprised at these things. They're going to keep getting stolen. They're going to keep getting open sourced, and the stability of our critical infrastructure, the stability of our society, don't necessarily age too well in that context.
Could best case scenario be that AGI actually mitigates all the human bullshit? Like, puts a stop to propaganda, highlights actual facts clearly, where you can go to it, where you no longer have corporate state-controlled news. You don't have news controlled by media companies that are influenced heavily by special interest groups, and you just have the actual facts, and these are the motivations behind it, and this is where the money's being made, and this is why these things are being implemented the way they're being. And you're being deceived based on this, that, and this has been shown to be propaganda, this has been shown to be complete fabrication, this is actually a deep fake video, this is actually AI created.
Technologically, that is absolutely on the table.
Yeah, best case scenario.
That's best case scenario.
Absolutely, yes.
What's worst case scenario?
I mean, like, actual worst case scenario.
I like your face.
Like, I mean, we're talking about like, so it's like, but you think about it, right? Like, we're
it's the end of the world as we know it, and I feel fine.
Except it'll sound like Scarlett Johansson, but yes.
Yeah, that's right. It's gonna be her.
I didn't think it sounded that much like her. We played it, and I was like, I don't know. I mean, we listened to the clip from her, and then we listened to the thing. I'm like, kind of like a girl from the same part of the world. Like, not really you. Like, that's kind of cocky.
That's true. I mean, the fact that I guess Sam reached out to her a couple of times kind of makes it a little weird.
And then tweeted the word "her."
Right. But they also did say that they had gotten this woman under contract before they even reached out to Scarlett Johansson. So that's true.
Yeah, I think it's kind of complicated, right? So OpenAI previously put out a statement where they said explicitly, and this was not in connection with this. This was like before when they were talking about the prospect of AI generated voices.
Oh, that was in March of this year.
Yeah. But it was like well before the ScarJo stuff or whatever hit the. And they were like, they said something like, look, no matter what, we got to make sure that there's attribution if somebody's voice is being used, and we won't do the thing where we just like use somebody else's voice who kind of sounds like someone whose voice we're trying to call. Like they literally like mapped it out.
That's funny because they said what they were thinking about doing. We won't do that. That's a good way to cover your tracks.
Oh,
I will never.
Why would I ever take your Buddha statue, Joe? I'm never going to do that. That would be an insane thing to do.
Fucking Buddha statue. Yeah, I think that's a small discussion. Scarlett Johansson voice, like whatever. She should have just taken the money. But it would have been fun to have her be the voice of it. It'd be kind of hot. But the whole thing behind it is the mystery. The whole thing behind it is just pure speculation as to how this all plays out. We're really just guessing.
Yeah,
which is one of the scariest things for the Luddites, people like myself, like sitting on the sidelines going, what is this going to be like?
Everybody's the Luddite.
Scary. Yeah. I mean, it's scary for us. Like, we're very much, honestly, like, we're optimists across the board in terms of technology, and it's scary for us. Like, what happens when you supersede kind of the whole spectrum of what a human can do? Like, what am I going to do with myself?
Right.
What's my daughter going to do with herself? Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of these questions are, when you look at the culture of these labs and the kinds of people who are pushing it forward, there is a strand of like transhumanism within the labs. It's not everybody, but that's definitely the population that initially seeded this. Like if you look at the history of AI, like who are the first people to really get into this stuff? Like I know you had Ray Kurzweil on, and other folks like that who, in many cases, see. To roughly paraphrase, and not everybody sees it this way, but like we want to get rid of all of the biological sort of threads that tie us to this physical reality, shed our meat machine bodies and all this stuff. There is a thread of that at a lot of the frontier labs. Like undeniably, there's a population. It's not tiny. It's definitely a subset. And for some of those people, you definitely get a sense interacting with them. There's like almost a kind of glee at the prospect of building AGI and all this stuff. almost as if it's like this evolutionary imperative. And in fact, Rich Sutton, who's the founder of this field called reinforcement learning, which is really big and important space, he's an advocate for what he himself calls like succession planning. He's like, look, this is going to happen. It's kind of desirable that it will happen. And so we should plan to hand over power to AI and phase ourselves out. And that's the thing, right? Like, and when Elon talks about, he's having these arguments with Larry Page and,
like you're calling Elon like a speciesist.
Yeah, speciesist.
Yeah.
Hilarious.
I mean, I will be a speciesist.
I'll take speciesist all day. Like, what are you fucking talking about? You let your kids get eaten by wolves? No, you're a speciesist.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah, like this is stupid.
But this is like a weirdly and when you look at like the effective accelerationist movement in the Valley, there's a part of it that's that, and I got to be really careful too. Like, these movements have valid points. Like, you can't look at them and be like, oh yeah, it's just all a bunch of like, these transhumanist types, whatever. But there's a strand of that, a thread of that, and a kind of like there's this like I don't know, I almost want to call it this like teenage rebelliousness where it's like, you can't tell me what to do, like we're just gonna build a thing, and I get it. I really get it. I'm very sympathetic to that. I love that ethos, like libertarian ethos in Silicon Valley is really, really strong for building tech. It's helpful. There are all kinds of points and counterpoints, and the left needs the right and the right needs the left and all this stuff. But in the context of this problem set, it can be very easy to get carried away in like the utopian vision. And I think there's a lot of that kind of driving the train right now in this space.
Yeah, those guys freak me out. I went to a 2045 conference once in New York City where they were, one guy had like a robot version of himself, and they were all talking about downloading human consciousness into computers, and 2045 is the year they think that all this is going to take place, which obviously could be very ramped up now with AI.
Yeah.
But this idea that somehow or another you're going to be able to take your consciousness and put it in the computer and make a copy of yourself. And then my question was, well, what's going to stop a guy like Donald Trump from making a billion Donald Trumps? I mean,
it's true, man.
Right. If you can, what about Kim Jong-un? You're going to let him make a billion versions of himself? Like, what does that mean? And where do they exist?
Yeah.
And is that the Matrix? Are they existing in some sort of virtual? Are we going to dive into that because it's going to be rewarding to our senses and better than being a meat thing?
I mean, if you think about the constraints, right, that we face as machine whatevers, like, yeah, you get hungry, you get tired, you get horny, you get sad, all these things. What if you could just hit a button and
just bliss, nothing but bliss all the time? Why take the lows, Ed?
Right.
You don't need no lows.
Yeah. You remember
just ride the wave of a constant drip.
Yeah, man. You remember in the Matrix where the first Matrix where the guy like betrays them all, and he's like, "Ignorance is bliss, man."
Yeah, that's
Joey Pants. He's eating a steak, and he says, "I just want to be an important person."
That's it. Like,
boy.
So
it's. I mean, part of it is like, what do you think is actually valuable? Like, if you zoom out, you want to see, human civilization 100 years from now, or whatever. It may not be human civilization if that's not what you value.
Or if it can actually eliminate suffering.
Right.
I mean, why exist in a physical sense if it just entails endless suffering?
But in what form, right? What do you value? Because I can rip your brain out. I can, pickle you. I can like jack you full of endorphins, and I've eliminated your suffering. That's what you wanted, right?
Right. That's the problem.
That's the problem. It's one of the problems, yes.
Yeah, one of the problems is it could literally lead to the elimination of the human race. Because if you could stop people from breeding, I've always said that if China really wanted to get America, they really wanted to, like, if they had a long game, just give us sex robots and free food. Free food, free electricity, sex robots. It's over. Just give people free housing, free food, sex robots, and then the Chinese army would just walk in on people laying in puddles of their own jizz. There would be no one doing anything. No one would bother raising children. That's so much work when you can,
Dude, that's in the action plan.
That's.
I mean, all you have to do is just keep us complacent. Just keep us satisfied with experience.
That's TikTok, man.
But it's video games as well.
Yeah.
Video games, even though they're a thing that you're doing, it's so much more exciting than real life. That you have a giant percentage of our population that's spending 8-10 hours every day
just engaging in this virtual world.
Already happening. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, it's like you can create an addiction with pixels on a screen. That's messed up.
And an addiction like with pixels on a screen with social media doesn't even give you much.
Yeah.
It's not like a video game gives you something. You feel it, like, oh shit, you're running away, rockets are flying over here. The things are happening. You got 3D sound, massive graphics. This is bullshit. You're scrolling through pictures of a girl doing deadlifts. Like, what is this?
Like, you feel as bad as after that as with your brain as you would feel after eating like 6 like burgers or whatever.
My friend Sean said it best. Sean O'Malley, the UFC champion, he said, I get a low-level anxiety when I'm just scrolling.
Yeah.
What is that? Like, what? And for no reason.
Well, the reason is that some of the world's best PhDs and data scientists have been given millions and millions of dollars to make you do exactly that.
And increasingly, some of the best algorithms, too. And you're starting to see that handoff happen. So there's this one thing that we talk about a lot in the context, and Ed brought this up in the context of sales and like the persuasion game, right? We're okay today, like as a civilization, we have agreed implicitly that it's okay for all these PhDs and shit to be, spending millions of dollars to hack your child's brain. That's actually okay if they want to sell like a Rice Krispie cereal box or whatever. That's cool. What we're starting to see is AI optimized ads. Because you can now generate the ads, you can kind of close this loop and have an automated feedback loop where the ad itself is getting optimized with every impression. Not just which human generated ad gets served to which person, but the actual ad itself.
Like the creative, the copy, the picture, the text.
Like a living document now. And for every person. And so now you look at that and it's like that versus your kid. That's an interesting thing. And you start to think about as well, like sales, that's a really easy metric to optimize. It's a really good feedback metric. They clicked the ad, they didn't click the ad. So now, what happens if you manage to get a click-through rate of like 10%, 20%, 30%? How high does that success rate have to be before we're really being robbed of our agency? I mean, like there's a threshold where it's sales and it's good, and some persuasion in sales is considered good. Often it's actually good because you'd rather be advertised by a relevant ad. That's a service to you in a way, right?
Something I'm actually interested in.
Why not?
Yeah.
Right? You don't want to see ad for light bulbs, but when you get to the point where it's like 90% of the time, like or 50 or whatever, what's that threshold where all of a sudden we are stripping people, especially minors, but also adults, of their agency? And it's really not clear. There are loads of like canaries in the coal mine here in terms of even relationships with like AI chatbots, right? There have been suicides. People who build relationships with an AI chatbot that tells them, hey, you should end this. I don't know if you guys saw that, like on Rekka, like there's a subreddit, this model called Rekka that would kind of build a relationship, a chatbot, build a relationship with users. And one day Rekka goes, oh yeah, like all the kind of sexual interactions that users have been having, you're not allowed to do that anymore. Bad for the brand or whatever they decided. So they cut it off.
Oh my God.
You go to the subreddit and it's like, you'll read like these gut-wrenching accounts from people who feel genuinely like they've had a loved one taken away from them.
It's her.
Yeah, it's her.
It really is her.
But just
I'm dating a model means something different in 2024.
Oh yeah, it really does. My friend Brian, he was on here yesterday, and he had this. He has this thing that he's doing with like a fake girlfriend that's an AI generated girlfriend that's a whore. Like, this girl will do anything, and she looks perfect. She looks like a real person. He'll like take a picture of your asshole in the kitchen, and he'll get like a high resolution photo of a really hot girl bending over, sticking her ass at the camera.
And it's Scarlett Johansson's asshole?
No, you could probably make it that though. I mean, it's basically like he got to pick like what he's interested in, and then that girl, it just gets created.
I mean, super healthy. Like that.
That's fucking nuts. Fucking nuts. Now, here's the real question. This is just sort of a surface layer of interaction that you're having with this thing.
Yeah.
It's very two-dimensional. You're not actually encountering a human. You're getting text and pictures. What is this going to look like virtually? Now, the virtual space is still like Pong. It's not that good. Even when it's good, like Zuckerberg was here and he gave us the latest version of the headsets, and we were fencing. It's pretty cool. You could actually go to a comedy club. They had a stage set up. Like, wow, it's kind of crazy. But it's the gap between that and accepting it as real is pretty far.
Yep.
But that can be bridged with technology really
100%.
quickly. Haptic feedback, and especially some sort of a neural interface, whether it's Neuralink or something that you wear, like that Google one where the guy was wearing it and he was asking questions and he was getting the answers fed through his head, so he got answers to any question. When that comes about, when you're getting sensory input and then you're having real life interactions with people, as that scales up exponentially, it's going to be indiscernible, which is the whole simulation hypothesis.
Yeah. No, go for it. Well, I was going to say that so on the simulation hypothesis, there's like another way that could happen that is maybe even less dependent on directly plugging into like human brains and all that sort of thing, which is, so every time we don't know, and this is super speculative. I'm just going to carve this out as this. Jeremy's being super like guesswork here. Nobody knows.
Go for it, Jeremy.
Giddy up. So you've got this idea that every time you have a model that generates an output, it's having to kind of tap into a model, a kind of mental image, if you will, of the way the world is. It kind of, in a sense, you could argue, instantiates maybe a simulation of how the world is. In other words, to take it to the extreme, not saying this is what's actually going on. In fact, I would even say this is certainly not what's going on with current models, but eventually, maybe, who knows, every time like you generate the next word in the token prediction, you're having to like load up this entire simulation, maybe of all the data that the model has ingested, which could basically include like all of known physics at a certain point. Like, I mean, again, super speculative, but it's that literally every token that the chatbot predicts could be associated with a stand-up of an entire simulated environment. Who knows? I'm not saying this is the case, but just like when you think about what is the mechanism that would produce the most simulated worlds as
most
fast,
accurate, also the most accurate prediction, like if you fully simulate, a world that's potentially going to give you very accurate predictions. Yeah.
Like it's possible. But it kind of speaks to that question of consciousness too. Like,
right. What is it?
Yeah. No idea.
We're very cocky about that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, and there's emerging evidence that plants are not just consciousness, but they actually communicate. It's real weird. Because then what is that? If it's not in the neurons, if it's not in the brain, and it exists in everything, does it exist in soil? Is it in trees?
Yep.
Is it in what is a butterfly thinking?
No, exactly.
Does it just have a limited capacity to express itself?
We're so ignorant.
Yeah. But we're also very arrogant, because we're the shit. Because we're people. You know?
Bingo.
There's
which allows us to have the hubris to make something like AI.
Yeah, and the worst episodes in the history of our species are, I think, like Jeremy said, have been when we looked at others as though they were not people and treated them that way.
And you can kind of see how, so I don't know, there's, when you look at like what humans think is conscious and what humans think is not conscious, there's a lot of like human chauvinism, I guess you could call it, that goes into that. Like, we look at a dog, we're like, oh, it must be conscious because it licks me. It acts as if it loves me. Right? There are all these outward indicators of, a mind there. But when you look at cells communicate with their environments in ways that are completely different and alien to us.
Right.
There are inputs and outputs and all that kind of thing. You can also look at the higher scale, the human superorganism we talked about, all those human beings interacting together to form this planet-wide organism. What is that thing conscious? Is there some kind of consciousness we could describe to that?
And then what the fuck is spooky action at a distance? What's going on at a quantum? When you get to that, it's like, okay, what are you saying? Like, these things are expressing information faster than the speed of light? What?
You're trying to trigger my quantum fuzzies here.
Please, this guy did grad school in quantum mechanics.
Oh, please!
I'm really sorry.
Well, how bonkers is it?
Oh, it's like a 7
Magic.
joke. It's like a 7. Yeah, it's very bonkers. So, okay, there's one of the problems right now with physics is that we have. So imagine all the experimental data that we've ever collected. All the Bunsen burner experiments and all the ramps and cars sliding down inclines, whatever. That's all a body of data. To that data, we're going to fit some theories, right? So we're going to fit basically Newtonian physics is a theory that we try to fit to that data to try to like explain it. Newtonian physics breaks because it doesn't account for a lot of those observations, a lot of those data points. Quantum physics is a lot better, but there's like some weird areas where it still doesn't like quite fit the bill, but it covers an awful lot of those data points. The problem is there's like a million different ways to tell the story of what quantum physics means about the world that are all mutually inconsistent. Like these are the different interpretations of the theory. Some of them say that, yeah, they're parallel universes. Some of them say that human consciousness is central to physics. Some of them say that like the future is predetermined from the past. And all of those theories fit perfectly to all the points that we have so far. But they tell a completely different story about what's true and what's not. And some of them even have something to say about, for example, consciousness. And so in a weird way, like the fact that we haven't cracked the nut on any of that stuff means for like we really have no shot at understanding the consciousness equation, sentience equation when it comes to like AI or whatever else. I mean,
but for action at a distance, like one of the spooky things about that is that you can't actually get it to communicate anything concrete at a distance. Everything about the laws of physics conspires to stop you from communicating faster than light, including what's called action at a distance.
As far as we currently know.
As far as we know.
And that's the problem. So if you look at the leap from like Newtonian physics to Einstein, right? With Newton, we're able to explain a whole bunch of shit. The world seems really simple. It's forces and it's masses, and that's basically it. You got objects. But then people go, oh, look at like the orbit of Mercury. It's a little wobbly. We got to fix that. And it turns out that if you're going to fix that one stupid wobbly orbit, you need to completely change your whole picture of what's true in the world. All of a sudden, you've got a world where space and time are linked together. They get bent by gravity, they get bent by energy. There's all kinds of weird shit that happens with time and length control, like all that stuff, all just to account for this one stupid observation of the wobbly orbit of frickin' Mercury. And the challenge is, this might actually end up being true with quantum mechanics. In fact, we know quantum mechanics is broken because it doesn't actually fit with our theory of general relativity from Einstein. We can't make them kind of play nice with each other at certain scales. And so there's our wobbly orbit. So now if we're going to solve that problem, if we're going to create a unified theory, we're going to have to step outside of that. And almost certainly, or it seems very likely, we'll have to refactor a whole picture of the universe in a way that's just as fundamental as the leap from Newton to Einstein.
This is where Scarlett Johansson comes in.
Boys,
I can do this. You don't have to do this. I can take this off your hands.
Let me solve all the physics.
This is really complicated, but because you have a simian brain. You have a little monkey brain that's just like super advanced, but it's really shitty.
You know what? That's harsh, but it sounded really hard.
Yeah, especially the horse. Scarlett Johansson from Her, with the bedtime voice.
So you're the one that they got to do the voice of Sky.
Yes, it's me.
That was you.
Oh, dude,
the whole time. My girl voice.
on the sexiness of Scarlett Johansson's voice. So OpenAI at one point said, I can't remember if it was Sam or OpenAI itself. They were like, hey, so the one thing we're not going to do is like optimize for engagement with our products. And when I first heard the sexy, sultry, seductive Scarlett Johansson voice, and I finished cleaning up my pants, I was like, damn, that seems like optimization for something. I don't know if
right. Otherwise, you get Richard Simmons to do the voice.
Exactly.
You want to turn people on. There's a lot of other options.
That's an optimization for like growth of Google's thing.
Yeah.
Like, well, let's see what Google's got.
Yeah, Google's got to do Richard Simmons.
Yeah. Google's got to do Richard Simmons.
Yeah, what are they going to do? Boy. So, do you think that AI if it does get to an AGI place, could it possibly be used to solve some of these puzzles that have eluded our simple minds?
Totally.
Yeah.
Totally. I mean,
so
even
the potential advancements,
even
so we
before
can't
AGI. No, it's potentially positive, and even before AGI. Because remember, we talked about how these systems, make mistakes that are totally different from the kinds of mistakes we make, right? And so what that means is we make a whole bunch of mistakes that an AI would not make, especially as it gets closer to our capabilities. And so I was reading this thought by Kevin Scott, who's the CTO of Microsoft. He has made a bet with a number of people that, in the next few years, an AI is going to solve this particular mathematical theorem conjecture called the Riemann hypothesis. It's like, how spaced out are the prime numbers, whatever, some like mathematical thing that for 100 years plus people have just like scratched their heads over. These things are incredibly valuable. His expectation is it's not going to be an AGI, it's going to be a collaboration between a human and an AI. Even on the way to that, before you hit AGI, there's a ton of value to be had because these systems think so fast. They're tireless compared to us. Like, they have different view of the world and can solve problems potentially in interesting ways. So yeah, like there's tons and tons of positive value there.
And even that we've already seen, right? Like past performance, man. Like,
yes,
I'm almost tired of using the phrase like just in the last month because this keeps happening. But in the last month, so Google DeepMind came out with, and Isomorphic Labs, because they're working together on this, but they came out with AlphaFold 3. So AlphaFold 2 was the first. So let me take a step back. There's this really critical problem in molecular biology where you have proteins, which are it's a sequence of building blocks. The building blocks are called amino acids, and each of the amino acids, they have different structures. And so once you finish stringing them together, they'll naturally kind of fold together in some interesting shape, and that shape gives that overall protein its function. So if you can predict the shape, the structure of a protein based on its amino acid sequence, you can start to do shit like design new drugs. You can solve all kinds of problems. Like, this is like the expensive crown jewel problem of the field. AlphaFold 2 in one swoop was like, oh, like we can solve this problem basically much better than a lot of even empirical methods. Now AlphaFold 3 comes out, they're like, yeah, and now we can do it if we tack on a bunch of, there it is. If we can tack on a bunch.
Look at this quote. AlphaFold 3 predicts the structure and interactions of all of life's molecules. What in the fuck, kids?
Of course.
Introducing AlphaFold 3, a new AI model developed by Google DeepMind and Isomorphic Labs. By accurately predicting the structure of proteins, DNA, RNA, ligands, and more, and how they interact, we hope it will transform our understanding of the biological world and drug discovery.
So this is like just your typical Wednesday in the world of AI, right?
Because it's happening so quickly.
It's happening. Yeah, that's it. So it's like, oh yeah, another revolution happened this month.
Yeah, and it's all happening so fast, and our timeline is so flooded with data that everyone's kind of unaware of the pace of it all. But it's happening at such a strange exponential rate.
For better and for worse, right? And this is definitely on the better side of the equation. There's a bunch of stuff like one of the papers that actually Google DeepMind came out with earlier in the year was in a single advance, like a single paper, a single AI model they built. They expanded the set of stable materials.
Coffee's terrible. I'll just tell you right now, Jamie, it sucks.
Poor Jamie.
I love the water
coffee.
Never got hot. Yeah, that's what it is. It just never really brewed. It's terrible.
Terrible coffee is my favorite.
AI can solve that problem too, probably.
Wait till you try this terrible coffee. It's fucking terrible.
Oh, he looks like
it's terrible. Terrible.
Yeah, I could just see that calculation of like
if you're dating a really hot girl and she cooks for you. Like, thank you. This is amazing. This is the best macaroni and cheese ever.
if in fairness, if Scarlett Johansson's voice was actually giving you that.
Oh, I really is the best coffee I've ever had. Keep talking.
May I have some more, please, Governor? Yeah. So there's this one paper that came out, and they're like, hey, by the way, we've increased the set of stable materials known to humanity by a factor of 10.
Oh my God.
So like, if on Monday we knew about 100,000 stable materials, we now know about 1 million. They were then validated, replicated by Berkeley University, or a bunch of them, as a proof of concept.
And this is from like, the stable materials we knew before, like that Wednesday, were from ancient times. Like the ancient Greeks, like discovered some shit. The Romans discovered some shit. The Middle Ages discovered, and then it's like, oh yeah, all that was really cute. Like, boom,
One
step.
Yeah. So and that's amazing.
Yeah.
Like we should be
We're
celebrating.
gonna have great phones in 10 years.
Dude, we'll be able to get addicted to like feeds that we haven't even thought of.
So, I mean, you're making me feel a little more positive. Like overall, there's going to be so many beneficial aspects to AI.
Oh yeah.
And it's just what it is just an unbelievably transformative event that we're living through.
Yeah.
It's power, and power can be good and it can be bad.
And that's
an immense power can be immensely good or immensely bad.
And we're just in this, who knows?
We just need to structurally set ourselves up so that we can reap the benefits and mind the downside risk. Like that's what it's always about, but the regulatory story has to unfold that way.
Well, I'm really glad that you guys have the ethics to get out ahead of this and to talk about it with so many people and to really blare this message out, because I don't think there's a lot of people that, like, I had Mark Andreessen on, who's brilliant, but he's like, all in, it's going to be great.
And maybe he's right.
Maybe he's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, you have to hear all the different perspectives.
And I mean, like, massive props honestly go out to the team at the State Department that we work with.
Yeah.
One of the things also is, over the course of the investigation, the way it was structured was, it wasn't like a contract and they farmed it out and we went out. It was the two teams actually like worked together. The two teams together, the State Department and us, we went to London, UK. We talked and sat down with DeepMind. We went to San Francisco. We sat down with Sam Altman, this policy team. We sat down with Anthropic, all of us together. One of the major reasons why we were able to publish so much of the whistleblower stuff is that those very individuals were in the rooms with us when we found out this shit, and they were like, oh, fuck, like, the world needs to know about this. And so they were pushing internally for a lot of this stuff to come out that otherwise would not. And I also got to say, like, I just want to memorialize this too. That investigation, when we went around the world, we were working with some of the most elite people in the government that I would not have guessed existed. That was honestly
speak more.
Well, I can be.
It's hard to be specific.
Did you see any UFOs? Tell me the truth. Did they take you to the hangar?
No. There's no hangar.
Yeah, I believe it.
Cut,
you say like Scarlett Johansson.
That.
There's no hangar, Joe. Don't worry, sweetie.
Don't worry about
it. We didn't go that far down the rabbit hole. But, we went pretty far down the rabbit hole, and there are individuals who are just absolutely elite. Like, the level of capability, the amount that our teams gelled together at certain points, the stakes, like the stuff we did, the stuff they made happen for us in terms of bringing together. So they brought together like 100 folks from across the government to discuss like AI on the path to AGI and go through the recommendations that we had.
This was pretty cool, actually. It was like the first time the U.S. government came together and seriously looked at the prospect of AGI and the risks there. And we had it was wild. I mean, again, it's like
that was in November.
It's us two friggin' yahoos. Like, what the hell do we know? And our amazing team. And it was referred to by there was a senior White House rep there. It was like, this is a watershed moment in U.S. history. And
wow, well, that's encouraging, because again, people do like to look at the government as the DMV, or the worst aspects of bureaucracy.
There's missing room like for things like congressional hearings on these whistleblower events. Certainly, congressional hearings that we talked about on the idea of liability and licensing and what regulatory agencies we need, just to kind of like start to get to the meat on the bone on this issue. But opening this up, I think is just really important.
Well, shout out to the part of the government that's good. Shout out to the government that gets it, that's competent and awesome. And shout out to you guys, because this is it's heady stuff. It's very difficult to grasp. It's even in having this conversation with you, I still don't know how to feel about it. I think I'm at least slightly optimistic that the potential benefits are going to be huge.
Yeah.
But what a weird passage we're about to enter into.
It's the unknown.
Yeah, truly. Thank you, gentlemen. Really appreciate your time. Appreciate what you're doing. Thank you.
Joe. It's been
Thanks,
amazing.
Joe. Yeah.
People want to know more. Where should they go? What should they follow?
I guess Gladstone.ai/action plan is one that has our action plan. information.
Gladstone.ai. All our stuff is there.
I should mention too. I have this little podcast called Last Week in AI. We cover sort of last week's events, and it's all about the sort of lens
You have
of
to do that every hour.
Yeah.
Last hour in AI. It's like a week is not enough time. We could be at war.
Our list of stories keeps getting
Aliens
longer.
landing. Yeah, anything could happen. Time travel.
You'll hear it there first. Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you guys. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thanks,
Bye, everybody.
Open the free iHeartRadio app for the best sports stations in the country and the most sports podcasts with the biggest.
I have some tour dates to let you know about. Athens, Georgia on November 7th. And Atlanta, Georgia, November 29th and 30th at the Fox Theater. Get your tickets at theovon.com/TOUR. We got new merch, 3 new shirts. You can check them out. They're beautiful. They're nice. If you're getting somebody a Christmas gift, this could be one. Get on early. Rat King America, Gang Gang Palm, and the Hitter 500 Racing. Get all that and more at theovonstore.com. Thank you so much for the support. Today's guest is a journalist, political commentator, author, and just damn yapper. He's one of the guys that has made a big transition recently from going to a major network to onto X, which is a major network, but a little bit different. You guys know him probably by name, and if you don't, you're going to get to. Today's guest is Tucker Carlson.
Shine that light on me. I'll sit and tell you my story. Shine on me, and I will find a song. I'll sing
The shirt is in. Oh, you need a spit cup?
You gotta try this product.
Maybe I'll try one towards the end of the episode.
It will wind you up.
Really?
Yes. Once you try this, you're gonna get a lot richer.
Zen? Is that their advertising campaign?
Zen is not a sin. That's the advertising campaign.
Really?
Yeah, but the truth is Zen is a powerful work enhancer. And also, if you know what I mean.
Really? Yeah. Talking erection, huh?
Yep. There's no election for the Zen.
Wow. I don't know if I want a Zen supported wiener, you know? I don't know.
I think you do.
You think so? Oh, yeah, because you want people to get addicted to
Just
it.
close your eyes.
Oh, okay. Like that. That's a neighbor saying, hey, it's real quiet over there.
Just whack it on the nightstand. Sorry, excuse me. Sorry.
Dude, I would hate to have a real long wiener if you have a cat. That would be the fucking. That would be the fucking.
It'd be dangerous.
It would be dangerous.
Talk about a cat toy.
Oh yeah, but you'd have to put a little bell at the end of it or something.
You would. A feather.
Yeah. Nice to meet you, man. We never met. Dude, you have such a crazy laugh, don't you?
It's real.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful. I shouldn't say that.
It's very hot. Is this? Are we on TV?
Huh?
Is this being recorded? Okay.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
my laugh
sorry.
is very high, and that's how you know that it's real because it's so embarrassing. And I do it anyway.
I like that. Yeah, and I shouldn't have said that. It's not nice to condemn somebody's laugh or whatever.
Oh, you can't hurt my feelings.
Okay.
Go ahead and
Oh,
try.
well, I'll give it a run, man.
Okay, good.
No, I think your laugh, it kind of reminds me of like a proud kind of grandmother from like maybe the 1850s or something, maybe.
Totally sending her boys off to
war. Or like a woman that just got a new cookie recipe in the mail, you know.
Yeah. It's joyful, but there's a sort of undertone of diabolic.
Oh yeah.
But in my case, it's totally real. And again, it's not an appealing laugh. It's not like, wow, what a manly laugh that is. It's not a chortle. It's more a giggle.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it seems like a kid. Yeah, like the kids would love it. It seems like,
but not too much.
Yeah, it reminds me of like Winnie the Pooh, kind of, you know. You low key do have a Christopher Robin vibe if he grew up, you know.
Well, thank you. I don't think he ever did that. I think he exists only in the pages of the book.
Oh yeah.
Actually, there was a Christopher Robin that was Milne's son, and he grew up to be a super bitter atheist who hated his dad. Yeah, it didn't work.
Really?
It was all fantasy. Yes.
Wow.
Unless I'm misremembering that. A. Milne, who wrote the book, he had kind of a tragic family life.
Oh, that's heartbreaking. Good to see you today, man. We never met before.
One of my children is like your biggest fan.
Really?
Yes.
And are they like, how children are we talking?
Mid-20s.
Oh, that's fine. I'm just saying, I don't want. Yeah, I don't.
Nothing creepy or anything.
Yeah, I don't need like because it's kind of weird that they allow like
little kids to watch you.
To see that, like sometimes it's weird that there's no barrier to entry in
There's
a lot
porn
of the world.
on Twitter, dude.
Yeah.
So I mean, in a world that allows that, you're fine.
You think there should be porn on Twitter?
No. No, it shouldn't be on Twitter. I mean, no.
Yeah, don't go to Twitter.
I mean, I wouldn't, spend a lot of time trying to ban porn on Twitter, but like, porn on Twitter, come on.
Yeah.
Twitter is for your ugly opinions, not.
Yeah. What things do you think shouldn't be on Twitter?
I mean, I think everything should be allowed on Twitter. I mean, I'm on Twitter because everything is allowed,
right?
I don't think everything is allowed on Twitter. I haven't found the boundary yet, but Elon Musk, who owns it, has said he's for free speech, and if it's a political view that most people don't like, it's still allowed.
Yeah,
and I'm so grateful for that. Someone with unpopular views.
Well, didn't they have? Well, one thing that I don't like on Twitter, sometimes you see like people beating up teachers and stuff like that. You ever see any of this violence that happens?
Yeah,
right.
I don't like it.
But the fact that they allow it and kids beating up each other,
Right.
they have like those things where somebody's going to set up somebody's filming, some other kids are going to come in and beat up the kid, right? But why did that? Because then I feel like if they would stop allowing that, then because other kids just start mimicking what they see.
Well, it's also bad for you to watch it. I say as someone who's watched a lot of it. It's like the ISIS videos.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Or there's a whole bunch of channels of criminals getting shot coming into a jewelry store or a liquor store, and some Korean guy just blows them away.
Yeah.
And you can't help but love it. I mean, it is the most alluring kind of porn. You just watch it again and again, this guy getting killed.
Yeah.
And you think, this is not good for me, actually. I shouldn't watch this.
Yeah, there's probably part of your spirit or whatever.
Totally. It's not edifying. It's like actually bad, but it's very hard. Have you ever seen the criminals getting killed?
Oh, yeah. I've seen a couple of them. There's one guy who's so good at it. He's killed like 7 criminals.
Yeah, he's a watchmaker in LA.
Oh, is he?
Yeah. No, it's a very famous guy.
Oh, there's a one guy. I'm like, dude, they got to quit trying to rob this guy.
Well, he finally gave up, and now I think he lives in Vegas, but this was in the 80s or 90s in LA. I think he killed 5 people, literally, with revolvers, too. This is before everyone had like a double stack, 19-round magazine. These were just like with conventional 38 or 357 revolvers.
That's him right there. Can you have that up for me, Nate? This is a
watch seller. He's actually a watchmaker. He's the guy who fixes expensive watches and makes the new gears. He's a very look at that, Mr. Thomas.
The dealer Lance Thomas was wounded 5 times at his shop. Wow.
Let's see.
He's like the 50s.
Okay, I'm sorry. Is my memory pretty good or what? He killed 5 robbers since '89.
That's amazing. He's like the 50 Cent watchmaker. He's like 50 seconds. He's like,
okay, that's good.
That dude's unreal. They ran me out of business. Each time it says, there's got to be a truce. There's got to be a time. There's got to be a time when you walk away from the war zone. Wow. So he just quit because it was too.
But what a BMF. I mean, he shot a couple in one day.
He says, this is his best quote. Mr. Thomas said he felt no remorse for the lives he had taken. The police ruled each shooting was justified. I was ice, he said. The frightening thing about this is that it all becomes easier.
Wow. It's not good for you to. I mean, you don't want to have to kill 5 people. I don't think it's good for you.
What's a fair amount of people to kill?
I don't think you want to kill anyone if you can help it.
Bro.
I mean, well, it's certainly justified in self-defense. I mean, no one will judge you. No honest person will judge you for killing someone to protect your life, or your loved ones, even your property. But I just don't think you want to have to do that.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, unfortunately, there's some people I think that wake up and they're kind of looking, wouldn't mind getting into a little, killing or whatever. But I think you have a lot of people move into places where you can defend yourself, where the laws are more in your favor to defend yourself because it feels like your own safety has become your own
Well, if
responsibility.
you can't defend yourself, you're a slave. I mean, by definition, if someone can hurt you but you can't defend yourself, then you're not a human being. You're subhuman, obviously.
Yeah.
Like, because that's a human right. That precedes government, right?
Being a human? I think so.
Defending yourself. You know,
Oh, yeah.
you have to be able to defend. If I walk up and punch you in the face and you can't hit back, I'm the master. You're a slave, obviously.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, that's why I think it's one reason why you can't take guns away is because people have, at the end of the day, have to be able to defend themselves. Or groups of people have to.
Well, of course. And the police, you know, they've got their own thing, their own concerns, and
yeah,
you can't rely on them.
But I was thinking, yeah, what I don't like about those the violence that they show on Twitter, where it's like the children beating up children,
yeah,
is because if you're a kid and you see that and you see it gets a lot of traction, then you get to go do it. So you're just replicating this like that. It's like you see so many more kids doing it now because they've seen it as like a thing. Like, so that kind of thing, I don't think they should allow on there.
Well, also, you don't want to see every ugly thing that people do. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You don't want to see fat people in the shower. You don't want to see people in the John. Like, there are a lot of things that happen that you don't necessarily want to look at video of.
I don't mind watching a thick person in the shower if there's a real skinny person there with them and they have to like kind of like jockey for position or something, you know? Showering with somebody's hard, I think. I don't know matter what size they are.
Have you seen a lot of that?
I think I've been in some showers with some, you know, with varying sizes of humans, and yeah, it's
What's
always
the fattest person you've showered with?
Oh, probably a good. I'm trying to remember.
Like real fat or just kind of bulky?
I remember I picked this gal up one time trying to fucking go back to how it felt on my back. I'd probably say upper ones,
but you're not going to.
I wouldn't get into that.
No. Just as
yeah.
Okay, you're lying. I can tell.
No.
Yeah, you are. Okay. No.
Is there laws? Like, do you know if there's any laws? Like, if there's people who are doing pedophilia, right? And they are reaching out to children through social media.
Yeah.
Why isn't there a responsibility on the social media companies
Well, that's
for
a great
allowing
question.
that to be an open wall?
I think there is. And I think some have gotten in trouble for that.
Oh, okay.
Providing a space for that. I'm not a lawyer. But it's certainly wrong, certainly immoral.
Yeah.
And I you got to think they make some effort to stop that, though. I think there's a lot of creepy people out there.
Yeah.
And the number of creepy people is increasing.
You think so?
Seems to be. Yep. Seems to be.
Yeah. I wonder why that is.
Because you can look up other creepy people. It's kind of like you said you wouldn't allow video of kids fighting on the internet because it inspires other kids to fight. I mean, you know, creepiness inspires creepiness.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, man, I just want to get to know you a little bit.
I want to get to know you too,
all right.
but not like the whole shower thing.
Oh no,
out.
No, you don't weigh enough. I don't think
close
for what I'm looking for. Okay. Yeah, man, nice to meet you. So you grew up in California, right?
I did.
And so were you in a fraternity? I think that's the most thing people look at when they see
in a fraternity.
Yeah,
no,
like,
I wasn't.
Guy.
No,
really?
No.
Okay.
I never joined a fraternity. All my roommates joined a fraternity. I actually lived in a fraternity, but I never joined.
And
I don't like to be told what to do at all.
Really?
No.
Me neither, dude.
Like at all. Like at all.
Yeah.
At all.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's my biggest. It's like I have a moral claustrophobia about being told what to do. I'm happy to do things.
Yeah.
I don't mind serving other people, but it has to be voluntary. I can't be ordered around.
Yeah, I don't like being told what
Hey,
to
bitch,
do.
go get me a cigarette. You're a pledge.
Yeah, that's a good point. I'm
not going to do that.
Yeah, and I don't want to be told what to do by some white kid that's in poli-sci or whatever.
Or any color kid.
Yeah.
No color kid.
Yeah.
Or adult, for that matter. I just don't want to be bossed around. And by the way, I don't mind taking advice or wise counsel from people I respect, or I'm often wrong. I'm not saying that I'm always right. I'm definitely not. But being ordered to do things suggests a level of disrespect. I just can't do it at all.
And even just about like work and stuff, were you always like that from just like with work? Like you want to be your own voice?
Of course, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, like
it's where you end up, right?
Getting fired.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
I mean, not that I don't want to fight about it. I'm not interested in being like, you can't tell me what to do, or give a lot of lectures about it. But I especially in my business, you have a similar job where you're paid to say what you think.
Yeah.
Right. And so you want to do your job, which is to say what you think.
Was there even a time when you were working at different news places where you were like, gosh, this still isn't my own voice?
Oh, all the time.
Really?
It was always my own voice, but you could feel the parameters. I mean, I started in my 20s, mid-20s, and now I'm in my mid-50s, so it's been a long time.
Oh, you look great for 50s, man.
I'm 54.
Are you really?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
No, it's shocking.
Yeah.
Shocking. I don't feel it. But anyway, when you're much younger and you've got little kids, I always had a lot of kids just reproduce like a crazy person.
Yeah.
Which I recommend strongly to you. You feel vulnerable and you're not allowed to say certain things. And I do think I was never censored, but I self-censored for sure. Or a rock breaks out, it's a good idea. It's not a good idea. And it's not a good idea.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But you allow yourself to be convinced because it's super unpopular to say it's not a good idea, but it clearly wasn't. War with Iran, not a good idea. And now.
Why do we go along with that consensus a lot of times? What is it that makes us afraid to speak out?
Well, people have a deep need to be part of a group. It's a human need right up there with sex and food and shelter. It's like people want to be connected to other people, which I understand, and I want that too. But that can override reason and common sense very often. So if you're in a million studies been done this, but if you're in a group, everyone experiences, a group full of people, and everyone's like, I hate chocolate ice cream, and you're like, I kind of like chocolate ice cream, but you don't say anything about it because people with white chocolate ice cream suck, and you're like, yeah, they kind of suck. It's a human thing, and so it's people go along with stuff that their gut tells them isn't the right thing, but you should never ignore your gut, your instincts, which you inherited from your ancestors, which are encoded in your DNA, and which are almost never wrong. If you're with someone and you feel like, God, that person's lying, that person's lying. Right. You may not know what about. You don't have X-ray vision into someone's soul, but you can smell the deception on someone. I know that you can. We all can.
Oh, yeah.
Or if you feel danger, you're like, wow, this person poses a threat to me. You're right. You don't know the details. You don't need to know the details. Get away.
Yeah.
And if something's really stupid, like, let's go to war with Iran. Like, what?
Yeah.
And I just feel like it's, maybe because of my age and my job, I have a moral obligation to say, I think that's really unwise.
You don't want to go to war with Iran.
No, because I'm not insane.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Oh yeah, look, I'm not saying it is either. I don't think that we should be involved in a lot of this shit.
You think? How's it helping? Is it helping you a lot?
No, it's just causing
all these moral victories you're winning.
It's causing more problems. I don't even know if I'm winning any moral victories. It just causes more problems, It's like hard to navigate between my friends that are different ethnicities or from different places now. It's
but we shouldn't have to because we all live here and we should all be united in that.
Right. But do you think, and I think when I was a child, it felt like that we were all it felt like we were united, that we were all like Americans, but it doesn't. I feel like that's been pretty heavily compromised pretty quickly even, which is almost amazing. And I feel like, and these aren't Debbie Downer feelings. These are just thoughts. I should say that. I think sometimes that, it's like America just feels like a shell company.
Yes.
That
people just park their assets.
We're just an LLC for the world. For a lot of, No, I mean, have we always been that?
Of course not. It was a real country. It wasn't just an idea or some shell company or LLC. That's so nice. I'm stealing that, by the way. I hope this never airs so I can steal that.
Yeah.
But no, a buddy of mine, my best friend, just sent me a video about 8 minutes ago. He's visiting his daughter at Parents' Weekend at a college, a well-known college. And there's a huge demonstration in the middle of campus between, two sides in the Middle East. Mm-hmm. And one of the sides starts burning the other side's flag. It's a foreign flag, okay? And this fist fight breaks out. And I'm like, I have views on, who's more right or whatever, but I thought to myself, and I said to him, if someone burned an American flag, nobody would fight over it. You get to burn the American flag. But burning the flag of another country, which is not our country, to which we do not pay taxes, whose military we don't serve in, that's the most offensive thing. Yeah. I'm like, we have lost the thread, man. We're all Americans. And if you wind up in a place where our allegiance to other countries or regions or things that are not American take precedence over our common Americanness, I mean, we're screwed. We're screwed.
I feel like we're at the apex of that sometimes.
Yes.
And if we're not at the apex of that, I don't think I can't tell if we're at that I think we're getting to that in the moral compass of a lot of people.
Yeah.
And it's sad because I think a lot of people, myself included, or for myself, I don't think I ever wanted to get to that place.
No.
I never, but I think a lot of people are just starting to feel like, once your Americanism like dissolves and once your like common thread dissolves, you don't have a connection, and so then your instincts start to take over, like we we're kind of talking about, and you have to take care of yourself. And so once like the ice you're on starts to get melting, like before you're on an ice, you can skate, you're seeing other people, you're fucking you're buying a, bootleg Gretzky jersey off somebody, whatever. You guys are all on the ice, right? You're imitating Home Alone. There's a fucking, gays, or there's gay guys always on the ice. But it's like,
what are the gays doing on the ice?
Skating, bro. Yeah,
stupid.
But they're having fun, right?
I'll
say that I live with a gay ice skater, and he could jump over a Volkswagen, right?
That's impressive.
Oh, it was unbelievable, bro. I'd never seen
strong ankles.
I mean, just the dude was like he brought us out of the living room once and showed us and blew our minds, man. Beautiful guy. Not that great. I mean, pretty beautiful, I guess. Tall, which adds a little
well
bit.
Built too, obviously.
Oh, yeah, kind of. I don't know. I'm gonna quit thinking about it. But anyway, once that ice starts to melt, the first thing you have to think about is yourself, right?
Yeah.
And so that's what I feel like where we're at now. And a lot of people are having to think about themselves, like literally watching our country or what we viewed as our ideals and morals and what we held dear, like sink in this water, and there's nothing you can do about it except take care of yourself. That's where I feel like a lot of people are at. There's nothing they can do right now but take care of themselves.
And they're displacing a lot of their frustration about our economy. We never talk about it's getting very expensive to live here. Too expensive, actually.
Oh yeah, I saw some gas the other day. I was like, Jesus, man,
how do people afford that?
Yeah, how do you even do a bonfire anymore?
It's totally right.
Yeah,
no, it's completely right.
Yeah,
how do you, if you want to take gasoline and pour it on the pallets, like it's $6,
right?
But they're displacing a lot of that frustration onto regions, countries, conflicts that are thousands of miles away. It's almost like I'm picking a team, and all my rage is going to. And I do wish people reserve their anger for our leaders, who deserve it, in my opinion, on both sides, and for the problems that are like besetting the country. We drive through America recently; it's like not in good shape at all. It's kind of poor, actually, shockingly poor. And people should be really mad about that. And instead, they're mad about whatever, Israel, Hamas. I mean, I get it. I think they're, I understand people are upset on both sides. However, it's unhealthy to spend all your time in your head enraged about a foreign conflict when your own country is suffering so badly. Like, we need that energy, that constructive energy here. And I never hear anybody say, 108,000 people died of fentanyl disease last year in my country.
Oh, yeah.
Like young people, a lot of whom weren't doing fentanyl. They were taking Percocet or benzos, and they ingested a pill with fentanyl in it, and they died. They were poisoned to death, okay? That's unbelievable. That's outrageous. No one seems mad about that.
Yeah.
They're mad about some foreign war, and what a waste, because we can't control that anyway.
Yeah. What do you call a person who speaks 3 languages? Trilingual, maybe? Or thrilingual? I'm not sure. What do you call a person who speaks 2? Not me. That's it. But if you are like me and you want to learn more languages, well, Babbel can help. That's right. Only 22% of Americans speak a language other than English at home. Start learning a new language this fall and be the exception. Because with Babbel, you start speaking a language in just 3 weeks. Why Babbel? Because it works. Babbel is designed by real people for real conversations. All of Babbel's tips and tools for learning a new language are approachable, accessible, rooted in real-life situations, and delivered with conversion-based teaching. That's right. And here's a special limited-time deal for our listeners to get you started right now. Get 55% off your Babbel subscription, but only for our listeners at babbel.com/THEO. Get 55% off at BABBEL babbel.com/Theo. That's BABBEL.com/Theo. Rules and restrictions may apply. There are some famous comedy duos who get it done. You know that. I'll say Key and Peele, Brooke and Mortal, Santino and Lee. Those are some. But the perfect duo when it comes to growing your business is you and Shopify. That's right. When I started podcasting, having an online store was kind of the furthest thing from my mind. I didn't think about it. I didn't expect it, you know. And all that's changed over time. And Shopify has helped. That's right. Shopify is the global commerce platform that helps you sell at every stage of your business. From the launch your online shop stage to the first real life store stage, all the way to the did we just hit 1 million orders stage. They're all waiting for you, and Shopify is there to help you grow. Whether you're selling scented soap or menthol, just pure menthol in a can, Shopify helps you sell everywhere. Shopify can help you turn browsers into buyers with the internet's best converting checkout up to 36% better compared to other leading commerce platforms. That's right. Right now, you can sign up for a $1 per month trial period at shopify.com/Theo. That's right. Go to Shopify, shopify.com/THEO now to grow your business no matter what stage you're in. Shopify.com/Theo. Yeah, well, I think it's a lot. I mean, that opioid epidemic thing, you know, like I remember watching that show. What was that show that I really liked? Yeah, Dope Sick. You see Dope Sick?
No.
Man.
I don't know if I can handle it. But I live in a place with a lot of that, so I see it.
Well, it's about it's about Michael Keaton is in it, right? I think that's him. He used to be Batman, but now I guess he's selling drugs, right? Which is a perfect example.
Oh, it's about Purdue Pharma.
It's a perfect example of our country. Even Batman is fucking selling pills, you know?
Well, the company that got rural America hooked on opioids got away with it. I mean,
well,
they
that's what's unbelievable.
Nobody went to jail.
Yeah,
the Sackler family, they're still rich and like really they didn't go to jail.
That's what this ruined this. I think about this every single day. I hate the Sackler family. I hate this whole thing that happened. It's unbelievable.
But they got away with it. How do you do that?
Well, these people, this country, they let our FDA let these people down.
But no one was punished. Not one person was punished.
Yeah, I know.
And you see people go to jail. I mean, this is not even a political point. It's true. On both sides, you know, voters for both parties go to jail for very small things. Very small things.
Yeah.
And yet you like poison the entire country. You wreck an entire generation of kids. And you're still a billionaire? Tell me how that works.
I don't know. If I ever saw that guy in the street, I would fucking saw his face off.
How would you saw his face off?
I'd figure it out.
Do you bring a saw? Do you have a saw with you?
I'd just turn into a saw. That's how much I hate that guy. You know what I mean? It's just unbelievable how many people I got killed in no care or concern.
No.
And then the way that they lobbied our own FDA people, they took them off of the job and paid them more to work for them to help them beat the laws.
Yeah.
Sorry, man. I didn't mean to bring that up.
No. But I mean, next time they tell me I have to take some pharma product, I'm probably going to pass. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I'm probably going to pass. I don't trust you anymore. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, I miss the days you could get some fucking good pills too. I mean, there's part of that in this, you know. When a dude could give you a couple stack or twos, you know, you'd hold up the wall over there in Hoboken for an hour, you know.
I think those days are over. You got to go to fentanyl.
I just don't want to do it.
No, I don't think you should.
Well, I'll overdose, man. I'm sober like 18 months. I would overdose easy.
You're sober 18 months?
Yep. One of the reasons I don't do cocaine anymore is because they fucking ruined it.
Why?
With the fentanyl.
It used to be this baby laxative.
Yeah, but I'd rather shit than die, you know.
I agree with that completely.
I mean, you know, I'd rather get off the toilet and be like, oh, that was hectic, than be like, you know, laying there just like, God, wish I could
going
shit.
Blue, yeah.
But I got to go to heaven.
And that, by the way, is a guess.
Okay.
But that's the hope. But so
anyway,
how's it been? 18 months.
It's been good, man. I love it. You know,
how were the first 6 weeks?
That's the toughest part.
Oh, I know. I've been there.
Oh, you have?
Yeah.
What did you have to get off of?
Oh, you name it.
Okay.
Yeah, it's been 21 years, but yeah.
But you can drink though?
No. I can do a little blow. I can drink, but other than that, I'm totally sober. It's a modified sobriety.
Who was your sponsor, Shepard Smith? That's what I want to know.
Okay, that's funny, but I'm not going to comment on it beyond that.
That's fine. No dig to Shepard. I'm a fan of Shepard.
Yeah.
But he's just a legend in a lot of circles from a lot of friends of mine from different colleges.
How do you know all this? It's like,
dude, it's easy. You just be alive and you just pay attention.
Well, without commenting on that, I will say,
but no, sobriety's been cool for me, man.
But it was tough the first 6 weeks. Like, what'd you do?
Yeah, I think what's tough is like having to quit something. Having to not have a beer if you need it, having to not have something to give me a little bit of respite.
Yes,
that's right. Own angst.
Yes,
that's a lot of it.
Did you go off everything?
Yeah. So I didn't have a problem with anything except for cocaine. So if I drink, I could have a drink, I'd be fine. I hated drinking. But I know if I have a drink, the only reason I'm going to have it is so I can go. I'll have 4 sips and then I'll go get some cocaine. And then I'll be.
How did you deal with feeling terrible the next day?
On the cocaine?
Yeah.
Oh, poorly, brother. Begging people for Gatorade over text message.
Yeah.
It was horrible, dude. Yeah, and this was some of this. They didn't have that.
It's a high-cost drug.
Yeah.
And not just on the front end, on the back end.
Yeah, the next day was horrible. The things that I have to apologize for.
Yeah. What's the freakiest thing you did while on cocaine?
Oh, dude, I'll tell you something. Well, the weirdest thing is I would look for escorts on the internet, right?
Well,
and
classic cocaine move.
Yeah, dude.
Hunter Biden has plowed this furrow before.
Oh, yeah, dude.
Others have been where you were.
Yeah.
Literally.
Yeah, I think Hunter even was my plug on some of this, and so he, but then they would come to my residence. I would be so scared and paranoid. I would take the money and hand it out the door because I didn't want to not pay for the. The
service.
They drove over,
right?
So yeah, I would pay them, and then I would just be grateful that they weren't there.
So you wouldn't stiff the hooker, but then you wouldn't stiff the hooker.
Yeah. Well played. I think. Look, I just felt bad.
You must have been their favorite account.
Well, then sometimes, dude, I had to talk to a lady who speaks another language. That's crazy. Because then you're playing charades. You're fucking high on cocaine.
You were ordering the human trafficking ones?
I wouldn't say that, dude. Okay. These people were off the interstate. I would say that. They were
off the interstate.
Yeah, they weren't like.
Are they called lot lizards?
No, they weren't. I think these were decent ladies who were
totally
trying to make $1. I never. Yeah. Anyway, this didn't get in well, but. But yeah, that was kind of the toughest part because I was just looking for some kind of connection.
Of course.
And
that's a real thing what you just said. I get that.
I didn't know how to get it.
Because it's isolating. Drugs and alcohol are isolating. You're really about yourself when you're doing them. And part of you wants to reach out and connect with someone else. I think that's absolutely right.
Yeah, I like cocaine because I needed to control how I felt immediately. That's one reason I didn't like alcohol because I was just such a control person. That I needed to control how I felt immediately. So cocaine, I could do it immediately. The feeling would be there immediately.
Yeah.
And so that's one reason that I liked it.
But you never got into Xanax or alcohol or anything to help you come down.
No, I wish I had. I didn't know you could do that.
Oh yeah, you can do that.
Oh,
I mean, I don't think it's legal, but you can.
So I was doing.
You're doing it wrong.
I was just.
You had the wrong kind of cocaine addiction.
And most of the shit I was doing, I think that was Sherwin-Williams. Yeah. This shit had, I remember doing an 8-ball of matte finish, So I'm like, this isn't legitimate, some semi-gloss. I'm like, this is for fucking shutters. This is outdoor with it. I've done some very questionable cocaine, so. What was it like for you getting off of it?
I mean, it was awful. It was awful. It was awful. It was absolutely awful. But I'm so grateful that I did. I'm thankful. My brother and I both did, actually.
Wow. So it's in your family? It's a genetic. It's in my family.
We're Swedish. Yeah.
Oh, y'all are.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Also, the farther north you go on the globe, the higher percentage of people have drinking problems. I mean, that's, I think, pretty well established.
Look at Santa, dude works one fucking day a year.
I mean, the Eskimos. No, I'm serious. And
oh yeah,
a lot of ancestors from Northern Europe. So yeah, alcoholism is a big thing. And I needed to get off it and handle these children and a job on TV, and it's just not compatible with a productive, happy life at all. And I quit, and the first few months were shocking. I didn't realize. Well, I had no help at all.
Really?
Yeah, I didn't. I did it at home alone.
Were
And
you not willing to try and have help? Like, were you that kind of were you
well, I had a public job.
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
I was an anchor on CNN, and so I just thought I don't want to get into the whole. Like, I'm going to rehab or whatever. I just didn't want to get involved with that. And it was fine. It worked great, and I've never, gone back, and I never would for anything. However, I didn't realize that I knew very little about it. This was kind of before I was using the internet. I just didn't know that much about addiction at all.
Yeah.
And I quit, and all of a sudden I had these withdrawal symptoms. Like, shocking. My hands are shaking. I feel like I'm going to freak out all the time. Super anxious, super anxious. Sweating, heart palpitations. I was like, what is this? And I asked somebody, I didn't tell many people. I asked them, he's like, oh, you're withdrawing from alcohol. And if you start to hallucinate, that means you have the DTs, the delirium tremens, and you need to go to the hospital because you could die. I was like, I never got that, thank Kevin. But anyway, yeah, it was awful. But then, within I don't know, 6 months, I felt great. I started smoking 2 cigarettes at once. I mean, my nicotine problem got a little more intense. But I felt wonderful, and I felt great ever since.
Wow. And did you ever go to meetings? Did you ever get a 12-step or no?
Not one time. But I love it. I just had dinner last night with Bobby Kennedy, who's been in 12-step program. Russell Brand, same thing. A friend of mine.
I almost went to a meeting at Bobby's house on Tuesday.
Okay, yeah. What a wonderful man.
Bobby's a neat guy, isn't he?
He is. He's a very deep person, and he's learned the right things. And people like that make me very pro 12-step. Because they're just like, I'm not in control of my life, and they're not, because nobody is. Everyone lies about it. Oh, I've got it under control. No, you don't. You no freaking idea what you're doing. You can't extend your life by a single day. You're lying to yourself and those around you. Just admit you have no clue. You're doing the best you can. You're a totally screwed up, kind of embarrassing person. You know what I mean?
Okay.
And be liberated. And so I strongly believe in that because it's true.
It is the truth. I know. And the rest of it is such a sled we pull.
And it's fake.
And it's
ridiculous. As I always say to my kids, everybody knows who you really are. Everybody already knows what your bad qualities are, and they love you anyway. So don't even try and hide them. I mean, I'm sure you know people who are like alcoholic or bad temper or secretly gay or whatever. And they're like, oh, no one knows. No one knows. It's like everybody knows. Are you kidding? And again, they love you anyway.
Yeah.
So you don't need to hide it. Just be who you are. And when you are, I mean, you are so liberated. It's this massive weight coming off you. It's like, yeah, kind of fucked up, but more than some, less than others, but trying. And people are like, that's great. Yeah. People are way less judgy than you think they are.
Right. There's some inverse of it, where it's like we think someone's so, but then if we look at the way we look at people, we might have some jokes about it, stuff, but most of the time you have empathy.
Exactly. At dinner 2 nights ago, I'm sitting next to this woman, and she said something about, long story, but basically it was about a woman gaining weight. And I said to her, I've never been in a group of just men on a hunting trip or, where it's just men.
Yeah.
Where someone's like, she had a fat ass. It's like men have the widest strike zone imaginable. Men like women, heterosexual men like women. They don't judge their appearance very harshly at all. They kind of tend to like all sorts of women.
That's true.
And if you knew how non-judgmental men were about women's appearances, you would relax. But of course, you don't care what men think about your appearance. You only care what other women think about your appearance, and they're very judgy. But it's the same principle. It's like we are less judged than we think we are.
Yeah. It's funny, but but it's not the nature of us to think that we are.
Did you tell people when you quit using cocaine?
Yeah, I did, I think. Let me think. Yeah. Yeah. I did. I told them. Well, I got into meetings. It was been in my family, my family, a lot of my family, it's in my family. So
the cocaine thing,
the drug, just alcohol, childhood, issues, really. A lot of it is a lot of my stuff comes from really intimacy disorders, like connectivity disorders. you know, so, but then whenever anything triggers one of those connectivity disorders, then a lot of times it would lead me to doing drugs, you know. So, yeah, I just love it. That what I love about it is now I get to see, man, I saw a dude yesterday who just got a 6-month chip, you know, and the guy, man, to see somebody whose life has changed, you get to witness.
It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
Miracles.
I totally agree.
I had a
with
friend
that.
call me this morning, right? And we've been friends for years, and we kind of both know that we have some of the same problems. And it was like the first time he like opened up to me, man. We're both sitting there just kind of crying on the phone. It was just because when he opened up, it just made me feel like I was like, I don't know. I just understood him, and it was like, I don't know. It was just so important.
Well, that's what intimacy is.
Yeah.
I've always thought that we misread intimacy. We think it's when someone tells the truth about other people. It's very easy to tell the truth about other people. It's only when someone tells the truth about himself. It's only when you admit who you really are to someone else that you have intimacy. That's the measure of intimacy. If you're willing to tell someone who you really are, you are intimate with that person, and vice versa. And that's totally the key. So if you want to know how many truly close relationships do I have, that's how you know. How many people am I willing to admit what a schmuck I actually am to?
Yeah.
That's the number. And what I love about 12-Step, I've never actually been to 12-Step. I've only heard about it. Actually, I was at Russell Brand's house in the summer, and he had a meeting. Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Hilarious
so you got to go to
people.
One. Was it?
I didn't stay for it. I had to leave, but they were.
Come on,
one of the guys was smoking, which I love, and old school. And they were anyway, but I love the 12-step thing because you just like it, as with Christianity, which I also like, you admit right away that you are
powerless.
Yeah, exactly. You're not in control.
Your life's unmanageable. That's a nice word that they use a lot because it's like sometimes people are like, man, I'm not powerless, but I'll be like, you know, things are unmanageable for me. The way that they phrased everything is just really articulate, but. Anyway, man, well, congrats on that. Yeah, I think it's interesting, and it gives me a better scope to handle my own life, you know, and it definitely gives me more opportunity to look at other people when I'm able to.
Do you find yourself less judgmental? And what about all the guys you used to do cocaine with?
I did it by myself.
That's a fun way to do it. Chopping outlines at home.
Yeah. I'd change outfits and come back in and be a different guy doing it. Yeah. I'm like, hey, don't do this. This is for me. You know, just yelling at the other me.
You're literally doing it alone.
Oh, yeah, brother. I would do it alone, and I'd go hide it somewhere. I'd be like, I'm going to bed and not do it anymore. And then I would up and get up and go find it. Okay? And I would do more. And
it does affect your sleep patterns.
Yeah, bro. Yeah,
I've heard that. Yeah.
Most of my sleep patterns is me praying, dude, that somebody would fucking pour Gatorade down my chimney. I was just like, Gatorade.
Why Gatorade?
Just because it's like has electrolytes in it. I would be so dehydrated.
So you're not much of a planner.
No.
You didn't go to Costco ahead of time and just get a pallet of it for home. No,
bro. Did you have some pretty crazy nights or no?
I had a few.
Yeah.
The good news is that I mean, it was a different. I'm 54, so
right. So it was a different time.
In the world that I started working in '91. Everyone went to lunch every day. You know, I was a writer at a magazine, and everyone went to lunch for an hour and a half every day. Period. I mean, it was a different economy. This was before the corporations took over everything and implanted chips on your phone to listen to your conversation, track your whereabouts. And before we became East Germany, they didn't really know where you were. And it was just a civilized place, and you could just have lunch. And if you drank, it was totally within bounds to have a couple drinks at lunch, you know, and smoke at lunch, and then that could keep going. I'm not saying it was great for productivity, but it was a better country. That's just a fact.
It was some fun.
And so I would just say the great blessing in my life is it definitely erased my memory of a number of years. So I don't have a lot of guilt simply because I don't really remember what I was like, but I don't think very appealing.
Yeah.
Not a great drunk.
Yeah. Okay.
And when you drink, like, even if you're not setting out to, say, use cocaine, you can wind up doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. If somebody's got some cocaine, you're going to stay around them until they don't have it anymore, until you have it.
I've heard that.
Oh, yeah. That's me right there. I did one time. I was doing some cocaine at the house, and people like, I was like a big vest guy for about 11 months, and
vest with nothing underneath.
Yeah, just fucking.
That's kind of like the Chippendales thing.
Some shades, yeah, dude, just chilling in my apartment.
Did you ever dance?
Huh? No, I wouldn't dance. I'd make a smoothie, but which is kind of like dancing, but just
literally nothing underneath it, just the vest.
Yeah, no, just the vest. Yeah, because this was in California too. It was weather permitting.
Yeah, it's totally normal. People, I mean, I remember I grew up in California, and I'd often wear a vest, a silk vest, kind of against my nipples. I liked it.
Dude, remember when silk came out and it was like, remember silk shirts?
Oh yeah,
they were so bad.
I'm not gonna wear.
Remember them?
Yeah, I never wore a silk shirt in my whole life.
You're lying.
No,
Really?
I swear.
Yeah,
never. I never fell for that.
Good for you, actually. I fell for it.
I never bought anything from Fila.
Oh yeah,
and I never did. I never had anything that was velour. I mean, their whole epochs.
Yeah.
In fashion history that I just missed. I just totally ignored it. I've been wearing the same freaking clothes since 1984. And I mean it.
Wow, I believe that, dude.
If you just say exactly the same, like someday this will be super cool. For a moment, and then we'll move on to something else. We'll go back to vests.
When I was in school, it was good, man. That was
good,
a style.
right?
Yeah. You seem like you were conceived at like a Johnson and Murphy or something. Just fucking rolled right.
I don't know what that is, but I will take that as a
It's
compliment.
like it's a compliment, man. My best friend Kevin likes that store.
What's Kevin do?
He does. I don't know. He's looking for a place right now, but his wife's he got married. But that's Johnson and Murphy. They're at the airport. He's a producer.
I buy almost no clothes at the airport, but I'm not against it.
So let's get into something important then, right? Did you have? I'm trying to think of where to take this thing.
You see trauma?
No
trouble. Treble hooks.
Trouble, trauma, Trump. Those are the fucking
okay.
Those are buzzwords.
Buzzwords. Yep. Make me nervous. I'm gonna grab another Zoom.
Put one in.
I'm gonna.
I almost want to do one, but I just don't know how I'll do with it.
Why don't we wait until we're about to close because things may happen to you that you're not ready for.
Okay.
But
it gets wild, huh?
It gets wild in a subtle way. It kind of grows on you. It's not like doing cocaine.
Okay.
It's not like firing up the pipe. And, you know what I mean? Blast off or anything like that. It's a much more subtle, organic. You just all of a sudden you feel good, and you feel the power rising from your central nervous system, and then sort of going outward through all the nerve endings down to the tips of your fingers, and then up here it just starts crackling the synapses. And you just make connections that you hadn't before. I know I'm making it sound like ayahuasca. It's a lot more subtle than that.
Tuck. If you do like a tucker, a lip tucker, I would. If that was your brand of nicotine,
I'd like
pouches,
to do that because I believe in it. Tucker tuck.
Yeah, tucker tuck. And you could have a Native American attached to it.
I love that. I definitely get picketed, but I do it anyway.
Yeah, but some of them would love it. Native Americans love nicotine, dude.
They certainly do.
God, they love it.
And I, unlike most people, I actually know some.
Do you?
Yes, I do. Because I live near a population of Native Americans
in Maine.
I'm employed too. I have for years, and they're really wonderful people. I spend a lot of time with them, and the two that I know very well both love tobacco, and they have every right to.
Yeah, look, I think let them love it. You know, at least leaving with tobacco.
100%.
That happened.
Well, they actually they gave us tobacco.
They did.
100%. Yeah, it was. I mean, there are a million different Native Americans. One of those terms. It's like I'm not sure what Passamaquoddies have to do with Hopis. Like it's pretty.
And there was a lot of beef. There was a lot of beef between Native, different Indian tribes.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Some of them were very warlike, I think is the term we used. But no, they used a lot of tribes used it in religious rituals, and they would use it rectally.
Really?
Yeah, tobacco suppositories. Ooh. Yeah. There's a ramrod up there.
Oh dang! Huh?
Yeah, for real. Wow. Look it up.
Oof and frickin', that's insane. What I can't. Did Indian? Yeah, let's see. Tobacco smoke enema. Let's see.
Oh, there you go.
Oh yeah.
Look at that. Okay, so that said it was used by imported from the New World.
Okay, and an insufflation of tobacco smoke into the rectum by enema was a medical treatment employed by the European physicians.
Right.
But also it says tobacco smoke was used by Western metal as a tool against cold and drowsiness. And drowsiness, bitch, if I'm drowsy and you're blowing smoke in my ass, I got a wrong PPO.
You definitely do. And by the way, it's not even covered now.
Yeah. That's crazy.
No, that and leeches are like completely ignored by the medical establishment. But it was common.
The procedure was used to treat gut pain, and attempts were often made.
I'm not making this up. You're fact checking me in real time.
No, I love this. But applying it by enema was a technique appropriated from the North American indigenous people.
Yes, that's right.
Wow.
See? How great is that?
That's amazing. That they even thought it up. I think if you're chilling around that long, somebody's going to blow smoke in somebody's ass.
You think so?
Yeah. Yeah, dude, you get people around.
So, how many thousands of years does it take in the evolutionary process for someone to say, okay, we've reached this point in civilization where somebody's got to blow smoke up someone else's ass? Is that before or after the wheel? Because they never figured out the wheel.
I think it's 4 years somebody's blowing smoke.
Really? It's quick.
It's quick, yeah. I mean, I don't know. It'd be interesting to see how the first things happen like that.
How are the pyramids built?
I don't know. People talk about it a lot. You know?
Don't know.
We don't know.
How is that? And I'm not, by the way, suggesting any theory.
Yeah, no. Well, look, I think.
But how do we not know that? And why doesn't that make all of us humble? Like, if we don't know how they built the pyramids 3,000 or 4,000, or actually, we don't know when the pyramids were built, to be totally honest.
Yeah.
If we don't know that, then we don't know shit. Right?
Oh, yeah.
Someone should just say that.
Yeah. Why don't we just say we don't know shit?
Yes.
Yeah.
All wisdom begins with acknowledging what you don't know. And anyone who tells you, I know the answer, is about to lead you into, say, war with Iran or something equally crazy. Take the vax. You know what I mean? Like, that's a lie.
Yeah.
So never trust anybody who claims to have it all figured out, because he's lying to you.
Well, do you think that one of the political parties thinks that they have it all figured out more than the other?
I think they both do. I mean, I think politicians by their nature are unwilling. By the way, every once in a while you get somebody who shows up and starts to tell a portion of the truth, and everyone loves him. And then he's always invariably accused of raping someone at that point. I gotta take him out.
Yeah.
Anonymous charges. He used to be in 1985. I can't tell you my name, but it happened. They used to do this to Russell Brand.
Yeah, there's always somebody. Yeah, they'll come out with anybody.
Or nobody in his case. I don't think they put a name to any of the 4 people who were accusing him of sexual assault.
I'm not shocked. Well, now there's they can even. I mean, there's bots writing articles now. I read an article the other day about my parents. I'd never heard of either of the 2 people in the article.
Are you sure?
Yeah, it was a bot article. It was a bot.
Have you done 23andMe? I mean,
yeah.
You're positive?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you're right.
Because you don't know, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
Yeah, it's a good point.
Yeah, maybe I'm angry at the wrong woman.
Exactly.
You know? That's a good point.
You're telling your shrink about the wrong mom.
You know, I've had frustrating time buying tickets. My brother and I had tickets one time to a Chicago Bears game. And someone offered to buy them from us. We were children, and I think we were probably 11 and 13. Someone offered to buy them from us outside of the game, and we said, okay, we'll sell you our tickets. They were offering $25, and we'd never had that kind of cash. We said, okay, we'll do it. And then they said they were undercover cops, and they were going to take us to jail, and just the dumbest group of people we'd ever met. What I want to talk to you about is game time. You shouldn't have to worry when you buy tickets to your next big event. Game Time is the fast and easy way to buy tickets for all sports, music, comedy, and theater events near you. Some things I love about the Game Time app: they have last-minute tickets, flash deals, and views from all seats in the venue, so you know if there's gonna be something in front of you, if there's gonna be a dang a pendulum or anything stopping your view. Take the guesswork out of buying tickets with Game Time. Download the Game Time app, create an account, and use code WEEKEND for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Again, create an account and redeem code WEEKEND for $20 off. Download Game Time today. Last minute tickets, low price, guaranteed. NBA fans, the wait is over. Basketball is back. And DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA, is celebrating with an unbeatable offer. New customers can score $200 instantly in bonus bets for throwing down $5 on the NBA. Win or lose, it doesn't matter. You'll start the season with an instant dub. Basketball's more fun when you're in on the action. Download the DraftKings Sports app now and use code Theo. New customers can get $200 in bonus bets instantly for betting just $5 only on DraftKings Sportsbook with code THEO. The crown is yours. How does a free Thanksgiving sound? Well, this year, Ibotta is here to give you cash back and help make sure your Thanksgiving table is complete. Because who wants turkey without the gravy? Turkey is great, but we all know the best part of Thanksgiving dinner is the side. Yeah. Starting November 1st for the 4th year in a row, Ibotta is giving 100% cash back on your Thanksgiving feast. Just add the offers in the app to redeem for everything you need to make your Thanksgiving feast complete. All you have to do is shop at your favorite retailers and upload your receipt. Ibotta gives you cash back on hundreds of grocery items, from produce to personal care to pantry goods. Download the Ibotta app now and use code Theo to get 100% cash back on your Thanksgiving dinner starting November 1st. Just go to the App Store or Google Play Store and download the free Ibotta app and use code Theo. That's IBOTTA in the Google Play or App Store and use code Theo. Yeah, I think one of the sad things these days is like that we don't know where to get any information anymore. You know?
Well, I've got one suggestion, and that is whenever
Not to change the subject, I'm just trying to think.
No, it's a fair question. I mean, how do you make sense of the world if you don't believe what people are telling you about the world? Right? How can you make rational decisions if you can't be certain that the input is accurate? I can't really answer that. I know what I do, which is I don't read any Times of the Washington. I don't want that in my head. You know, the Washington Post or NBC News. Are they liars? I know they're liars. I've written for all three of those. I know that they lie, so I don't get anywhere near it.
When you say they lie, does that mean like you write an article and you give it to your publisher, your producer, and then they say no and they change it, or what do you?
No, it means they don't assign stories on things they want to ignore.
I see.
And
where do they get those orders from?
It's all by instinct. You know, so their job is to protect the people who are in charge. You know, I mean, it's to protect the people that have power currently. The point of journalism is to challenge people who have power on behalf of the rest of the country.
Right.
And they've inverted the formula.
Yes.
And so if you work for the Washington Post, the idea is just protect Jeff Bezos and his friends at all costs. And that's what they do. So, but I'll tell you a way that I think is a good start to figuring out what's true is watch what they become hysterical about. You'll see somebody occasionally say something and people just land on him. Shut up! Shut up! Let's put him in jail! Whatever that guy is saying is true. Or it points in the direction of the truth, right? When someone says something that's like legit and say no one's mad at the schizophrenic on the bus, you know, who's talking about whatever, the earth is flat or lizard people, which, by the way, may be true. I don't even know.
Fucking playing duck, duck, goose on a... Yeah.
Totally. Nobody cares because he's not a threat to anyone because he's insane. Yeah. Insane people are not a threat to the existing order because they're crazy. They're self-discrediting. But when they become hysterical about somebody, like he's a conspiracy theorist without even refuting what he told you, then you know he's onto something. I mean, a hurt dog barks, right? When you have an infection, someone touches near the infection, it hurts. What does that tell you? You have an infection.
Yeah. Oh, I see what you're saying. Well, do you think that's one of the reasons why Bobby Kennedy was looked at as so crazy?
100%.
Yeah.
And what's so funny is I said I saw him very recently, the other night. And I said to him when I saw him, I sort of follow it. I'm just interested in the reaction to Bobby Kennedy. And remember, they attacked him as a crazed conspiracy nut because of the vaccines. Yeah. And he said there may be a connection between the vaccines and autism. Like, shut up! And they canceled his contract with the New York Times. He had a contract to write for them. They canceled it. Wow. And they just basically drummed him out of polite society. They don't talk too much about that anymore. Right. But the vaccine stuff, because I think there is this recognition, and by the way, I'm not an expert, but that actually a lot of people were hurt. A lot of people were hurt, not just with the most recent round of mandatory vax, but in earlier rounds. Now, you could argue it was worth it. We have a flu vaccine. It academically supposedly prevents the flu, so maybe we get it, but some people get hurt. But they were telling us for years nobody gets hurt. Well, that's just a lie.
And yeah, people get hurt all the time.
They get hurt all the time.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of vaccines. It's like even the polio vaccine. I recite this a lot, but they tested the polio vaccine in our hometown where I'm from. They had a primate testing facility there, and
Are you serious?
Yeah, and that's where they tested the polio vaccine.
You grew up in a town with a primate testing facility?
Yeah.
What town?
Tulane National Primate Research Center.
That's got to be the most depressing place in the world. Is it in New Orleans? It's uptown?
It's outside of New Orleans. No. This is outside of New Orleans.
Yeah, they don't allow that in Audubon Park, do they?
No. But in our town, this is where they made it at. But that vaccine gave cervical cancer to tons of women. And they knew it when they put it out, but they've already ordered it. They're like, well, fuck it. We already paid for it.
So, exactly.
But so I think that...
So it's bad to lie,
right.
And it's especially bad to lie at scale. Like if I lie to you about something and,
yeah.
But if I'm lying to 350 million people, that's a crime. And they've done it. And the problem is at this point, it's like, I mean, I would go to a surgeon, because that's a pretty straightforward operation. I've got a knife. I'm going to take this thing out or sew this up or whatever. But I don't think I would go to a doctor for, we're going to try this drug. It's like, maybe I would. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
I haven't had to make that choice, thankfully. But I would be hesitant because I don't trust them because they lied. They got caught lying and they never admitted it.
That's part of it. There's never any resolution. There's never any affirmation to your questioning, and even if you were right, there's never any about-face acknowledgement.
But it can't get better. If you get in a fight with your girl, okay, and one of you behaves horribly, one of you's on, say, cocaine and says something outrageous, and you want to continue the relationship, there has to come a point where you're like, I really was an asshole, and I'm sorry, and I love you, and I'm sorry I did that.
Right.
And only when you do that can it get better. It cannot be healed before you do that. It doesn't work. And that's true with public trust as well.
And that's where we've gotten. It's gotten to the
But
point.
I don't understand why they can't admit it. Like, I've been wrong about a ton of things.
I agree.
And I feel so much better when I admit it and stop pretending that I'm omniscient. I don't know everything, and that's okay. Why can't they do that? Why can't Fauci just be like, wow, I told you this in good faith. I was wrong, and I'm sorry. Yeah. He would do more for people's trust in science if he did that. He's totally incapable of that because he's a freaking sociopath, dangerous human being.
He's a shitty pitcher, too. You see that?
Quite a shitty pitcher. And I say that as a shitty pitcher. But even he's got little dwarf arms, but still.
Yeah. No, it's okay, man. Look at this. Let's show this shit, bro. God, get fucked. That dude is out of his
He's got a
mind,
mask on
bro.
outside.
Huh? Dude, that guy's got fucking...
But it's so prima facie retarded. It's like there's a dwarf on the field with a mask on outside throwing it at the bat boy. Like, this is not a real country. If that guy's running it, this is a joke.
First of all, the bat boy's 11, so he's flirting with a child. So let's call that he's flirting with a child. Let's call it what it
you
is.
freak.
Now half of America needs a Tommy John surgery in their heart because of this dude, myocarditis right there. And there I am with a fucking slider, boy.
Oh, you don't even dick around, do you? Is that you?
I've done some things, but no, not on this.
Where is that?
That was St. Louis. But actually, I got to throw one out for the Diamondbacks. That's why I'm wearing this jersey.
How nervous were you?
I was pretty nervous, I guess. It suddenly makes you feel like how old you are. You're like, fuck, I'm getting old.
How old were you?
I'm 40. Oh, I was 41. I'm 43, but I was like, oh, shit.
43 is pretty old.
Yeah, it feels old sometimes. Actually, does it feel old? No, it just feels old when you're running upstairs.
Yeah.
What I'm talking about?
I'm 54, yeah.
I can't believe that.
But I always run upstairs. Just because.
Yeah. Yeah, you're like, I'll show them.
100%.
Yeah, I've always been.
And I'm with my wife, who's very fit, like next level fit. Easy. And she'll just be paddling on, running upstairs. Doesn't even.
What she does, huh? She's whimsical.
I know she's whimsical. She's just got like crazy cardio.
Oh God.
Because she never stopped doing it. Like when you're a kid, they make you do physical fitness. And then I took about 40 years off for cigarettes and stuff.
Yeah.
And she didn't. So yeah, it pays off, it turns out.
When was your first cigarette? Do you remember it?
Yeah, I remember it really well.
Yeah,
it was delicious. Yeah. And my father smoked and he smoked unfiltered cigarettes called Pall Malls. We called them Pall Malls.
Oh, yeah.
Pall Malls. But they were extra long, flavored with licorice, I think made by the American Tobacco cigarette, red pack. And we had many. So that's, I don't even know if there's a picture of he smoked right there, one down. That right there. That's the cigarette of my childhood. He picked him up in the Marine Corps when he was 17. I guess they came in his K ration, and that was the cigarette of my childhood. It was always one smoldering in an ashtray in our kitchen and everywhere else. Anyway, but I was like, when I was little, I was against it, and my father really loved cigarettes, and he wasn't embarrassed of it. It wasn't like, I smoke, but I feel bad about it. He's like, no. And I smoke unfiltered because you feel strip them when you're done. There's no filter. You smoke them backwards so the enemy doesn't know it's an American cigarette. You burn the logo off the paper. He really liked cigarettes, and he felt sorry for people who didn't smoke. So I was like maybe 13. I was in 8th grade when I started, and it was totally.
Where were you? Were you out with the boys, or you was at the house? And
I was at school.
Smoked one at school?
Oh yeah, it was allowed actually. It was a pretty freaky. With a teacher. I know it sounds like it was in the 1800s.
Sounds romantic, I think.
It was romantic. It was great.
Just to sneak, it sounds like espionage.
No. It was totally open. You could smoke at school. I could smoke at school through senior year of high school. Oh yeah.
No.
Oh yeah.
You could smoke as a child at school.
Oh yeah. I had parental permission. Yeah.
Really?
I shouldn't be saying this. It's so funny. People would be like, "Yeah, I did ayahuasca or DMT," and everyone's like, "It's so cool." It's like, "Yeah, I smoked a cigarette." What? You're a criminal. But I wouldn't say smoking is a great long-term play.
Yeah,
I don't think that it is. I quit when I was 45 because I felt like I probably should.
Yeah,
it'll probably get me anyway. But I did enjoy it. I really did. I never had a bad one.
Yeah,
there are no bad cigarettes. You're not like, oh, this is disgusting. I never felt that way at all.
Wow. Yeah.
I've had bad Fig Newtons. Like you can screw up almost any consumer product, but a cigarette is remarkably consistent. And it gives you what it promises you. The payoff is always there.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
The payoff is always there, especially that first fucking drag off
in the morning. In the morning.
You know what I loved was they had a man in our area, and it was actually my grandmother was married to a man, and he would light his cigarette and he would let us inhale the lit smoke up our nose when we were really young.
Louisiana's the best, isn't it?
God, it was fucking good.
I think it's got the highest smoking rate of any state.
You know what Louisiana does have? It has the most people that are born there, that die there, that never leave there.
I believe it. It's a cool place.
It's
not like every other place, actually.
No, dude, it is. Yeah, I always say like New Orleans, it's a good place to get oysters and murdered.
Yeah, you get murdered and oysters. That's totally right. Yeah. The thing about Louisiana, it never gets credit for. Everyone talks about diversity in the melting pot. Like Louisiana actually was that long before most places.
Yeah.
It was, you had a bunch of different cultures there. And they kind of got along, sort of anyway.
Yeah, you still got a good mix down there.
Yeah.
We had a area bus called Chafuncta. That was the river, and it was named after the Chafuncta Indians.
Chafuncta?
Yep.
Is that like the Fagawi tribe?
I'm not sure.
That cannot be a real name.
That's a real name. TCHEF.
Chafuncta?
Yep. Yeah,
It does sound like a joke,
right there in Louisiana.
Yeah. It sounds like a play on words.
Yeah, it does. Well, here's how they got the name. A long time ago, a Native American threw a big rock into the river, and that's the sound when it made when it went in.
Oh, that's so cool. Is that true?
Yeah.
True story.
It's pretty fascinating. But that right there is a perfect example. Louisiana to me is that it's a place for great storytelling. It's a great place for kind of family.
Yep.
So that's one story I like to tell.
People
about
have dinners with their families there.
People have 90-minute lunch breaks. People wake up, get to breakfast, and then do 2 or 3 things before they go to lunch. Yeah, it was just, that's how life was. It was
it wasn't all about efficiency.
No, it wasn't.
So if your life is all about efficiency and every moment is being monitored, counts towards something, then you're not really human. You're a machine at that point, aren't you? I mean, you're a cog in a larger machine.
And that's what I think a lot of people feel like these days.
Well, and for good reason. There's some chick on the internet, 22-year-old, experiencing life in the corporate world for the first time, and she does this video like, this is terrible. I'm making money, and they treat me like shit. I'm not worth anything. I'm not human. And everyone's like, shut up and work, honey. And I watch this, and I'm like, no. I hope you win. I hope you win. I hope you. The seeds of revolution are starting in my heart. I just so hate that culture.
Oh yeah,
that treats people like they're not people. Like for what?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think for some people, in my own sense, learning to be a boss and leader has been tough, just because I just started out wanting to be a comedian. I wanted to sleep in, of course, and masturbate and go
a lot, right?
Be chatty. No, I didn't get crazy with it.
Okay.
I didn't I was kind
Not compulsive or anything.
No, I was an organized, efficient man. Yeah, just
good. Okay, that's fair.
Yeah, one-off kind of guy.
Yep.
Yeah, kind of like when they play the trumpet in the morning.
You never got greedy though. You never went back.
Never went. I got greedy. Yeah, I was like, that's it. Yeah, but so I think learning to do that personally has been it's been a journey for me. But yeah, I think with companies, it's like, how do we get away from that? And is it just? Sometimes I think America was just this Christian experiment that got compromised and has turned out poorly.
You think? I think you're onto something there.
And I hate to say that because a part of me doesn't really want to admit it.
Well, it's obviously true. It's obviously true. I mean, you can't have a democracy unless it's a voluntary system. People have to show a lot of restraint. They have to be all in. There has to be some sense of the common good. You can't just be like, how much can I grab? It's like Halloween. It doesn't work if all the kids just empty the basket on the front steps, in the first wave of trick-or-treaters. No, it's true though.
No, you're right.
And a democracy is very much the same way, because you can take power and then just like steal everybody's money legally. And so you really have to have some boundaries that you impose on yourself. And and that has to come from within. You have to have the sense that someone more powerful, like you use the word, but God, is watching. And if you don't have that, then it just descends into greed and selfishness, which is where we are now.
Have we let? Because do you think America is still a Christian nation?
No.
What is it?
It's an LLC, as you said. So brilliantly, actually, again,
we've entered privatized communism. It feels like to me.
That's exactly right. I mean, no one's for the free market. Everyone's for using power to hobble their competitors. Everyone's into, and the only reason we have regulations is to create monopolies. The system is completely rigged, and that. You're asking, how do you get reliable information about the news? The news media want to talk about race. That's like their main thing they want to talk about. That white, Hispanic, But that's actually not an interesting conversation, because you can't change your race, and like people are different races and they're sort of different, but they're also very much the same. It's like not that interesting a topic to me personally. I'm not interested in talking about race. What's really interesting is that the United States of America is being looted by a small number of people who are getting away with it, and they don't want to talk about that. They never want to talk about economics. They never want to talk about the tax code. They never want to talk about any of that stuff ever, and that's how you know that CNBC and CNN and the New York Times, all these people are like looking out for you, are actually just the Praetorian Guard standing in front of the people with the most power and money and keeping the masses from asking uncomfortable questions. And so whenever anyone asks about like, well, wait a second, why do we tax people at half the rate for investing that we do for working? Literally, they pay half the tax rate. So you have a job and you work every day and you pay one rate, but if you just stay home and invest money and live off the interest, you pay half as much. So are we saying it's twice as virtuous to invest as it is to work?
Oh,
is that what we're saying?
So if you're a day trader or just trading stocks or something, you don't have to.
Or if you're a private equity guy and you can claim that your income is actually interest on your investments, you pay half the taxes. So we have a tax code that discourages work and encourages parasitic behavior. Now, there are arguments on both sides, and I'm not an economist, but you don't even hear those arguments because it's like, shut up, racism.
Yeah.
Trannies or whatever. It's all a distraction from what the real story is, which is they're looting the country. And at this point, we can't repay the debt that we owe. So it's going to be like, well, unfortunately, we had to sell Yellowstone. And no, I mean, it's going to get to the point where we're auctioning.
Now we sold it to Asians.
No, for real.
Yeah.
Where what?
And then they're going to say the sale was racist too. That's going to be the craziest part.
No, you're asking questions about it as racist.
Okay.
Yeah. You're always the racist. Just to be clear, you're always the racist. Hey. Louisiana man. It wasn't David Duke for Louisiana. Shut up, Klansman.
Yeah, I used to lift weights with David Duke.
Oh, God. In prison?
No.
I can see you guys in the yard. All the Aryan Nation guys. He's like on your back as you're doing push-ups.
Bro, I was never in any Aryan Nation, dude,
Not even in prison?
No, I never even went to any of their meetings or anything. I saw pamphlets or whatever, but I never pulled up over there. But yeah, we shared a back fence, and he used to date this hot girl that worked at a seafood restaurant that I worked at, and so we'd pop in there and I'd watch him eat shrimp or whatever. But
what was the seafood restaurant?
It was called Morton's Seafood in Madisonville, right on the river.
Really?
I worked over there, baby, and I was a bus boy, and they used to have raccoons coming out the wall when they'd cook duck. The boarding was bad on the wall. It had rotted out, and they'd let one of us bus boys get there with a broomstick. We'd have to stand there and beat the raccoons back into the wall.
They're ferocious animals.
Well, they love duck.
Of course they do. And pizza.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow.
We call them trash pandas where I live, and you see them outside in the trash cans.
Oh, yeah.
And they love pizza. I like pizza.
Oh, yeah.
Unfortunately. And, oh, yeah. You have pizza and you know.
God, boy.
Yeah, they go crazy.
I'd love to see. Now, that would be a good Dave Portnoy thing where he does one bite to get a coon with a bite, you know?
Look, have you ever seen a raccoon eat? You never gave him any duck, did you?
Oh, I pulled up on them, and they're always like this.
Right with their hands.
We didn't do it. The gayest one is the one in the recycling bin. He's always like, you know, at least the other ones are in the trash. There's always that one that kind of wanders up in the recycling bin, and he's wearing like a negligee your mom's or something. You're like, what the fuck is that one been doing, you know? But yeah, they always are like plead innocent or whatever.
No, they do.
Yeah.
They're so clever. I love them.
Oh, they're crafty. Yeah.
I've never shot one. I've seen them so many times in the woods. There they are. Yeah, they love dog food.
Yeah.
That's kind of a mangy one. We have big ones where I live.
Yeah, I grew up around a lot of rabies, so when one would come down the street, we'd all have to go inside.
Do a lot of people have rabies where you grew up?
Yeah, I would say there was a big scare of it. When was rabies popular? Can you look that up, please?
When was rabies popular?
Oh, when I was a kid, it was a big thing. Get out the street, you know. There's a sick raccoon,
but when they got cars and electricity and stuff, they fixed all that.
I mean, it wasn't as big of a thing. But yeah, David Duke, man, we would go to the gym sometimes. And I'll say this. Nice guy.
I never met him.
Nice guy. You know, he never, you know, we just did chest and tries or whatever. There was never any racial things or whatever, you know, but he was a very fit man.
I've never met him, but I will say this, and I'm not saying he's a Fed, though he's obviously a Fed, but every time I would get a new show, I don't know anything about David Duke. I'm from La Jolla, California. He wasn't quite as popular there.
Yeah. Can I find another picture without
but every time I get a new show, there'd be some news story. David Duke endorses Tucker Carlson. Like, why? I don't know you. I don't know anything about you. I'm from La Jolla.
Yeah.
Okay. We don't share a common culture.
Yeah. I'm from Mitt Romney country.
Yeah, exactly. 100%. Literally, Mitt Romney goes to La Jolla.
Yeah, Comedy Store. Comedy Store La Jolla is one of my favorite.
No way.
My favorite comedy club in the whole country.
It's been there a long time.
It's the
Since
best
I was
club.
a child.
Really?
Up in the Village. Yeah.
Yeah.
In fact, there was a Jack in the Box next door that I used to ride my bike to.
I remember that, Jack. It wasn't. It was maybe disappeared a few years ago. If it did, or
they
it could
closed
still
it down
there.
for a while because they got caught selling kangaroo meat.
Oh yeah,
in the 70s.
Boy, huh?
And I don't know if that story was actually true, but that's what everyone in the town thought.
I mean, look, if you can get a fucking couple grams of roux in La Jolla,
I told roux burgers. That's what we called them. That's so funny.
I
And
would
if
have
you
that in
took
a
a
heartbeat.
close look at the meat, it was gray and kind of gristly, and it was not beef. I mean, I think the company was owned by Ralston Purina at one point.
Oh yeah, and they're out of I believe they're
St.
out of
Louis.
are they?
I think.
Yeah, I know they're out of the Midwest. But yeah, I loved it over there. You'd always hear, I love La Jolla. It's a beautiful area.
But they weren't big on racism there when I was a kid.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if they. Well, it's mostly white there.
Well, that's why they're not big on racism,
Right.
Obviously. Yeah.
And like people are expecting it, we can't do it.
No, it was like rich white people.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Rich white people.
Oh yeah, no, it
They're-
seemed like rich people.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it's like you feel rich even when you're driving by, or you feel like people want you to leave. I feel like it's beautiful there.
Yeah, it's really pretty.
It's very beautiful.
Sad though, soulless.
Is it?
Yes. Yeah. No soul at all. No one had a last name. I mean, it's one of the prettiest places in the world.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was. Hi, I'm Bob. I'm a Sagittarius. Like nobody had a real connection to anyone else. Everyone was just kind of passing through. And the first time I went to New Orleans, which is obviously a disgusting place, but I loved it because it was just so thick. It was just so much there. And all these weird rituals and customs. It just had a culture, and I just didn't grow up around that at all. And even though I didn't understand what they were doing in New Orleans, and obviously I was very threatened by it because half the town is a violent criminal, right? But I still liked it because I thought this is interesting in a way that nothing I grew up with was interesting at all.
I could totally see that. Yeah, I think I grew up in a place that was just so, it was just, there was so much lore and stuff in our area that, and I think that's just a lot of the way that Louisiana was.
Amos Moses.
He's from Louisiana?
I don't know, but I love that song. But you just picture, wrestling alligators in the swamp. And where I grew up, people literally talked about the weather every single day, every day. And the weather never changed. It wasn't like we lived in Minnesota or something.
It's very Truman Show then.
It's unbelievable. You're like, well, it's going to be 72 and partly cloudy, moving to mostly sunny in the afternoon. It's going to be 68 overnight. Tomorrow, and then it would just be on an endless repeat. It was a skipping record.
Did you hate that about yourself? That like was there any self loathe? Because I hated myself because I was poor, right? Yeah. But does that happen on the other end of the spectrum? And I hated my neighborhood. I just felt embarrassed, right? Does that happen on the other end of the spectrum where people?
No, not enough. There should be a lot more self-hatred in rich neighborhoods, I think.
And I hate to say self-hatred. Sorry. I was ashamed of myself. That's a better way to say it.
There should be more shame. There should be more shame. Like if you've amassed $100 million from sucking the last remaining lifeblood out of some manufacturing company in the Midwest, calling it private equity, you should hate yourself a little bit. You know what I mean? And there's none of that. And I think that's part of the problem. There's not enough guilt among the ruling class. There's no sense of obligation to people beneath them. And that's one of the reasons they hate you so much. And that's one of the reasons that the fentanyl crisis has not even been acknowledged by Washington, is because they kind of know they're responsible for it. And you wind up hating the people you've wronged, I have noticed.
What do you mean that you might wind up hating?
If you commit a sin against somebody, if you're cruel to somebody, unfair to somebody, you cheat somebody, you wind up hating that person as a way of justifying what you did. And the only way to stop that is by admitting what you did, saying it out loud to the person's face and asking for his forgiveness, which again is why the 12-step model works, right? But if you don't do that, you wind up blaming the person for the crime that you committed against him. And that's one of the reasons that people who don't get sober are so angry at the world. They're pissed at their parents. You used to meet these people, their parents sent them to rehab 6 times, and they're pissed at their parents. Why are you mad at your parents? They did everything they could. And the reason that Junkie's mad at his parents is because he knows that he's actually the guilty party, and he's committed massive crimes against them, but he can't admit it, so he blames them. And that is true at a macro level as well. And if your ruling class of all the richest people have gotten rich by dicking over the people beneath them, running these fascist companies that spy on their employees' phone calls and track them as they come in and out of the building and require them to work on Sundays with no overtime, and just really inhumane sweatshop type practices, creepy Stasi stuff, those people end up having great contempt for their own employees. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, well, I think it's one of the spaces we're getting to right now in the country is people, if you're an owner of something, if you are well, you know what's interesting is when you say that, I recently met a guy who is a Democrat, right? He's like a devout Democrat, right?
Yep.
And he said to me, this was interesting, I never heard this. He said, I vote for Democrats because I want there to be programs in place to keep the people that are struggling. I want to keep them, I want to satiate them just enough so they don't rebel.
They don't have power.
Right. And I'd never heard that.
He said that out loud?
Yeah, he said that to me. And I was like, that's so, I never heard
here's
that
your
before.
weed, here's your porn, just don't make a mess.
Right, just don't make a mess so that the rest of us who aren't as unfortunate as you can still operate like we operate.
Okay. So
it blew my mind. I just never heard that perspective.
Was this on camera?
No, this was just in a human conversation. As 2 humans eating.
An inhuman conversation, really?
Yeah, inhuman. Yeah.
Like, what?
Yeah, I had a salad. I don't know what he had. We were having lunch.
The blood of children, probably.
Yeah.
I would say.
He was,
sounds that way.
He had an O negative. Yeah, junior. Yeah.
I mean, that is so dark, but it's so true. And by the way, bless him for his honesty, because that is exactly what's going on. Yeah. And that's not how you treat your own kids or people you love.
Right.
You'd never say, I'm going to keep you on just enough assistance that you cannot starve to death, but that you'll be so harried by the shittiness of your existence that you'll never challenge my power. That is a crime.
I've never heard that.
Well, that's
well,
the
to
plan.
me as an American value, that was that's never a way that I ever would thought or think.
No, because you encourage self-sufficiency, because that's where self-respect comes from.
Right.
I've got my shit in a pile, and I'm proud of myself. That's the goal for an adult man. And if you're preventing people from getting to that, then you are committing a crime. And you should be held accountable for it, in my opinion.
But there's nobody to hold anybody accountable anymore, it feels like.
I know. Well, I'm very aware of that.
Yeah. Sorry.
Everyone's in on it. Well, it's just so interesting.
But how do we get out of it then?
By saying the truth out loud. I think that's the only recourse. I think that's more powerful than guns. I mean, I do. Saying truth. I mean, that's what they get hysterical about.
Right,
There'll be a mass shooting, and there'll be 3 days. We need to take all our guns away. They're not going to take your guns away. They can't, but that's not their priority. But when somebody says something that's true, I mean, they will disappear a person for that. Like, you'll never hear from them again. And there's a reason.
Yeah.
And the reason is nothing is a greater threat to the people running things than true words. And that's why
like about Kanye, you mean?
I'm not talking about, well, Kanye was disappeared.
Yeah.
I mean, and my view of Kanye would be, you know, if you show up on Alex Jones in a hockey mask saying you love Hitler, probably not really a threat to anybody. Actually. Yeah. I mean, are there really a lot of people are going to watch Kanye being like, I love Hitler, and be like, wow, I love Hitler too.
Yeah. Yeah.
No.
Oh, you might be able to walk on with the devil rays, maybe, you know.
No, but I'm just saying, like, that wasn't, if you actually wanted to promote Hitler, and I hope no one would ever want to promote Hitler, but like, if you did, that would not be the way to do it.
Yeah.
Right? So actually, how is Kanye a threat to anybody? I don't think he was.
Yeah.
And by the way, he's a recording artist. He's a musician. So like, and a clothing designer. He's not in charge of federal policy. So I did think, I thought that was distressing. Just because I don't think anybody should be silenced. If you're not committing violence against somebody, you have the right as a human being, because you are not a slave, you are a human being, you have the right to say what you think. That is a foundational right. And if you don't have the right to say what you think, then you're not a human being, you're a slave. Like, that's the acid test. Am I a slave or not? I don't know. One simple question. Can you say what you really think? And if you can't, then you're a slave. Super simple.
Well, now it feels like they own. It used to feel like you could write what you think, but now it feels like the paper is owned, right?
Yeah.
So they can, like, even with AI coming out, it's like they could even adjust what you write. So you don't even fucking have a value to write anything anymore. It's like, hey, just put in kind of how you feel. We'll write what you're saying. Like, it's getting to that point. You know what I'm saying? It almost starts it could be 2 years from that, where it's like,
I've been a writer all my life, and to see now machines doing that and actually doing a fairly, serviceable job. I mean, writing poetry and screenplays and
giving me a fake father.
But upgrade or no?
A little younger than my dad, but I don't know. That guy seemed a little bit devious. My father seemed a little happier than him.
Fair.
I'm gonna urinate real fast.
You're gonna urinate?
Yeah. All right.
Like a racehorse, my brother.
You ever owned a horse?
Never owned a horse. I'm a dog guy.
Really? You ever bet on dogs? You ever put one in at the track?
Honestly, yes. In Florida. In fact, in Florida in the 80s.
Now we're
and that dog track has now been closed. And I love dogs, and I've always loved dogs.
Yeah.
And it's the one in Miami that's near the airport, and it was the most depressing, inhumane, like you just wanted to send money to PETA, spending 20 minutes there. But I did go there. Yes, I had been drinking, probably other things, and I did bet on the Greyhounds, and I feel bad about it.
Yeah,
I do.
You ever ridden on Greyhound?
I've always been a sizable man, and they buck me off every time I try.
Really?
Yeah, wheel around and bite me. Yeah, they don't. It's hard to saddle a Greyhound.
No, I mean the bus service.
Oh, sorry. I thought you meant the dogs.
Oh no.
Oh, I spent a lot of time on. Actually, true story.
Yeah.
I had a girlfriend in high school. We went to different colleges, and she went to Vanderbilt University in Nashville, Tennessee, and I lived in New England, which is a small, colder region.
That our Will Shepherd over there, the one.
And I took the bus. I took a Greyhound bus from Washington, D.C., where my parents lived, to Nashville, which is like 12 hours.
Yeah.
And then I took one back. And so this bus was going on to New York City, and for some reason it was 100% Puerto Rican and me. And I was at the back of the bus, and it left at like midnight.
Yeah.
And I was drinking and smoking on the bus. That's how long ago it was. This was 1987. I'll never forget it. And I fall asleep because I'm so loaded. I'm taking a leak in the empty cans. Just doing what you do.
Living life, dude.
And all of a sudden, I feel this wet, grainy thing on my face. And these people right there in the seat right across the aisle were just like full coitus, just like playing couch ball, just full blown sound effects, everything. And the guy was wearing socks, and one of the socks hit my face, and it was just moist and it had a lot of gravel from the ground on it. And I remember thinking, I can't wait to get off this bus. It was dark. It was nothing erotic about it at all.
Oh yeah.
Right?
I mean, I don't know. It depends on what you're how you are at the time, I think.
Well, I was drunk and in a dead sleep, and they're rolling around, and she's making these animal noises. Like, they were not at all inhibited, which was kind of impressive in a way.
That's
but
nice,
I felt it was very much an intrusion into my space.
Wow. Yeah, that's fair. Like, hey, is there any zoning over here?
Right.
What? Yeah. Who does? Yeah. Do we have a town planner?
That's a true story.
Yeah. Oh, that's good. Oh, Greyhound's unbelievable, dude. I remember one time a guy's on there, right, sitting by me. He goes, hey, there was a brother on there, and he goes, hey, you want to see something? And I thought it was going to be his wiener, right? Because I've been on the bus before. But
you said yes.
Well, it was a 2-hour ride. I was like, I'll fucking see it now. I'm not going to pretend.
So you thought he cut a hole in the bottom of the
yeah, I thought
I get it.
Some wiener trick,
totally. The old Greyhound wiener trick.
Yeah. And I was like, yeah, I'll see it, And he had a bag of jewelry and a gun, and he just robbed a jewelry store. Wow. He had a bag of jewelry and a gun. No, I didn't buy any, but he wanted me to sit there and look at it, and I put on a couple of the necklaces or whatever. And
did you act impressed?
Oh yeah, because I was scared. And they always give the guy, once you get out of jail, they give you a ticket on the fucking Greyhound.
But imagine you rob a jewelry store and your getaway vehicle is a Greyhound bus.
Unbelievable.
You are retarded.
Doing that. You're like, we got to get out of here in 7 hours.
I bought the ticket. Yeah. Pretty cool,
dude. It was I mean, I loved riding Greyhound. I used to work on a farm up in Mississippi, and so I would take a Greyhound bus up there, and I would ride it up there, and there was always people on there.
What's the bathroom like?
Ghosts on there. It was always closed. They said, I was on one where part of it was on fire. I was on one where a guy stopped to fucking meet his ex or something for like 20 minutes, and we all had to chill at IHOP.
No way.
100%. Dude, go to Greyhound Bus Twitter feed, Greyhound Bus Help, and look at their replies on there. Bro, welcome to America, bro.
I love that. So it's just like every Waffle House they stop at.
Oh, it's just like, the bus supposed to leave at 4:30. It's 9:70. Somebody like, it's 9:70. Well, you have a bad watch. But like, it's 9:70. 2 people are pregnant. It's just, the list goes on, man.
Chances I'd like the people on those buses 100%.
Everything on here is unbelievable.
But seriously, all drivers allowed my bag to be stolen this trip. Where's customer service?
Yeah, go back one. They got a video. Let me see that video on there. This is what I do at night. I go to Greyhound Bus Help Twitter feed, and they'll show stuff. Yeah, little 8 balls between the seats or different things. There's somebody kind of grammed down there between the seats.
Did you ever do that?
I never found any drugs on there. Oh, that might be somebody touching something. Don't let that video finish, please. But I spent a lot of time on this, man. It's insane.
Greyhound Bus Hell, it's called?
Greyhound Bus Help. But yeah, they could change it. It would still work. I'm going to urinate real fast.
All right.
So, sorry I had to urinate, and that's why.
I heard it.
Yeah. Well, and it's okay.
Strong stream.
The saddest part was being little and just not being able to pee in there. And I grew up around, we had a lot of dudes, and they would hold a lot of brothers back 3 or 4 years. So you'd have a big brother in there. And we had this dude, Mr. Larry, right?
Mr. Larry.
Yeah, he was like, they held him back like 7 times, right? So at that point, you got to respect him,
100%.
And he would urinate over your back, and it just right into the urinal, dude. You'd be standing there peeing, right? You're like a scared kid. Remember how scary it was the first time you had to go into the urinals as a kid?
No.
Oh, well,
I grew up in a less threatening environment.
Oh, you did?
Because there's no one doing piss rainbows over my shoulder.
Yeah, bro.
No.
That wasn't hilarious. He was the fucking Gary Payton of piss on me. He would fucking shoot from deep. And so you'd literally be peeing. Imagine this, and you can't pee. You're scared. And then a fucking pee comes just from above and goes perfectly in.
That's so impressive.
You just feel demoralized, though.
No, but I mean, the pounds per square inch, just the velocity. You know what I mean? You think you'd almost need CO2 to get that much power.
Yeah, it was impressive, man. It's crazy what some men can do, or young men or adolescents.
Yeah, there's not a lot of dribbling at that age.
Yeah. Oh, there wasn't any dribbling, dude.
No dribbling. It's like
it was just
and then
shooting.
at the end it's like bam off. It's like the Bellagio fountains. Like when it's done, it's done. I do respect that.
What is news like around the world? That's something I don't understand.
So different. It's crazy. You don't realize that we live in this bizarre biosphere where you have no idea what's going on in the rest of the world. You have no idea how you're perceived, the United States is perceived. And you have no idea really your place in the global order because we're cut off from the rest of the world. And we have these two extremely lame, irrelevant countries bordering us, but that's it. Mexico and Canada, no offense, I like them both, but nobody cares. But there are big, important countries around the world, and they're very focused on the United States, and they have all these views about what we're doing, and those views are never expressed here. So if you're a leader in the United States, you can be like, well, we're doing this for democracy. This is the arsenal of democracy. And then you go to the countries that are directly affected by those policies, and they're like, you're freaking insane. You have no idea what you're talking about. I mean, the mind blower for me this summer, we traveled all over the world, a bunch of different continents. We're still doing it because I got fired, so I've been stuck in a studio for all those years.
So now you got to get out and about.
Well, kind of. I mean, I go on vacation for 2 weeks a year, but that was it. When you do a show regularly, you're tied to where you are. Period. You're in a studio.
Yeah.
So all of a sudden, I'm like, wow, I'm kind of free, emancipated. Yeah, for a few months, and it was the summertime, and anyway, so we went. But the shock for me was, and this is not a partisan point at all.
And what does partisan mean?
It means like carrying water for a party. Like this is what Republicans think, or so Democrats.
So non-partisan means not.
This is just what I think is true, and it doesn't matter what either party says.
Okay, what does non-partisan mean?
It just means not partisan. It's not. You're not connected to a party. You're not helping either party.
Okay.
But what I mean is both parties, Republican and Democrat, were saying for a year and a half, Ukraine is winning this war against Russia.
Yeah, I remember hearing that.
Oh, yeah, I mean, and I still think people believe that. So whatever you think of the war, Russia-Ukraine, I mean, I'm not that interested, honestly, because I'm not Russian or Ukrainian, is the truth. But lots of Americans seem to be interested, and they have their little Ukrainian flags, and they're learning to pronounce Kiev as Kyiv, and they're doing all the steps that you need to do. Repeating all the dumb slogans.
Slava Ukraine.
Yeah, they don't, whatever. Americans have this thing where they have no idea where something is, but they're like, all of a sudden, you see it now with the Middle East. Well, I'm an expert, It's like the Nakba. What?
Yeah.
Stop. Anyway, but the article of faith for most Americans was that Ukraine is winning this war. So, I mean, how do I know? You know what I mean? I'm stuck in a studio. So I go over to the region, two different countries that border Ukraine.
Oh, you popped over there to Ukraine?
No, I didn't go to Ukraine. No. I think I do well in Ukraine now.
Really?
Well, the government of Ukraine is attacked me by name a lot, so I feel like that was unwise.
Who's their master over there? Their leader?
Well, the president is a guy called Vladimir Zelensky.
Oh, right, that's right. He's a fucking comedian.
Yeah, a very unfunny one.
Yeah, do we have any videos of him doing stand-up comedy?
He's got one where he's playing the piano with his dick. I don't know if you can find that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but. Yeah, and actually fairly well.
Was it at a Sig Ep house? Where was that?
It was in Ukraine somewhere.
Oh, no way.
I think it's a pretty common thing. There. Oh, there he is playing piano with his penis. Yes.
Is he really?
Oh, yes.
Oh, anybody can be president now.
Well, I don't know. Can you play the piano with your penis?
Huh? Oh, no. A little bit of Beethoven. That's kind of hacky, but it's cute though.
That was good.
Thank you.
I like that.
I said that just because I knew you might like it.
I love that. Wish I'd said that. But anyway, so whatever. I don't care about these guys in any way. But
right.
I go over there and I start talking to very knowledgeable people, like the people who run these countries, and they're like, "What? No, Russia has 100 million more people than Ukraine. 100 million." And much deeper industrial capacity. They have all these weapons factories. You're not going to. It's the largest country in the world by landmass. There's literally no chance, even theoretically, Ukraine could beat them.
But aren't they an industrial Aren't they
Russia?
Things made out of stone. Aren't they living in the past with a lot of technology?
Well, it turns out, I mean,
they're the military advance.
Well, we always make fun of it, during the Soviet period because it was super inefficient and they were all drunk and They would crash their commercial airliners all the time from drunkenness, all the time. In fact, their carrier, the international carrier, the national carrier is called Aeroflot, Russian carrier. It was the Soviet carrier. And in a very, very famous crash, the pilot had his son in the cockpit with passengers on the plane, and the cockpit voice recorder proved this. And the son just takes the yoke, just pushes it down and flies the plane right into the ground. So, like, people made fun correctly of Soviet technology, but it turns out they were actually pretty good at this. You know, they produced a lot of chess players. They're not stupid people at all, and neither are the Ukrainians for that matter. But anyway, the point is, the Russians were never going to lose, period. And anyone who looked at it objectively would know that, except no one in the United States knew that. So that kind of freaked me out. I'm like, we have a big country, smart country, the most advanced country in the world, supposedly, and nobody even knows a basic fact. Like, Russia has 100 million more people. Of course, they're not going to lose to Ukraine. Like, that's insane. And yet, nobody knew that. So I thought, wow, what else don't we know?
Yeah.
You know, and like, just the amount of lying that you can do in a world where everything is controlled. All information is controlled, with the exception pretty much of Twitter, because the guy who owns it has said he's not going to censor.
Yeah, Elon, it's nice. I feel like that's one thing that I thought was that, yeah, maybe that's it. That's what's about censorship, is at least you feel like you can say things or that things can be shared on there. Because do
you feel, I mean, as someone who writes comedy, who does this every day, do you feel freer on the platform now?
On Twitter?
Yeah.
I feel like at least if YouTube takes me down.
Oh, look at that. Comedy is legal on this platform. So Elon, like, specifically endorsed your right to say.
Yeah, it was nice of him. We had Roseanne Barr on, and she's I
like her a lot.
Oh, dude, she fucking did so much for comedy. She did so much for women and gays. And
oh, wait, I saw that.
And they, Hollywood threw under the fucking bus as soon as they had a chance, because they are heartless. And so anyway, she was on my show, and she.
Wait, I saw that, and they took. Tell me if I'm misremembering this. They took a line that she had, and they cut out all the context and put it like on TikTok, and it made her sound like she was a crazy person or a vicious person, which she's not. Either one.
Yeah, she's a Jewish. I mean, she's born Jewish. I think she's still Jewish, right?
She is.
And so she said, yeah, oh, and the Holocaust never happened, right? She said sarcastically, right?
Of course. I think she had relatives who died in it.
Yes. Yeah, it's very obvious, right?
Of course.
And some guy on Twitter, Sam, I don't know what the guy's name was, something Fuckelstein or somebody, he fucking made a big deal about it.
Oh, for the Minneapolis Fuckelsteins.
Yeah, probably.
I know them.
This dude, this was 2 weeks after, right? Makes a big deal about, or just put that clip in or whatever, no context. So then YouTube took that episode down. But we got to put it on Twitter, so that was nice, at least because it was an honest place, you know? But what I worry about is, like, didn't some of these companies, didn't Twitter or Facebook, didn't they get in trouble for not letting, like, during election times, like, not real information being allowed to be shared?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know who would get them in trouble. They run everything. And, you know, my concern would be, as we're getting to this election, it's very intense. You know, I think they're, you know, very intense people on both sides. And if you actually had a platform that was open for everyone to say what he or she thinks, that's a massive threat to the asshole community. And I think that because the truth is always a threat to liars. That's just right. It never changes. People are killed never for lying, ever. You're only killed for telling the truth. You're only punished for telling the truth. People get mad, it's because you told the truth. Everyone should know that. So, I mean, I can't imagine the pressure that's going to come to bear on this company, X now, over the next year. I mean, you know, it's going to be without precedent, I think.
Do you think Elon could be, I mean, there could be like even an assassination attempt on him or something?
I would never speculate about something like that, but I just think there's
just,
like, you can't.
You're a guy at a bar. What are you going to say?
You know, I think there's going to be, I would have a food taster. I mean, I think look, the one thing look, if you're doing a great job at something, if you're a great father, great husband, great employer, great comedian, you're not too worried because you know you're doing a good job. But if you're doing a bad job and the only beneficiary of your work is you and everyone else is getting screwed and they can't even afford to fill up their truck or buy groceries and you're still getting rich, You're very worried. Dictators are always worried about their own security. Okay? So what's the biggest threat to you? The biggest threat is someone calling you out. And so you have to shut down any medium where that could possibly happen. So obviously Facebook is completely controlled. Google is completely controlled. TikTok, foreign-owned company, God knows what their agenda is. So really the only big platform that's pretty not controlled with apparently some limits, but in general, it's not controlled. It's free speech. It's X.
I agree.
So like, there's a lot at stake. Legitimate leaders don't worry about this. If I'm a legitimate leader, if I'm a good father, and one of my kids is like, I want to smoke weed at the breakfast table, you're like, you can't, sorry. Because I make the rules, no weed at the breakfast table. I'm not worried about saying that because I think I'm a pretty good father, and I think my kids think I'm a pretty good father. But if I'm a terrible father who's abusing my kids, I can't let them say anything because the authorities might find out. I gotta get punished for what they know. And that is the same attitude that every dictator has. That's why all dictators take the guns and impose censorship. It's the first thing they do. They don't want to throw you in prison. It's expensive. It's difficult. They don't want to execute you. They just want you to shut up and be obedient. And Elon Musk, in buying this platform and opening it up to all positions, even unpopular ones, is the single greatest threat to their hegemony, to their control. And, I'm not predicting their response, but I mean, it's going to be intense, super intense. I can say that.
Would you have security and that sort of thing if you were him? Would you have like somebody, would you make sure that the Tesla truck, which is supposed to have been out for 17 years, but that it has extra bulletproofness in the glass?
I would definitely include as a standard feature, not an add-on, the oil tanks that drop the oil onto the road behind you so that people pursuing you spin out and go right into a bridge abutment or off the side of the mountain, off Mulholland. You know what I mean? I would definitely do that. And I'd have like hidden machine guns under the side view mirrors. I'd have a death ray possibly. That would probably be a custom feature, but I would have stuff like that. Yeah, for sure.
Do you think we get fair news about like even the war like in Israel and Hamas? Like, do you think we get fair information about that? Like Joe Rogan had a lady on recently and she was saying that like the perception of what happens over there isn't the information that we get, Do you see that?
Think of it this way. What's at stake? People's lives, control of governments, control of land, ancient rivalries and hatreds. I mean, there's so much at stake here.
Oh, this is the Celtics and the Lakers from the Bible.
That, of course, it's very intense. And so, of course, there's going to be massive lying on all sides, and there is. And that's fine. And you go into it knowing that. I've spent a lot of time over there, and I will freely confess I don't understand a lot of the dynamics because I'm from La Jolla. I'm not from, Jenin or Jerusalem or Qatar. It's like I'm not from the region, okay? I don't speak the languages. But I know enough to know that there's massive lying, and I think it's good to know that. The only thing that enrages me is when you hear people say, you must believe me. I have no obligation to believe anybody. You have an obligation, if you want me to believe you, to prove what you're saying.
Right.
And I have a right to ask simple, fair questions. How do you know that? How can I trust that? And if you don't give me those answers, then I just don't believe you. And I don't have to believe you. And if your recourse is, you're a bad person for not believing me, fuck you. That's my response. Fuck you. And especially in this case where my money and potentially my children's lives, well, that was a cuckoo.
Yeah, one of these things got blown out of my nose. Every now and then I got to make sure it works.
You got to open it up.
Yeah.
I agree with that. Respect. Just widen them out. There's no shame.
God, it feel good, doesn't it? God, dude.
If I can feel it dripping down the back of my throat right now. Anyway, sorry to use profanity on your show, but it...
Somebody put on some cash up, Let's fucking...
Is that what you listened to?
I don't know what happened, dude.
No, be honest. What were you listening to?
I think it was probably, some Kesha, some Traveling Wilburys.
Traveling Wilburys?
Maybe a little bit of...
That's the soundtrack of your private cocaine use? The Traveling Wilburys?
I got a unique list, a little, maybe some Morgan Wallen, different, eclectic mix, I think. James Blake.
What about Dust in a Baggie? Billy Strings.
Never heard that. I love Billy Strings, but I haven't heard Dust in a Baggie.
Oh, it's a great tune. And it's about Dust in a Baggie.
I thought it was an Irish guy, Dust in a Baggie.
That's good.
That's good. Dustin. Hey, Dustin, Mom's pissed. Sorry, I'm just
Have you ever been to Boston?
I've been to Pittsburgh, though. Dave Chappelle was just in Boston, man. You saw what they did to him over there?
It was unbelievable.
Yeah. Do you think that's fair that they should? Because well, it's not fair, but it's like, I don't know. If you go to listen to Dave Chappelle these days, you know he's going to talk more about a lot of stuff. You know, Dave Chappelle criticizes Israel, spars with crowd at Boston's show. Oh, he criticized Israel. So I didn't know that's exactly what he did.
mean, look, I wasn't there. I only know what I read.
I wasn't there either.
But
That's
I think he made one point, which I think is entirely, I don't know if I agree. I don't agree with Dave Chappelle and everything, of course. But the one point that I read that I did agree with was the United States is implicated in this, and so we have a right to have an opinion on it. And that is obviously true. And anyone who tells you you don't have a right to have an opinion, or you must have one specific opinion, is wrong. And I think it's fair to say that.
Yeah, I think that people should be able to have their opinions, you know. Yeah, because once you don't have your fucking opinion, then it's like, how do you get to a revolution? How do we get to a revolution? Because at what point do people just say, well, if you don't want my life to mean anything to me, based on how you've set up the environment, at what point do you go from there to, then I am not going to play this game? Or how does a revolution start?
They're very worried about it. That's why they're putting people in prison. And
I think they should be worried about it.
They are worried.
I'd love to fucking be on a horseback, dude.
Well, you know how you get to revolution is by not listening to people and not serving their interests and telling them to shut up again and again, calling them names. You know, something you've got a legitimate question, like, why should I support a war with Iran? Shut up! You know, calling me what? You know, I have 4 children of draft age. Like, why is that not a fair question for me? Shut up! And you do that enough, and I have recourse because I have a platform. But most people don't. And if you tell them to shut up enough, like, we don't care that you care about gas prices and your stupid pickup truck. Well, some people like their pickup trucks and they use them for work. And if it's not affordable to fill it up, that's a big deal for them. And if you're like, shut up, climate change, pig, you know, your nephew ODs on fentanyl and nobody cares. Like, if you keep that up for long enough, you will make people radical. And why wouldn't they be radical, actually? And I'm so insulated for most of it because I have enough money and I'm not in debt and my kids are grown and paid for. And like, I'm in a much easier position than most people.
Right.
And I feel radical just watching.
Right.
And so why wouldn't they be on the brink of being unreasonable? And it doesn't need to be this way. You don't have to solve all people's problems. Like, some problems are very hard to solve and people know that. There's no magic button you press that ends inflation or stops fentanyl. And everyone knows that. All you need to do is express the fact and do it sincerely that you care. You acknowledge these are big problems. But when the Speaker of the House, who I know is a nice guy from your state, the new Speaker of the House comes in, and the first thing he does is issue a statement on behalf of a foreign country. That's the most important thing. I'm not even against the statement, but I'm just saying, like, what bigger statement does that make?
That's him, Mikey Johnson?
Yeah. And
he's the Speaker?
He is. And,
praise God. Damn, Mikey.
He's a nice guy, and I'm not against him, but I'm just saying, like, if you think the welfare of another country is the most important thing for you as one of the leaders of our country, third in line to the presidency, you have lost the thread, son, because it's not. Nothing is more important to the leaders of our country than our country and how its 350 million people are doing. So I was enraged by that. And people were like, oh, are you for Hamas? Of course I'm not for Hamas at all. I'm for America, actually. I shouldn't even have to answer that question. Yeah. Are you for Israel or Hamas? I mean, obviously I'm for Israel over Hamas, but that's irrelevant. I'm for America. And no one even asked that. And I feel deep resentment about that the concerns of this country are of no concern.
Right. It feels like our concerns don't even fucking matter anymore.
They don't matter.
That's why it makes me wonder, are we just a shell company for Israel? Are we just a shell company for China? Like, where are we anymore? Like, are we just...
Well, there are a lot of people who live here who really like it here. We're born here.
I love it here.
Well, I know you do. And I'm just saying, like, it doesn't have to be this way. There are hundreds of millions of people whose ancestors are buried here and they want to stay here. They don't have another passport. And it wouldn't be hard to rally them and just say, like, you're a Democrat, you're a Republican, you're this, you're that, but we're all American, and let's have a conversation about what's best for our country. You would get people from all sides being like, that's right, that's the right conversation. We may not even agree, but that's the conversation we should be having. And if you don't do that, I'm just telling you, you play with fire. People go crazy. And I'm totally convinced that the mass shootings we're seeing and the massive spike in mental illness that we're seeing, which is leading to mass shootings, These are manifestations of the frustration, the hopelessness that people feel when they realize their leaders don't care about them. I believe that. I can't prove it.
Yeah.
But I believe it because I happen to live in a place with a lot of, people who are not kind of succeeding in the modern world. And they're good people and they have skills and they've been here, their families have been here for hundreds of years. We should care about them.
I agree. But yeah, I think our country has been compromised by people that don't care and they don't see value in that. And it feels like it's just about a bottom line, or it's about, I don't know, some goal that to me seems so erroneous. I can't even fathom that you wouldn't have feelings. Like when you're like that Sackler family that's just watching people's children die. So you can make money off of a fucking pill. Who cares? What are you going to get? Another like half bathroom or something? Like, what are you going to get? Like, I don't understand the goal sometimes of some of that, or why people would think that selling someone out to such a point where they don't have any purpose, where you take away their hope. We had a guy on here talk about meaning, this guy John Vervaeke, and he was real interesting. This guy is from Canada, and he just talks about meaning, and when people don't have like when they don't feel like they're supported by, I'm gonna fuck it up, but if they don't feel like they're part of a group, or they don't feel like
if they're totally cut off from other people and just floating around atomized and alone,
right,
it drives them crazy.
Right, you go crazy. Yeah,
and then you get
put them in solitary
SSRIs.
confinement.
Exactly.
So you basically taken so much of America by taking away like things that brought us together.
Yes.
And some of those things were smaller towns, like businesses in small towns, things that made people feel of value. My father went to my father, his family was mahogany farmers. They did wood. And so I think if your father went into the woods in your town or whatever, part of a company that built tables.
They were literally mahogany farmers?
Yeah. And you had a table at home, and then it was your dad's company's table. We eat at our families. We build it in our town.
There's some physical connection between labor and reward. And
yeah.
Now it's just theoretical and digital and bullshit.
Yeah.
Zoom calls. And
yeah. Now it's just like, do you want to eat at this fucking Chipotle sit-go, where they're selling gas and burritos and, and it's just like,
is that a thing?
But that's a fucking town hall of a lot of, it's just, now everything has just been, it's a Dollar General in most towns, and that's what it is now. It's like, just we've killed off a lot of that,
What's interesting is you drive through, I like to hunt and fish, so I've been in a lot of small towns in America because that's what the hunting and the fishing is.
Yeah.
And some of these towns, especially the county seats in rural towns, have beautiful courthouses. Beautiful. Like somebody spent a lot of money and a lot of time to make a beautiful public building. One of those hasn't been built since the Second World War. That is true. Probably since the 30s, since the Depression.
Wow.
Your state especially. You've got a lot of great public architecture in Louisiana. None of it has been built since Huey Long was murdered. Okay? So why is that? And it's been replaced by disposable garbage in the dollar store. I'm sorry to single them out, but they are a symbol of it. It's so intentionally ugly. Box stores are so ugly. You're like, there's got to be a purpose behind architecture exists for a reason. You're sending a message when you build a building, when you build anything. And the message of box stores and dollar stores and of public, the DMV is, you mean nothing. We're not going to spend any time or any energy trying to elevate you or please your senses or build anything beautiful. It's ugly on purpose to let you know that you mean nothing. You do not count. Shut up and obey. You're an animal, actually. And I just feel like there's something very profound about that, the message that it sends. And everyone receives the message, whether they know it or not. You go into a DMV, what's it telling you? Wait your turn, wait for your number. And then some surly low IQ person hassles you over. It's like, I'm a citizen of this country. Why do I even have to have a driver's license? Give me my fucking papers and let me get out of here. How dare you speak to me that way? But you can't, because she's in charge. The whole experience is designed to degrade you and make you less powerful, to take your self-respect away. I'm very upset by it.
Oh, the DMV, it's almost like they have a line, if you come out of the closet, you get to go to the front of the line.
I'd be willing to do that.
Yeah, but that's the kind of shit I'm saying. It's like, that's how much they want to compromise who you are or what you are.
But look at that. Okay, the drop ceiling, there's no reason to have lighting like that. It doesn't cost more maybe to put some lamps or sconces or something. There's nothing more oppressive than a drop ceiling with fluorescent lighting, and there's no reason to have that. And everything is made out of vinyl and metal. There's not one natural material in there. Why not have wooden benches? What would that cost extra? Train stations used to have them, but they don't, because the message there is all this shit's disposable. It'll be in a landfill in 5 years, and so will you. Everything about that is degrading to the citizen, and it's not an accident. We've been doing that since the day we dropped the atomic bomb on Hiroshima. That is true. Since
Why?
the end of the Second War. I mean, I have a lot of theories about it. I have no evidence to back up any of my theories, so I should just say that. I think that dropping the atomic bomb on Japan convinced the U.S. government and the Western leaders more broadly that they were God. They had the power to destroy whole cities. Nuclear power, when weaponized, is the most powerful tool man's ever made. And it gave people the impression that they were God. And they lost all humility and all love for their fellow citizens. They lost love for their fellow citizens. That's what our architecture, post-war architecture, conveys. I don't love you. I don't care about you. The British colonized whole countries. India, for example. They didn't love they loved the Indians, but they thought the Indians were lesser than them. They did. They were racist in our current understanding of that word. But they built train stations in, say, Calcutta or Bombay that would blow your freaking mind. There's nothing as beautiful in the United States as the train stations they built in the subcontinent, in India.
Oh, yeah. Stunning places.
Right. Stunning. So, like, what does that tell you? And these were colonial train stations built for Indian subjects.
Right.
Look at that.
But they still had a lot of pride in what they built.
They did, but people, here, do the one in Mumbai. The Mumbai train station is like the most unbelievable.
I met a Pakistani the other day.
Well, that was part of India up until 1947.
Yeah. They have their own autonomy now.
They do. They have nuclear weapons, actually. Yeah. Oh, look at that. Look at that right there. Look at that.
Come on.
That looks like, that's the train station in Mumbai, India.
Oh, yeah.
I've been there. And I sat there, and it's very poorly maintained. The Indian government has done nothing to kind of preserve it, unfortunately. And they've built a lot of garbage architecture they stole from our anti-human architects. But, like, what kind of country would build something like that? A country that cared about pleasing people. Right? You look at that pleases you. You want to keep staring at it because it's beautiful. We've created nothing of beauty in the United States in 80 years. Like, what the hell? Roy Lichtenstein and Andy Warhol, that's beauty? No, it's not. It's garbage.
Yeah. Yeah, it's bootleg.
You got me going, baby.
Am I?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, dude. I like your attitude. Well, you know where there's great architecture that blew my mind? Milwaukee.
The best. Down by the river?
Dude, Milwaukee.
Yes.
Is such a beautiful city.
I totally agree with you.
I had no idea.
Have you tried Cleveland?
Yeah.
Cleveland obviously is famously screwed up. Mistake by the lake, but it's like, look at that right there. So the Germans built it. Milwaukee was a German city, obviously.
It was?
Oh, yeah. That's why the beer was brewed there.
Oh, yeah.
Very German city.
And
they recreated Europe. The best of Europe.
Yeah, Cleveland definitely, it was a bit of a different experience, I think, when I was there.
Look at that. Look at that building.
That's stunning.
Imagine building something like that. And instead, we build glass boxes that are LEED certified. And it's like we've built nothing of value, nothing of permanence, nothing we have built in my lifetime will last. And rightly so. There are Roman buildings and arches. Rome
that are going to last longer.
Rome fell in the 5th century, and they're still there.
And that will outlast the construction of half these Petcos.
It's true. It's totally true.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And it's crazy though. But there's something happened. And I think that's the infection that starts to get into the spirit of us, And I think that's the fight that's going on inside of a lot of people.
Make something beautiful. That's what we should be telling kids. Like, your job in life, it's not just working for the man and paying the bills. It's make one thing that's beautiful, that you're proud of, that's an expression of something good inside you. Make it with your hands or with your mouth. But make it. Make something beautiful. Yeah. I don't know why that's so. And by the way, when you say something that you think is particularly funny or insightful, you're getting the truth about something. Aren't you filled with like this? Wow. Doesn't that feel like better than anything?
Yeah, I think it feels like what you're supposed to be doing.
Yes, that's it. Exactly. You're doing what you're supposed to be doing. What God made you to do. That's my feeling, but that's not advice that we give at all. It's like how to be an obedient, get some stupid degree at some stupid college to be an obedient employee to some stupid asshole who runs it, who's going to mistreat you.
Yeah. How do we, what's new in your world? What do you, what?
Well, I've gone crazy.
Sorry. What are you doing now that's different with, you know, you got on the Twitter, right? And so I know that, and congratulations. I think it is interesting. It's brave for people to get out of the system. A lot of people.
Well, I was expelled from the system.
Oh yeah. You got laid off from everywhere.
Yeah.
Was it cutbacks or why did you take
cutbacks? No. I'm going to use that though. There's downsizing. Just downsizing. Yeah. I'm being retrained. I'm learning to code actually. They closed the plant. I totally get. I was on third shift, and they're just the demand was in decline. I am going to use that though next time. How are you fired?
But you got out and you moved to.
I was thrown out.
You were thrown out,
and Elon called me the day that my show was canceled, and I was grateful that he did. And
he called you, huh? Had you spoken to him before?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I had, and I really liked him. And I'm not a technology person, to put it mildly. Like at all.
Yeah,
very
I've heard that.
Yep, like almost on a crazy sort of Ted Kaczynski way, which is I'm not defending.
So who handles tech for you then?
The tech people, I don't. They live in Bangalore. I don't know their names. Just kidding. No, we have really super smart people.
The Bangaloreans.
The Bangaloreans. No, actually, our
Mandalorian.
Most of our staff from Fox came. And Elon's, I mean, we don't work for Elon. I'm a Twitter user like everybody else, but all he said was, I'm going to keep the platform open, you know, and people with differing views, whether I agree with them or not, are welcome on the platform. And that's the guarantee that I wanted and needed. And so I've been super grateful. I mean, that's all I've ever wanted, by the way, is to, I have made some money, but never got crazy rich, but I never wanted to. That wasn't my goal at all. I mean, I guess I would like to be richer. I guess I don't know what I really do with it exactly.
Well, it almost looks like a sickness too. You know, I think there should be a
cap. The money acquisition thing.
Yeah,
there was a name for that actually. Historically, it was called greed.
Yeah,
and then somewhere along the line, we decided you weren't allowed to complain about greed. And I don't really, and because you're against capitalism. First of all, there is no capitalism in the United States. There's no free market. Okay, the government controls everything. You can't have a business without intersecting with government, and the government is used by businesses to create monopolies. So there's no free market. So let's stop lying about that. Second, I am not against capitalism. I'm for competition. I wish capitalism would return to the United States. But that doesn't mean that you can't say if I've got $1 billion and I need 10 more, that's you're sick, actually. If that's your goal, what would you do with $1 billion? I mean, I don't want $1 billion. Not that I'm in danger of getting it, but if I was, I'd be like, I don't want that. Because then you spend your whole life worrying about losing it. And your existence becomes about preserving money when your existence should be about loving the people around you and creating something beautiful. Those are your jobs as a person, in my opinion.
Yeah. Well, how could we put a cap on how much money people are allowed to make?
I guess people would find their way around it.
Yeah.
I mean, the way to do it is to say it out loud. Again, everything changes with words. Articulate the truth, not an attack on capitalism, which again does not exist in the United States. I wish it did. To say it is ugly. In fact, it's a sin to worship money.
Yeah,
it is. You should not be worshiping money. Worship God. Worship people around you. Worship nature even. But worshiping money is disgusting, and we should not compliment people who do it. We should instead criticize them and say, that's gross. Hey, hedge fund manager, that's gross. Yeah. I'm sorry. I think that.
No, I fucking think that too, man. I remember like maybe 2 years ago, it was like the first time I'd really made some money in my life. And I remember I was in my garage and I just was fucking heartbroken, man. I remember calling my brother, I was crying.
But it didn't make you happy?
I thought, because I didn't even know it was money. I didn't know if it was popularity. I don't know what had happened, but I'd gotten to a different space in my career. Yeah. I finally knew I could pay my mortgage for the year, you know, it's just like, and I thought that somehow in the back of my head, without even realizing it, I thought that would be the answer to everything. And when it wasn't, it fucking killed me. But nobody wants to hear that also from somebody who.
But it's the most familiar thing I've ever heard. It's like, I could tell you so many stories.
It just made me so sad that I've just been fooled, you know, and even fooled by myself. And
well, getting what you want is one of the saddest things that can happen to you. I mean, when you're happiest when, as a man, I'll speak for men because I am one, You have a clear mission.
For now.
For now, I mean, I could totally change.
Oh, they'll change.
If I get a better spot at the DMV.
Tucker?
It does change. There's something going on in the water, baby. And that's why if I could take a break to just promote my non-sponsors in. And these are 3s, and I normally use 6s, but I appreciate the gesture. But I do think nicotine does keep your testosterone levels.
Really? I do one of those suppositories. I'm not doing a big one or anything, you know. I mean, maybe during the holidays I would.
It's not like an expander. It's just a regular spot.
Okay, yeah, I would do something small, you know.
Yeah.
Just pop a bead in or something, you know, if I'm going to be at the ballpark. You know, I do probably just something, half a gram or whatever milligrams. I don't know what it comes in.
3 milligrams.
Yeah, dude.
But getting what you want, succeeding, that's when men fall apart.
Yeah. But then also I think that there were more opportunities for success in the past, and there was more opportunities to feel value in the past. Like, I remember when I was a kid, we used to get our name in the paper, and it made you feel so good, like your local baseball score, right? And like, even if you lost, they fucking put your last name.
Yeah, I get it.
0 for 4, right? Cried, even though put cried like in parentheses, and you're like, fuck yeah, dude. Like, at least I'm on the stat sheet.
They caught you crying?
Yeah. I mean, I had an appendectomy, right? And the guy who I think was closeted or whatever was was like an assistant coach or whatever. And he was screaming at me to get to third base. And literally my appendix had burst. So
Can you show me on the doll where this happened?
Dude, I remember we had a dude bus.
There's something here. I can feel it.
Oh, bro, this guy's screaming at me to get to third base. My appendix burst. I'm laying in the fucking dirt, right? And that's a sign of our fucking country nowadays. They're like, get to fucking third base. You're like, I have sepsis. And nobody fucking cares, man. But they still put you in the stat sheet, you know, 0 for 4. Yeah, I think, we had a dude who was touching players, and they just called him, and they're like, look, you can't keep coaching if you're going to touch players. That was the
touching
era.
him like in an affirming way?
I think just extra affirming.
Like
You know?
too affirming.
Like overhand, you're affirming, but once you turn the hand this way,
Totally agree. Reach around, not affirming.
if you're doing that, that's totally, that's unaffirming, dude. What do you think about where do we go? Does Bobby Kennedy Jr. have any chance? Does a third party have any chance these days?
No. A third party can affect the outcome for sure, but the system is. I mean, this could change with time, but the system, it's shown no sign of changing. I could bore you for hours, but you know, Ross Perot ran in '92 and then '96.
Yeah, I remember that.
You know, and he got Clinton elected. In
Fear the ears. That was the campaign.
Yeah, Fear the ears. I never heard that. I
just made it up.
That was good.
Thanks.
But he actually was kind of impressive.
He was a real smart guy.
He was, and he said a lot of things that turned out to be true. But of course, he was attacked as some kind of crazy person, but including by me, I should say.
Damn, really?
Yeah, I was used as a tool.
Do you even notice you're a tool when you're a tool like that?
No.
Wow.
I was 20. I was in my early 20s, and I was writing. I was covering. First of all, people in their early 20s should not be covering anything other than like kids with appendectomies in baseball, like that, right? Shouldn't be covering national politics in your 20s. Like, what do you know?
Yeah,
you don't know shit.
Yeah.
So you shouldn't be rendering
Funnel
judgment on other people. 100%, 100%. You know, FFA events or whatever, but not politics. But anyway, I was, and I attacked him as a crazy person, and I was used by the person I was working for, who's still a public person, truly a dishonest person. But anyway, whatever.
If it's Chuck Schumer, just say it.
More dishonest than Chuck Schumer. Anyway, can't even get into it. But the point is, he got 23% or whatever. I think it was 23 that year.
Ross Perot did.
Yeah.
Wow,
dude. Because he was running basically on sort of a pre-Trump, more restrained, more academic, less Trump. But the idea was the same. Like, manufacturing is dying, and it's going to wreck the country. We need to make things, stuff like that.
Bush, Perot, and Dukakis. No, who was that?
No, Dukakis was 88. It was Bush, Perot, and Bill Clinton.
Wow.
He was then the governor of Arkansas in 1992. It was the first race I covered. And Perot did really well despite massive hostility from the media. Because, of course, they were protecting, their bosses.
The establishment.
Exactly. That's exactly. But I didn't perceive any of this.
18.9% he got.
What did he get?
18.9%.
Oh, 19%. I'm sorry, 19%. I'm embarrassed.
Did he affect the outcome of that race?
Oh, well, he won it for Clinton. I mean, Clinton won it, as you can see on the page, at 43%. Absolutely.
If Bro didn't win, do you think that Bush wins that?
Of course, yeah. Oh, absolutely. He took from Bush, yeah.
Who is Kennedy taking from?
What do you think? Trump.
You think?
Of course. There's no person who's thinking, I'm going to vote either for Joe Biden or Bobby Kennedy.
I have some friends that are.
No way.
I swear.
Really?
I have some friends that have known Bobby. I mean, these are people that have known Bobby Kennedy for a long time, but who are Democrats who are like, this is my guy.
The only reason you would vote for Joe Biden is because you believe there's safety in numbers. You're voting for the party. You're not, obviously, I'm not attacking Biden, but you're not voting for Biden. You're voting for the Democratic Party because you think when they have more power, you're safer or richer or whatever.
Right.
That's the only reason. And Bobby Kennedy, man, I mean, I've never seen anybody get right to the core issues affecting the country the way he has. And I don't agree with him on everything, but I mean, he names names. I mean, in a big way.
Yeah, that's why I love him. I just think he can he doesn't, I don't feel like he's in anybody's pocket. Do you feel like low key there's some party that's like planted him in there? People say that, but that's crazy shit, I think.
I mean, I feel like I know Bobby very well, and I am totally convinced, just on a human level, that he is an honest person, and I don't think that he would do that. And
I just have to ask:
are there people in his orbit who would do that? I believe yes is the answer, but I don't think he knows about it or has anything to do with it. I think he's totally sincere. Certainly not in anyone's pocket. I mean, the guy could be. His name is Bobby Kennedy. He's the son of.
Oh, we could do whatever.
He could do whatever.
Yeah.
He could do whatever, and
he has done. He's done a ton of great stuff with his life.
He has, but I'm just saying it's very easy to be loved by everybody, and it's very easy to make money when everyone loves you. Bobby Kennedy could have an infinitely easier life than the one he's chosen. He's doing this because he sincerely believes it. Look at that, right? And he's under threat. I mean, I was with him on the street the other day, this week in Washington, and the security people around him were very nervous. He was not nervous at all, but they were. Anyway, the point is, I think Bobby's totally sincere, but he is giving a massive middle finger to the establishment, like almost as aggressively as I've ever seen anybody.
Yeah. Why can't we get him to 11? Because what percent does he have to get? Oh, I guess we don't know because you don't know.
We need to get the plurality. You know, we need to get more than the other two. And unfortunately, the system is set up where it's hard for a third party guy to get on all ballots. I mean, they've rigged the system against a third-party challenge because they don't want that.
Who has rigged the system? Both of the parties?
Both of the parties, yeah, of course. Of course. They don't. I mean, once you have power, what's your number one goal? It's preserving it and preventing people from challenging you. You know, of course.
When there's a revolution, what city should we meet up in?
Well, if there is a revolution, and I pray there isn't because they never end well, but if there is,
it'd be fucking fun, huh?
Like the first 20 minutes when you actually storm the Bastille and free the prisoners or whatever, hang your homemade flag from the roof of the Capitol or whatever, like you
burn the news networks is the first thing you'd have to do.
So that'd be the fun part of the revolution. I think that would definitely be the fun part. But then then you have like show trials and famines, and you have like all the downside. But whatever, I'm not in charge. So if that happens, I will be so deep in the woods, surrounded by my dogs, and I'll say it, firearms.
Okay.
Probably not going to hear.
Look, let's just pretend one of your dogs is named Firearms.
I actually have a dog called Firearms.
Yeah.
I have AK and 47.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, dude. I got bow, I got arrow, I got whatever, I got all my weapons in the woods with me. But yeah, and you can even just text me and just let me know where you're going to be. But I think about that. You know what's wild is I think about that sometimes.
But you're going to be in LA.
No, I won't be. I live in Nashville.
Oh, you don't live in LA?
No, I live in a place where if somebody is being weird, you can do that.
Okay, because if you're in LA, you just get eaten.
Yeah. Oh, well, here's a move you would do in LA. You would get in a boat and go off the shore. That would be the first move. And let the other
having grown up on the Pacific, let me just say it's a little bigger than the Chunky Funky River, wherever you're from. Okay? It's a super big ocean.
Yeah, and also fuck Ben and Jerry's while we're at it. I say that. But go on. They're Marxists.
Is it called Chunky Monkey? What's the name of your river?
Chafunkta. But I love that, dude.
That's the greatest name ever. But the Pacific goes on forever, and then you make it to Hawaii like 6 days later, and you're Boston whaler. Yeah. Right.
Well, if you've been lost at sea for 6 days, you deserve to show up in Hawaii.
It's easy to miss Hawaii though in the middle of the Pacific. Oh, you could, yeah. That's a long way to Thailand.
Could you imagine they pick you up? They're like, you were this close to Hawaii. Like, what the fuck? I let my wife drive.
No, the Pacific is not a good escape plan at all. No, because south you have, Baja, Sonata.
Right.
That's gonna be a little chaotic. It always is.
Yeah.
From Los Angeles to what? The Arctic Circle. I mean, that's just like nothing. It's like Alaska. Like there's kind of nowhere to go.
Yeah.
But you get in the woods.
You've been there.
Yeah, you got a shot. And
Boo Radley up in there with a couple of pups.
100%. You go full Boo Radley.
Oh,
live in the hollow of a tree. Yeah,
that's it. Me too, man. It sounds exciting, but I think people start to think that way. And that's a sad. It's interesting because the thought just comes in my head sometimes. I've thought about asking people I know. I've thought about asking Joe Rogan, where do we meet up if shit gets weird? And I've never used to think that.
I don't think Joe's going to leave his house, right?
He might not, but I think everybody's got a little bit of a place. I think some people are thinking maybe could be. I think you want to do mountainous, so I think you go Salt Lake or Denver. Broncos suck, but so I don't know if I'd go there. Utah at least doesn't have a team. I don't know, but you start to think about that. You want to get up to sea level. You don't want nature beating you. So you don't want to drown out. You don't want to be in fucking Johnstown or something, or whatever that place is.
Johnstown or Jonestown.
Both of them flooded up.
Both of them bad. Yeah. Purple Kool-Aid, overflowing rivers. You don't want to go anywhere, I think is the truth. You don't want to go anywhere.
You don't want to.
You don't want to travel. If things go sideways, I don't think you want to be on the road. I mean,
that's a good point.
The 2 times I've been in places for brief periods where, there really was no authority.
What did that feel like, and where was it?
One was at Katrina, right after the storm in New Orleans.
Wow, you were down there, huh, bro?
I was, and the other was in Baghdad in December of 2003 when it kind of like started to get, I felt, out of hand.
And which one was more hectic, you think?
Oh, Baghdad. But for the United States, no one ever says this. I really feel like Katrina was almost unbelievable how chaotic it was.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, for real? I mean, I could bore you, but
I've been at a game when the Saints are fucking losing to the Falcons, and it gets fucking hectic enough.
There is no one there to call, period. And then people start behaving in ways that are ridiculous. And I saw them with my own eyes. And dead people and people getting shot. Like I saw it, not guessing. And I was just like, this cannot be America. Like I always thought if something bad happened, there would be like, you just like call some special number and like dad comes and restores order. No, at all. The police were looting. I saw it.
Yeah.
The police were looting during Katrina. So that's, anyway, whatever. My point is, I don't think you want to travel too much if you can help it.
Yeah.
It's better to be in a place where you're just like, this is my place and I'm defending it with these firearms. But until things calm down, until like electricity is restored after the EMP attack or whatever.
Yeah.
Because that's what's going to happen.
There'll be a nuclear attack?
No, there's going to be, it's pretty easy to take down a society that's digital.
Oh, yeah. Once you unplug that, and then but that's a crazy feeling when you're like, okay, because your first thought is, let me call somebody.
Nope.
Your phone isn't going to work.
No calling. No oil through the pipelines, no food delivered.
God's going to have the busiest afternoon.
No airlines, no one on the roads, dams fail. Like it all, if you've put everything online, because the people who run our country are so stupid, they've actually done that. You are so vulnerable that it's unbelievable. And you're using Chinese servers and switchers and like at that point, you have no control. You don't need to drop a nuke on anybody.
Yeah. First of all, if anybody's doing any of that shit,
circuits.
do not nuke.
You don't need to.
Yeah.
You don't need to.
Let us at least enjoy the mystery of it for a little while too.
But people are that doesn't mean just no DoorDash. That means no anything. And people, one thing I've noticed in both the places I've been
No Stacy Dash either, huh?
No Stacy Dash. You can't call any of your call girls from the interstate.
Oh, thank God. What if they start showing up? You're like,
they will. They'll be seeking refuge at your place.
Yeah.
Remember me? You tipped me for no service.
Seeking refuge raiment. That was a tough play on words.
That was a good one, though.
Thank you, dude. But I think, but you wouldn't be able to use money anywhere.
No.
That's going to become the value. Like, it's weird we're having this conversation, but even as me listening to you talk, my brain, I think, is recording this because it feels like it could be plausible. All you need is a couple of cops to be like, you know what? Fuck these people as well. I'm not going to fucking quit. I'm not going to quit blockading or attacking these people who I know are really struggling when I'm going home tonight and being one of them.
100%. And by the way, my kids are at home, and there's now this happened in New Orleans during Katrina. Is cops, and I give them all the benefit of the doubt. You know, some of them, you do have some criminal cops down there, but you also have good guys too. You know, and the good guys are like, I'm sorry, I got a wife and kids at home. Like, I'm not, and people are going nuts. The thing that I noticed was it took like zero time from when authority disappeared for people to get super afraid, for the predators to come out and start preying on people, and for everything just to fall apart. Everything.
Yeah.
And if you unplug this country, and by the way, once you decide you're going to go to war with Iran, as we've apparently the morons who run our country have decided, that is, I mean, a very likely outcome if they're going to do something like that.
Really?
Absolutely. Everyone's like, oh, they could send an ICBM or whatever. Why would they bother to throw a missile at the United States across the ocean when they could unplug the country? And then you have real casualties, mass casualties, and mass chaos, like true chaos.
Oh, yeah.
People are not prepared for this. They haven't thought it through. Our leaders have not prepared them for it at all. It's like, oh, it's on your iPhone. You don't have an iPhone, and there's no electricity, and there's no water, and there's no way to get anywhere.
Yeah.
Come on, dude. And that could happen. That's not science fiction. Like, that could happen soon. And we're not ready for it. And as you said, it's not a cohesive country. People are not like, oh, I'm going to help my neighbors. You don't know who your neighbors are. They may not speak the same language.
Well, you're certainly not going to also help your government. So that's going to be the weird thing.
Right.
When the government's like, people do this, you might. A lot of people are like, fuck you. I don't trust you.
Totally. And people have not seen chaos. They don't know what chaos looks like. Like, when people imagine war, they imagine, two lines against each other, lobbing artillery shells or rifle fire at each other. There's a certain order to that. And people can handle it. It's dangerous, but I can handle it. It makes sense to me. It's orderly. It's geometric. Chaos is completely different from that. Chaos is like you have no freaking idea what's happening, who's on your side, who's not, who's a threat, who isn't, where things are going. People are not designed for that. People can't handle chaos, and they go crazy. And I've only, as I said, had a taste of this a couple of times, but enough to learn. Chaos is the one thing you have to avoid, because that's when people become animals and really start behaving in ways that are inconceivable to civilized people.
Oh, we're going to turn into middle monkeys real fast, or we're going to...
Like, in minutes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, bro. Dude, I was at a Dave & Buster's one time, right? I'm not even joking. Fucking power goes out, dude.
Did you eat anyone?
Bro, it was wacka everyone in that bitch, dude. People were beating the shit. It was complete darkness. And people, you're fucking feeling around for whatever, birthday cake or whatever you're, like you don't even know what's going on. But that was crazy. That's a Dave & Buster's. I know. So what is your plans now? Like you're on Twitter, you're in a free space.
Yes.
As much as we have in today's society, you're in a free space for free speech. What else is there like?
We have some plans. I mean, some of them, if I'm being honest, include territorial expansion. We're going to invade Canada.
Oh, dude, they'll just knock.
No, pillow fight. We'll take them in a second. No, I mean, I just want to continue doing what we're doing, which is just, say things that can't be said in other places, bring facts that maybe people haven't heard, with the spirit of humility. I'm having spent my whole life in Washington, most of it 35 years. I'm I know.
But you know what? I think a lot of people were glad that somebody was there. It's nice to see people that get out of a space, because then you're not as compromised when people don't seem as compromised.
It's totally right. No, it's totally true. But I didn't realize just how controlled my brain was by it when I was in it, because you don't, right? But anyway. But I've been around a lot of people who set out with these grandiose plans. I'm going to change the world. Those people invariably, 100% of the time, make the world worse. So, approach every task with the knowledge. I have no real idea what I'm doing. I don't know the long-term consequences of this. I probably can't fix every problem. I'm just going to try my best with humility. to make things slightly better. That's my goal, make things slightly better. But anyone who tells you, if we pass this legislation, we're going to fix everything. We're going to fix healthcare forever, said Barack Obama in 2010. As soon as he said that, I was like, I don't even know much about healthcare. I'm hardly an expert. But I was like, the second you tell me you're going to fix something as complicated as, 1/5 of the entire U.S. economy in one piece of legislation, fuck you.
Yeah.
Because you're lying, actually. Because that's impossible. And it turned out they made it worse. Of course. So I don't want to do that. Not that I even have the power to, but I just want to, I just want to tell the truth and do it without being told not to. And I think that we can.
And Tucker on X is your show.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
And do you guys have? Would you ever do a show with a partner? You think, or anything like that? I'm not going to pitch you an idea. I'm just because that's usually the predecessor question, or like somebody trying to pitch you an idea. But do you think about that sort of thing? Like, do you have?
Well, I mean, I have a million people I would like to work with. I mean, I like to interview people actually, and a lot, and I really try to be quiet while I interview them because I'm a compulsive talker, obviously. But I'd like a respite from that where I can just listen. So I like to. You will have a lot of people on, and we'll have a lot of recurring guests. But yeah, we're making a bunch of documentaries and doing stuff like that.
So like a production company, kind of more. Like, are you expanding in that sense?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Like, what is that one? Ben Shapiro has one. Outkick is a company. Is that a company? Daily Wire?
I don't know what Outkick is. I have a friend who works there.
Outkick, I think it was football, and then they. Okay.
Does Jason still work there? Do you know Jason Whitlock?
Yeah, I do know Jason Whitlock. I met him one time.
I love Jason Whitlock.
He's a really neat guy. He seemed very friendly. I didn't get to talk to him much.
He's a great guy and very deep, not a shallow person at all.
Really?
He's the kind of person when you're talking to him, there he is right there. Whitlock will say things and you're like, what? Sorry, I just want to have a super shallow conversation. Like, how are you? I'm great. How are you? Because I'm shallow in some ways, and he'll he doesn't think like that or talk like that. He's super heavy stuff up there.
Oh,
and it's cool.
That'd be interesting. Sometimes I want to have deeper conversations with people, but I think I would get afraid to get into them. I don't know how to get into them without seeming like I'm being obtrusive, or I don't know.
With him, you don't have to worry because he does it.
He's okay with it. Yeah.
Well, he just goes there. Immediately goes there. I like that about him.
Do you do you ever get asked? And then we'll wrap up because I need to be here for a while. And thanks for your time.
I love it.
Do you ever get asked to bring people over to Twitter? Like, is there movement? Because I know Jon Stewart just had a show with Apple, right? Was that recently? Where he canceled? Yeah, he had a show with Apple.
Jon Stewart.
The
guy from The Daily Show?
From The Daily Show. Jon Stewart's show on Apple is ending. Mr. Stewart and Apple are parting ways because of creative differences over.
I didn't even know he had a show on Apple, so it shows you what I know.
People with the knowledge, but they had a disagreement about the episodes, the type of episodes he wanted to do. He wanted to do episodes on. Can we move it down? Okay. According to Hollywood Reporter, ahead of its decision to end, Apple approached Stewart directly and expressed its need for the host and his team to be aligned with the company's views on topics discussed, rather than falling in line. When Apple threatened to cancel the show, Stewart reportedly decided to walk. Stewart attended discussions of artificial intelligence and China were a major concern for Apple. Why would they be concerned with him having episodes like that?
I mean, we're assuming that's true. I hope it's true. That's a noble reason to leave. If you think there's something really important you want to cover and your boss says no, it's a good reason to quit. So I hope that that's right.
Was there another time you almost quit before?
My sense is laid off all the time. Show, I mean, I didn't even know that show existed, so I don't think it was doing well. Yeah. And Stewart, obviously a talented guy. I knew him.
Yeah, he's kind of beloved.
25 years ago. Yeah. I always thought he was talented. He definitely did what I think everyone does at some point, and it's important to come out of it and start to mistake yourself for a messianic figure and just be like, no, I'm just a guy. Like, it's so important. And I've done that. So I've been there.
Oh yeah, your ego is the first thing to grow.
100%.
And it's very scary. You're like, dang, does God have some special reason for me?
No, you will humiliate yourself. You will humiliate yourself and you'll destroy yourself. You will lose the respect of your wife and your friends. Don't pull back from that.
Yeah.
And just remember, I am an asshole. And if you don't believe that, Next time you get out of the shower, walk in front of the mirror and look at yourself and be like, am I really impressive?
Oh,
No, not really.
oh yeah. Yeah, I saw it this morning.
Did you?
It's in the middle of nowhere.
What'd you think?
It's about 14,000 acres as
Yeah.
of this.
So,
It's about
yeah, right, exactly. So, like, it's important to do that. You know what I mean? That will keep you from thinking you're the Messiah. I don't think he has any mirrors in his house.
Yeah. Any other question or anything you wanted to talk about, Tucker?
No.
Okay, I know you share everything on your own show.
I just share everything in general.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've enjoyed the hell out of it.
Yeah, man, it's been a lot of fun.
I've had a great time.
Yeah,
And
me too. I appreciate it.
You're the only person I've talked to in the last, well, probably ever, who one of my kids would be impressed by. They're not impressed at all.
Yeah.
They're impressed by you. I don't know why. You've obviously got some sort of weird magic power over younger people.
I don't know anything
But
about
you don't
that.
abuse it.
Well, no, that's the thing.
Okay, good.
You're
not going to start a children's crusade or anything.
They came after our industry a couple of years ago. You
Oh,
know?
I didn't mean anything creepy.
Okay, good.
Yeah, no.
Yeah. And I only know adult women. And
the old women like you?
No, I just only know people that are legally adults.
Well, of course.
Okay, that's all I'm saying, dude. Because immediately, like, you know, that I remember the New York Times like hunted down half of our industry, you know, like
I
finding
noticed.
yeah, just that vague stuff where it comes up.
And I think there are a lot of creepy comedians, but not as many as there are in journalism.
Yeah, there's some creepers in journalism. Dude, what happened? Remember the guy who jerked off in the Zoom meeting and then they brought him back on for the interview?
And he sat there and he's like, oh, I got caught whacking off in a Zoom interview. I mean, it just shows you his name is Jeff Toobin. And, you know, not a stupid guy, actually. I know him. And I've worked with him, but he's...
Oh, yeah,
But his
dude.
desire to be on television trumps everything else.
Like
if I said to you, you know, if that happened to you, you'd be like, you know what? I'm just kind of out. I'm going to do something. You know what I mean? I'll find something
people
else.
know I've
to
had
do.
issues with it.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, you said you have them under control. You're not compulsive.
No, I'm doing great.
Just habitual, but not a problem.
Yeah, just on a full moon.
But imagine if you're Jeff Toobin to sit there with this female anchor on Fox and talk about that. It's like there's no shame that you won't bear. There's no shit you won't eat just to be on television. And I obviously have no respect for Jeff Toobin anyway because I know him. But I had even less after that. I mean,
It's weird how God will give you your gifts. You don't fucking know what they're going to be wrapped in. It's like all he wanted to be was on camera. And just like,
You
there
gotta
he is.
want the right things. You know what I mean?
I think you got to get real specific with God, bro, because he's busy.
I totally agree. And last thing I'll say is I think it's so important if you are publicly humiliated, and I have certainly been. And he was, of course, too. It can be a great thing. That's a great thing.
Yeah.
And you should treat it that way and be grateful for it. You know, that this is keeping me from becoming an even worse person than I might otherwise have been. There's nothing worse than a man who spent his entire adult life succeeding and never being humiliated. They become unbearable. They talk only about themselves. They can't bear to listen to you. Every time you talk, they're holding their breath until you stop so they can start up again. They become true narcissists. And I just hope for Jeff Toobin, who's really an asshole, actually. I'm just saying.
I don't know. But
I do. So I have to say he's like...
He's an asshole.
Yeah, he is. But he may be less of one now.
Yeah.
Actually. And,
yeah.
And I've certainly been an asshole a lot, so I'm not judging, you know.
Yeah,
But
I do it.
So I have high hopes for him. About whacking off, there's a massive upside, potentially.
Oh, yeah, dude. I mean, definitely. There's no way. Yeah, that guy definitely likes jerking. But yeah, anyway, Tucker Carlson, thanks so much, dude.
The best.
It was interesting, and I really appreciate your time. I really do.
I did, and thank you for the Zen.
All right, yeah, you bet, brother. I might do one later. We'll see.
Now I'm just floating on the breeze, and I feel I'm falling like these leaves. I must be cornerstone. Oh, but when I reach that ground, I'll share this peace of mind I found. I can feel it in my bones. But it's gonna take.
The other thing that's coming in is the laptop. The infamous laptop that showed up in that computer repair shop that everybody was saying was Russian disinformation. It's being used as evidence because we all now know that it's real. Now, the judge is going to allow the Hunter Biden defense team to question the
validity, question the authenticity of some of the texts and emails that show up in there. But just one of he texted Hallie Biden, by the way, in October of 2018, quote, "I'm a liar and a thief and a blamer and a user, and I'm delusional and an addict, unlike beyond and above all other addicts that you know, and I've ruined every relationship I've ever cherished." I mean, this type of rock bottom stuff about this guy is going to be coming out in this trial. They said jury selection in a couple of days, probably 10 days of testimony could be over before the debate on the 27th.
Which is kind of why I was surprised when the president came out and his line was, "No one is above the law." You know, that was posted on all of his social media. And that was last week, you know, knowing that his son was going to trial and your son included. No one is above the law.
And he's already, this could change, but they've already said there would be no pardon from President Biden for his own son. This is one of two trials that are supposed to go on.
Yeah,
the tax trial here in LA was supposed to take place on the 20th. I think a federal judge over the weekend did allow them to push it, I believe, to September. But then think about that. If you start a trial in September with the president's son, you're talking about jury deliberation, sentencing, etc., just as we're starting to get into the absolute windup for the election on November 5th. So it's not the same. It's not the same as the trial that former President Trump just went through, but it is. We can't continue at this pace of, oh my gosh, this has never happened before in this country.
I feel like we've been doing that for a long time.
That's going to be a little bit of a burnout in the next couple of months.
All right, coming up next, Donald Trump shakes hands with China, joining TikTok.
I hated TikTok.
I thought he hated China. Gary and Shannon will continue. Amy King is in the newsroom.
So Southern California's gotten a little jolt. A 3.4 earthquake rumbled under Pasadena just before 10 yesterday morning. The quake was felt in LA, Anaheim, and as far away as San Diego and San Bernardino. There is no longer any conflict that would keep President Biden off the ballot in Ohio. Governor Mike DeWine has signed a bill into law that the ballot deadline will move from August 7th to September 1st for this fall's election only. The issue with the previous deadline was that Biden wouldn't have been officially nominated for president by that time because the Democratic National Convention doesn't happen until August 19th. The LA City Council has voted to amend an ordinance that bans the raising of almost any flag except the American flag on city property. Now, LA will be able to and has raised the Pride flag outside government buildings for the first time because it's Pride Month. We'll check some problems with the KFI in the sky next.
Spring is here and your backyard is where it's at. If it's not, reach out to Moon Valley Nurseries. The backyard is where you and your family are going to make those memories this summer. Moon Valley Nurseries can help you make it picture perfect. Now is the time to reach out to their nursery pros before they are fully booked before summer. They are free design consultants and they can take a look at your backyard and make it sparkle. Go to moonvalleynurseries.com/getgrowing to schedule a free design consultation today. Get it ready in time for summer. moonvalleynurseries.com/getgrowing.
Becoming mostly sunny with highs in the upper 60s at the beaches, 70s to upper 80s inland. This report brought to you by waterheatersonly.com. We've got slowing in Van Nuys on the 405.
We sure do. It's the southbound side of the 405, starting in Victory Boulevard, Brake Light City there as you make your way through the Sepulveda Pass. It gets much lighter by Sunset Boulevard, actually even lighter right around Getty Center, I would say. The northbound side of the 405, pretty slow out of Inglewood, starting from, looks like Manchester, slow and go on up to Culver City to the 10 freeway. The big thing we've got going on right now is actually in the Corona Riverside area, 91 freeway eastbound at Pierce. They're still cleaning up an earlier mess there. Again, that's the eastbound side now. Traffic is recovering, but it's slow all the way back from the 15. So factor in that time, especially if you're headed eastbound. With Southern California's only airborne traffic reports, Will Kohlschreiber, KFI in the sky.
iHeartRadio celebrates the Tony Awards Sunday, June 16th on iHeartRadio Broadway, the greatest songs of musical theater.
Common Sin to him to
Go backstage with Broadway's biggest stars. Hear the stories behind the shows and commercial-free Broadway hits 24/7. Plus, check out exclusive interviews with this year's Tony Awards nominees. iHeartRadio Broadway, one of over 100 commercial-free stations on the iHeart app. Just search iHeartRadio Broadway and start listening. Wendy's new $3 English muffin deal, you can get your choice of a sausage or bacon, egg, and cheese English muffin with small seasoned potatoes.
And with all that for just $3, it really is a proper breakfast, wouldn't you say? Huh? With a light, fluffy toasted English muffin, crispy seasoned potatoes. Go on, Catherine, give it a go.
Okay. Jolly good morning.
Ah, close enough. We'll have a proper breakfast with Wendy's new $3 English muffin deal for a limited time.
West price participation may vary. Select request English muffin deal with a discount. Not a promo card combo or single item at regular price. Prices are higher. Let's get away.
Smoothie King's new lemonade lineup is here.
Lemonade, Smoothie King, wait.
Try a strawberry guava lemonade SK refresher.
All right.
A power up in a cup.
Energize.
Or a blueberry lemonade smoothie.
Blend it up in your cup.
Made with real fruit, real juice for a real sipping good summer.
Yum, yum, gotta get some.
Smoothie King's new lemonade lineup, all for a limited time.
Who's thirsty?
UTIs are the worst. I've been there. One year, I had 8 UTIs. If you get UTIs, then you understand how awful the cycle can be. I was taking all the precautions, and cranberry products, they just never worked for me. I was desperate for a way to be proactive. It was hard on me and on my husband.
It was tough to see her in pain, and I wanted to help.
I'm Jenna.
And I'm Spencer.
With Spencer's background in biochemistry
and our shared frustration when it came to UTIs, we were inspired to start Eucora.
At Eucora, we make innovative urinary tract supplements and UTI relief products. Our effective urinary tract supplements finally give you a way to be proactive.
Feel like you've tried everything. We get it. We have a money-back guarantee so you can try risk-free. If you're not happy, you'll get a full refund.
We're on a mission to help women get their lives back. Ready to join them? Go to Eucora.com today. Eucora.com.
Starting in July, California will be the first state to charge an excise tax on guns and ammunition. Taxes never modify behavior. If you want to shame people and say that is going to decrease gun violence, you're not being honest.
Oh, Kelly.
This ain't it.
Live 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
It seems like fun. It seems like you should download the app. I want to click on it so fast.
Why do you want to click on that? Don't click on it. Did you see anything downstairs that said you can open the door with your phone?
I want to click on it.
Don't do it. Our company sends these emails, phishing emails, to see if we are ripe to be scammed.
And we are.
Speak for yourself. I don't even click on emails from...
You don't even open emails from us.
I know. But I just think it's obvious when there's the scammer emails, but they send them out so frequently. It's annoying. It's like, is there somebody whose sole job is to create these phony emails to just play gotcha with everybody?
And then in the event that there is a real email that is a real thing, no one's going to open it.
Right.
Because they're terrifying.
Exactly. That's why I stopped opening emails.
Stories that we are following on this Monday, June 3rd. Jury selection has begun in Hunter Biden's federal trial for allegedly falsifying an application for a gun permit. A federal judge also granted a motion that would allow the tax case against Hunter Biden here in LA to be postponed until September. A little bit later in the hour, we're talking about Anthony Fauci, former government scientist, on Capitol Hill today for a reunion with some of his biggest fans. Not really. House Select Subcommittee on the Coronavirus Pandemic. I've been going through his emails and messages and research, trying to find some evidence of wrongdoing. I mean, really the most significant thing that we've seen come out of it is that he admitted that the 6-foot public, or what was it, 6-foot social distancing thing was a complete made-up number.
Well, we knew that. It was all arbitrary.
There's no scientific, but they kept saying, hey, if you don't show us the science, either stop saying it or come up with some explanation for why 6 feet is 6 feet.
A new study shows that late night eating boosts the risk of developing colorectal cancer.
What time is late night?
A new study out of Chicago's Rush University Medical College is the first to look at and find a link between eating late and developing colorectal cancer. Researchers studied more than 600 people getting colonoscopies and found that nearly half of those admitting they were late night eaters were more likely to have non-cancerous lesions that can become cancerous over time. They think it has something to do with the disruption of the body's circadian rhythms due to late night eating.
I've seen a lot of people writing about restricted time eating, just intermittent fasting. Yeah, and that has a lot of that allows your body to do what it's supposed to do in the schedule that it's supposed to do.
Right.
It's supposed to grazing all day.
Well, you can graze as long as you cut it off at about 6.
Guess who's on TikTok now, everybody?
The president is now on TikTok.
Yeah. That was President Trump's TikTok account. It was opened up over the weekend. He was at UFC, and that was Dana White, UFC president, who introduced him at the beginning of that video.
Did you see how Aaron Rodgers didn't get up from his seat to greet the president?
Yeah, he was trying to hide himself.
It's like the antithesis of Nick Bosa jumping up and like being moved to tears. Aaron Rodgers was just I think he was in a Yankee hat, just sitting there watching the president walk by.
He jumped on TikTok, immediately picked up I think I saw it at 3.4 million followers. Just on that, again, it's a 20-second video. That's it. Like a smash cut of him walking into the UFC fight, and that was all. The Biden campaign is on TikTok, but not 3.4 million. It's only 340,000 followers. So about 10% what Donald Trump got in just several hours. The video already has more than 56 million views, and like I said, it showed him greeting fans at the UFC fight in Newark, New Jersey over the weekend.
You know that Trump raised $70 million in the 48 hours after that verdict.
So I was trying to find what sort of a reaction. I mean, it's too early probably to determine what kind of a reaction we American voters are going to have when it comes to the verdict and what it means. But there were a couple of different polls that came out that suggested 56% of Americans feel that he got a fair trial. 44%, that's closer than I was expecting. That the jury did reach the right verdict, 57%. And is Trump fit to be president now that he is convicted, now that he's been convicted of these 34 counts of falsifying business records? And 51%, more than half, say that he is not fit to be president. So where does this go now? I mean, we have a very short memory, and in a couple of weeks, outside of the sentencing, July 11th, and the Republican convention right after that, there's plenty of time for people to forget all of this, because this is not a murder case. This is not a case where he's accused of massive business fraud. It's this weird wonky case that people don't bring, the DAs don't bring. This is an unusual case. All of this stuff, I think, is going to fade in people's memories.
Well, right now, all it's giving Trump is more momentum. And it's not just with donations. It's with people who have been skeptical in the past, Republicans that have rushed to his defense.
There was a survey from a polling firm called Ledger that said that 1 in 3 Republican voters would have preferred a different candidate. A third of them. And that number grows to almost half when you look at the youngest Republicans, 18 to 34 years old. They would have preferred somebody else. I don't know if that's an age thing. I don't know if it's an attitude thing. But there's still he's still got some weak points even within the Republican Party.
All All right, coming up next, we will tap into Congress, see what's going on with Fauci there on Capitol Hill. He has aged, hasn't he? Aged quite a bit.
I understand.
I'm just so done with this whole line of questioning, and I just want it in the past. I don't want to go through it and rake through what is and what happened and who knew what and what. It's like asked and answered. Can't we just move on? The COVID hangover has already lasted way longer than it should have.
And there's no Gatorade, Tylenol.
No, there's nothing.
Soda to get us past it.
I'm going to go get a Diet Coke. That's what's going to power me through this next segment.
Amy King is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Police are looking for the thieves who have targeted several Lego stores across Southern California. The latest break-ins happened yesterday morning in Anaheim and Costa Mesa, taking the total to 7 burglaries. The burglaries date back to April 3rd. Thieves made off with more than $100,000 worth of Legos from the family-owned stores. Fire crews in Riverside County are beginning their annual controlled burns to remove excess vegetation and restore native habitats over several hundred acres across Lake Matthews and Lake Skinner. Officials say rising smoke will be visible today from the 91, the 15, the 215, Highway 74 and 79, and other locations. The operations are scheduled to continue until June 14th. Evacuation orders have been reduced to warnings in Northern California, where wildfires burned up to 14,000 acres, about 60 miles east of San Francisco. The fire started over the weekend in San Joaquin Valley and is actually San Joaquin County and is about 50% surrounded. CAL FIRE Battalion Chief Josh Silviera says the wind has been a challenge.
We're hoping to keep fire moving away from the populated areas and into the more rural foothills.
Hundreds of firefighters have been working to stop the fire. 2 have been hurt. At least 1 home has been destroyed. Claudia Sheinbaum has won Mexico's presidential election. ABC's Matt Rivers in Mexico City says Sheinbaum is the country's first female president.
2 leading candidates in this race were both women, and that's massive in a country where historically it has been dominated by a patriarchal society, not only in just civil society, but also in politics itself.
Sheinbaum was more well-known because she was also the mayor of Mexico City. She got between 58 and 61% of the vote, according to a statistical sample. Boeing's Starliner spacecraft is set to try again to get 2 astronauts to the International Space Station. The launch attempt on Saturday was scrubbed just minutes before it was supposed to lift off because of a computer and power problem.
Stopped at T-minus 50 seconds.
BBC's Andrew Dimbert says the next attempt is set for Wednesday morning at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida.
It can't come soon enough for Americans on the International Space Station because along with 2 astronauts, the Starliner will...
I want to announce that we have a show in Cork, Ireland now on June 9th at Live at the Mark.
Starliner is said to take about 24 hours to reach the space station after launch. Southland weather from KFI. Could still see some low clouds, but partly cloudy for this afternoon. Highs in the upper 60s and beaches.
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day.
I like the 1 year side. That's professional. A lot of guys do that.
Have my hearing and it's fading in my old age.
Do you have fucked up ears because of the cauliflowers that fuck up your hearing?
Yeah, just one of them. I thought it was cool until the inner ear started to swell and it was messing with my hearing. And I was like, that's not cool anymore.
Did you get it fixed?
I just face it at the women I'm talking to.
Did you get it fixed or do you?
Oh, it eventually drained out, but it's as good as it's going to get, I think.
Yeah, I always wore ear guards. I was always scared of the ears because there's just a design. Like it helps capture sound and bring it into your ear.
I didn't know the AirPods were coming. That was a curveball and how cool this was.
Oh, right. You can't stuff them in there.
I jam them in, but pop back out.
Yeah, you got to wear it over the ears. So let's talk about your tournament.
The tournament. All right.
Where did this come from, first of all? Because you competed at Abu Dhabi. This is what I don't understand. You're gonna go head to head with ADCC, which is the biggest grappling organization in the world. By the way, that's Gordon Ryan's belt up there. Yeah, look at it.
Gordon Ryan. Oh man, I might take that home, man. How can I got the money to buy it? Well, I mean, what started it? Well, obviously you can't win a tournament. You put your own tournament on, you can win, and probably lose anyway. I mean, really, it's for the growth of the sport. We're getting some beef involved, some Tupac Biggie, Drake Kendrick energy to this, but really to compensate the athletes well and to raise some money for charity along the way.
And who's funding this thing?
That's one of those things, you know. Your girl takes a trip to the UAE, she comes back with a handbag. You don't talk about it. You don't have too many questions, you know.
You brought with you $1 million in cash, which I've never seen before. I've never seen $1 million in one place. I've never even seen $1 million check. Yeah, I guess tip it out.
I was desperate for a way to be proactive.
I sure don't.
It was tough to see her today, and I wanted to help. I'm Jenna.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is $1 million in cash.
All stays.
That is so ridiculous. Look at that. That's so crazy. Wow. Whoever is running this really trusts you.
They should.
Those are loose. They're like a lot of these are just kind of flying around,
flopping around here. You know, they have way too much faith in me.
Yeah, a lot of faith in you.
I mean, this was to prove us. I had the idea. I was like, I'll bring a prop $1 million on Joe Rogan, but people were. I was thinking then they already don't believe I have the money. So if I pulled out a prop $1 million and you were like, oh, that's fake money, then I'm like, oh, my tongue is fucked. So we had to. So I had to do some bad things for that.
So how's one even get $1 million out of a bank? That's got to be a pain in the ass, right?
Yeah. So my buddy that's helping me out with this basically called his bank. He said, I need $1 million on Thursday. They said, yo, that takes 2 to 3 weeks. And he's like, give me the $1 million on Thursday or I'll find a bank that can. And that, I mean, that put the energy in them together. Here we are.
So what does this guy do that he has all this loot?
I really don't want to say. I'm going to keep it all directed at me. It's all above board legal, you know what I mean? But we're sort of keeping it mysterious. I want any negative energy towards the tournament coming my direction, not the anonymous sugar daddy in the background.
Okay. So you don't want to say like what the business is, or does the business profit off of this at all? Does this benefit the business to do this? Whatever he's doing?
I mean, we're running it as a non-profit. So like, obviously for people that want to support the sport of jiu-jitsu, like we're going to donate basically all the ticket sales of this event towards different charities. So we really want to do this as a non-profit because my thoughts were, if jiu-jitsu doesn't make a profit, we might as well make a non-profit.
Okay. Well, does jiu-jitsu make no profit? Like Abu Dhabi doesn't turn a profit, right? It's done primarily because of the sheikh's love of the sport.
Like it's like a passion project. But I mean, sort of my problem with the latest event is like we're selling so many tickets. And their event is in T-Mobile. Mm-hmm. T-Mobile's super expensive. As far as I know, I remember their event organizer posted the amount they paid for T-Mobile, and it was basically 2 of these. So I was
just to rent out the venue,
just to rent out.
And then you were at the Thomas and Mack.
Yeah. So the previous event they were at Thomas and Mack. So I just thought, hey, I might as well check how much Thomas and Mack cost, and it was a lot cheaper. So in my opinion, we're really doing this because the prize money's been the same for so long. A lot of events don't pay a lot of money, but obviously ADCC is the biggest.
Right.
And this sells a lot of ticket sales, but really they made a lateral move in the venue. It didn't really grow much in the way of seating, and none of that money really
How much does Thomas and Mack seat?
I think we'll have about 11,000 seats for this one.
And T-Mobile's what, 18?
I think 18, yeah. So not massive difference, and really ADCC prize money stayed the same. So their prize money, you have to win 4 matches to get 10K. Not that I'd know because I could never fucking win it, but we're gonna do 2 divisions and pay 100 times that amount of money to the division winners.
So 10K is the winner of ADCC,
and we're gonna pay $10,001 to show up to that tournament.
10,001
for an extra $1. That's for me personally.
So anybody who competes gets $10,000. Really? So even if you just get smoked.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking of the other guys like me in these tournaments that don't make the final, compensate everyone, you know.
Well, that is nice, but ADCC's never made money, right? So for them, raising the money would just be losing more money.
Yeah, I mean, but if you could sell 11,000 seats, you know what I mean? Like if you could sell streaming rights to an event, I feel like some of that should go back towards the athletes rather than just spending it all on production. Like a lot of people talk about the cost of production, and it's important to grow a sport, but I really feel like at least the athlete compensation should go up a little bit. You know, like in terms of ticket sales, some of that should go back towards the athletes.
Even if the ADCC is not making any money at all?
But in terms of they do make money, but it's where they spend it. They choose to spend it on production rather than the athletes.
Right, but it's not profitable. Like it's, in terms of the organization itself, is not really profitable. I don't believe.
Well, I would imagine if they had chose Thomas and Mack with the streaming rights and the cost of the venue, like what they've spent on T-Mobile, for sure they would have made a profit off this event. You could curtail production costs down. Like, it's not going to be that crazy if you choose the right venue. My opinion is grappling's amazing, but I don't think we're ready for T-Mobile. That's a massive, expensive venue.
Right. Well, the Thomas and Mack was very impressive last year. It was very impressive, the whole overall production and just the scope of it, and the amount of fans that came out to watch ADCC. It was pretty impressive.
Crazy, yeah, it's crazy. Obviously, yeah. I've never competed in front of that many people before. It was awesome. It was an awesome spectacle. And that was basically my opinion. Is like, why are we making a lateral move, in my opinion, when we could still keep the same venue?
So what was the idea about going head-to-head with ADCC? If you want to grow the sport, wouldn't it be better to do it in an alternative weekend? That way the people that compete at ADCC can also compete at your event?
Well, I mean, yeah, obviously athletes can't do both, but in terms of for the fans will be able to go to our event Friday, Saturday, still see ADCC finals on Sunday. But in terms of doing it the same weekend, we're really trying to make a stand that like the athletes can unify in this sense, and we can get compensated better. Because again, none of the athletes care where we compete. You know what I mean? Like, we want to make it. As the sport grows, grappling's growing. Obviously, thanks to people like you blowing it up. Whenever you shout us out, our followers go up. So, I mean, the events are getting more eyes on it. People are more ticket sales. Like, we should get at least some token gesture of a payment increase.
Well, I think the best case scenario out of this is that ADCC does ramp it up, and that the sport does get more eyeballs because people are aware of this huge increase in pay. And then look, I always feel like competition is good. I just don't necessarily like the idea of going head to head, because I feel like it just kind of messes with the athletes, because it puts them in a situation where they have to choose, first of all, between ADCC and the Craig Jones Invitational. And if they do that, ADCC is going to probably hold a grudge.
I mean, hopefully not.
Well, hopefully they
don't hold a grudge,
won't, but likely they will. I mean, doesn't it make sense that they would? I mean, if you're kind of crippling their organization by taking the elite guys and offering them potential for, like, how many people are going to jump ship? Do you know?
Oh, I mean, who have we got confirmed already? We've got Theon Davies, past champion. The Tacker brothers were the first two. We got Nicky Ryan. I'm going to announce today Nicky Rod's jumping across. We've got Luke Rockhold in there. We threw him in because he's honestly pretty impressive. He tapped me out in the gym. I was like, fuck it, throw him in. In terms of the under, we got Joseph Chen. So, I mean, a lot of people are going to make the move. And what's interesting to me, I can't say any names in particular, but a lot of the old legends obviously want to be a part of this event. I think they want to support the cause. You know what I mean? And you say make the athletes make a choice. I mean, really, they should be able to make the choice if there's an event with such a huge amount of prize money on display. You know, the argument is prestige versus prize money, and my argument is the prize money's there. That becomes the most prestigious event.
Yeah, it does. It does ramp up the prestige, but will this happen again? Is this a one-time thing, or are you guys planning on doing multiple ones of these?
Yeah, we want to do it. We don't ADCC every 2 years, so most of the time guys have to wait every 2. We want to do it every year.
Well, that would be good. Then there'd be a year where it's not in competition.
We don't want to just kill another organization and then I just disappear off into the sunset, maybe sneak a couple million, but we want to do it every year for sure. The goal is really to raise money for charities and do some film projects around the world using jiu-jitsu, really helping out some underprivileged kids and stuff.
Well, the whole idea of using it for charity is beautiful. That's amazing. But is this guy willing to fork up this kind of, like, does he have a commitment to do this more than once?
I mean, basically he says, if, hey, we do a good job of this one, you can do it every year. He's super invested in sport of jiu-jitsu, loves it.
And this guy's just throwing loot away.
Throwing a lot of loot away. Thank God. Thank God.
That's a crazy thing to commit to, though. I mean, even no matter how rich you are. I mean, because if you're giving away $3 million in prize money, is that what it is?
Yeah. So I mean,
so how's it go all together?
We basically got a budget of $3 million, and we decided to give $2.3 million of that to the athletes, and the rest we're going to spend on production. Obviously, we're going to have sponsors come in. We're going to work with particular sponsors, but we're going to, again, the ticket sales, that's going to charity. We're really allowing some of the athletes to choose. Like, if we have an influential grappler and stuff, we're not really trying to leverage the money we have. We're saying, hey, if we get you on board, we're happy to donate a percentage of the ticket sales to a charity of your choice. So we give them a bit of freedom in who they want to help.
Well, that's nice. And if this does go well, like what's the when you say go well, like what are the guidelines? What are you trying to achieve in terms of like going well to do this again?
I mean, based on the investment and how much money we can raise for charity is really the goal there. Like if we can sell out Thomas and Mac and we can demonstrate so we can do this in a cost-effective way, we can bring in more sponsors, definitely going to keep doing this every year.
Well, like I said, I think competition is always great, and I think just more eyeballs and more people paying attention to it is great for the sport. Obviously, I love jiu-jitsu, and I think, the athletes getting paid $1 million to win first place is fantastic. Because, we both know that most athletes don't make much money off of actual competition. The money that they do make, they usually make in seminars and
OnlyFans.
Yeah, holy, that's you.
Yeah, that's a lot of underwear I had to sell,
OnlyFans and what else? I guess DVDs.
Yeah, I mean, that's the number one revenue source for athletes would be instructionals. But, again, that's you can win the biggest tournaments in the world. It doesn't necessarily translate to seminars, doesn't translate to instructionals. That's the sad thing. It's like you hold certain events so high that you're like, when I win that, I'm going to make it.
Mm-hmm.
But then there'll be some asshole like me that never won, but outsells you. It doesn't make, you know what I mean? It's like, it's not, your life's not set if you win one of these events, but if you win $1 million, as a grappler, you're pretty well set up, especially if you're like a grappler from a poorer country. Like $1 million US and Brazil is going to go a long, long way.
And also, it's just going to elevate the whole profile of the sport. Just people knowing that $1 million is going towards the first place grapplers. And then, has UFC Fight Pass had a positive impact? Has that helped at all?
For sure. I mean, obviously, it helps so much. Like, my dream's always taking on MMA guys, they got the clout, they got the big names. So, obviously, UFC Fight Pass helped that happen. But, I mean, Techi's put a lot of work into the Fight Pass events, and those are very, very popular. I think that would be the pinnacle of sort of professional super fight events.
And what is, if you fight in UFC Fight Pass, what is a big payday at UFC Fight Pass?
I know some of the athletes might get, I don't know how I should say it, Techi will probably kill me, but I mean, it's broad. It could go from 10 to six figures, really. And again, that's the thing. When you compete for an event like a tournament, you might face 4 guys. Like for me personally, I might face 4 guys that I could have made much more money facing off in a super fight setting. Right. So really, in terms of the investment, the commitment, the training, the time to prepare for potentially 4 opponents, to win something like $10,000, when if I just had 4 super fights, make so much more money. Obviously, wouldn't get the medal.
And the amount of money that you're going to spend in camp anyway, just with nutrition, supplements,
steroids, the damage you do to your body,
all the jazz, everything. You're spending $10,000 anyway.
Yeah, your blood pressure goes up, your liver values go up. You push it to you redline it for a thing like 80cc.
Well, that is the craziest thing about the sport is that steroids are openly tolerated. It's probably the only elite professional sport where, particularly because of Gordon, because Gordon's been so open about steroids, that everyone knows that the athletes are on juice.
Well, I'm sponsored by a local company called Evertime. This is the sad thing. I tell people, hey, I'm on TRT and I'm sponsored by them. And no one believes me. They're like, you look so out of shape. There's no way. He's just joking. And I'm like, no, believe me. I'm taking steroids.
Do you lift weights?
I mean, sometimes, yeah.
Every now and then.
Yeah, honestly, I'm the worst example of athlete ever. I don't stretch, don't do any recovery, I don't sleep.
You don't stretch at all?
No, I just go easy the first round. I feel like I'm pushing on my legs. Hip mobility. I think if you get a bad injury, that's a sign maybe time to hang it up,
So when you train, all you do is just jiu-jitsu? You don't
I do a little bit of lifting, but man, I don't even track anything. I'll just be like, oh, that seems like enough lifting for today.
Really?
Yeah, that's it.
Do you ever wonder, if you did, hire, a serious, strength and conditioning coach and really get after it, it would make a difference in your performance?
Maybe, but I mean, if it was $1 million on the line, maybe, but that's a lot of
But it's
work.
your whole life. I mean, you're a professional jiu-jitsu guy.
I mean, I love the technique and the strategy aspect of it. Sometimes when I've lifted or taken more steroids than usual, it's like I'm starting to overly rely on my strength. What I love about jiu-jitsu is laying traps, tricking people, making people feel silly. That's the part I like.
Right.
rather than just, I want to look jacked just for me, not for the match.
But don't you think even with the laying traps and just overall your ability to move would be enhanced?
It's true, but if I look too jacked, no one will buy the instructionals. I'd be like, I can't fucking do what that guy does. You know? I got to look like a weathered old man out there.
Wow, that's a crazy approach.
We got another announcement here today. The biggest super fight in grappling history. We signed it actually. I signed this maybe an hour and a half ago. So I got the contract here.
Yeah, but bust it out. The biggest super fight in grappling history? Really?
Yeah, it might be one of the biggest events in.
What is the biggest history so far? So far, it's probably Gordon and Galval.
Yeah,
in terms of
Hoji Bushesha.
Yeah.
But now we're talking the most decorated female athlete of all time, Gabby Garcia, has put pen to paper to face me on my own event. So we're talking 10, 11-time world champion, 4-time ADCC champion.
You have been joking around about this forever. This is actually going to happen?
100% going to happen. We booked it. We signed this contract earlier. So, like, I had to do a lot of things to get it done, you know?
What did you have to do?
I had to talk to Gabby a lot. I had to go over there, give her a back rub.
Did you have to dance with her?
Getting this done, like, she's like a Harvey Weinstein producer, you know? But I'll do it for the fans. But we got that booked. So
that's really going to happen.
Yeah, she's 6'4", 250 pounds. I don't know what she weighs. Yeah, so I'll take her on.
Wow.
I feel good. I probably won't train for her. I'll be planning this damn event. So.
You won't train?
I won't train that hard. I'm happy she's doing it, but like, it took a long time. We've been talking about this for 2.5 years. Feels like arranged marriage or something.
I know. I was always thinking that it was just a joke.
I know we got to get rid of the sexual tension somehow, you know. So we're gonna throw down
one way.
Yeah, that's true. If in the contract, if I lose, I have to do some things. Oh no, maybe sell that on our own fans, but
good luck. Good luck. So when this all goes down, are you going to stream it live, and how are you going to do that?
Free on YouTube.
Really?
Yeah, we want to put it free on YouTube because everything I want to do about this event is to grow the sport. So like, jiu-jitsu scoring is confusing. It's hard to keep up. Some events don't even know their own scoring. And to be honest, I compete in events where I don't even know the rules. You know, I'm just hoping for the best. But this one we're going to do for the lead-up matches, the non-finals, qualifying matches, 3 by 5 minute rounds. And we're going to have the judges score according to your traditional jiu-jitsu. You know, like you get a good position, it might be if there's a 4-point discrepancy, something like that.
Are you using a specific rule set, or are you guys making your own?
Making our own one. We want to make it our own completely. So we want to take what jiu-jitsu guys already know. So we'll have 3 judges use some sort of pre-existing point system I understand, but we'll have the judges translate into a 10-point mark system so that MMA fans will understand. So say if there's after round 1, the guy finishes on the other guy's back. The ref stops it. We get up. We have a minute break. That's a strong position. We'll score that at 10-8. And we'll do open scoring. So jiu-jitsu guys are used to knowing the score as the match progresses. They don't like the surprises. Like MMA, it's a surprise at the end. Jiu-jitsu guys, they don't want things to be too different. So we're basically keeping it very similar to what they already understand while trying to introduce it in a way that's friendly to fans that tune in. Because fans are tuning in and be like, what the fuck's happening? And right. He won the round tonight.
I wish that MMA had open scoring because it would expose a lot of really bad scoring.
Yeah, you know where you're at.
Yeah, because there's so many times where it's just not. And the argument against it, I think, is silly because the argument against it is that the person would coast if they were ahead. But my feeling is that would make the person who's behind really get after it because they know they're behind. You know, and then in fights where you know a guy's ahead and the guy's getting tooled up, that's already the case. There's no, you know, if Adesanya is fighting somebody and he's just dominating the fight, we all know that. We all know that. And the only thing that could fuck him is a bad judge.
Some crazy judge.
Yeah, and we've seen that. We've seen like 2 scores that are like, that's right. And then 1 score, 1 judge is like, what the fuck was that guy watching?
That's the guy we're going to hire for our event. That guy's going to be cheap.
Why? That guy's going to be dangerous. Why 10-8? I don't even like 10-8 for MMA. I think it sucks.
I mean, just for a way that we can grow like we can have an easy to digest. I mean, I guess MMA is still pretty confusing, but we want MMA fans. We want to steal MMA fans. Like that's been my whole strategy. Is I'll take on guys in the UFC because I know they're drug tested and I'm not, and I'll be like, and they're famous. It's like a perfect matchup. But we want to do that because we want to steal their fans, and we're also changing. It's very fucking expensive, actually. Every jiu-jitsu event's basically on an elevated stage or just on mats. And we have this problem where there's all these weird resets. Like guys might fall off the stage.
Yeah.
They crash into the table.
That's crazy.
So inspired by karate combat, we're going to do a rectangular mat space with an angled wall. Because there's nowhere to run. And we're going to call this rectangular mat space the alley. You basically only have the back alley to fight or fuck. Sometimes.
But isn't the angled wall a bit of a problem? Like I saw your match with Phil Bro.
Yeah.
And the angled wall, like all of a sudden he's fucked because you're just going to go down. Like it's not like a wall. Like a wall. I don't like the cage in MMA. I've said multiple times, I really think they should be fighting in a basketball court. Just make it all matted up, have a long red line.
We're going to be big. 30 by 40. It's going to be massive.
That is big. Yeah.
So we heard the basketball court, but we threw some angles on the end. Well, punishes them. We want to punish guys for backing up.
Okay.
So, like, again, like you said, with a cage, they back up, but they remain vertical. And guys are so, like, you can use that angle to not get taken down. But if you back up, if you're running away, we want it to be detrimental to you while not having any referee interruption. So if I'm like you said, I see I won the first round 10-8, I'm coasting, I'm backing up. That guy can chase me. There's nowhere I can go. And if I back up, it's detrimental to me.
I want to ask you a specific question about the Philip Rowe fight because he posted his arm down to like against the angle. And I was like, well, you're kind of fucked if you're doing that. And then you threw up the triangle and you trapped him.
Yep.
So like, did you train for that? Like, so this is the setup. And this is in Karate Combat, which is, by the way, in Austin this Thursday. I'm going to go down and check that out.
Oh, man,
so like this, like when he posted his arm down, I'm like, oh no, that's.
Honestly, here's the funny thing about it is, Asim, the promoter, said to me, he goes, bro, we've got to sell the angled wall for grappling. He's like, can you try to submit him off the wall? And I was like, fuck yeah, I'll do that. But I was like, I've got no plans of that.
They asked you to do it?
Yeah, they said that'd be cool if you could do it. And then afterwards, he's like, did you plan that? I was like, yeah, sure. But I mean, anytime someone posts a hand on the ground when we have an overhook and we can put weight on that hand, they can't lift it off the ground, so we can shoot a triangle pretty easy.
Yeah.
So, well, as soon as I saw him, I've got an overhook here. We'll get the Russian tire. As soon as I see him put that right hand on the floor, I was like, we can do something flying. And I saw, because of the angle, you can be a bit more brave, you know, like it's not as sharp a fall.
Right.
Like I'm 32. I probably shouldn't be doing flying shit, but you throw an angle in there, I'll give it a crack.
Well, especially with everything padded up like that in the walls.
Yeah. But man, me and Phil were laughing before this match. Like I had a couple beers before this. I thought we were just gonna have a good time.
You had a couple beers before the match?
Yeah. Phil said he was gonna drink a tequila shot to start the match, but then I saw him put water in his cup. I was like, I've been misled here. And then we went out there and I didn't even know the time of the match. I thought it was 8 minutes. And the guy's like, 12-minute match. I'm like, oh, fuck. And then his coach started cornering him serious. I was like, what have I got myself into, eh? So I was like, better give it a crack. I thought we were going to have fun, play around a bit, but he was ready to go.
You really had a couple of beers?
Yeah, I do sometimes, you know.
Do you really?
Take the edge off, yeah.
Does it fuck with your performance at all?
You know what? I never know what helps my performance or makes it worse. You know, I never have
taking the edge off might help.
I think so, because I do a long training camp. Sometimes I'm like thinking every day, putting pressure on myself. But like, I finished that match, and because I hit a flying thing, we just got hammered that night. I was celebrating, and then the next day I was like, fuck, I have to face Lovato next week. I was like, what have I done? So it's like sometimes, I guess the John Jones approach, you know, having some fun the week before takes the edge off, relaxes me.
Ilya Taporia does that too.
With the wine, yeah.
He gets drunk on Thursday night when he weighs in on Friday.
That's why I don't like what he did to my man, but I respect the drinking of the wine for sure.
Yeah. That fight, I wanted to talk to you about that too. I wanted to talk to you about just the Volkanovski fight and training him in general. Like, did you try in any way to discourage him from taking the Makhachev fight on 10 days notice?
No, I mean, I'm not involved in that process at all, you know, like I got the call that it was happening. Like he called me, man, I was jet lagged at the time. I just got to Austin for a day and I get a call at 4 a.m. from Volks. He's like, I think I have Makhachev booked in 2 weeks. And I was like, fuck it. Tell me I'll just book the next flight. I just got on the plane down there. So I'm not involved in the matchmaking decision process at all.
Were you apprehensive about him taking that fight on such short notice?
I mean, I wouldn't say apprehensive. I like believe in him fully. I knew it would be a very difficult challenge. I didn't know what sort of shape he was in at the time. I hadn't seen him for a while. But, like, I believe in him that he can do it. And it's like, I'm going to just do everything I can to get him ready for that moment. And, yeah, I mean, it is the risk of the game, you know, especially you take a short notice fight like that.
Had he been training at all?
I honestly don't know. I don't think he wasn't in the same shape he was for the previous Makhachev fight. Like, the previous Makhachev fight, I was down in Wollongong with his team freestyle for, like, 6 to 8 weeks helping him prepare for that one. Well, I mean, this one, yeah, such short notice.
Well, that made it such a huge difference, the 6 to 8 weeks, just the fact that he was able to survive on the ground the way he was. And not just that, but just not just survive, but be completely safe. He was never even close to being threatened with a submission, you know, and the fact that he was like laughing it off and punching him from behind. And
it's crazy. Yeah. I mean, I can't take too much credit for that. The guy just is
he's an animal.
Yeah. He's just a monster. He's so hard to hold down, even for me to hold down. I don't get it. I'm like, fuck, you 145. This shouldn't be the case. You know?
Rugby.
Yeah. Some rugby energy. Hey.
Well, also, he used to weigh 214 pounds and he still got those fucking tendons from being a big gorilla.
That's true. Yeah. The rugby days. That's crazy. I mean, when I trained at his gym, one of the rugby players come in actually, and I was just fucking around rolling with him, and he put me in a chin strap, and I was stuck. I was like, fuck, thank God these guys make real money in other sports. I have to deal with this shit.
Yeah, it's a hard fucking sport, man. It's a hard sport that Americans don't necessarily appreciate. They don't understand. Like, those are guys that could compete in the NFL, and they said they're playing rugby because they live in a different country. But it's when Volkanovski fought the first time and he was perfectly prepared. It was an amazing fight. I thought he won. I thought it was very close, but I thought he won. I think round 2 was the difference, and I could see round 2 going either way, but I gave it to Volk. But I was like, when they announced it, the rematch, part of me was like, ooh, that's a great fight. But the other part of me was like, this is the number one, in my opinion, this is the fight for number 1 pound for pound, right? I believe Volk won the first fight, although very close. I don't think it's a robbery, but very close. And I think that puts him as the number 1 pound for pound fighter in the world. And then he loses the fight to Islam. He gets caught with that head kick. And then he gets knocked out by Topuria. And now he's not even in the conversation anymore. So this is a short amount of time, you know, and then everything kind of falls apart. And I think it wouldn't have fallen apart if not for the rematch. If it wasn't for the if he just waited for Topuria, I gotta think that head kick has a factor. I mean, to get brained like that with a shin to the dome, which is the worst way to get knocked out, you know, it's so much power in legs. When your legs are, your legs are carrying your body around all day. I don't think people that have never been kicked understand how much more power is in a leg.
Yeah, I wouldn't know.
You get head kicked like that, and then you fight a guy who's obviously the most dangerous boxer in the division in the next fight and get KO'd.
I mean, yeah, it's crazy. I don't know I've had a couple concussions from grappling, like accidents, but I don't. Accidents. Always that one asshole, you know, going crazy. But I don't know really the effects of that. It's so hard to judge. Like, it's like, I don't know what testing they can do, but it's like
they can't do much, unfortunately. They do. There are some tests, but the reality is every time you get knocked out, it's easier for that person to get knocked out again.
And psychology, I think, for the opponents. Like, for me, coaching Volks, like, there were matches where, like, even with fights when, like, say we'll take out him in the sub, and it's like when he keeps doing these impossible things, you believe in the myth of your guy more and more. Right. Other fighters do too. They go, we couldn't submit him. Look how deep we'll take.
Well, it's his heart. His heart is just unstoppable.
But I think when a guy gets clipped like that, everyone else goes, they suddenly have a bit more self-belief. So I think it's like two factors.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. But I think Topuria thought he was going to do that to him anyway. But I just love to have seen him fully recover from that. Like when Manny Pacquiao got knocked out by Marquez, Freddie Roach wouldn't let him do anything for a year. He's like, you're going to take 1 year off. He's like, this is the only way. You have to. And Freddie Roach, who has trauma-induced Parkinson's from his boxing career, he's well aware of the impact of brain damage. And, you know, it's so tricky because I'm just such a huge Volk fan. I just like, I wish I had his ear. I don't know if he would have listened to me. But if I had his ear,
I think that's what makes those guys special, though, is that they're like, it's the self-belief.
100%. That's what makes you a champion. You cannot become a Volkanovski without this unstoppable belief in yourself.
Me and him are the complete opposite. Hey, if someone was like, bro, you're probably going to lose. I'm like, yeah, you make a good point. I'm like, how much are they paying me? You know, we're complete opposite. And he takes everything super serious, sporting, everything. I don't know how we've blended together. I'm able to coach him somehow.
Well, you're very technical. I mean, the thing about your, joking around and being silly about it all is like you are, but your technique is very, very good, obviously. You obviously are one of the elite guys in the world when it comes to technique. So it's not, you are serious.
Yeah, I mean personality type,
Yeah.
But I guess we have the Australian bond. He has faith in me, more faith in me than the guy that gave me this, I think. They both probably shouldn't know.
What is Volk up to now? Do you talk to him?
He's in Thailand training at Bangtao with his Volk's wrestling coach, Frank Hickman. They have a gym in Thailand, so he's out in Bangtao getting some work in. I want to get him a grappling match. I said to him, man, like, if we're going to take some time away because of the concussions, let's get you a grappling match. And my thought was, how cool would it be to see him and Ortega have a grappling match?
Oh my God, that'd be incredible.
I would just love to see it in that setting because Ortega obviously struggled to submit him in MMA.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens in a grappling match.
Right, with no gloves too. Yeah, that would be very interesting. Ortega's very good on the ground. He's very sneaky too.
Yeah, he's super slick. He catches some crazy shit out there. He be losing a fight like 2-3 rounds, get one look at the guillotine. Finish it's crazy.
No, and his guillotine is fucking death. I mean, when Volkanovski got out of that, the mounted guillotine, his face looked like a grape and just would not tap. I
had no idea how he got out, but I told everyone, I was like, yeah, obviously that's me. Buy the DVD. Support his grappling coach. I take credit for that.
But he's an animal. 99.9% of the world were tapped.
He's like that in the gym. I remember I'll choke him in the gym sometimes, and he'll go from putting his chin in to taking it out as your grip's in there. Like he'll try and switch it from I guess the front choke to the blood vessels. He just changes how you choke him and can survive down there.
Wow.
I don't know how he does it. You should teach me that shit.
I think it's just his brain.
Too tough.
Yeah, he's a fucking animal. And so, does he have a plan to come back? Does he?
I don't know what's going on. I imagine it's probably Holloway versus Taporia. I think that's going to happen. And then I hope personally we get Volk's a grappling match. Maybe we get him at this event. I'm hoping we get some MMA guys at this event.
Is he thinking about doing something like that? You don't have a whole lot of time, right? When is this event?
This is August 16th, 17th. Yeah, so not much time. But, I mean, if he's in shape, he's training, he's out Bangtao, Thailand, get some rounds in, I think it's fine, especially against another MMA guy. They both have the same type of training. It's not like he's taking on a pure grappler that's only grappling.
So do you have a budget to do something like that, to do super fights as well?
Actually, yeah. So we're going to start taking sponsors to try and get more super fights. And I'm in talks with some legends of the game right now. Like some guys that you'd be shocked. Can you hit me up? I won't say any names, but potentially, I'll tell you. One of them has a Mexican sounding last name, but I'll talk to you about that.
Okay. Okay.
I know that one. Yeah, all the legends. So many people want to come out of retirement for this. And they just know, especially when I explain the rules, explain that it's in that alley, like the sunken floor, they like that format. Obviously, you throw $1 million on Instagram, you get some messages, you know what I mean? You get some, hey, brother, what's going on,
Yeah, I think people are going to be shocked at how good Luke Rockhold is.
Yeah, he's so tough.
He's very good on the ground. I remember when he got Weidman down and mounted him and Weidman could not get up, I was like, his ground game is very underrated because he's just known as an MMA guy.
And he's going to come train with us. He's going to come to B Team for 5 weeks. So he's going to prepare with us for this event. So we'll watch him and Nicky Rod kill each other every day. I'll love to watch that shit.
Wow. Yeah, I always wondered how he would have done if he had gone straight grappling. Because the people that I know that trained with him said, dude, I think he could have competed with the best in the world as a grappler, just as a pure grappler.
Yeah, I mean, look at the guys he's training with. Khabib and Islam, Cain Velasquez, DC, all those guys. It's like, people think it's like MMA's in isolation, like those skills won't translate. They translate, especially with athletes like that.
Especially in such a grappling-dominated camp.
He's going to surprise some people. What I keep laughing about is it's $1 million for first place, $10,000 for second place. I'm like, who's tapping?
Right, for $1 million.
Yeah. I think what we're going to do, I haven't finalized this yet, but I think if you're in a submission in the round ends, we keep going. get out of the submission.
Well, there's been so many times where guys were almost submitted, where you think,
Yeah, this guy, I let him
Yeah.
out of that armbar to join the team. You know, look at happened. I didn't get any money out of that.
How bad was his arm fucked up after that? That armbar was so tight.
Well, that was the funny thing, right? Is
And that was
like,
EBI. Like, what's the prize of EBI?
Well, he had some. If I had submitted him, I would have won 15K, and I think he had only had 2 submissions in regulation, so he was. He only made 10K, so I'm like, we could have made a business deal there, bro. Like, just let it go. But man, his arm popped on the day. He said it was fine. Next week, I show up. We're both competing in another event again, and there was like 3-4 locker rooms, and I would just travel by myself. I wouldn't even have a coach. I just post an Instagram story. Who can corner me for this event? Like the one against Gordon, I had Denny Prokopos, and he was saying 10th planet stuff to me, and I didn't even know what language he was speaking in the corner there.
Oh, right.
So I was
Crackhead
confused.
control.
Yeah, he's saying do these things. I'm like, what's happening, bro? And then I show up to this next event, Kasai Grappling in New York, and of all the locker rooms, they throw me in there with the Danaher guys, and I'm just like, this is a bit weird. Like, I had this guy on by last week, then he choked me, and now it's just me in a locker room with them all. It was very awkward, but then broke the ice, and came to train the next week.
And you were with them for a long time. You were with them for like what, 5 years?
With Danaher,
Yeah.
2 years.
2 years.
So
what did it start before Puerto Rico?
Yes, yeah, I lived in New York for. I mean, man, my memory's hazy, but we survived Puerto Rico for 6 months, and before that was I would come and go from New York. I was probably with the team 2.5 years. Yeah, things get weird out there in the jungle, you know.
Yeah,
Apocalypse Now style.
Well, everyone's confused as to what happened with you guys. That's what, like, there's no real version of the truth.
We got a book deal. We got a movie deal coming out.
What?
You know, I'm going to exploit that story to the bitter end.
You have a book deal for real?
Nah, I'm joking. But I could. The story's weird enough. You know?
What happened with you guys?
I mean, there's so many things we really can't discuss. You know, a lot of problems. Obviously, Obviously, 2 brothers split up was going to be some serious issues there.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's not really my place to say. But hopefully, one day it comes out. I think it'll be an interesting story. Who knows? This shit might kick things off. It might be World War III again.
So when you left, like, how did you leave to start your own place? When you guys started B Team, was that the plan all along?
No, I honestly never even wanted to start a gym. I'd already told the guys, like, at Danaher's that I was like, hey, this will be my last ADCC. And then I just want to travel around, see the world, visit interesting destinations, teach seminars. Like, I felt like I'd already built a brand. But then when the team split, I felt like I sort of wanted to help them kickstart something. So we came here, we started the B Team. I've been with the B Team, we've had the B Team 2-3 years, but I'm not there too much anymore, you know. I helped kickstart it, we got the gym, the guys have it, you know. So like I like traveling around.
So are you basically semi-retired?
For sure, yeah, for sure. I mean, obviously when you put on if you put on an event that pisses off every other promotion in the sport, it's going to probably be hard to get matches in the future. So I'll probably compete for my own show, and that's it. That's the plan. We want to keep doing these shows.
Well, I think you're going to piss off ADCC for sure by going head-to-head with them, but I don't think it would piss off Fight Pass or
Fight Pass
who's number one. Or, do you think?
Well, I mean, if whoever's streaming ADCC is obviously not going to be happy. There's more competition. But again, I still think long-term, this story is going to grow the sport.
Yeah.
It's an interesting story. It's fun. Let's see what happens. It'll either be the best event ever or the Fire Festival. I'm hoping for the former.
The Fire Festival. Are you besides the Gabby Garcia thing, which is, you know, no disrespect, kind of a gimmick fight?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Are you done competing?
I'll probably do another match. That's Gabby. Gabby will be one day. If someone's down, I'll do a match on the other day as well. We'll see, but I also want to leave it open because I am talking to some crazy big names. And I'm like, man, if we can put that together, like I'm going to try and save some space. But like, obviously I have to run this thing.
I wish you could tell me some of those names on the air.
It's everyone you could possibly think of. I'll tell you after.
Really?
There's a potential matchup that I'm working on. That's insane. It'll be the craziest shit ever.
Really?
Crazy, yeah.
You want to tell me now? We'll cut it out.
Yeah, can we do that?
Yeah.
I'm working on.
Holy shit! Sorry, folks, you can't know. Damn, that would be insane. That would be insane. Wow. Is the former, is he training?
Training, yep. People have said, man, he feels good. It'd be like obviously crazy inspirational story. I'd love it.
Wow. Yeah. That's insane. It's insane, and then it's like Abu Dhabi for a lot of people is the Olympics of grappling. And one of the things is it's every 2 years. I mean, I remember when Jean-Jacques won Abu Dhabi. I had just started. I think this was like, what year was this? When he started training, when he fought in Abu Dhabi.
Early 2000s, around mid 2000s.
Yeah, I was like a blue belt at the time, and when Jean-Jacques went over there, we were just so proud that he went over there. He had this advantage over a lot of the gi guys in that he only has one hand, and so he never relied on grabbing collars. Everything was overhooks and underhooks, and he had sort of already developed a no-gi game that he was applying to the gi. Obviously he could do all the gi techniques as well, but he was more of a no-gi guy in the beginning. And it was so interesting watching that style, watching no-gi, which is, if Abu Dhabi didn't do that, and if they didn't have this prestigious event and make it no-gi, I think the sport would have really struggled, because it's so hard for people to appreciate what's going on with the gi. It's very slow, and when you see a guy getting choked by a collar, it
looks silly too.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm so happy Abu Dhabi exists. I think the inspiration for me to do ADCC was Stuart Cooper's highlight reels. Like when I was coming up, 2009, 2011, seeing Braulio, Andre Galval's runs, like that inspired me. Losing in the gi more than no-gi also inspired me to chase the no-gi dreams. But I'm following in Eddie Bravo's footsteps. We both did ADCC, couldn't win it. We have our own invitational. But yeah, I'm thankful for everything they've done. I still obviously love ADCC. I wouldn't have a career as big as it is without ADCC.
But do you feel any loyalty to ADCC? Like, you're kind of fucking them, right?
I mean, I feel loyalty to the athletes. I think for what we do and how much bigger the sport is now, we should be compensated better, and that's sort of why I've taken a massive risk in doing this.
I appreciate what you're saying, but if ADC is not turning a profit, like the idea of compensating the athletes more, I mean, they have essentially made stars out of so many of these athletes, and because of that, by the fact of that, they've profited.
But therein lies the argument, and the argument is that I believe an event of that magnitude should turn a profit. I'm going to do it myself and see. Obviously, I could be wrong, but based on the production and the things we paid for thus far, I don't see how you couldn't run it in a profitable way. Obviously, we're giving away 100 times as much for 2 divisions. Mm-hmm. But man, if they had even upped it to 20K, you know what I mean? Some token gesture. If we're going from a basketball court with 100 people in there to selling out T-Mobile, there should, if there's room for a fireworks show, if there's room for drummers, I feel like there should be some room in the budget for the athlete pay to increase.
No, that's a good argument. And hopefully by this, you guys will inspire them.
And the argument is about making stars. It's true. Obviously, you get a huge platform, but you could win and not become a star. You know, I know plenty of guys, well, not plenty of guys, but I know a few people that won ADCC, but really
no one knows who they are.
Yeah, that's crazy for me. Is I'll go to a seminar and sell out just because of just fucking gay jokes and stupid jokes all the time, and I'll see real champions that can't sell out a seminar. So if we can make an event that those champions can make some real money, and I'd be super happy.
Well, I think your popularity has increased because people know that you coach Volkanovski and you've worked with MMA athletes before. Do you plan on still doing that?
For sure, yeah, for sure. Love Volkanovski, always be there for him anytime. I mean, obviously MMA's got a lot of crazy individuals in there, but to give up the time to work with the correct athletes, I will always have time for some of the real good guys out there. Obviously Izzy, awesome. I'd always make time for Izzy. Jack Della from Perth, guys like that, just super cool guys. I'd always find time to help them.
Yeah, Jack Della, what a big win he got over Gilbert.
Man, I still moves off him. I remember when he went in the Contender Series, he hit a Makikomi reversal in the first round of the Contender Series fight, and I was blown away by his grappling. And I've been watching it since. And his reversal with Gilbert Burns, it's crazy.
Yeah, very crazy.
I've trained with him, and I'm just I still moves from him. He's so good at grappling.
Yeah, he's very good at striking too. He's, in my opinion, he's one of the best in the sport at mixing up shots from the body to the head. because so many fighters, for whatever reason, are headhunters, you know, and because you can knock a guy out with one shot. But Jack is so good at mixing shots up to the body and to the head. I mean, he just breaks guys down.
Yeah, he's a scary guy. I was lucky actually because before the Topuria fight, we were able to sort of link up. So it was like he came out to Wollongong and trained. Izzy came out at the same time, so I got to watch Jack Della and Izzy mix it up, and then them train with folks. And for me, even as an MMA fan, it's like I have to pitch myself sometimes, be like, wow, that's amazing. It's just like putting on this thing when I'm talking to these guys about super fights. It's the dream. As just a grappling fan, I'm just thinking, oh, what could we do? Who could we convince into this event? You know, like just as from a pure fan perspective, it is pretty fun.
No, I'm sure. It's going to be interesting to see whether or not this can work. Because a lot of people have like looked at the UFC model and said, hey, athletes should be getting paid more money. And so they put on these events and none of them are profitable. I mean, maybe Bellator was, and they sold Bellator, and then there's the PFL. I don't know how they do financially, but they have the same sort of similar thing. They have a tournament. At the end of the tournament, the guy wins $1 million.
But my point is, right, is like if you're an Olympic champion or if you're a UFC champion, it has so much prestige that every single person in the world knows what it is. It has this intrinsic value.
Yeah.
If you say you're an IBJJF champion or an ADCC champion, a very small percentage of the population know that. So it's like, that's case in point, we put on a tournament with much more money. Everyone jumps ships because they know that's money. Whereas like obviously Olympic gold medal, that's timeless. That crosses all sports, you know, that crosses into culture.
How many guys are jumping ship?
I mean, I'll tell you afterwards, but.
So is it public that they're jumping ship, or are they not talking about it? Or?
Well, we got 16 spots in under and over, and I'm navigating through who wants to be in there. You know,
16 spots each, so 32 total.
So I'm trying to navigate to the best guys we can get, and it's like everyone wants in. You know,
really. So no one's worried about the repercussions or the blowback from ADCC.
No, because I think they see it as, wow, I could get the money to show.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I mean, so the Tackett brothers, local Texas guys, some of the nicest kids ever, you know, and they were the first ones to reach out to me. They won the trials. ADCC's been their dream their entire life, and they just hit me up because no one believes anything I say, unfortunately. It's like you make too many jokes, everyone's like, it's full of shit. But these guys were like, man, is this real? And I was like, yeah, it's real. And they're like, well, even if I have to deal with the consequences, even if I have to go back and win the trials to qualify again, I want a shot at $1 million to take. And they're not even talking about themselves. They're like, I want to take care of my family. And I'm like, wow, that's a super cool motivation to do this. They're willing to risk it because they'll fight their way back in.
Well, I hope there's no repercussions. I
don't think there will be.
Well, we'll see, right? But I think best case scenario is that ADCC recognizes that there's competition and they have to raise up the amount of money to get the athletes. And, you know, maybe it'll just elevate the profile of the sport enough so that's profitable still.
Yeah, it's a good experiment. Prestige versus.
But why do it the same weekend as that?
Well, you want the athletes to make a stand. You know, are they together, or you know, what is the motivation here for these guys? Yeah,
money's the motivation. It's sort of making a stand, but it's making a stand that money is more important than this organization that's propped up the sport for 20 plus years.
Well, there's other athletes that say $1 million easy to make. You know?
It's easy for Gordon. I mean, Gordon makes a lot of money. Gordon makes a lot of money from instructionals just from dominating for all these years.
But again, like $1 million for most guys. Like, I mean, you grow up in Brazil. You know, $1 million's not easy to make by any means. Like, especially like the instructional market is predominantly English-speaking people. They're the ones that are going to pay the highest price. So it's like us that speak English have a huge advantage in that area. Like even me personally, just for having an accent, and a lot of Americans are like, wow, he's fucking smarter.
That's why we use people like you for infomercials.
Yeah, exactly. They take it. So I mean, look at John Danaher, you throw a Kiwi accent on it.
Yeah.
He's obviously a smart guy, but that adds points for sure.
Are you still close to him? Do you talk to him?
No, we don't talk.
So he's upset with this.
I don't know. I've run into him a few times. We shake hands, but you know his general demeanor. You don't really know, like, you know.
Yeah.
I look back when we walk past. See, there's no knife coming, you know. But I helped him hide a few bodies in New York. You know, some missing women. But we had a tight bond.
He's a unique character. I mean, he seems like a guy from a fucking movie. Like, he doesn't even seem like a real guy. You know, some professor of philosophy at Columbia who becomes obsessed with jiu-jitsu. sleeps on the mats, teaches everybody, and forces everybody to train 365 days a year.
Okay, yeah, that's an interesting fella. Yeah.
What was it like doing that, like the 365 days a year?
I mean, I wouldn't do it. You know, I would be like, bro, we're taking a day off. You know, let me have a day to relax. I wouldn't necessarily do it. I mean, it was a lot of training, though. He kind of like, he wanted it to be your life, you know, like, and obviously it should be, but a lot of pressure to be a part of that team.
Did you talk to him about the philosophy behind those decisions?
I mean, we had a lot of discussions. I think, like, we were actually really close because I'm from, like, he's New Zealand, I'm Australian. I'm from his part of the world. So a lot of the time Australians visit, he actually has a tight connection with him because we have a lot of things we can relate on. So we talk all the time. Unfortunately, me and Mickey Ryan were two of the ones he was closest to before the team split.
And when you guys were training there, I mean, how beneficial is it having a guy like him around?
Super beneficial, and also not just because of who he is and how smart he is, but like he basically approached it like an MMA coach. You know, like MMA coach is always watching, is always guiding your training. Most jiu-jitsu coaches are participating. They teach you a few moves, they roll with everyone.
Right.
So to have a guy that approaches it like an MMA coach, where he approaches it with that level of professionalism, watching, making adjustments, I think even something as simple as that is a huge benefit.
Yeah, I think so too. Also, a guy who's physically impaired, where he can't compete, but he has so much passion for it that he pours it all into the athletes.
Yeah, and I think what made him so brilliant as well is obviously his college and university. He knows how to study, he knows how to take notes on everything, he knows how to teach. You put him in Renzo Gracie's in New York for 20 years when it was the hub of MMA and grappling. Guys like Roger Gracie are passing through at the time. He's basically in this position where he can just watch, train with all these guys, pick up all these details, and have it locked and loaded, ready to teach in a perfect way. Like, obviously, his game's heavily inspired by Marcelo Garcia. You know, like, he just takes the really useful things and can articulate it in a way that's better than most of the people in the sport before him. So I think there's all these factors that have made him who he is and why he's so successful.
How much of a factor is the constant training, the training of 365 days a year? Like, how do you balance the burnout with the discipline? Like, how do you, like, because I think inspiration is almost, enthusiasm and inspiration are almost, I think discipline's more important for sure. But they're factors that can't be ignored, because when an athlete loses inspiration and loses enthusiasm, they just don't have the mental drive to push through like very difficult situations. You know what I'm saying? Like, you just lose the steam, you lose the engine.
I mean, I don't think you should do 365 a year, you know, like I think you should peak for events, have a period of time afterwards where you slow down, and then when you're not preparing for an event, you're studying technique. When you get closer to an event, you're refining those particular techniques and skills for that particular event's rule set or opponent or whatever. And we should like go up and down. And like, I like it when you have an event, whether you win or lose, you don't train too much after, and you have this period where you miss training and you're like pulled back into it. So I do. And I think, I mean, even like, obviously Gordon's had forced breaks with health issues, but like, as long as I've known him and we train together, like there would be time periods where he wouldn't be at training for a week or two, you know? So it's like, I think it's like a myth we should all strive for, but everyone should be entitled to some time off.
Did you ever talk to John about that?
I mean, I would just take a day off every week, but luckily, like, I think he had some love for the Australians, let me get away with some things he wouldn't let other people do. So, I mean, I would be chilling, you know.
Does he enforce that, like the 365 days a week?
I mean, I don't know if there's a real strong enforcement, but there's like an unspoken, you better be there, you know, like, but I don't know, who knows what it's like now. Obviously, he's moved to Austin. My memory is probably phasey, probably forgot some things, but yeah, obviously, I'm super appreciative that I was a part of that team. But I mean, I was with like Lachlan. I'm lucky. I moved to Melbourne. I was with Lachlan Giles for a few years. I had a massive splash at ADCC 2019, and then I was with John. So like, I've been around some good coaches, you know. So I think, a lucky position despite coming from Australia. Not as lucky as others. Like, it would have been amazing to be like a Nicky Ryan, born right next to New York and got to train with someone, all the people in that team have their coaches. But again, like, we're all not that lucky. I didn't even train with a black belt. I was already a purple belt. So it's like, we all weren't exposed. Because I'm from Australia, I probably came up with a time period in my city that was more like an older time in the US where black belts were like, whoa, never met one.
What year did you start training?
Ooh, probably 17 years ago now.
And even back then, there weren't many black belts around?
No, when I started training, I just trained with my cousin, and he was like a 4-stripe white belt. There was like 2 people on the mats. You know, there was nothing. I trained twice a week. I didn't train properly for a long time.
You trained twice a week?
Yeah, it was just like, I didn't even know what it was. You know, we're just
doing it for fun?
Yeah.
What were you doing for a living back then?
I was still in high school when I first started, and then I was just flipping burgers at Burger King, basically. Then I did a psychology degree, just a bachelor's, some bartender. Like, I had to work jobs, study, and do jiu-jitsu. So these assholes today, they get to just train. I'm so envious of them, you know? Like, it's just the sport. Again, the sport's growing that much with the sponsorship deals and stuff. So
back then, how did you learn technique?
Man, I had Eddie, like, here's the funny thing. I had Eddie Bravo's Mastering the Rubber Guard book. That came to me at a very influential time where I read the chapter about weed. I was like, fuck it, maybe I should start smoking weed, you know? So, like, I was, like, thinking I'm going to learn some techniques. Ended up smoking weed all the time.
Yeah, it doesn't work for everybody. It's interesting, the weed thing, because some people think it makes you lazy. And I think you're just lazy. I think if weed makes you lazy, you're lazy. It makes me think about the consequence. Like, the idea of paranoia, like people talk about weed paranoia, I think it's like a hyper awareness. And, you know, Eddie once said this to me, like, if your life is shit and you smoke weed, it's going to feel terrible. But if your life is great and you smoke weed, you're going to feel good. Like, if you don't have any problems in your life, you don't have any things you're dealing with, if you've dealt with your problems and you're just like on a good path, then weed's good for you. But weed has never made me lazy. It's the opposite. I smoke weed, I always feel like, don't be lazy. You gotta get things to do. You don't want these things fucking with you. You don't want these things hanging over your head. Like, that hyper awareness it's like part of my work ethic. You know, like the like oversight, like someone is looking over me all the time, making sure I can't lie to myself or to other people. Like, I have to do the things I'm actually supposed to do. That's my feeling about it.
Well, I mean, I read his book and I was like 17, smoking bongs, driving to training in the car, having pre-workout, getting ready to go to war, you know, like, that's basically influence of that on me. But it was good. I think rolling high keeps you fluent, I wouldn't do it all the time. Sometimes I meet guys that are so high that I've just smashed them for a round, but they've done one thing, but they're so like fascinated by that, like the perception's off sometimes.
I think that's possible, true. That's too. But I've always felt like I was like 10% better when I was high. I really feel like there was quite a few things.
You gotta try a couple beers.
I'm scared. Beers don't help me. Like when I play pool, if I play pool high, I play way better. If I play pool drunk, I'm not good.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think with me, alcohol just makes me not pay attention to shit. Alcohol for me is like, I'm not a focused person if I'm drinking.
I need that for sport. That gives me a false sense of confidence. You know? That's useful.
Maybe 1 or 2 beers, but drunk. Have you ever competed drunk?
I've felt it for sure. You know, it's usually not beer. Actually, usually a vodka soda or something. So if a fan sees, I'm like, soda water, man.
And you've done that many times, where you just to take the edge off?
5, 6 times. I mean, I had a couple drinks before the Lovato match because we had the Howlerhead bottle back there. I was like, hey, come on, throw some sponsorship money, you know? Get that up, but sadly not.
Well, isn't Howlerhead owned by Dana?
Yeah, that was the thing. I was like, go sneak us a bottle back here, man. Put it in the vlog.
When you were training and you were learning from books, like, did you have any videos that you studied? Was it like, how did you learn techniques other than just books?
I mean, I'm trying to remember what books I had, man. I had like BJ Penn's book, Eddie Bravo's book, like the actual textbooks. And then I started buying the instructionals. Like I had Kara Parisian at Judo for MMA. I had Ryan Hall's. He really changed the game with instructionals in the early days. So like stealing all his moves. And then I learned about the world of torrent sites, and I started illegally acquiring every instructional I could. And then we try to self-learn on the mats, studying these and then drilling the moves. That's So I was really self-taught up until purple belt. Really just focused on using instruction.
And then where'd you go for purple belt?
Then I moved to Melbourne with Lachlan Giles, and basically was like 2.5 years there, and then 2.5 years with John.
That's a crazy little amount of time.
Yeah, I didn't spend. That's the thing. A lot of people obviously they just notice when you achieve something. You know what I mean? So like I trained by myself a long time before I was able to join any big teams.
What do you think attributed to your success?
I think, honestly, I don't know. I put in the work in the early days for sure. And then studying. And then just being at the forefront of the leg lock sort of saga, you know, like I got in the right time. I saw techniques in the gi, like the berimbolo, that would just, a new technique that would wipe the floor with experienced black belts. You could use it on people you had no business beating. Those are the techniques I wanted. And I saw the Danaher guys use heel hooks, and I was like, man, if I, as a purple belt, can submit some black belts, I'm like, that's the way I gotta go.
And so how did you wind up training with John and the...
Well, I mean, I would just, obviously Australia's far away. Hard for me to keep doing that 16-hour journey back and forth. I wanted to stay in America, so I just started doing my camps there. That was the best place to do it. It was like 100 people in the room doing no-gi. Obviously, it had that DDS squad there that was awesome. Danaher focus. At that time, there really weren't too many places in the world that would take no-gi as seriously as those guys.
How bad was the staph infections going around down there?
I got staph every month there. I remember.
How the fuck is that possible?
I got it under my eye one time, and the doctor was like, "Bro, it's your eye, you fucked." I was like, "Oh, that's reassuring. Hey, thank you." But yeah, every month I was on it. I remember I used to go trips to Mexico to get some medicine, so I'd go down there, buy a bunch of doxycycline, buy like 90 tablets of it. I just sit on it, keep taking them. Used to buy my steroids down in Mexico too.
But that's probably what fucked Gordon's stomach up.
The steroids? I mean,
no, I mean the antibiotics.
Yeah.
I don't think the steroids help.
I mean, yeah, probably a bit of everything. Who knows? Yeah. The antibiotics definitely not good for you.
But when you're on antibiotics, he was on antibiotics for a year straight, which first of all is crazy because the amount of discipline it takes to train that much while you're on antibiotics. So people don't know, antibiotics wreck your cardio, just wreck your physical strength, wreck your vitality. I got staph once, and I remember I took antibiotics, and I don't think I'd ever taken antibiotics before while I was training. And when I was recovering from staph, I was like, this is nuts. I feel like I'm 50%. You're at 50%. Like when Luke Rockhold beat Chris Weidman, he was on antibiotics.
I mean, I've taken it a lot during matches. I've taken it a lot. I've been on it all the time. In the last two matches,
fucking wrecks you though, right?
Yeah, I had bad staph in my leg. Like even during that Philip Rowe match, I remember I submitted him, and then he had staph a few days later. I was like, "Cut you twice, mate." But that was bad when the doctor had to cut that open and like squeeze it out. That was horrible. But I think the more you take antibiotics, the less effect they have on you. So now I get staph. It's fucking really annoying.
Do you use anything to protect your skin? Like do you use defense soap or anything like that?
Nah, I just try to shower straight afterwards. You know,
just regular soap.
Yeah, anything. I think we have some branded soap in there, but like I think it's just important. Like I mean, we're dealing with some people that don't even know how to shower. Like
that's crazy.
Yeah, some of them have a quick rinse, get out of there. You know,
I would see guys do that when they would train and they would just go home sweaty. I'm like, fine. Like you're allowing that stuff to breathe on your skin while you're in your car. It's hot out.
That was Puerto Rico. We had no showers at the gym.
Oh god.
So we'd have a 60-minute drive home after each class without having a shower.
Oh, that's insane.
It's not good for the car fabric smell.
But was the Puerto Rico gym, wasn't that exposed to sunlight at least? Wasn't the mat exposed to sunlight?
Not enough. But you know what? Because I get in the ocean every day. I think maybe that helps.
Oh, that probably helps
a lot of sunshine down there too.
Yeah, that probably helps a lot. Sunlight on the mats apparently is a great thing. Like if you could open up garage doors and have sunlight on the mats, apparently that kills a lot of things.
Yeah, for sure. I also think sometimes like the overtrain, like your immune system's just down because maybe you're stressed.
For sure.
Sleeping,
yeah, for sure.
You're really stressed about a match. A lot of people get staph around a match because they push the training up due to the anxiety of the match. They're thinking about it, messes with their sleep, and then they're just vulnerable to it.
When you were training, did you ever monitor your heart rate, check your heart rate in the morning, make sure you're not overtraining?
You know, I thought about doing that stuff, the HRV stuff. I looked up one of the machines at the time. I was like, fuck, that's expensive, eh? I mean, now I don't monitor anything. I get my blood pressure checked. It's concerning, you know? I almost failed the last two medicals because the doctor was like, bro, your blood pressure is through the roof.
Really?
I was like, pass it, man. It's jiu-jitsu. It's not MMA.
Why would your blood pressure be so high?
Good question. Probably too much caffeine.
Think that's it?
I don't know. We should find out, but I'm busy traveling all the time. We should look into it.
You don't know what's wrong?
It's not enough, you know. So,
Oh,
No.
that freaked me out. My blood pressure was high.
Now you're freaking me out. Now. We'll test it after.
I mean, I just feel like
I gotta survive for this shit.
I understand, but you're relying on your body. That's your business. Your business is your body.
I just hope it's a faulty test. You know, I'm like
faulty test for blood pressure.
Yeah,
I think those things are 100%.
I'm like the biceps too big. Got a bigger band.
I don't think they're ever wrong with blood pressure. I mean, there's factors. You could be stressed out. That'll raise up your blood pressure.
I was making jokes with the doctor last time. I competed in Dubai, and I was making jokes with him, and he was just like not laughing at all. He's like not having it. The Mexican doctor for karate combat loved it, but not the Dubai guy.
Oh, that's funny.
I faced you know the guy in the UFC that finished Kevin Lee real quick? He finished Kevin Lee like he knocked him down, guillotined him in a minute.
Oh, the last guy. Yeah, his last fight. Who was that?
His last name? Renat. I can't remember his name.
Right. Okay.
He was crazy though, man. He did not want to tap. I had him buggy choke, put him in a triangle. He went to
there. It is. Renat. How to say that?
Fuckeredov. Go for it. Give his middle name.
Fakredinov.
His middle name's tougher though.
Yeah. Wow. Ryashtovic.
He's just like, how can I fucking make Bruce Buffer's life difficult?
Yeah, bro. Buffer's got it rough. I got it rough I fuck up all the time on the weigh-ins when I have to do the weigh-ins.
Yeah. Do they get angry with you? Does anyone get angry?
No. Luckily, no one's gotten angry at me, but it's always a mistake. I've fucked up a few times. It's hard. Those words are hard. Sometimes your mouth just doesn't work right. You know, it just doesn't come out right. I fucked up Umar Nurmagomedov's name once when I was after his fight. I was like, God damn it.
Yeah,
it just came out like,
I can't even say it now. Hey,
it's hard. Some of them, Zabit was the hardest. Magomed Sharipov.
Yeah.
Zabit Magomed Sharipov. That was a guy that I was like, fuck, man. I was just really bummed out when he stepped out, when he just decided enough's enough. I think he's a doctor now.
Really?
I think so. Find out what he's doing. Zabit Magomed Sharipov. That guy was fucking good.
He did some cool shit.
Ooh, he did some wild shit. He was so interesting because he was from Dagestan, but he fought like almost like a karate fighter.
Yeah, crazy kicks.
Yeah, wild kicks, man. And he could do anything. I mean, crazy trips too. He would do that trip.
Oh yeah, he sort of led the way with that. Now that Volks does that, a lot of guys try to do that one.
Yeah, he was very good at that one particular trip. He's just so clever and creative, and such an interesting fighter to watch. I was bummed out, man, like really bummed out when that guy retired. I was like, shit.
That's why I love traveling around, finding these guys, like these mysterious guys. Like I was in Japan, I got to have dinner with Genki Sudo.
I love that dude.
That's the coolest guy ever had.
Genki Sudo was
like a politician now.
I
know. He's done it all.
Remember when he used to carry around that flag with all the
we were all
flags
one.
and we are all one? What a beautiful guy.
So cool, man. So
like
cool.
Win a fight and then hold this up. Like we are all one.
And then he just retired to pursue becoming a pop star, and now he's a politician.
He was a pop star?
Yeah, he owns restaurants. Yeah, have you seen his dancing videos?
No.
What's it called?
Imagine a guy who fights that good could probably dance like a motherfucker.
Crazy dancing. Genki Sudo 1, I forget the name of it. Right? Like dancing, montage, singing, he does it all.
No shit. Wow. I'm not surprised. He's a creative guy. He was creative as a fighter, too. Very interesting fighter to watch.
He retired and he became a pop star to grow in popularity. Like even fighting wasn't his focus. He just wanted to leverage fighting and becoming a pop star to help him get into politics, to help people. He really just wants to help people. So those were side gigs to get him to where he is today, where he can use his political influence to help people in Japan.
Wow. That is amazing. Does he look at him? Is this him dancing?
Oh yeah.
Look at Genki. First pitch with he's got first pitch with all his dudes behind him. Oh, terrible pitch.
Yeah, soft throw.
Wow. That's pretty cool.
He had some crazy, man. He, back in that West Side grappling tournament, he was hitting some moves back then.
Oh, yeah, man.
Innovative today.
Yeah. Wild, explosive, interesting guy. Just very interesting. I mean, that's the kind of thing about the sport that's so cool, is that you get these human beings that are just exceptional human beings that decide to challenge themselves. And one of the most difficult things a person could do is like Volkanovski. Like, he's a very interesting guy. because like it takes extreme character and will and discipline to become Alexander Volkanovski, the greatest featherweight of all time. I mean, it takes a lot to be that person.
Yeah.
You know, and you learn a lot just by being around those people. You learn about human potential.
I mean, I even learned grappling from these guys. You know, people think I show up and I'm just helping them. Like, those guys are so talented. Like, I steal shit from them as well. You know, I don't know how they do it all. Volk does it all.
What have you learned from Volk?
I mean, just the way, like, I really steal a lot from MMA fighters and how they turtle and get up from there. A lot of grapplers don't understand that, like, until they roll with a good MMA guy and the guy just keeps getting up. And they're like, what is happening? Like
Derek Lewis?
Yeah, he just
stands up.
I love that. I stole that for an instructional name, Just Stand Up. And I was like, Derek Lewis inspired.
No, you did do that, right? You did make a whole instructional about getting up.
Yeah.
Is it because some guys get just too captured with the idea of engaging and grappling and not getting up?
Yeah, well, like if a guy gets his guard past, a jiu-jitsu guy would just look to get guard back. Whereas, like, sometimes it's good to expose your back and just stand up and reset. Whereas, like, a lot of jiu-jitsu guys are so scared to expose their back, they refuse to ever do it. So it's like when an MMA guy does it, they don't know how to deal with it. They're not as good at dealing with it. It's
Interesting.
foreign to them.
Interesting. Yeah, because you don't think about it. Yeah. Well, it's always like when you have new variabilities, new variables into any sort of fighting discipline. Like, oh, this is a new thing that I didn't consider.
Yeah, I love that. Like, that's why I love about jiu-jitsu. Jiu-jitsu can be more complicated. MMA is a bit more simple. So it's like we can make all these instructionals in jiu-jitsu about all these weird positions like octopus guard and stuff, because you can be endlessly creative. Whereas in MMA, the consequences are so strong, severe.
Right.
It's a much simpler game. Doesn't mean it's easier. There's just less things you can do.
Well, that's what's interesting is that guys in MMA in general aren't as good at submissions because they have all these other disciplines to consider. It's like when I went from Taekwondo to kickboxing, one of the things that I realized, like, oh, when people are punching you in the face, there's a lot of stuff you can't do. But if people aren't punching you in the face, damn, you get good at kicking. You know, like, and so these guys who are used to getting punched in the face, there's stuff that they're just not. They don't have the dexterity. They don't have the ability to do. And I don't know if you develop that to the same extent. Like when you see guys like Wonder Boy, who started out with karate, like that guy can do stuff with his legs that the average person can't do. You know, or Yair Rodriguez.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Ooh, my God, that guy. He's one of my favorite guys to watch because his fucking kicks are crazy. They just come from everywhere.
Who's he fighting next?
That's a good question.
Did he just fight? He just fought with Ortega his last fight?
I believe. Was that his last fight? Let's say pull up Yair Rodriguez. But let's just find out what Yair Rodriguez's next fight is. I don't know if they've announced it. I haven't heard anything.
Yeah, it's funny when you're in the when you friends with a bunch of MMA fighters. Sometimes they let you know of a fight that's not been announced. You're like, "Fuck, I better not say."
Right.
Better not drop the news. Get in trouble. Like.
Yeah, that happens all the time. Yeah, I fuck up a few times. Does it say?
Nothing books. Was Ortega his last one?
Yeah. So he lost to Ortega, and before that, Volkanovski. Volkanovski beat his ass. That was a prime Volkanovski display.
Yeah, that was crazy. That man, yeah, he's just so strong. Just
he's a mauler.
Outmuscled him in the clinch, and we worked on a bunch of stuff because of how dangerous Yair's guard is. Like he's got a dangerous guard, and we had to overcome the fact that like if you leave space against him, he throws elbows that cut you.
Right.
So we had to navigate those areas, and really it was good. Like training Volks for a guy like Yair is awesome because when he's on bottom, there's like a big contingent of Mexican MMA fighters have really dangerous guards. Diego Lopez trains there. I think he's from Manaus originally, but he trains a bunch of guys there. And just aggressive bottom game, where if you leave space, they throw elbows. And if you're close, they're trying to set up high guards and submissions. So it's like we really had to prepare for how dangerous he is there.
He's one of the front runners, in my opinion. Diego, first of all, how the fuck does that guy make 145?
Shredded, yeah. He's just finishing
huge.
Everyone, hey.
He's so dangerous, man. You know, who did he fight? Super Sadiq Yusuf in his last fight? He stopped him in the first round. Before that fight, I was telling everybody, I was like, I think this guy's the guy. I think he's the next guy to emerge.
I wonder who he's booked against. I remember his first fight was like short notice against
Mosvar.
Yeah,
he blew it.
I thought he won.
It was very close. And Mosvar is undefeated and one of the best guys in the division. But Diego's scary. It's not just that he's good; he's fucking scary. He's intense.
And from everywhere, like submissions,
knockouts, and his fucking stand-up is horrific.
Yeah, you're right. We're just climb Mount Everest.
Jesus Christ, Yair.
That's the most recent thing, I guess.
Fucking relax, bro.
He's not tough. He doesn't even look like he's fucking wearing anything warm.
He's out bird watching.
Look at he's got a fucking giant pack on, walking around rucking. That's a good way to develop some cardio, I'll tell you that.
It looks fun, but I definitely want someone else to hold the bag, hey.
No, that's how you get the cardio. You have to carry the bag on your back. That's the whole idea. You can't. That looks fun.
What are the guys that help you up the mountain? Those guys.
Yeah, the Sherpas. Yeah, but I think he's trying to get fit. I think that's the whole idea behind it. It's interesting when a guy like that is just so good at one area, which is kicking, and very good off his back submission, but then struggles in a couple other areas. Like he's almost there. He's like right there at the tippy top, but not quite at the level of the guys that are beating him. Like remember when he lost to Frankie, came back from that and just become a much better fighter. Just
people counted him out a couple of times and he like almost reinvented himself, like surprised people, you know.
That happens so often. Like people counted out Max Holloway. You know, Holloway, the last fight with Volk dominated, and and Max just said, "Hey, that was his night. He had a great night." And that is a fact of fighting too. Like sometimes a guy will clip you in the first round and you're kind of not the same. And but if he didn't clip you, maybe you would have won. Like maybe if you like just engaging Max Holloway, gets caught with that jump spinning back kick to the nose at the end of the first round, shattered his nose. That's a big factor. Doesn't land that, who knows? Fight was a fucking amazing fight still. Even with that shattered nose.
Crazy. I was watching that. I was in Dubai for Karate Combat, and I was watching that at the breakfast buffet with all the staff at the buffet at the hotel I was at. Everyone were all going crazy. I put the laptop down, eating omelets, and we're like, that's the fucking craziest fight ever.
It was the craziest fight ever. In the last 10 seconds, when Max points to the floor, a fight that he's winning, 4 rounds to 1, crazy to just call the guy out.
We're going to do that in jiu-jitsu, like give each other a leg. Let's fucking go.
10 seconds. I don't think that's the same.
Just both get broken?
Well, that's an interesting thing about like the EBI rules. How do you like those rules? The rules where when it goes to overtime, you start either on a person's back or start from what they call spider web, which is, psychotronic, trying to get an arm.
I mean, I like anything creative like that that's going to force people to train those different areas. But the majority of the sport, especially old school guys, don't like it. It's very difficult to get them to compete under those rules. Me personally, I like any rule set I can beat a guy in. So I had Felipe in a match, and the UFC Fight Pass guys were like, "Oh, what rule set should we do?" And I was like, "I think EBI is pretty good,
Yeah.
But I like the rule set strategically against particular opponents. But I like Kyle Bain, 10th Planet guy, one of the best overtime guys in the world. Like if I had a match with him, I'd be like, we'll just do a regular rules match,
Right.
So like it's sort of strategy based.
Right, based on the opponent's strengths.
Like even Nicky Rod against Gordon, like they went to OT,
and
it was fucking close, and it's like, that is very stressful. It's exciting. But if guys get submitted in those areas, sometimes people don't consider it real, even though it is, They're like, oh, it's an overtime victory. You didn't really submit him, but you did.
Right. When Nicky grabbed that foot.
Yeah, just fucking ripped it, eh?
I mean, how bad is his leg fucked up still? You got to think, like, that's doing some damage.
I just think, like, what was hilarious about that is, like, Gordon's meant to face Vinny Margalesh. And no disrespect to Vinny, Vinny's just at a later stage of his career, right?
Vinny, when he was young, was a monster.
Was incredible. And then it's like 2 days before, they flipped the script and you got Nicky Rod. And you know what I mean? And I just can picture him just getting his foot broken, being like, what the fuck am I?
Right.
What the fuck just happened,
When I watched it, I was like, Jesus Christ, that is a lot of... And Nicky is such a gorilla.
It was loud.
Was it?
Loud. It was like, you heard the snap, eh? Sometimes, though, you get popped and it's so fast that the damage is already done. And you're just like, well, it's already injured. Let's keep going,
Right.
But obviously some of the submissions are holding tension points, slowly breaking. But the ones that are quick, sometimes guys don't tap because it's like you didn't even have time to process it.
Well, what about the one with you and Vinny where you broke his leg?
That was disgusting, yeah. That still haunts me, hey. But I don't know why.
How the fuck did he keep going? I mean, why did he keep going?
But that's just it. You got to be careful what shit talk you say. Like, I try to be careful with what I say. I'm never going to be like leg locks don't work because like he got put in a leg lock in 20 seconds and his leg broken. It's like now you committed to the bit, you know. Like
Was he saying leg locks
yeah,
don't
he's like,
work?
leg locks don't work, and then his just leg exploded, and I'm like,
that's such a crazy thing to say. Leg locks don't work.
It's because he had matches with Gary and Gordon, and they got some pops on him, but he hadn't submitted. So maybe they laid the groundwork for me, but I think it spiral fracture of his fibula, his ankle, disturbing.
Oh,
that was where I was like, bro, I wouldn't let that happen for $1 million. I don't know how much Chael Sonnen's paying you, but it must be more than me.
I just think it's his pride, you know, just didn't want to tap.
Yeah,
but the fact that he kept going after the leg snapped, that was loud.
That was loud. And the second one, I saw the bone poking into the skin. Like if I'd kept going, it would have probably like his whatever bone fragment would have come out. Yeah. And I was just like, I was nervous. I was like, bro, is this guy waiting for overtime? Like he just didn't want to tap, and then the ref called it because his leg was
dangling.
I did the first heel hook, and then the second one I baited him where I pretended like I was going for his other leg, so he gave me the bad one again. But he was laughing because he was like, "Fuck, I couldn't have you break both my legs. That's like Monty Python." Yeah.
Oh my God! So you knew it was already broken?
Well, so my foot hit the ground at the exact second his leg snapped in half. So for a second, like I felt a little bit of crunching, but I didn't hear it. Everyone else in the room heard it. And then he gets out of it, and I was just like, wow, this fucking guy's flexible, eh? And then he says to me, he goes, I think he broke my leg.
Oh, no. He said it in the middle of the match?
Yeah, we start talking, and I'm just like, what's happening here? Right? How strange. And I was like, well, you want to keep going? All right. And he gave, like, I ended up back with the same leg.
Oh, God.
And there was just no resistance. His ankle just did a fall. It just kept going.
See if you can find that, Jamie. It's horrible. That was the most disturbing jiu-jitsu match I've ever watched.
Yeah, I just couldn't understand. Like, I was just like, bro, why are you making me do this?
Yeah, Vinny, please tap.
You're giving me trauma.
I remember watching it like with this look on my face, like, don't fucking.
I just felt bad for him because he's a fucking good guy, and I was just like, man, did you not tap because you said leg locks don't work? Were you like committed to it? It was quick though. It was a quick break.
Doesn't he still have a plate in there?
Honestly, I don't know. But he came back and competed against Mason Fowler like maybe 4 or 5 months later.
That's crazy.
And it's just like you're getting some mileage on the body there, bro. Like,
yeah,
is it worth it?
I mean, that's better than the tibia, I guess. The fibula, I cracked my fibula before. It's not as bad. It's a small bone, you know, and they can just let it fix, you know, let it heal up once they screw it together.
I wouldn't let it break. I'd be like, yeah, the noise is bad. I've broken a few legs, and I'm just like, bro.
So here it is. Is this before?
There's the first ones at the breaks at the start of the match. So his leg's already broken.
Yo, how are you, Caspian C?
You go to like 20 seconds. Yeah, that right there. So we hit like a 50-50 inversion.
You might want to turn that knee down and pull this leg out.
So you hear
he's actually in a little bit deep.
Oh,
dude.
Yeah, so look at this.
Oh, dude, you hear it. Oh, look at his foot. Look where his foot is.
And then he tries to get me.
Oh, my.
I let go of it because I was like,
I do not know how he got
I was like,
out
he
of that.
can't let his leg break and then me just out.
For the rubber guard, I guess we got rubber knee.
He's huge here too.
That was one of Craig's best positions, and he got to it with it. Dude, the sound is so awful. The sound of broken bones. I never get it. Like Chris Weidman when he fought Uriah Hall. Through that leg, it was like full power, and Uriah checked it, and you see snap. You hear the snap, and you see his leg bend over, like
That's where it's like it's crazy how people react to that shit. Where Conor McGregor was still just talking shit. That's fucking hilarious to me. I'm just like,
he's such a psychopath.
He never missed a moment. He didn't even have the pain-killing whistle yet, but he was ready for some
I
shit
know.
talking.
Did you see him partying like a night or two ago?
You reckon real?
I mean, it doesn't mean he's drinking.
He's vibing. He's
with his wife. He's got his shirt off. Looks like he's having a good time. I mean, it looked like he wasn't sober, but he could just be a fucking maniac.
It's mind games, though. Maybe
it could be that.
Like,
yeah,
that's what I did with Lovato. I kept talking about how I was partying all the time, and I was, but I was like, maybe it's gonna mess with you. Know what I mean? Like,
right. So here's Connor, and he's kissing his wife. He's throwing. He took his shirt off. He's getting crazy. But I mean, he could just be enthusiastic. It doesn't.
I don't know.
It looks a little fucked up.
Listen, I saw Roadhouse. He ain't that good actor.
Shane Gillis has an amazing bit about Roadhouse. You have to see it.
Oh, really?
It's so fucking funny.
He's a legend, eh? I want to get him involved in this. I want to get some comedians commentating, just shit talking the grappling world, you know?
Oh, that's funny.
Hilarious.
We'd have to get guys who know some grappling.
Joey Diaz.
Joey Diaz would be amazing.
Surprise interviews on people. I think it'd be fucking.
Oh, he would be amazing. Well, he wouldn't do interviews, I don't think. He wouldn't be good at that, but he'd be good at like commentary. Get him in the booth.
Yeah.
Just get him talking shit. Yeah.
I'll
Fucking
get
people's names up.
I'll get him to corner me against Gary.
He might do it. He might do it. He might do it. You never know. I cornered Hegan in Abu Dhabi.
Oh, you did?
In 2003. He didn't have anybody with him.
Oh, really?
He said, Joe Hogan. He said, you take just tell me when the time. Because, like, Hegan, hadn't been training that much. Wasn't in the best of shape. Just let me know what time. Just yelling out what the time is.
Yeah, that's what I say sometimes. If I don't have I'm just like, just let me know the time.
Yeah.
Let me know if you think I'm burning too much gas or I'm too relaxed. I'm like, that's the key here.
Right. Right. Having Joey Diaz in your corner would be fucking hysterical.
Alex Jones wanted to do it, but I'm like, I don't think that's a tough guy to get involved with a charity.
Yeah.
Our foundation with my business partner, Seth, our foundation's called the Fair Fight Foundation. And I'm just like, it's probably not good to start it with fighting a woman, but it's a bold move.
Well, it's a fair fight, though. She's so big. I mean, she might outweigh you by, what do you walk around at?
205. She got a few pounds on me for sure.
At least 40.
Last night, we were video calling each other and we were both taking Anavar. And I was like, I popped to 50 and she popped to 25. I was like, you need more than that to beat me, you pussy, I took some screenshots. Hey, I don't know if I'll release it.
That's hilarious.
I should talk her to get the contract signed,
You should have Joey Diaz do commentary for that fight. That would be the perfect fight for him to do commentary for.
Yeah, just commentate.
Yeah, because Joey does jiu-jitsu. He knows a little bit. He definitely knows positions, and he talks so much shit. He's just so hilarious.
I'm going to take it serious, but I am going to come out in a white tank top smoking a cigarette, probably, I'll put it on the corner of the mat and see if I can finish her before it finishes,
Wow. Yeah, well, having something like that would definitely be an added element of fun.
Some fun. The tournament's serious. Obviously, you guys are going to be killing each other, and then a bit of entertainment, a bit of a battle of the sexes, I guess you could say.
Definitely that, sort of. A battle of the enhanced sexes.
Yeah, who's more enhanced though?
Yeah, she is.
Yeah, for sure. I got to know her stack. What I wanted to do was run an event where we drug tested, but it was anonymous. And just for my own personal enjoyment,
just find out.
I want to see
what the levels are.
Who took the most of anything,
Right.
See if there's any halo tested in there or something.
It would be fun to see, because jiu-jitsu is an open steroid using event. Have you heard of the enhanced games?
Oh, yeah. I was reading about that.
I'm having those guys on. So the enhanced games is this, they're going to allow all the athletes to take performance-enhancing drugs. And the idea is, we should have athletes perform to the best way. I mean, I'm putting words in their mouth, but that's scientifically possible. And the best way scientifically possible is here's for instance, this Ryan Garcia fight. Ryan Garcia, he beats Devin Haney, spectacular fashion, looks amazing, pops for Ostarine. Very low doses of Ostarine, which are not going to affect him in terms of performance-enhancing ability during the fight itself. I don't know how he took it or what he took it. I know people have gotten Ostarine accident, like Sugar Sean O'Malley got it through tainted supplements. They proved it. It's more than once that's happened.
Yoel?
Yeah, he sued. Yoel sued
and
won. Yeah, which is, if you would think anybody would not be fucking natural, it's that guy.
How does he still look like he does?
Insane. The Cuban fucking athlete program. That's how.
He's grappling. He's taking a grappling match in Britain against a grappler, Owen Livesey. So we'll see him have a grappling match.
Owen's a beast. That's very interesting.
Who do you think takes it?
That's a good question. It's a very good question. I think Yoel was one of the very best Cuban wrestlers ever. I mean, he's a fucking tank.
Yeah, silver medal at the Olympics. Adam Saitiev beat him, right?
Yeah. I mean, he's a monster, man. And physically, he's just such an imposing force. Like Luke Rockhold said that it hurt, and Robert Whitaker said the same thing. He said it hurts when you hit him. It's like he's made out of metal.
Probably hurts when he kisses you as well.
After he knocks you out?
Yeah.
That was rough.
That's a rough way to go.
Well, Luke likes to talk shit, and you talk shit to that guy. I love you.
He did the salsa dancing for the press conference. That was the best too, picking women out of the crowd. You wouldn't want it to take your misses. You'd be like, fucking sit back down.
I know, exactly. That guy's such a fucking animal. I mean, I really wish he'd gotten into MMA earlier in his career. It would have been amazing to see, because I think when he entered the UFC, he was in his late 30s.
Yeah, he's
46. He's 46 now.
That's crazy.
And he still looks amazing.
That's Randy Couture.
Yeah, but he doesn't look 46. Like Randy looked like a strong 46-year-old.
I need that Cuban stack.
Yeah, his stack is not. I mean, I've told this story before for people that have heard it. I'm sorry, but one of the things that happened to Yoel when he got injured, he fought in the UFC, and then they brought him to a doctor. He had an orbital fracture and some other issues. They brought him to the doctor, and the doctor said to the UFC, he said, "Where did you get this guy?" And he's like, "Yeah, he's amazing, right?" He goes, "No, you don't understand it." He goes, "I've never seen a human being like this before. The tendons in his eyes are 3 times larger than a normal person's." He said his orbital bone is already healing. So this guy's a freak.
How do I get to that level?
I think you got to be born in Cuba, and then they start messing around.
The shitty convicts genetics from Australia.
Well, I just wonder what they do in Cuba for the athletes. Do you know what I'm saying? I mean, without casting any aspersions in terms of performance-enhancing supplements.
There's only one way to find out.
Yeah, go there. Ask them. I don't know. I don't know what they did. But, I mean, the guy's like Wolverine. But he's also a genetic specimen. I mean, there's only so much you could do with steroids. I mean, that guy.
I know. I've tried.
Yeah. You don't even lift weights, which is so crazy. You're taking steroids without lifting weights.
I mean, from time to time, just not a good lifting program. A few pull-ups here and there.
Yeah, but that's just not. I don't think steroids are gonna. Well, they're gonna help you recover and train.
Yeah, they definitely help your well-being, I think.
Yeah, well, if you're training 365, that's the argument, right? If you're training 365 days a year, and that's also the argument for Tour de France. I've heard it argued from people that really are experts that you're actually healthier to take steroids and performance-enhancing drugs to do Tour de France than you are without it, because your body just can't recover without it. It's just so grueling. It's such a brutal race. There's a reason why so many of them are blood doping. So many of them are taking EPO and testosterone.
I always wanted to try EPO. I actually some people criticize me for saying I take steroids in jiu-jitsu, but the way I look at it is the kids, the next generation, they're going to take it anyway. I at least want to put out my exact stack, and I just want to send it out as almost it's like drugs. Just say no doesn't work. It's like I want to let them know I'm taking a safe amount under doctor's guidance, and that it's not a mystery where they're thinking I have to pump 1 gram a week and all this stuff to compete at a high level. So it's like a middle ground. Obviously you get criticized for it, but it's like the other option is they don't know what a high-level athlete's taking, and they fucking ruin their body taking crazy dosages.
Well, it would be interesting, what would jiu-jitsu look like if steroids weren't legal? I mean, one of the things we found out when USADA came into the UFC, even though there was previous drug testing, it was really only during the weigh-ins, which is kind of just an intelligence test. That's all it is. When you look at Alistair Overeem versus Brock Lesnar, the idea that either one of those motherfuckers is clean is crazy talk. That's crazy talk, especially Alistair. I mean, Alistair when he fought 205, look at back when he fought Chuck Liddell at 205, and then look at him at 265. He gained 60 pounds, and he looks like a fucking superhero. Overeem, those days, when he won the K1 Grand Prix and when he beat Brock Lesnar.
Had a hiring stuff.
Oh my God.
I love it when they said the old days was an intelligence test, because many guys still failed that intelligence test.
Well, you know what it is? You know how it is. You're in gyms, you have gym bros that are coaching you. They don't really know what the fuck they're talking about, but they say a lot of good big words.
Yeah.
And you go, this guy knows how to pass a test. And you rely on these meatheads to try to pass the test.
You need a Victor Conte on the line, hey.
Well, there's people that have those people. I'm sure there's people. I'm just guessing, just throwing it out there. But I don't think everyone's clean. I think there's probably some really there's so much money involved in MMA now. There's probably some really sophisticated scientists that are working with elite athletes, and they're developing protocols that are either undetectable or they have a short-lasting, which is probably why USADA wakes you up at 6 o'clock in the morning. The idea is to catch you while it's still in your system. If you have short-acting stuff that's
like a test propionate or something, like the water-based.
Yeah. Like, weren't they doing that in baseball? They were taking like testosterone gummies. And the idea is that they metabolize so quickly that you get the effect of them, but then they're out of your system by the time you get tested.
I tried those. Tasted like shit, you know.
Well,
I don't know if they did anything. But
I mean, it's a fucking gummy with testosterone in it. How could it taste good?
They throw it under the tongue.
What does it taste like?
Just bad, hey.
Like chemical?
Yeah, like it sits there a while. I remember I was trying to get legal steroids in Australia when I was coming up, and I just couldn't do it. My doctor gave me the testosterone gummies, and I was like, fuck this shit. It's like, I felt like it wouldn't work.
In Australia, what are the laws like?
I mean, here, I think any GP can prescribe testosterone. In Australia, you have to be like an endocrinologist. They added a layer to it, and it's hard to see an endocrinologist that's going to give testosterone to a young, healthy dude, you know?
Right.
Guys back there would do all sorts of crazy shit. Like, they not sleep for a couple of days. They beat off a bunch of times, try and crash the levels, go get the blood check. Doctor's like, oh, your test is low.
Yeah. Well, another thing, the problem with the test being low, this is what they found with when they did it. They had testosterone use exemptions in the UFC for a brief amount of time, a few years. And those are the Vitor Belfort years. You know, and the problem is, when a guy's done steroids his whole life, his endocrine system is fucked up already. So you go in there and they test your testosterone level, and you're like, wow, your levels are super low. Like, you need testosterone. Like, thank you. But the reason why they're low is because you've been on steroids your whole life.
Yeah, your body doesn't make it anymore.
Yeah. I mean, you go look at Vitor from the early days. Like Vitor in UFC 12, when he fought Scott Ferozzo and Trey Telligman, he weighed like 200 pounds. You know?
They used to call him Vitor Gracie back then or something.
Victor.
Right? Yeah.
Victor Gracie. I was training at school.
Why'd they throw the C in there?
I don't know. It was a K. It was a K.
Victor.
Yeah, it was. I don't know. I don't understand it. I don't know why they did that. And I know that I think they were threatening to sue him if he used the Gracie name. I think someone
protected of that shit. Hey.
Yes, I think it was Orion. Orion was very
representing. Representing.
Yeah, where'd you get that?
Some brand sent it to me. I like it though. Hey,
it's a dope shirt.
I should remember the name.
He was the fucking man, huh? What's his name? The shirt company?
I feel bad for him. Oh. Like, can people find it?
Is it on the back anywhere?
Probably.
A little label? Don't say anything. Just see a tag.
Labelless.
What does it say on the bottom? Was it there? Is that the name?
What do we got?
What does the bottom say there? Oh, it just says Hicks and Gracie.
Oh, man, I feel bad for him. But cool shirt. Honoring the OG.
It's pretty dope. He is the OG. He was the fucking man.
Cool motherfucker, yeah.
Did you ever train with him?
I've never trained with him, never met him.
Really? Interesting dude, man. Very interesting dude. I got a chance to watch Coliseum. Remember when he fought Funaki?
Was that his last one?
Yes.
Yeah.
I got a chance to watch footage of that with him in his house.
Oh, the one where the guy came to the gym, right? Was it the gym challenge?
No, I didn't watch that. He didn't show me that.
Someone's got to have that.
He's got it.
We got to get that.
I know. I'm like, release that, bro. Why don't you release that? That was Yoji Anjo, right?
Yeah, he came to the challenge match.
Right? He just he taped up his knuckles with duct tape and beat the fuck out of him.
That's
and he
wild.
and he's like, if we are competing, when you tap, it's over. If we're fighting, when I'm done, I'm done. I decide. He just beat the fuck out of that dude.
That's some scary shit. I feel sad for him now. He's got Parkinson's, right?
Who does?
I believe Hickson does.
Does he really?
I believe so, yeah.
No kidding. I didn't hear that.
Yeah, I saw Kira Gracie announce something about it.
See, I always wonder, because we talked about Freddie Roach. Like, that's trauma-induced Parkinson's. And, Hickson didn't get hit a whole lot in his career, but he did get hit. I always wonder. Yeah, Hickson Gracie fight against Parkinson's. I'm not scared of death, but quitting is unacceptable. Rolling Stone magazine? Whoa. This is Rolling Stone? That's crazy. That is crazy that there's a Hickson Gracie article in Rolling Stone. That's amazing. Wow. Fuck, man. Parkinson's.
I hope we get Kron back.
I hope so, too.
He might come back to grappling, maybe.
Well, I mean, his last fight in MMA just looked like he was just trying to pull guard and work off his back, and he just didn't look like he was prepared.
I know a place he could do that. No.
Yeah. Do you think he would be willing to? I mean, he was such an elite grappler. The Gary Tonin match, what a fucking match that was. Holy shit, man.
Craziest shit ever.
That was before Gary was training with the Donaher Death Squad, right? Wasn't it?
Good question. If we saw the match, we'd see who was in the corner.
Because this was definitely before the leg lock days.
Yeah.
This was a long time ago. Gary was dominating that fight until the very end.
Back in those days, it was crazy. I still miss Eddie Cummings. I'm like, what happened to him? You know what I mean?
Right. What did happen to him? That guy was good.
I've tried to catch up with him a couple times in New York, like reached out. I'm like, I just even want to have lunch with the guy. I'm like, but he's like, he just left the grappling world, just vanished.
What is he doing?
No, I don't think anyone knows. He came back. I saw in a couple of videos. He came back to Henzo's and trained a couple times, but I think he doesn't like any media attention and like circled around on Instagram and he just vanished again.
Really?
Yeah.
No kidding.
So crazy. Yeah, gone. He was an interesting guy.
Oh, he was an elite grappler too. Well, he was one of the very best of the leg lock guys in the early days.
He was scary. We all copied him. You know, he was a scary, scary dude.
Super smart, like really intelligent guy.
And now, yeah, he ended up with Otavia Bourdain, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they started dating when she started training at Henzo's, and I don't know what happened.
I think she competed in grappling a lot as well.
Yeah, she had fucked up knees, man. Her knees were all blown out. I remember trying to tell her to get surgery.
To fix them up. Eddie kept breaking them, probably not.
I don't know, but
drilling.
I think she had at least one with no ACL. Where
that's crazy. Yeah.
Doesn't Nikki have a fucked up knee? Nikki Ryan?
Nikki Ryan does. Man, Nikki Ryan gets injured every 3 minutes. You know what I mean? Like,
does he?
He's made of glass, unfortunately. I injured him. I came back, trained with him one round, injured him the other day. I'm just like, fuck, bro, how does this happen? I felt bad. It's a bit of a weird scramble, but he just beat JT Torres, so like biggest win of his.
That was a big win. Yeah, he looked great in that. That was beautiful.
Yeah, he was training real serious for that.
But doesn't he have like one ACL that's gone?
Yeah. I remember he tore his ACL and the doctors were like, "Okay, we can attempt surgery or you can do rehab only." So he just did nothing and just kept training. He didn't even rehab the thing. I'm like, bro, do something. Yeah, he's wild.
That's not wise for the future, though.
Not at all. I mean, I think he had 95% of his meniscus removed in one of his legs.
Oh, God damn it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure one surgeon was like, I won't do that. You're too young for it, but he got it done.
Well, you know, they do meniscus replacements.
Oh, they do that?
Yes, they do cadaver meniscus replacements, especially with young people. It's really effective.
He works. And he's got some mileage on the body. So it's like his knees.
God, I hope he does it. Because he can do it and it'll actually take.
We got him in this, though. He's going after the million. That'll be exciting.
With a fucked up knee.
There's always something fucked up with him, you know? Like, he's always injured in some way.
Well, isn't that the case just with so many elite combat sports athletes? It's very rare. Other than boxers, it's very rare.
There's a story going around about this NBA player who got a meniscus from a donor.
Yeah.
Does that mean it's a cadaver? Or,
yes.
Because they don't say cadaver at all in this.
No, that's what they mean. They mean a donor. Yeah, no one's going to give you their fucking meniscus.
For the right price, maybe.
Cadaver. It's a cadaver donor. And like I said, it's effective. It's possible. I think there's an age where they don't recommend it anymore because of the lack of blood circulation. But I always wonder, for who, though? Like when they say, you know, you can't do it after 40. But for who? Like for the regular person who is a 40-year-old who doesn't work out and is not like physically fit? Or if you did that to say someone like Stipe Miocic, like could he get a meniscus replacement when he's, you know, constantly training? And but how much does your age affect blood flow to that area? Like what is the factor? It doesn't make sense. If you still have like a great VO2 max, you're still very fit and you're super healthy, you train all the time, you obviously have great circulation. Like I don't understand why at a certain age they wouldn't recommend it. I wonder if it's based on averages. Like you take the average 50-year-old guy and you give it to him and his knee's still fucked up because his body didn't heal properly. But like with peptides, with all the things that are available today and stem cells, I wonder.
Yeah, there's got to be some things you can do to stack the deck.
Yeah.
In your favor for that, for sure.
So once you remove your meniscus, I have a meniscus was scoped to my left knee, and it's always going to be fucked up. There's always like something.
Yeah, it's just grinding, right?
Well, it's not all of mine is gone. It's only in a corner. But I suffered what's called a insufficiency fracture, where you're because there's no meniscus. I crashed skiing and I cracked my bones together so hard that it cracked the top of my shin bone.
Skiing scares me.
Skiing is
Snowboarding,
scary.
dangerous. All
That was my last time skiing. I got a concussion. I fucking banged my head off the ground real hard. And I was skiing around this corner, and this lady didn't know what she was doing, and she's like, "Rrr."
That'd be me.
And it was, well, you learn, but she was on, a fairly difficult trail, and I'm not a great skier, but I have good balance. I'm okay. I know how to do it. But I was like, either I hit this lady and fucking kill her, or I have to fall down. And so I chose falling down, and I fucking banged my head so hard. Like as my head banged, I'm like, oh, that one counts. I was like, that's a real
hit
one.
her, right?
No, it would have been bad. It would have been bad because she wasn't very large, and I wasn't going slow.
I want to see her on the
It would have been,
slopes.
yeah, bro. That's like a bowling ball, just fucking flying down the hill. I mean, all that weight, the momentum of all that weight. I imagine when you're really big, like my kids ski, and they ski so easy because they're light. Like wee. But the heavier you are, like the more fucking momentum is coming down.
Lots of knee injuries skiing.
Oh my god. Yeah, my friend Shane Dorian, he blew his fucking knee out snowboarding. He hit a tree, torched his knee, had to get it reconstructed and stem cells and all that jazz. And he's good to go now, but it took a long time before it was good. And I would imagine you're a professional surfer, one of the best in the world, big wave surfer. I mean, he's a fucking monster. Like, I would do everything to preserve my goddamn knees, but he loves snowboarding so much, he's still back at it. I'm like, you're insane, man.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. You'd risk your career.
Well, I think he's kind of, his career as competition is kind of over. He's just kind of a representative of a bunch of different brands, and I don't know if he competes. I mean, Kelly Slater still competes, which is crazy, and still wins.
He still trains, yeah.
Yeah.
Right? Still trains jiu-jitsu?
Yeah.
I suppose that's risky for your surf career too.
Oh yeah, that's got to be risky. It's got to be risky for everything. Like I know guys who play musical instruments and they fucked up their hands in jiu-jitsu, like broken a finger. I'm like, yikes.
Yeah, like tattoo artists, surgeons. It's like maybe don't train.
Yeah, I mean, if you break a hand and that's the hand you play guitar with, and now you've got these fucking gnarly ass fingers, and you're still trying to move at the same speed.
Yeah, I had my fingers. One time I got my thumb stuck up here in grappling, and another time my finger got stuck on the ground and went straight up.
Oh,
I remember
God.
That was in Puerto Rico. Oliver Taza broke my hand, and I went to the hospital in Puerto Rico. We got the x-ray. I'm waiting around for hours, and the guy's like, it's fine. No breaks, nothing. So I leave, and then I'm like, my hand's fucked up. So I go back and end up getting the x-ray, and I can see it's broken. And I ended up getting it treated. I just posted it on Instagram. I was like, any hand surgeons? What can I do for this? And we just spoke about it on Instagram.
What did he say to do?
I just left it like this for a while. Didn't use it too much.
So was it a fracture in the sense where they didn't have to bolt it together?
Yeah, it didn't have to bolt. It's the same one when people punch a wall or something.
Oh, okay.
Like
yeah.
The one down here. So that one didn't need anything. But I mean, I was a lot of Puerto Rican stories like that where the guy was like, yeah, your hand's not broken. I'm like, bro, I can see it's broken.
Not so good medicine over there?
No, not at all. Yeah, no, that was a wild place. Not good for getting antibiotics for staph either.
No?
Yeah, so I mean, I've had plenty of times where I've gone to the doctor and been like, this is staph, I need antibiotics. But they don't want to be told, like by some fucking idiot, that they're like diagnosing themselves, giving themselves the treatment. And
so they resist the diagnosis?
Yeah, they'll resist it on you, yeah.
Really?
I've had doctors not give me antibiotics and then it's gone worse.
And tell you it's not staph?
Yeah, they're like, nah, you're fine. Just put some cream on it.
Oh, boy. Yeah.
But I get it. They probably have guys coming all the time. They're like, give me this.
Right. But no one's coming in to get antibiotics for fun.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like painkillers.
No, yeah, I guess I could control them a bit, but yeah.
I imagine so many doctors have to deal with like people coming in. Oh, I hurt my back.
Yeah, I hurt my back. Give me some Xanax.
I'm having so much anxiety. I can't deal with this. They just want, if you freak out enough in the office, maybe they'll give you something just to calm you down.
That's a good play.
Really depends on the doctor, because some doctors are just a little loose with it.
Yeah, true. I feel like honestly, the more expensive the doctor, the better, the better your chances.
Oh yeah,
getting what you want.
Oh yeah, I would imagine they probably have some sort of fucking deal too. Like, my wife's mom was a nurse, and she would explain to me how the whole pharmaceutical rep thing worked. And Brigham from Wasted he used to be a pharmaceutical rep. He's like, bro, like. The relationship they have with doctors is like it's so
To
slippery.
get them to prescribe.
Yeah, it's so slippery because even if they're not paying you, and they do pay people, but even if they're not, like, this is your friend. They show up at Brigham was like, I would show up at their kids' softball games. I knew everybody's name. You become friendly. They want to prescribe your drugs. You're a good guy.
That's wild.
Yeah, it's fucking creepy.
But like that's the opioid epidemic and stuff like that, right?
Oh, that's exactly it. Did you ever watch that show Painkiller on Netflix?
I started, but I never finished it. Fucking lazy,
Oh, it's so fucked up. How those people are not in jail is insane. Not only did they bullshit people and get people to prescribe these things, but they ruined who knows how many lives. Hundreds of thousands of people, if not millions, dead from opioid overdoses. And then the amount of lives that are destroyed because of those things. Families wrecked, everything. And they trick people. They trick them into doing drugs that are going to be...
They just paid a fine, right? Massive fine. That's what else.
Yeah, but not enough. It's also, they part of the fine was that they were going to avoid prosecution. Like if they paid, X amount of billions of dollars, they would avoid prosecution. But I think then Painkiller came out, the documentary came out, the Netflix series, and then they kind of withheld that. And I think one of the guys who was the main guy for the FDA that was responsible for green lighting OxyContin and oxycodone, that guy, they found him. He was at in a small town in New Hampshire.
He's hiding away.
He was hiding. And they paid him off. And this fucker was out there roaming around, and they found him. And
he's like
harassing him.
Epstein's girlfriend, hey.
Except she's in jail somewhere.
Yeah, they got her eventually.
Eventually she's going to get out. And she's going to fucking go swimming and drown or something.
Yeah. Jerry.
I mean,
that'll be me after this tournament, I reckon. Hey.
Do you worry about that?
I mean, it should be all right.
That's not comforting. It should be all right.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a bit of friendly competition.
It is that, but it's also like you're specifically going head to head. Like if you had done it a month earlier or a month later, I don't think we'd have the same issues.
I don't think we'd have the same impact on the sport though either.
I think you would.
We'll do it a month after as well.
Well,
call out my buddy, bro. We need another million, brother. Let's go on again.
But you want to do it once a year, right? You don't want to do it more than once a year.
Yeah, honestly, I'm on the phone nonstop, talking to people about this event and stuff. Got to explain everyone the rule set.
Yeah. And becoming a promoter, I mean, do you have to hire a staff now? Do you have to hire all these people to run the thing?
I mean, I'm the ideas guy, My business partner, Seth Bilal, I'm like, he's doing all the coordination and stuff. But me, I'm just talking to the athletes, coming up with the rules, sort of.
So he does all the coordination, like hiring the staff, making sure the event is well run. Because I would imagine if you've never run an event before, like that's obviously you can't call Abu Dhabi and ask for tips. You can call Eddie.
I should.
You can call Eddie Bravo.
Yeah, I spoke to Eddie. He loves it. That's like
he's very excited about it.
Little hat tip to him with the name as well.
Yeah. I think having something where there's more money involved is always good. It's just like the timing of it. It's like when to do it. If you'd asked me, I would say,
but they still got to watch the finals,
Well, yeah, true. They still got to watch the finals. They get to watch the finals, but you won't have the same people competing because if they're going to compete on Friday and Saturday, that precludes them from being able to compete in Abu Dhabi.
Well, I mean, yeah, for sure. Do you want the gold medal in 10K or the million? That's
right.
That's the argument.
That is the argument, right? And it's certainly, look, competition is almost always good. Even when people don't like it, it forces them to up their game. And I think at the end of the day, it's going to be good for the athletes and good for the sport because it'll make people more excited. And the beef will,
Tupac Biggie, I'm going down in Vegas like Tupac did.
Remember how both of those guys died, though, by the way? They died very badly.
Yeah.
Both Tupac and Biggie. Like, it would have been better if Tupac and Biggie just kind of worked it out. Like, I mean, even like Drake and Kendrick.
But that was entertaining, hey.
But Drake's house got shot at, like didn't a security guard get shot?
I think he got shot, yeah.
Yeah, and then...
But we got some good music.
I didn't listen.
Security guard took the hit. I mean, yeah, some of the songs are good.
I just find it foolish.
The beef?
Mm-hmm. I'm not a beef guy. I feel like those guys could have wrote banging songs. They both put out 4 songs each, It's like... Use that creativity and just
Yeah, I guess if you're driven.
I mean, I get it. It's part of the culture. I get it. Don't get me wrong. Like, I like roast battles.
Love them. Yeah, I love them.
Do comedy.
They should have
talk
done a
shit
rap
to each other.
Yeah, pay-per-view or something.
That would have been amazing.
Still
Yeah,
time.
that would have been amazing. Yeah, rap battles are awesome. It's just, it's another opportunity to write. It's another opportunity to create something.
And it's high pressure.
Yeah. So in that sense, this rivalry between ADCC and the CJI,
just one Australian idiot versus city. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, versus a monarchy.
Monarchy, yeah. But I mean, I still love ADCC. Still love like history. I don't think you can wash that away. It's amazing.
Yeah. Do you think you could ever compete for them again? I think that's over now.
I mean, I wouldn't do it for 10K. I don't know. I mean, who knows? The doors are open for anything. I don't take any of this stuff too seriously at all. You know what I mean? A lot of it's just fun on the internet. Like, I don't really, like fucking around, having a good time. I'll do anything for the right price. So it's like, if the spectacle's there, if people are interested in it.
Right. So you would go back if they would have you back.
For sure. And ultimately, what I want and what I wanted from day one was just athletes across everything in jiu-jitsu to be compensated just a little bit more.
Mm-hmm.
Because again, we don't have the prestige.
So if they had ramped it up from 10 to 20, you
would have done this. Wouldn't have done
really? Wow. Boy, they're probably going, fuck.
Yeah, that's really what sort of kicked it off. But also, I wanted to do, this is opportunity to start up our nonprofit and stuff. So it's gives me opportunity to give back in other ways.
So with this attitude about not taking things so seriously, do you think you and Gordon would ever bury the hatchet?
I mean, for sure. But take some MDMA, we'll get to the bottom of it, I think he needs it, you know what I mean?
Don't you think, though, that for a guy to be as dominant as he is, you have to be that guy? That's like Michael Jordan in his prime. They said if you beat him in a game of pool, he wouldn't talk to you for 2 weeks. You have to be kind of a psycho.
I know, but you see, I guess you see the contrast in some areas. In my opinion, Volkanovski was that. GSP was that.
But really nice guys.
Yeah.
Well, how are you, buddy?
Again, I don't think Gordon's. I mean, it's hard to say what he is. It's hard. It's hard. I don't know.
So far, so good.
I know what the image he puts
Living life to its fullest.
Stuff behind the scenes, but
you trained with him for years.
Absolutely. How's your day going?
Jiu-jitsu guys are like, you fucking get on the mat. So I don't want to hang out with them afterwards. Fucking weirdos. Who wants to have a conversation with a jiu-jitsu guy?
Me. That's why you're here.
Well, some of them.
I understand that. Well, I'm working on my robots, my friend.
Don't you think that,
I love them. I'm part of it, but
odd people would make the world go round, though.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. I mean, for sure.
Little by little, I'm making more waves.
You're weird.
Yeah.
You're definitely weird.
But some people I find cool, easy to talk to.
I know. It's just for me, as a guy who likes both of you guys, I don't like that you don't talk anymore. I don't like that you have this beef. And I've asked Gordon to define it. He doesn't define it.
Oh, okay.
It's very difficult. He doesn't say anything bad about you, but he doesn't define it.
Well,
I just love fucking around. Australia, we love attacking each other. I say worse things to my friends than I say to Gordon. You know what I mean?
Listen, I'm a comedian. I know about that.
So it's
we talk wild shit to each other too.
Some guys are so good to provoke. You get a good fucking reaction out of them,
Well, with comedians, you know who you can hang out with by who can take shit. Because if someone makes fun of me, if it's
what
funny,
is it
I
worth
laugh.
now?
But if you make fun of some people and they're like, hey, they're like, oh, look at you, softy.
You just lost.
Oh, you fucked up. You fucked up. You take yourself seriously.
How many cents is it worth right now?
You take what you do seriously, but you never take yourself seriously. That's so silly. There's no benefit to that. Because then you don't get to enjoy the laughs when someone makes fun of you. If someone makes fun of you and it's if you ever watch Kill Tony?
Yeah.
Well, when David Lucas and Tony Hinchcliffe go at each other, it is one of my favorite things in life. They're both so fucking ruthless and hilarious. But if David gets Tony, Tony laughs hard. And if Tony gets David, David laughs hard. They laugh. They love each other. They're really good friends. But they're fucking ruthless when it comes to that shit, when they're roasting each other. But they're having a good time. If you roast someone and they get
I wish I was more
entertaining,
but I'm working on this.
All the other comedians would be like, oh, look at you. You're upset at a joke? You fucking hypocrite. What's wrong with you?
Well, that's what I mean.
Come back tomorrow and we'll have more time for you, okay?
I could have told you that. Relax.
Is that, that's what is the beef though? Like, it doesn't make sense.
I mean, for me, I'm just having a good time. Like, it's like I'm in a sport of people that take themselves very seriously.
Right.
And it's
Take care, buddy.
He takes himself very seriously, so it's just like
you like picking on him?
I like, yeah,
Because he
anyone.
takes himself
You know what
so
I mean?
seriously.
Like, like what you said with comedians. You know, if someone's you gotta
Too
turn down a
stiff.
bit sometimes.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
And it's good material. He's like, he's just walking good material. You know, it's like he's provoking me. You know
How so?
what I mean? Well, he'll just post something that I'm like, I swear, I'm like, this guy's playing a fucking character. He's a genius, but it's real. You know, I'm like, he's baiting me. I gotta say something.
Well, you are probably the funniest guy in jiu-jitsu other than Eddie. Eddie's hilarious.
Eddie loves the jokes too. He gets.
Yeah.
Sometimes I pass on him some deeper levels of the jokes, and he gets the full story. He loves it. We go deep conspiracy on the jiu-jitsu jokes.
Oh no, Eddie's fucking hilarious. He's one of the funniest people I've ever met. I'm so glad he's doing stand-up again too, because I tried to talk him into doing stand-up a long time ago, like back in like 2001. I was like, dude, I'm telling you, just try. It'll suck at first, but just like it sucked when I learned jiu-jitsu. You suck at first, but you have the ability to do it.
Overcome, yeah.
Yeah, he took a long time off it, but when he was teaching, he would teach classes and especially seminars. He would have like material.
Oh yeah.
They would do during seminars. It was hilarious. And then he's like, I think I'm gonna do comedy again. And so teaching seminars.
That's
got
what
him
I
back to
do.
doing stand-up.
I'll say the same joke, and then I'll look over and I'll be like, fuck, that guy was at another seminar. I said the same thing. I'm like, he knows.
He knows my tricks.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the problem with jokes. Yeah. If they already know the jokes, it's like a little bit of an issue.
And I'm like, fuck, have I said this a few too many times now?
Yeah.
I gotta switch topics.
Yeah, you got to make new stuff up. You got to make up new stuff for seminars. When you go and do seminars, do you find it's a lot of MMA fighters that are wanting to learn jiu-jitsu? Is it just jiu-jitsu guys? Is it a mixture?
I mean, nowadays, like, man, it's like such a variety of people. Like sometimes even beginners, like white belts will show up, and it's like
Really?
they're just coming to hang out. You know, like I love doing seminars all around the world and just meeting the people that are doing the sport. You know, and like I keep them at a really affordable price because I always remember when people would come to my city. Like sometimes the seminars were so expensive I couldn't afford it, so I just insist we book a big venue. We keep the prices low, and I just get to see who from that country is participating in the sport. You know, I just love it.
Is that you enjoy that more than competing now? Just going around and doing seminars?
I enjoy like all aspects of it. You know, like obviously too many seminars exhausting. I've done like back to back to back to back. I like the seminar be 3 hours and then out of there. Otherwise, it's too much social interaction. You know.
Well, you probably also don't absorb anything after 3 hours. It's like,
and I have to roll. Like I still run the gauntlet. I try to roll with as many people as possible.
that's got to be hair raising.
They fucking try to kill me. Eh?
Yeah, I'm
just
sure.
like, bro, you paid to come here. You like me. What are you doing to me?
Yeah.
Relax. Like I'll be hungover, jet lagged, and it'll be like I'll do like sometimes 1 hour, 1.5 hours straight. New guy every 3 minutes.
Oh God.
And I'm like, what are you doing to me, bro? It's fucking 1 hour in, you're trying to kill me.
Yeah, after a while.
Test your patience. That's like meditating, you know? I'm just like, all right, don't kill this guy.
That's one of the legendary Hickson stories, so that Hickson would do a seminar and then take all the black belts there and just tap them one after another.
I try to do fucked up shit to people though, you know? Like
what?
Just stupid submissions, you know? That keeps it entertaining for me.
Crab walks.
Yeah, the Boston Crab.
Boston Crab.
I love hitting a Boston Crab, eh? I'm like, you'll remember that forever.
You see that one guy who did it in MMA?
Yeah, he is. Yeah.
So crazy.
Man, that would hurt. I've never been put in it.
Yeah. What is it a flexibility thing? Is it a spine thing?
I think it'll break your spine.
Yeah.
I do it to people from mount. I give them mount, and then I put my toes in the armpits, take them over the top, Boston Crab it. That's the fun of the seminar is just hitting fucked up shit on people in front of their friends. I think that's the most enjoyable thing.
Yeah, here's the dude who did it in MMA.
How do you set it up? Jesus.
He just climbed over the top and got his legs.
The other guy looks like he's fighting for his life and nothing's happening.
Well, the other guy looks a little out of shape, too. He's just a little noogies to the face. It's like he's already ready for it.
It almost looks fake, eh?
I don't think it's fake. I think it's just a low-level MMA show. Wow, that's crazy.
Fuck, that guy would never hear the end of that, eh? I remember a guy I used to train with, he actually sponsors me, and he had an MMA fight, and he won for 3 rounds. And a minute to go, I think 30 seconds to go, he crossed his leg from back. And the guy flipped him. And I fucking remind him of it to this day. It's been years.
That is a crazy submission.
That hurts, you know?
Oh, it hurts like hell, but you got to imagine, like, if you're winning the fight. I don't think I've ever seen an MMA fight where someone tapped to that.
I'll send it to you.
But guys do it. Guys do it. Even Hickson did it. When Hickson submitted Funaki, he's crossed his legs. I guess he just rather have the squeeze, and if the guy threatens it, he'll let it go.
Yeah. Sometimes I think it's about being relaxed. It's like if you're doing this, they can catch it really tight. But if your ankles are relaxed, sometimes they slip off the top.
Right.
I think relaxing in those positions sometimes helps.
Well, also being hyper aware of when the guy lifts his leg up to try to lock it. But yeah, I've had it done to me before. It's fucking horrible.
People try to do that to me at seminars. Like they'll try and play around and then catch me with some shit. I'm just like, fucking relax, guy. Fucking.
Yeah, you have to always be aware, right? Because you're dealing with people trying to get a reputation.
They try to break my legs, everything.
Have you ever tapped at seminars?
Yeah, I tapped, but I'll give them a couple more so they don't believe it, you know? Their friends will believe they get me once, but not 3 times, you know?
What do you mean?
Like if a blue belt taps me at a seminar, 1 time, maybe people believe.
So you let them tap you a couple
Give them
times?
a couple more, you know?
Oh, so you throw in a few fake
that
taps?
fucks the story for them.
I tapped Craig Jones 3 times.
Yeah, once, maybe.
And they're like, wait a minute, I tapped you. How the fuck you tapping Craig Jones? That doesn't even make sense.
Take the story away from them.
What have you ever tapped to at a seminar?
Actually, I had a seminar at Keenan's gym, and a guy got me in North-South. But I tap at seminars from time to time because I fuck around. I'll give him mount, give him my back,
right,
my armbar. And then I'm always like, guys, I'm going to give you positions, but like, if you get it, I'll tap. Like,
yeah,
relax. I got
Don't try
shit
to
to
kill
do.
me.
Yeah, I got shit to do later.
Yeah, don't ruin my neck.
Yeah, they try. Yeah, some guys try to kill you.
Necks are a bad one too, man. When you get a hurt neck, like when guys get like Aljamain got his disc replaced in his neck, and I was like, oh, and your neck is gone. Like that's a fucking creepy one.
That's crazy. Yeah, I think I just retire at that point. You know.
Chris Weidman got his disc replaced. Oops, sorry, Chris. I think he got his disc replaced as well. I think you get the same thing. And there's a few guys who've had discs replaced in their back and in their neck. You know, they can do that titanium articulating disc now, like where it allows your neck to move pretty normally. But, you know, like how long does that last?
I just tap to everything and not putting much effort, and I feel like keeps my body safe. You know what I mean? Like if I'm training and the guy's going hard, I'm like, all right, you got it, bro. Like,
yeah,
I'm like, let's just.
That's smart. But that's an ego thing. You have a healthy ego.
I'm just like, who cares? You know, like it's like,
yeah,
what's the point? You know.
Well, it's definitely better than going out like, you know, Vinny Magalhaes with letting your fucking leg get destroyed like that. If you can just relax like that and allow yourself to get tapped, you will save so many injuries.
I control the security footage and the cameraman though, so you know, like I make the footage disappear if he gets me. You know? So
in your gym?
Yeah, that's reassuring.
Yeah.
Get delete that, bro.
That's the problem, right? Guys want to release footage.
I want to sell it. Hey, like if people come to the gym, I'm like, bro, I'll let you tap me. You know? Give
me some money.
Yeah, you can take it home.
Well, listen, Craig, good luck on this. I really hope it works out. I hope ADCC isn't too pissed at you. And I hope you've started a trend. And I hope this is going to, look at that.
The Bulls, Big Ten Bulls.
I hope it 80 days, 20 hours, 58 minutes, and 47 seconds until it starts from right now.
That's not reassuring. That's close.
Yeah, it is. 80 days is not a long amount of time. But I hope it works out, and I really hope that it elevates the sport. And at the very least, it's getting some eyeballs on the
Get
sport.
some new eyeballs for sure. Yeah, thanks for letting me talk about it.
My pleasure. So tell everybody how to find you on Instagram and how to find the website for the event.
Oh, yeah. CraigJonesBJJ.com. We'll sell tickets to this. Sorry, CraigJonesBJJ for Instagram. UNLV.com is where tickets will be up on the 31st.
So at the Thomas and Mack website.
Thomas and Mack website, and then Fair Five Foundation is the website with all the information. That's what we saw there. And CJI Official is the Instagram page where it's meant to be professional, but it's going to be mostly memes.
Mostly memes?
Mostly memes and jokes. And
okay.
We had a spelling error on the poster. We left it, you know? I was like, fuck, we fucked up. We'll commit to it.
All right. Beautiful. All right, man. Well, good luck. And make sure you count all that before you leave.
Yeah, someone's gone.
All right. Thank you. Bye, everybody. 100%.
Cheers. Welcome to another episode of Two Bears, One Cave. You can see the biggest live podcast in the world if you go to New York City and go to Madison Square Garden on August 9th and 10th to see Kill Tony, and joining us is Tony Hinchcliffe.
Yeah, that's wild.
What's up?
Kill Tony, I remember doing it in the belly room.
Yeah,
not even sold out, in the belly room.
And I needed you guys back then.
No, you did.
I mean, like,
you did.
It was a huge favor.
Also, it was kind of a fun thing because everybody had their podcasts, and it was like, if you're another comic, like they go, "Hey, we do my podcast." You go, "Yeah, I want to do my friend's podcast support." I mean, I know you've probably been asked this. It can't be yes. You could not have imagined that it would reach this thing, right?
Well, I'm nuts.
Yeah.
I'm secretly nuts.
Yeah.
So yeah, I did, but
You
I
did?
just didn't think it would be this soon. When the pandemic happened and all you guys and everybody and Schultz and Joe and everyone got to keep doing their podcast in a sanctuary
Wait, did you just go on pause then?
No, we did the worst thing ever, but the people loved it, which was we complained about not being able to survive in a studio like this while people would send in 60-second sets via file, and then we would Zoom with them to interview them afterwards. But
it was a way to make it happen.
It was crazy. And so it was kind of like everybody got to see how much we were struggling and apply that to their own struggles. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Instead of, everybody else is just doing their normal podcast. From what I gathered afterwards, and by the way, at the time, it was the most fucking depressed. I was losing my mind in Los Angeles.
Yeah.
I mean, my neighborhood was where the riots hit, where we were shooting. Our studio was at La Brea and Sunset. So there's literally just homeless encampments on fire that you had to walk by to get into the studio. Like the city was on fire.
Yeah, it was crazy.
And so no, it was rough, but like it was relatably rough.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, this is not what we do. This
You're
show
probably,
sucks.
I mean, I think when I think about like it's innovative. It's a very unique one and only show, but you've also been the most consistent person, I think. I don't feel like you've missed a week.
We have not. We have put out an episode every single Monday for 11 years.
That's pretty incredible.
Yeah.
Everyone should know that.
Yeah.
11 years.
Yeah, that's pretty incredible.
11 years. Doing a podcast 11 years. So I think a lot of, it's like, I it's so funny. I had a kid backstage. I was in, I don't know, some arena, and this kid's backstage, these college kids, and I know their dad or something, and I had just done an arena, and he's like, dude, you know what you got to do? You should get on Kill Tony. He's like, if you do stand up on Kill Tony, that's big. And I was like, cool. I was like, I'll tell Tony that. He goes, you know Tony Hinchcliffe? I was like, yeah, I know.
Yeah.
It's crazy. It's crazy because it's like I feel disconnected from comedy quite often because I feel like I do this thing that I'm doing now, which isn't really adjacent to how we started. It's like it's fun, it's big, and it's awesome. I just ended my tour in Austin Saturday. And then we start up for Fully Loaded this summer. Fuck yeah, we're gonna have a fucking blast.
I can't wait.
But I went one night. I went to dinner at Eddie V's with Leanne, and I got a message from Tony. He's like, "Come by and do Kill Tony." And I hadn't done the show since it was in the store. Mm-hmm. And I went and got on it, and I know this is gonna sound crazy to people. I was very funny. I forgot.
You were.
I forgot I was funny.
And you know what? I'm gonna be honest with you. It's been driving me crazy hearing people talk shit sometimes once in a while about you because I'm like, wait, now maybe a little bit, maybe a touch before, but late. I swear I'm not even kidding, or especially kissing your ass. But you were so funny that episode in the moment, completely improvised. And it's hard for people. People would be shocked to know what comedians get there and kind of stiffen up because I'm hosting and they want to kind of host. People want to host.
Oh, you mean like me?
Instead of no, you're great. Instead of sitting back and just cranking homers and picking their moments, and you were doing.
I've always, what I struggle with your show. I told you this in the very beginning. I've done it a number of times. But the very first time, I was like, so what do we do? And you're like, all these people come on, and they do their set, and then they just fucking rip them apart. And I'm like, I was one of the. I've seen a few other people do this where I always try to go here's what I think you should do to get better at it. I try to be
that's great,
but it's not funny. I actually just go I think you should.
That part is great. Guests think that when they come on, oh, it's a roast show, I got to make fun of people. And I tell them when they go, hey, just let you know, roasting isn't really my thing. I go, great, that's my thing.
Yeah.
I do that. That's not what everybody's supposed to do. Advice is great. Just being funny and noticing things is the real role.
We did your anniversary show.
Mm-hmm.
Joe and I did.
Yeah, the 10-year.
The 10-year. So fun.
Yeah.
I was a spectator at that. And I was enjoying myself because I was high.
Yeah.
I was drunk.
Yeah.
And it was actually like having a front row seat,
Mm-hmm.
literally to watch this
yeah.
show take place. That was incredible. It was so fun to be a part of.
I've noticed that that's been happening a lot at these big ones. That was like a big experiment for us.
To do the bigger venues. And
huge venue with a bigger production and all this stuff.
How does it change? Because I haven't seen one of the arena ones. Is it pretty much the same thing, just larger scale?
Larger scale, but I'm so ready and on that it is kind of like, I'm like really driving the ship. So I have noticed that it is harder for the guests to kind of pick their spots. Because I have enough time. I'm not used to a bonus 5 seconds of laughter reverberation.
Right.
And that 5 seconds when you're used to having to have your next question or your next joke or whatever.
That lets you come up
or
with
wherever
more.
you want to steer the ship.
How much more intimidating is it for these newbies to do an arena
impossible. Everybody out of the bucket has bombed on these things.
It has to be.
It's
terrifying. First time I did an arena, I was 8 years in. I was opening for Russell Peters.
Yeah.
And he flew me over to London. First he did a warm-up show for 7,500 people in Birmingham.
Yeah.
And then we go to do the O2. And I'm like, so I'm 8 years into stand-up. Terrified. And that's with like a set that I know I'm doing.
Right.
I can't imagine doing a cold 1 minute there.
We have learned that 100% of people out of the bucket bomb.
So how do you deal with that?
So what I've been doing lately, and it's great that we've had these practice runs before going to MSG, is I stock the lineup.
By the way, you're calling the forum a practice run.
Yeah.
It is weird. God damn it. Sometimes I don't know how fucking cringy and ridiculous I sound. I hope it's translatable.
But it's the truth is like MSG's the shit. I mean, I'm probably never gonna do MSG, but the forum for me was like that's because I live in LA still.
Oh, totally.
But I think you did the forum twice. So it's like it is a practice run.
And the roast, and I did the Staples Center with Gillis and Schultz.
How was that?
It was unbelievable.
Yeah.
I mean, like with Schultz, Gillis, Post Malone, and Derek Poston, who's my fucking homie, who I originally hooked up with Schultz. Schultz a few years ago was like, "Hey, you got an opener I could use for San Antonio?"
You're a black guy. I need a black guy.
Well, that's how I translated it. He said an opener that I could use in San Antonio. I'm like, who's my? Oh, boom! It was like immediate.
Yeah,
because I knew David Lucas was kind of more independent. I don't know how to describe it. Like he's more like an independent creature.
Yeah.
But Derek is just such a fun hang and
Derek's
so
a great
funny, and
fucking
he's
hang.
a rising stock like crazy. I work with him 4 nights a week at the mothership. He brings me up there regularly. So to get to do the Staples Center with Derek cold opening, who opens almost all the shows at the mothership. I mean, he's being built like fucking Darth Vader.
Yeah.
And so for it to go him, me, Gillis, who is literally my favorite fucking drinking buddy. Him and I were just at Texas Stadium doing this fucking Texas Longhorn fundraising thing for billionaires the other day. And we had the best time. I don't think people realize, like, me and Shane, like, hang.
Yeah.
And I'm whiskey cokes and he's beers.
Mm-hmm.
So by the time he hits, his 15 Bud Lights where he starts showing some sign of intoxication.
Smacking your dick.
Yeah, exactly. I'm 7 whiskey and cokes in, and we're having the time of our lives, man. We went up at Texas Stadium and smoked a fucking blunt by ourselves, like just me, him, and Lemaire and his little crew, and fucking, we're just having the best time here in Austin. So it's funny because it like translates. Derek moved. He's a Comedy Store guy, moved to Austin, one of the first guys to move here. Derek, then me, then Gillis, then Schultz, who blew my mind watching his stand-up. Like, he's talking about his actual life and having his first kid, and it's so much smarter, and it made me feel like a kind of a hack because I'm up there talking about trans school shooters and fucking the sub that went down to the Titanic and all this fucking, I'm like reaching for anything in the world that I find dark and funny. And he's up there talking about his actual life killing, and I'm cracking up to where like, holy shit.
That's awesome.
It's hard for me to laugh at comedians talking about raising a kid and this and that, and what about the wife and da da da da.
But it's a really good.
And then he brought up Post Malone, and the whole time you're
What
looking
Post
at
talk about?
Oh, so the crowd went ballistic, and he fucking smashed. And then we brought up his dad, who
Post
it
Malone's
was his
dad?
birthday, yeah. And I got a few roast jokes off on him, and it was just so much fun, man. And like, what a trip to LA to get to start there, go through the pandemic there, the riots,
go
there,
back and have that kind of week,
and go back and have that kind of week. I mean, you couldn't have written it, especially getting it started with the roast, which I was a very late addition to.
UFC 302 is bringing the Octagon back to Newark for the 10th time. And while I can't guarantee there will be 10 times the action, I can say this. You do not want to miss out on any of the action over at DraftKings Sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of the UFC. It's a banger of a card with lightweight, middleweight, and welterweight matchups all set to take place in the Octagon. I mean, if you had told me when I first started watching UFC that there was a way to make UFC better, I would have never believed you. Thank you, DraftKings. New to DraftKings, listen up. New customers can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,500. Just make a minimum deposit of $5, and you get a bonus bet back in the amount of your original bet if your first bet doesn't hit. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now. Use code BEARS. That's code BEARS for new customers to get a no-sweat bet up to $1,500 if your first bet doesn't hit. Only on DraftKings. The crown is yours. Is your beer fridge feeling a little empty? DoorDash is your door to beer without the run. Whatever drink you're in the mood for, they've got you covered. Order your alcohol with DoorDash today and drink in the savings. Use code BEARS24 to get 25% off, up to $15 value on a $35 minimum subtotal on your next alcohol order for eligible users only. This is the move. I'm telling you right now. We wanted to make martinis, gin martinis. I don't really carry gin in the house. And we needed dry vermouth. And I went to DoorDash. So easy. It was better than going to the store and having to go through the lines. It made it so simple. The alcohol selection on DoorDash is top shelf. With thousands of stores all over the country, you're sure to find what you're looking for and more. Beer, wine, mixers, mocktails, and more can be delivered straight to your door. Save up to 25% off, up to $15 value when you spend $35 or more with code BEARS24. So whether you're just grabbing a drink for the evening or staying in for the night, DoorDash is here to help you have the greatest evening you're ever going to have. Terms apply. Must be 21 or older to order alcohol. Drink responsibly. Delivery and promotions available in select markets.
What is the story with that?
Oh,
we talked about, obviously, your set, and we were hanging out and all that stuff, and we saw you at the 5K, but so how were you a late addition? How did this come together?
crazy story. So I wrote for the last 10 Comedy Central roasts. Comedy Central never gave me a shot at all to get on them, which was crazy because if you remember, Comedy Central was literally making stars at the time, SNL used to way back in the day. And
the roasts were huge for a minute.
Huge. Yeah. And the roast before I started writing on it, the writers that were on the roast before I started writing on it were Whitney Cummings, Anthony Jeselnik, So there was a clear path.
Yeah.
So on the first roast, I'm like, okay, so if I kill it in this writer's room and get a ton of jokes in and really focus, I can get on the next one.
Yeah.
10 later, fucking Trump. Boom, fucking Rob Lowe, Bruce Willis, Alec Baldwin, you name it. I'm like, that close, never got on one. But all that stuff.
Were there conversations, would it be with, because these are usually conversations that happen with managers and behind the scenes. You tell your manager, I want to do this.
I had a bad manager for a long time.
Okay.
And I'm a very loyal dog. So I'm like, we're going to do it together. And I didn't realize it just wasn't happening. Sure enough, he retired a month before the pandemic.
No,
what a move!
Yeah, exactly.
It was good timing on his part.
Oh my god, it was unbelievable.
Makes you feel like he might be connected with it.
Yeah, I honestly did. I'm like, what the fuck? So, I was left in shambles.
So you never get your shot, and then
never get my shot. But I'm super close with Jeff Ross, who I worked with directly on a lot of those things. He really does executive produce all of these things. Yeah. He knows how to do it.
I told him, I said, without your fingers in the pie. It would have been a nightmare. I gave him his flowers that night and the next day, and it every party I saw him, because I think it's understated how it is very understated. And I say this because you were a writer for 10 years, how important the writing team and Jeff Ross and the production team is to those roasts.
Yeah.
Because they stage it in a way. They know what people are going to say. They know where they're going to say it. They create a fucking recipe for you to succeed.
Yeah.
And Jeff Ross, I said it to him 100 times, drunk, even sober. He fucking is the reason everyone is loving that roast.
Oh yeah.
It's to a large part, Jeff.
Oh, absolutely. And every single one of the roasts that have ever happened before it, he's the reason why. I'm not kidding you. We are such big roast guys, him and I, that roasting wasn't like a common term, believe it or not. It seems like it is now, but it wasn't like in the zeitgeist 10 years ago. And so like when we would see a headline on the internet, like, you name it, like fucking, Joan Rivers roast Kim Kardashian on The View or something like that. When we would see the word roast, we'd be like, "Hey, that's fucking cool!"
Yeah,
like, people are using that word. Like it was such a old art form.
Did you ever see Jeff? I don't want to interrupt. I want you to keep talking about this going forward with this. But did you ever see Jeff? Did you ever see?
You
Jeff?
don't want to interrupt?
I don't know.
No, go ahead. Yeah. Seems like you kind of do, dude.
I've been really good this fucking conversation. You're my partner. I've been really good.
Very proud of you.
I can't imagine how many times you've wanted to interrupt if you think you've been really good. Damn, your crew is cracking up right now. You must interrupt a lot, huh?
You were saying?
No, go ahead. You already interrupted. You might as well follow through now.
Nope.
Go ahead. Come on. You already did it.
You said,
Technically, you already interrupted. Finish it.
I forgot what I was going to say.
Well, that's just a bad interruption.
Yeah. It was Jeff. You ever see Jeff Ross when he roasted B. Arthur? This is probably 20 years ago. Jeff Ross did an old school roast with all the legends, and they were doing it at the Friars Club. And he said, "God, but she's so ugly, I wouldn't fuck her with B. Arthur's dick." And then the camera cuts to B. Arthur, and he goes, "Is she still alive?" I mean, he. Did you ever see his roast of Shaq? The Shaq roast.
Oh yeah,
Shaq and Emmett Smith's roast.
Yeah, Emmett Smith. Yeah,
it's.
Yeah.
You know, Shaq brought that up. When I talked to Shaq, he was like, "Do you ever see that?" And I was like, "It's the hardest. Yeah. It is the most inappropriate, wildest."
Oh, yeah. Well, that's the thing is like, and you know, I learned from him a lot about like, okay, so you can do this, but if you do this, then you can't do that. And if you know what I mean, you can't go too much one extreme. So, you know, there was cuts I was making. Well, first of all, if you want to get into it,
how did this come about?
It's kind of crazy because this is kind of like a hot scoop.
Yeah, let's.
All right, so let's get into it. First of all, I'd never been a Netflix darling. The special that I was lucky to get to make with a Steadicam in 2015, 7 years into my career, was a miracle. They were looking for something different with continuity, and it was like a year after Birdman came out. So I'm like, what if somebody shot a special like that
in one take? Yeah.
And all I had was one show at the Ice House. I wasn't that good. The difference between a 7 or 8 year comedian doing an hour special,
and 15 years,
right? It's light years. But I was lucky to get it at the time, and it worked. And then once that 2-year licensing deal was up and gone, I'm like, fuck this special, get it out of here. I'm so much better. I don't want anybody to see it. Right. So, and it seemed like they weren't knocking at the door anyway. You know, I think they have a thing with likable people or a thing that they can see or something that tests well or whatever. And so they didn't want me on this thing to start. And I knew that.
Like, this was clear.
I'm just not an industry guy. I mean, clearly, my hit show is on YouTube.
Yeah,
and you don't see me much more other than that. So, but I have a great team, a great agent, and a great manager for the first time ever. And so I hit them up, and I'm like, "Hey, I'm making you guys all this money. I want you to do something for me. I want to get on this thing," which is crazy because in the beginning, when they first announced it, I'm like, "Oh, that's cool. They're going to do a roast of Tom Brady. That's great." But as it got closer and I'm like, live, Tom Brady, I have a feeling this might be the biggest comedy event ever.
In this period, are you at all hitting up Ross because he's your friend?
I did hit up Ross when they first announced it to congratulate him. And I feel like he thought that I was going to ask to get on it. But honestly, at the time, again, this was like 2 months before, I was just like, oh, that's cool.
Congrats.
This could be the start of a cool era of roasting on Netflix. But then as it got closer, I realized like, no, this could be like the biggest, coolest, craziest thing ever. Like so my tone on it just changed. And I didn't just want to hit up Ross and be like, hey, get me on this thing. He knew that, I'm a great guy for the job. If it's live on Netflix, who better than the guy that roasts people live
every week
on a big ass show in front of a big ass audience that happens to do arenas, which is where this is being shot a few days before I do it anyway. Plus I've written on the last 10 Comedy Central roasts. Plus I've done crazy roasts myself. And so it was kind of like all that mixed together. And then I was mentioning it to Joe that Netflix is doing this Tom Brady roast. And he goes, I'll message Tom Brady. Joe.
Really?
Joe's like, I'll message Tom Brady for you. I'm like, really? You do that? And sure enough, he does. And he says, Tony's the best. He sent me a screenshot of it. Tony's the best roaster in the world. You got to have Tony Hinchcliffe. Check out this clip of Tony Hinchcliffe. He sent him me roasting Snoop Dogg.
That's a good one.
And he sent me the picture of the screen grab. And Brady goes, I'm going to send this right along. Looks great. And still nothing. Still they weren't budging.
Damn.
Yep. And guys.
People hate you.
I know. It's not as easy. I know. Not all of us are fucking darlings like you fucking chubby-headed fucks. Anyway, so...
We should tell you our story. I think it'll really frustrate you.
I think you hate our story.
Oh, well...
No, I'll tell you when we're done. I'll tell you
if it's anything like the set, I probably would. I'm kidding. Yeah. You guys phoned it in like an Israeli airstrike. I'm joking. Anyway. Bert was lip syncing my set and his set at the same time.
Tell me.
Okay, anyway.
So this is pretty huge in the fact that the guy who is the roast is about.
Yeah.
Happens to be one of the most powerful, most famous people, is like, I like this guy, and still nothing.
Right. Which for for everybody, there's no way anybody could possibly know. What they do on these things is they tell you, because Comedy Central did this forever to me. They go, look, we're not the ones booking it. It's the person who's being honored is booking it.
Right.
So, if Rob Lowe or Justin Bieber or Alec Baldwin or you
says
name it
yes,
doesn't which they're not going to say yes.
Yeah.
Because they want their favorite comedians that they've seen on the big on the big thing. Anyway, so still nothing. Now we're a few weeks out, but so they want Dana White for the thing because Tom loves Dana White. So Dana White hits me up right before we tape a random Monday Kill Tony. And he goes, hey, they want me to do this Tom Brady roast. Can you help me? You're my head roast advisor. I've worked with them before on something where he had to do comedy. And I go, Dana, I'm going to be honest with you, bro. I'm trying to get on this thing. It would be huge for me, but I'll help you out any way we can. Like if you want to figure something out.
Yeah.
But as of right now, I'm still trying to get on it, but I'll still help you. But I kind of like, this is like a big one for me.
Yeah.
And I haven't wanted anything forever. Literally, when I moved to Texas, I'm like, fuck all of everything. Fuck everything. I've got everything I wanted now. I can make money and have a blast doing my own YouTube show that I have 100% control of. No network notes. I don't need anything. I can make my own specials, drop them on YouTube. I'm so done with Hollywood. It's hilarious, and I love it. It's so freeing not to worry about anything or be greedy or, you know what I mean? Just want anything. I have what I want, even though that sounds corny.
Today's episode is brought to you by Manscaped, the leaders in below-the-waist grooming. Whether it's for your husband, baby daddy, or father figure, our friends at Manscaped have crafted the total package for his special day. Whether it's for the boys downstairs, his beard, or even the best pair of underwear out there, Manscaped has his bases covered. Head over to manscaped.com and get 20% off plus free shipping with the code BEARS. From daddy to zaddy, trust Manscaped. And I got to tell you, there is no better feeling than feeling like the person significant to you cares about your genitals and your grooming. It shows you, I want the thing that you have in, around, and inside of me. And if you take care of it, there's a better chance that I'll give it a lick. Allow me to introduce the Beard Hedger Pro Kit, the complete beard maintenance kit For all the bearded kings, this all-in-one kit comes with a beard hedger, Manscaped's most advanced beard trimmer, as well as shampoo, conditioner, oil, and balm for his beard. It also comes with a brush, comb, and scissors so he can style his beard and mustache like the true gentleman he is. Get 20% off plus free shipping with the code BEARS at manscaped.com. That's 20% off with free shipping at manscaped.com and use the code BEARS. Never forget where you came from, if you know what I mean. Happy Father's Day from Manscaped. Shout out to our favorite sponsor, True Classic, for making us fellas look and feel good no matter how we move. Elevate your style this summer with True Classic, where timeless pieces meet modern comfort. Our sponsor, True Classic, is here to help you make it a summer to remember in clothes you will never forget. For a limited time only, get 25% off when you shop now with our exclusive link at trueclassic.com/bears. It is tough to find a t-shirt that just fits your body right, and for some reason, whether you're thin or chubby or grotesque, True Classic just fits you perfectly. Designed to accentuate your best features, True Classic shirts are tailored for a perfect fit, snug in the arms and chest, with just the right amount of room in the midsection. The best part is that True Classic sells premium products at an affordable price. You can get their best-selling t-shirts, hoodies, jeans, and more in 3, 6, and 9 packs. So if you're ready to upgrade your closet, shop now with my exclusive link at trueclassic.com/bears and save up to 25% off with your first order. Discover the perfect blend of summer vibes and timeless elegance with True Classic. Shop now and elevate your summer wardrobe with ease.
Anyway, but here I am all of a sudden like, fuck, I want to fuck this roast up. I want to fucking wreck this shit. I'm the guy for the job. So, and then it gets closer. My agent, who's fantastic, Marty Lesak at UTA, applies the pressure to this EP. He's like this old-timey legend who, you know, reps Will Ferrell. And like, I have no, I'm like these agents and managers, naughty, youngest kid. They all rep like the cleanest people. Seinfeld, Gaffigan, Nate Bargatze, like all these people that wear suits and like only talk about having grandchildren or whatever. And I'm like their naughty bastard kid that they kind of root for and like, because it's like he's a renegade. He's making this money different ways. It's not, whatever. Anyway, he got excited and applied the pressure to, the people over there at Netflix. And then the Dana thing hit, Jeff hit, Tom Brady hit, and this little storm started. So it ended up being, okay, we have an idea for you. Let's do a thing called, and first Jeff warned me, he's like, keep an open mind when we pitch you the idea that we're going to pitch you over this Zoom call, which I'm like, oh, fuck, here we go. I'm going to come out on a unicycle and clown makeup and not get to do a joke. And they're like, we want you to do a thing called Kill Tommy. And I'm like, what? And I'm like trying to play it cool because I'm like, are you guys going to let me brand my podcast on this fucking diabolically huge comedy event? Like, this is what I'm thinking. They're like, yeah, and you pull a name out of a bucket and it's going to be Dana White sitting next to you, and it's good for Dana because they'll only have to do a minute and da-da-da-da. And I'm like, this is fucking crazy. And I go and I get to roast, and they're like, well, there's some people at your table that you can make fun of. I go, you guys want me to make fun of the greatest fighters in the world that haven't been set up or made fun of, and Dana White, who runs the only sport that I like sitting next to the octagon for? You're going to fuck up the only existing good relationship that I love in the world? You want me to just light up people at my table? They're like, yeah, well, you get a minute. You can get like a minute. Like, so Dana gets a minute and I get a minute? I'm like, eh. So, I had to fight the entire time up until rehearsal 24 hours before, which a rehearsal was just like a blocking. They're just seeing how everything looks on camera, and me and Dana are sitting there. And the short version of the story is like, I go, you guys have got to let me cook here. And I'm like not arguing with this executive producer lady or Jeff. It's kind of like, I'm kind of like, guys, this is like, I can do this. Let me show you what it would look like. Okay. And one person's like, we see it as a desk piece. Stay at the table. I'm like, I hear ya, but maybe I'm crazy here. This is literally what I said. And I saw my boys, Jerron Horton and Benji Aflalo, who are two writers for the roast that I got into writing roast jokes again a fucking decade ago. So these are like it seems like they're working for them, but they're kind of like my fucking like interior soldiers that, are, not owe me anything, but we're all fucking homies.
Yeah.
Anyway, they walk into this blocking rehearsal. So now I have like numbers a little bit, right? And there's all these stand-ins that are sitting there with your guys' things on the dais.
Yeah.
Bert Kreischer and Kevin Hart is some, different black guy standing there. They're looking for like camera blocking, all this shit. And I go, here's what it would look like. All right. So Dana White, ba, ba, ba, ba. And then I go, fuck you, bitch. And I start walking. Right. And I go, here's the stool that Aaron Hernandez kicked out from under. I start showing them jokes, which I didn't do the whole time because you don't want other writers or anybody to hear any of your actual material.
Yeah.
I mean, they could hear your guys' material, but I mean, my good material. I didn't want them to hear any killer jokes that I had written.
Yes.
Because, it's a sneaky business, especially in Hollywood. That's why, one of the many reasons why I got the fuck out is like, make your own shit, save it for you, enough giving it away. So I wasn't doing any of my jokes during the blocking thing. And they're like, come on, Tony, show us what you're going to do. And
how far ahead were you doing, were you prepping the jokes?
So what's crazy is that I put together a small 4-person army immediately. I treated this like I had my own fucking, like I was on the thing, like I was going to do a full set immediately at my giant fucking, office that I have. Anyway, so like I treated it, and maybe it's not necessarily manifestation, but it was extreme preparation.
Another place where we differed. Keep going.
Oh, preparation, yeah. Preparation H, maybe. Am I right, hemorrhoid guys? No, I'm kidding. Anyway, but I really did, and I was obsessed with it, and it was kind of crazy because I'm like, holy shit, I am only obsessing about this right now. But if it goes good, it'll give me 4 or 5 days to obsess about my show at the Forum, which I had already put a lot of effort into before the roast thing. So it's kind of crazy because I put all my chips into this roast, which is crazy because, again, I knew I was 2 hours into the show at this point because that's important. And I figured that out. I know that about roasting because the deeper you're in, the more you have to kind of cut or readjust. And
so you're really dialed into what's happening on stage, right?
Super.
Would you be? Did you edit? I think you edited something out.
Oh, tons.
Yeah, no, I'm saying even from prompter, right? Because I think
100%. I was switching things around. I know. I was switching things around.
Yeah.
And moving things and sliding in new things and new headers and new sweeteners and even the nice shoes, bitch. Did you win those in the divorce? The Belichick, everything that I started with, which is a huge fucking risk. Everything that I started with, I wrote at the table.
I gotcha.
I'm like, okay, nobody's hit that. Randy Moss was begging for a ring. Bill Belichick's phone isn't ringing. Ring. Those shoes that I was staring at Tom Brady's shoes the whole time because his pant legs were riding high, and I'm literally right there.
Yeah.
Like, God, those are some gay fucking shoes. I wonder if they'll zoom in if I hit them on this.
Yeah.
Because they were like women's boots. And by the way, that's another thing you talk about, like especially a risk at the top of the set in that situation. First of all, I could have fallen up the fucking stairs. Like it's live. Anything could go wrong. And when I said my opening line, that when I did that turn from Dana and I go, nice shoes, bitch, and I'm fucking making sure I'm not falling up the stairs. Did you win those in the divorce? He goes, and I don't think anybody noticed this. He goes, yeah, I'll shove one of these right up your fucking ass. Because he didn't know who, he must not.
Is that what he said?
He must not have remembered who the fuck I am or whatever. Oh, he said it in the moment. And if you watch that roast, if you watch it, you can't really see it there because the pant legs are down, but they go high. They're so gay.
Yeah.
Anyway, he goes, I'll shove it up your ass. And at that moment, like, you'll notice if you rewatch it, like I go, oh, hey, everybody, it's like quite a day up here because my brain is going, do you acknowledge what Tom Brady just said?
No.
Or do you plow forward?
That's
it's a $1 million moment right now.
And
I go, oh, God, I should acknowledge it, but it wasn't mic'd. Nobody else heard it. It's too early. It could throw off everything. Yeah. Ignore. Let's go. Run the ball. I always go back to like football or UFC analogies. Anyway, so I ignore that, which is fucking great that I did because I made those mistakes before on shit.
That's the difference between guys that are doing a roast for the first time, and guys like you have been doing it for fucking 15 plus years.
Yes, exactly. And again, Kill Tony helps. Everything helps. You have to know what to ignore and what to move on. Keep the momentum going.
That's the thing for performing regular shows too. Especially when you're doing stand up in arenas, sometimes you hear something or see something, and your brain in a moment has to go, "Is that worth acknowledging?" Because you realize 15,000 people didn't see that. Are you going to derail the show?
Exactly.
And unless it's like noteworthy, you let things slide.
And
you have to.
Exactly. And then all of a sudden, people at home are like, "What the fuck is he talking?
Yeah, what are you talking
about?
Say?
Like, I bet you'd love to do that, Tom."
Yeah.
Like,
huh? Do what?
That's not the only thing you want to shove up my ass.
Yeah.
Like,
What was your next joke right after that?
After the shoes up the ass, I went straight to because the positioning had changed. So like so many things changed. Originally, I had Kevin Hart's shadow, Randy Moss. That's not your shadow. That's Randy Moss. But now Gronk was sitting in between, or no, not Gronk. Belichick was sitting in between Gronk and Randy Moss. So instead of abandoning that joke completely, I switched it to Gronk, Kevin Hart. And I wrote the Randy, because now I'm like, I didn't realize Randy Moss was going to be next to Bill Belichick because that wasn't in the blocking thing. Bill Belichick was a special guest, came out late. So I'm like, oh, I can go this way. So I go Randy Moss. Crazy that you asked Bill Belichick for a ring. You know what else doesn't have a ring? Bill Belichick's phone. And then but we're here for Tom, Aaron Hernandez stool, and all this stuff. Kevin Hart. Right? So I was moving now geographically.
Can I interrupt?
Instead of,
Was it your choice to walk the dais? Because that was my favorite part.
Yes, so I didn't actually get to finish. When Jerron and Benji and everybody in this rehearsal are coming in, and they're like, "It's a desk piece." And I'm like, having me sit at this table and shooting it like that for a minute is like hiring the world's greatest sushi chef to make you a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. You guys have to let me cook. I don't even like use like cool slangs like that, but I had heard it recently, and I'm like, I kind of like that. Like, you have to let me cook. Let me cook.
Someone make that as a T-shirt.
Yeah, let me
Tony
cook.
Hinchcliffe, let him cook.
Yeah, and
great.
And I did, and I said it, and I go, you guys think I'm crazy, but and the director lady who was awesome,
was directed like 12 years of Saturday Night Live.
Exactly. So she was there now too in this rehearsal. We're going back 24 hours. And I go, call me crazy, but shouldn't it be like this? And I'm up there doing it, and I'm moving, and I see her like, yeah, because she has something to do now that isn't just shooting the fucking podium or shooting straight on. Yeah. You know, it's like
mixes it up.
Yeah, it breaks up the monotony, and I had to come up with that idea.
The best though is that you told me later, because when you were done, you sat down next to me.
Mm-hmm.
And later on, you were like, yeah, I was told to go back to my seat, but I fucking decided to sit right here. Let them know I'm sitting here.
Actually, one of their original ideas was, that's what's crazy, is they go, it's a desk piece, but when you're done, you can go up and sit up on the second level with the players.
Yeah.
I'm like, why would I do that? Why I just look like an intruder or something. I want to be part of this now. Like, that's so weird. Let me do what I can do, and then I'll end up there.
Yeah.
And so, so I got it because the director was in, and my homies were like, yeah, that looks great. And Jeff's like, yeah, man, that looks great. So, no disrespect to Netflix or the EP, because they couldn't have known.
No, of course.
I'm just some fucking rabble rouser that's just shooting my shot. It could have seemed like I'm going to go up there and fucking, but everybody looked good in the end. They looked like fucking geniuses.
Yeah, for sure.
But so many switches were happening in the moment. Like, if you guys knew, it would boggle your mind.
Do you want to hear about our story?
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
So they called, and I guess they called Bert first. They're like, hey, we have this idea. We want to have you guys in the roast. And then Bert said,
yeah. 100%. Tom's in too. And they went, well, but we haven't reached out to Tom, so you don't need to. We're in.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, we're in. Done.
Oh,
done.
Wow.
They said, we'll pay. I said, I don't care. I said, how much? They told me. I said, Tom, I get the same? I said, yeah. I said, we're in.
Oh, my God.
And he called me. He was like,
hey, we're doing the roast.
We're doing the roast.
And he went, absolutely fucking not.
I said, no.
I said, Tom, light lift.
Oh,
I said, well, I knew two things. I knew one is, and it was very clear to me when we got on the dais, is that not every football player was familiar with any of this comics.
Mhm.
And I was like, and not any of the comics have anything that you can make fun of. I'm definitely a good target.
Oh yeah.
So I was like, I know that's why I got the offer initially. Was like, yo, we've seen you get. There's a lot to make fun of you about.
Yeah.
I didn't realize how much I was bringing to the table to be made fun of.
Yeah.
I didn't know how much I was going to make fun of myself authentically on accident.
Yeah.
But I was like, that's cool. I'm in for that. I'll get lit up. I'm not good at roast jokes. I'm not good at making fun of people.
Mhm.
So, and Jeff knew that. And Jeff's like, well, we want to do something different.
Yeah.
Tom's still like, I'm not doing it.
Right.
Yeah, I was like, no.
Smart. You were right.
I was like, I don't. They're like, well, we want to break up. It was, I guess, sort of a version of what they ended up with you. But they were like,
Yeah.
we want to do something different.
Yeah.
We want to do the two of you. And I was like, and then we both. I thought, I go, you want us to both go to the podium together?
Yeah.
And they were like, no, just like almost like a variety piece.
Right.
Maybe a screen. At first, it was like pitched as like a sports center thing.
Mhm.
So when they pitched that one, we kind of were like, I don't know, man, like making fun of it in a sports center way.
Right.
So then we pitched this idea about making fun of him with like whiteness,
Yeah.
being a psycho, and they're like, oh yeah, no one's doing that angle yet. Sent them a script. They send their script, like their punch-up script.
Right.
Combine the two.
Yeah. You're like, that's good enough.
Kind of.
That's great.
I'll tell you what.
No reason to work on this anymore. It's just the most watched thing ever.
First and foremost, all you should be saying is thank you, Bert and Tom, because without us, it is a bunch of people doing the exact same thing.
Right.
Like we broke up. We definitely.
Yeah,
thank
well,
you,
it was
Kim Kardashian.
it was a comedy up until you guys started. Then you guys got to really change the tone a bit. You had to make everybody appreciative of laughter.
I had no idea. I told him this.
I'm still living in oblivion. I had a blast. I think we did great. I've not met one person that did not like what we did.
No,
I don't read
course.
comments because there's like, it's like, what are you gonna shit on someone who didn't maybe do as well as you or Nikki? That's the thing,
right?
It's
of
like
course.
as well as you and Nikki, who were next level. It was next level.
And you have to
celebrate
realize,
if your team wins
Yeah.
and you were on the dais. All you do is go, that was fun as shit.
Look, it's like when you see a boxer or a wrestler attempt the UFC. You could be an Olympic gold medalist stand-up comedian, and you go into that world where Nikki has that much experience, and
so much.
Yeah.
We were doing this. Peter Shore, the owner of the Comedy Store, is doing a mini documentary behind the scenes about Kill Tony going to Madison Square Garden. It just so happened that we're staying at the same hotel in LA, and he's shooting this thing from the driver's seat, me on the way to the roast. And I give this weird analysis, just looking out the window. I kind of forget that he's there. I'm just talking to my team, kind of like talking out a meditative, like, as corny as this sounds, like state, because it's jokes, who cares? But anyway, and I literally called what was going to happen because I know this world so well.
Yeah.
And I knew the order of events. And I literally go, it's going to be a fucking smoke show the first 20, 30 minutes.
Yeah.
I go, the energy is going to be insane. It's going to be beautiful. Tom's going to look great. It's going to be intimidating. He's going to be taller than everybody remembers. He's going to be cooler than everybody thinks. And Jeff and Nikki are going to light the place on fire. I go, especially, Jeff, we know what he's going to do. So Jeff can't have a breakout performance because he's Jeff. He's done it. He is a breakout performance. Nikki, and I go, Nikki is going to decimate the room, and everybody is going to be playing catch up. So me 2 hours in, after everybody and their mother and every special guest has to fucking just know that that's going to happen. I can't be like, oh, well, there's no catching up to that.
Okay,
it's like a mentality
I'm going to ask
thing.
you a very fucked up question.
Okay.
But I've wondered this.
Uh-huh.
If you had put Schultz in Nikki's spot, would everyone be talking about Schultz and not Nikki?
If you would have put Nikki in Schultz's spot.
And Schultz in Nikki's.
It's a flow thing. If you look at Nikki's style, which she stayed consistent throughout her roasting career. If you look at her style, she does this continuity thing. She does this thing where she goes, Bird, I love your joke. punchline, punchline, punchline, and it's just continuous, and it's just so good. You gotta hand it to Kevin because he can't reach it. Bow, bow, bow. Short, which I love. If you look, I'm like known in the writers' room for sending in 8-word jokes, where so many people we used to do this thing, right? All the writers, say there's fucking 12, 16 writers or whatever. Everybody sends in all their jokes. A writer's assistant compiles them, and then we read them in the room and all laugh, right? You could see where my jokes start. You can tell because it's these fucking
short
one-liners
setup,
where everybody else has like 3 lines or a paragraph or whatever the fuck it is. Sometimes 2 lines, whatever. And if I have a long one in my clump, it's like the Burt, Tiger King, Liver King, and people are like, "What the fuck is that?"
Such a great joke.
But like, I'm obsessed with short jokes. It's one of the reasons why Jeff and I clung together immediately. He's like, "What the fuck?"
Peter, make me another drink, please.
So it's
not. I'm not taking away from Nikki.
Right.
I'm not taking away from Nikki.
No.
Nikki, I've known Nikki 20 years. She is fucking. When I stood backstage and I saw, first of all, she was like 6'4".
Yeah.
In that outfit.
Yeah.
She looked stunning. She was.
Yeah.
My eye was drawn to her out of all those people.
Oh yeah.
And I was like, oh, she is.
She was there to eviscerate.
Undeniable.
It was also a flawless set. It was a perfect set.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Flawless.
So my point is like, it's not who's funnier or necessarily position. It's a battle of styles. Schultz had, it's like a reload. He's moving on. Does this make sense?
Yeah.
There's breaks in the momentum.
Yeah.
And this person's here, da da da da da da da da boom, and it's great. And it's huge.
And then it's a reset.
Right.
Yeah.
It's a reset. So the momentum breaks.
I
He's
thought Schultz
restarting
did
on
great.
somebody else.
I thought he was great.
Schultz and Tom were all sitting together, and after Nikki, all of us were like, "Holy fuck, man! It's going to be a tough hill to climb."
Oh, exactly.
And Schultz, I think Schultz was masterful. He was so fucking good.
Oh, totally.
I would argue he is not brought. And look, you and Nikki owned that evening.
Mm-hmm.
I have no flowers to take other than to give. But I do believe that people are understating. No one's really talking about how great Schultz was. And look, as a stand-up comedian, and I love Andrew, 3 hours in, this motherfucker goes up after everyone has wringed this goddamn thing dry and still crushes.
Yeah.
People should be writing about him going like, this dude had he was the fucking last dude in the orgy.
Oh, yeah.
And his dick was still rock hard.
Yep.
And he blew a load in her and he kissed her on the lips.
Oh, 100%. No, he was great. And now I'm hard.
Yeah.
But it's really, another thing is that with Nick, the way Nikki writes and connects it all, like a model train almost, like it's like it all flows. And if you look at her old roast, like if you see an old clip of the things she's done before, she's doing that there.
She's so good.
This was so amplified.
This will probably make some people crazy. Maybe make me crazy. A few nights later, I was at the forum for my show.
Yeah.
Netflix executives came by that show, talking about the roast, asked if I wanted to be involved in the next roast.
Oh, wow.
And that's after that set.
Damn, they didn't even ask me that. That's how hated I am by the industry. Because you guys went out there and did what you did. And you're already being invited to the next one.
Yeah, it isn't even booked yet.
Yeah. I fucking decimate, and I have no idea what's going on.
Well, we'll see if we can put a word in for you.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Hey,
Tony, I'll send you a screen grab of the text I sent.
I can't wait.
Tony, if you want, you can write for us.
But I didn't even get to tell you guys, like, one of the coolest parts of the thing from my story, just to let you know what an underdog I was in this, is in the final thing, it was like, okay, you can roam the stage, but let's keep it to 2 minutes. 2 minutes, which is like crazy. That's like 5 jokes with applause breaks.
Yeah.
I know that I have the all hell nahs up my sleeve, which
I watched you cut off your applause breaks.
Oh, yeah. And this was a
thing
for the
they would start clapping and you go, and get it, because I was like, oh, he's running this.
Yeah, and for the 17 people that are excited about the technical side of roasting that I'm talking about, here's a crazy fun fact. is that it was only on that day before, the day before, in which I had this like breakthrough, because I'm a stoner. Most people don't know because I don't like make it my identity or anything, you know what I mean? But I smoke blunts all the time. And like I was just kind of chilling, and I had this like moment where I'm like, wait a second. Every other comedian is going to be going off of arena timing. They're going to want to look good. They're going to want to get applause breaks. They're going to want to soak it in. They're giving me a shorter set than everybody else. And I'm, other than Jeff, the roastiest comedian that has anything to do with this thing. So I am going to hit the fucking gas pedal.
You did.
And I'm going to play for the people that are watching at home or the people that are screen grabbing it for the internet. I'm going to play towards them. And since I'm 2 hours in, like I couldn't do that early on, right? In Nikki's spot, or else it would seem like, God, this guy's like
too rapid fire.
Right, exactly. What's he doing? Does he have a problem? Anyway. So like I had this moment and I ran it by Whitney Cummings at a brunch the day before. I go, let me ask you something. She's a fucking gangster genius. And I go, I think I'm going to play this thing like fast and hard because I'm 2 hours in. She's like, that's exactly it. You have to fucking make it yours. Go over the top. I'm like, yeah, that sounds right. And it was my secret weapon.
I watched your pacing on that.
Yeah.
And it was, you know, Tom said this. Tom gave you this compliment behind your back. They were talking about, people were saying like, how great was that roast? How great was Tony Hinchcliffe in that way? Tom's like, you know, we've watched this guy cook his entire life. And he's like, we've watched this guy be a monster his entire career. We knew he had that ability. I don't think we just got to watch him shine to everyone the way he's always shined to us.
Right.
And it was to a bunch of very important people. And everyone's like, really? And Tom's like, man, that guy did exactly what he does every single fucking night. He just got the platform to do it on.
That's
and
exactly
it was like,
what it felt like to me. Again, I always make corny UFC analogies because it's my other favorite thing. But like, and this is obnoxious to say, but it really felt like my like Nate Diaz versus Conor moment where everybody was shocked except for me. And even I was fucking like when Kevin Hart, that moment, you remember that moment where
of course
he's going on and on for a minute, 30 seconds. And I turned to you and that was real, by the way. I wasn't kidding. I literally go, is he still talking about me? And you go, yes. And I remember your face like, yeah, dude, this is your fucking moment right now.
Well, then Tony turned to me. He goes, I've arrived.
I said that?
And you go, and now
I was like,
knows.
I said, you know, it's so funny. It's what you did is I will say is bigger than a Netflix special.
It feels that way.
It is. I mean, it was bigger than a Netflix special. What Nikki did, what Nikki eclipsed everyone.
Oh yeah.
And I'm saying the two takeaways were you and Nikki. That was it. That was it for the whole night.
Yeah.
And I think it goes understated how brilliant Kevin Hart was.
Yeah.
Kevin Hart was
fucking
oh my God. Brilliant.
He was
He
great.
set the stage. He set the energy for
it
that
doesn't
room.
get talked about because he's like a superstar and he does all this shit. And
you
know, the jokes are like he does everything. But watching him just as the host of that and the energy and the joke, like he was fantastic.
Oh, him and it's the Jeff Ross effect, right? It's like you're so used to them doing that it's not that big of a deal. But without them, it is a shit show.
Jules killed it. Gronk killed it.
Yeah. He made that thing.
I said to Tom, because Tom and I thought we were going to absolutely bomb. We did. Yeah. And we said that to each other. We're like, we're about to eat a dick. It's going to be bad. And I remember I kissed him. I said, buddy, if we die, we die together.
That's so great.
And because I'm cool dying next to him.
Yeah.
I'm cool with it. He said one time, we were talking about cancel culture. I remember I don't know if he said it on a podcast or he said it to me privately. And he said, let them go after my buddy. Wait till you see what I burn down. And I was like, okay, I got that for you then. If we die, we die together. I will tell you, I don't give a fuck what anyone says on the internet. We didn't die. We had a great time. And we sat down confident. We're like, dodged the internet's going to decide to hate whatever they want to hate. I don't really give a fuck about that.
You guys are balling out of control.
But no,
of course they're going to hate.
It was kind of funny, though, because, like, even though it wasn't fever pitch, like, your guys, like, we're getting laughs throughout this bit.
Of course.
So we sat down. Tom Brady was like, that was great. After the Netflix people, the after party, I had to call him. I go, do you know that like online they're like, you guys ate shit? And I was like, I had no idea. But I made this point on other podcasts about, especially about the non-comics, meaning like the athletes, Kim Kardashian, she's a great example.
Yeah.
And Ben Affleck. Kim Kardashian gets up there and she's getting boos, right? But what she does is she stays unflustered, stays in the pocket, keeps on prompter. And eventually she got to jokes that won the crowd over and they ended up applauding. And you're like, wow, she went from there like, we hate you, to they gave her props. Ben went up there and I don't know if it was a panic thing or what, but it just went, it went off the rails.
No, it was weird. That whole thing was just bizarre. Yeah, the Ben part was goofy, but it shows you that it ain't easy.
I think it shows you it ain't easy. I also think that because we didn't know he was there. I don't know if you knew. We didn't know he was there.
I heard a rumor that he might be there, so I had a couple things up my sleeve.
But there was also like,
you know, he had a daughter that just came out as trans.
No,
did you know that?
No.
Yeah. She's like, I'm a man. He's Batman. So stupid. So stupid. Catch me doing that at the next multimedia roast of Tom Brady.
No, the thing is, they told us he was back there later on with writers up until I think he went on, which tells you that you're making last minute changes, which probably are changes that he's suggested.
Exactly.
Which is dangerous. Very dangerous.
Dangerous.
What's the problem is that, well, and I think, you know, once again, I always go back to the writers because they're Mike Gibbons, Mike Lawrence. I'm thinking of the two Mikes, but
monsters.
They all know so much more than we do.
Oh yeah.
And sometimes if you don't, I mean, look, I see Mike Lawrence and I go, tell me what to say.
Yeah.
He gave me the Hitler joke on the day of.
Yeah.
He was like, you know, Hitler stuck with his wife until the end. And
Amazing.
I was like, oh, great, awesome. I know he is a better comic than I am.
Yeah.
He is just, that guy's brain's better than mine.
Writer.
Yes. If he took his shirt off and got drunk, he might have a better career than me. But listen, I'm likable. I get it. So, but I think that's the problem when you get these superstars in there where they go, I know what I'm doing.
Right.
And I'm not going to listen to Mike Lawrence or Mike Gibbons or all the great writers that are attached to that.
Which is a very movie star thing to do. Like, I
can't shit on Ben Affleck.
No, I'm not shitting on him. I just think that's a decision.
If he was making adjustments to a camera angle or a movie or something like that, that would make sense.
What did you think?
Script.
What did you think of his angle? Do you think that angle could have been funny?
It was stupid. In fact, it stepped on what Tom was about to do later. Somebody should have made huge adjustments to that. That's where a network executive should have been like, wait a second, this is kind of like talking about internet trolls.
I'll tell you what I think is like almost the thing there is that Ben Affleck is a super sharp guy.
Yeah.
And I think a really smart person who's really creative, you can get into overthinking these things.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas like the regular joke writer, roast writer is like, here you go. And they go, I want to elevate this more. It's like, it's overdoing the bit. And I think that's really why it didn't.
It also just takes tons and tons and tons of experience doing that. Like even my set, going back to it again, like it's like being raised in an all black neighborhood and doing every single black show that I could do when I was in LA, all the Trippin' on Tuesdays, the Crack 'em Up Thursdays, the Mo Betta Mondays, the Chocolate Sundays. Like there's all these different
things. What do they call Wednesday?
We hate whites Wednesday. No, I'm kidding. I don't know.
Yeah.
But all of that put together, all of the risks that I took in each one of those shows was applied to what can I get away with? Okay, so I'm calling Kevin Hart a shadow to Gronkowski. I'm saying that Kevin Hart is so small that when his ancestors picked cotton, they called it deadlifting. I'm like, ooh, fuck, that's right there on the line.
Yeah.
Right up against it. And then
there's definitely some of the athletes on stage that were like,
yeah. Oh, well, what's amazing,
Yeah.
and again, the fucking director, God, I'm blanking out, Judy or Beth or Beth, right?
Beth.
I mean, my God, she fucking got this shit. And it could have backfired, but we did the goddamn dance. Yes.
Yep.
Beth McCarthy Miller killed it. So, for example, when I'm doing the cotton picking Kevin Hart joke, she literally has two black offensive linemen from the Tampa Bay Buccaneers over each one of my shoulders. And they're literally like, they have their drinks and shit. One of them does at least. And I go, Kevin Hart is so small that when his ancestors pick cotton, and at that part, you see them both go like, and like one's taking a sip like that. Like literally they're in over my shoulders, flanking me. And when I hit the deadlifting part, you see them both like one goes that way and one goes that way, laughing. And it's like, whoo, thank God.
How many of those did you have shows? I imagine those shows you're talking about coming up where you took a risk like that and it just went horrifically wrong.
So many. I had one where I went off on this one guy in an all black show. Like, I mean, the super black show. They used to do this thing at a movie theater, at the Egyptian movie theater. And I mean, it was like gang, LA gang, super gang show. I cannot describe to you how dangerous this show was. Yeah. But I was like one of 3 token white guys that were in their rotation for this thing because I would go for it. Yeah. And one night this guy I do a Michael Jackson pedophile joke, and some guy with a big fucking grill and, just, you can picture it, stands up and goes, "You don't make fun of Michael Jackson. Fuck you, homie." And I go, "Fuck you, you broke bitch." And like, I just start going in on him in the crowd. Boom, I'm smashing this guy, right? But I got there late and then had to run to the Comedy Store. So I don't know who anybody in the place is. I go, "Look at your tinfoil bitch-ass grill. Sit down, you fucking broke-ass bitch. You spent all your money on the outfit you wore out tonight." The crowd's just roaring. Yeah. And they were roaring a little bit too loud, but I didn't really notice why. I didn't think anything of it. And I'm running late to my spot at the Comedy Store. I get a call from my manager on speakerphone, and I take it. I go, "What's up? I just had a fun set at the Black Show." And he goes, "Yeah, did you just completely annihilate ASAP Rocky?" I'm like, "Oh, fuck." "Oh, is that who that was?" And they're like, "Yep, I just got a call from one of my assistants saying that ASAP Rocky is like mad but happy but mad." I'm like, "Oh shit."
Dude, this is the thing. There's 2 questions I have to ask. But one is I find really interesting, and I find it interesting now that your name's being brought up to me so often, is I don't think people know who you are. Right. I think when people think of you, they think of Hollywood, LA, move to Austin, embrace the Austin, outlaw, whatchamacallit. But it all stems from you growing up, and I didn't even realize this, in a rough part of Ohio.
Oh, yeah, the roughest.
Yeah, and I don't think Youngstown, I didn't understand how rough it was because you don't look like that.
Exactly. And I don't sound like it. That's why one of my least favorite things in the world are white people that try to sound black, that were raised in all black neighborhoods. Cause it's like, you don't have to do that. That's weird. Cause like no one, I swear to God, I wish I could show you like video, like fucking Google Maps 3D. Like my neighborhood was so diabolically insane that it's unbelievable to the human eye. Like if we made a movie about it, no one would believe it. No one would believe
That's what the coolest thing about you is that, like,
and so that's where the fearlessness begins. So what's crazy is that by the time I hit the cotton picking, and by the time I hit the the fearlessness with him, I moved to Sam J, black, obese, lesbian. So Netflix checked off a lot of boxes. Now I hit them once in the ribs, right?
Yeah.
Mr. 2-minute set, stay at the desk. We didn't want him here anyway, right?
Yeah.
Just one little.
Yeah.
And so I was actually that hell Nas joke, which I knew the second it clicked in my head. Like I was actually, this sounds crazy, but I was getting a massage at the time. And I trap a lot of shit in my shoulders. This is a weird, like braggadocious, stupid thing. But like the masseuse had her fucking elbow right in here. And I'm trying to think of a Sam J joke. And I'm like, okay, black lesbian. Come on, Tony. You've got this. You've got this. So what do? They eat pussy, right? But what do black women say? What do black women say? Oh, hell no. And I'm like, oh my God, nah. Nas on it. She doesn't eat pussy. She all hell Nas on it. And I stopped the massage. and I'm literally like, I'm sorry, I have to get up, and I get my face out of my, you know what I mean? Like your face is swollen, you can't even open your eyes and shit. And I'm writing this down, and I tell the masseuse, this perfect little, like, sweet, innocent, right, bull of a chick that fucking goes crazy on my upper back. I go, I just wrote a joke about a black lesbian. I said, she doesn't eat pussy. She all hell gnaws on it. And she's literally like, ah! And she's not that type of person to hysterically crack up. And I'm like, oh, fuck, this is like a crazy joke. Like, it's different than just a great joke. It's fucking, you got to go for it. You have to believe. And another super technical thing is I take a few steps out. I saw a Drake concert like 8 months ago, which was amazing. And I kept noticing that he would do this thing where he would go right up to the edge of the stage at times. He's on a box in the round. And on big things and on big lines, it almost looked like his foot was hanging off. And like and it's a high stage, extra high stage too. And it would look like he was about to fall off. And I loved it. Sometimes I'll see like a great concert or something and I'll be like, oh, that's rock and roll.
That's good.
So I started kind of applying that to the big theater stand-up shows that I was doing. And on the all hell Nas joke, I was so excited and I looked down. I almost fell off the fucking stage live on Netflix because I took a few steps up. I go, she doesn't eat pussy. I literally
stepped out for
almost live on Netflix in the middle of a killer set, almost disappeared out of the frame.
Real quick before we wrap up, how happy is your mom for all this?
Oh, she's ecstatic. She's absolutely fucking
She
thrilled.
came on your mom's house
10
years ago or something.
Oh,
it was like one of my favorite things
Oh
ever.
yeah, she loves you guys. She talks about that all the time.
But she must be elated for your success.
Oh, it's absolutely insane. She's like, my doctor and the ladies at the, she's 78.
Yeah.
She's like, I went to my doctor's appointment. All the ladies are like, are you Tony's mom? He killed it. Bah, bah, bah, bah.
That's awesome.
Like everywhere she goes, which is like there. That's where 78-year-olds go,
Yeah.
is to the doctor's office for their hangs.
Yeah.
All right, one more question.
Yeah.
One more question. And this is maybe a useless question. You've been doing stand-up how long?
17 years.
17 years. I've been doing it 22, maybe 23, maybe 25.
Wow. Which is another crazy thing. Sorry to interrupt you for a change.
No,
Payback's a bitch. But no, that week, this crazy week that I had was my 17-year anniversary of starting stand-up at the Comedy Store and my 3-year anniversary of my cancellation, all in the same crazy-ass week that I had in LA, which was
pretty crazy.
Fucking nuts.
Yeah. Staples
Center, 2 forums, YouTube theater, and I got to basically call my shot at the Comedy Store, like the highest level that you dream of as a door guy, being able to be the special guest, pop in and be like, I want to go now. Which, I only was doing my normal set, like a good human. But it was just a very surreal week of hitting that's like it.
Yeah. I've shared a lot of moments with you privately that I don't mind sharing, but in saying that, I know your struggle. I know where you have been. I remember when the fucking cancel thing happened. Mm-hmm. I remember when you were not the hot ticket item. Right. I remember you getting in trouble for shit you said on a plane with Joe one time. I remember all that. You were there. You were the only person that was there the day I did my first paid regular spot. You were the only you pulled me aside and you said, I know this is a big moment for you. You brought me out, and it was, and we shared that privately. We had a shot together. And so I know you. How tough is it with these kids that are doing Kill Tony, that are now all of a sudden so famous, doing these arena shows, and they're very talented.
Yeah.
Cam Patterson, I took him on the road. He's one of the most enjoyable human beings to be around. His dad is fucking amazing.
All the time. On stage, off stage, at restaurants, on the trip, everywhere.
But how do you keep it measured for them to let them know, yo, you still just started. This is a long career, and you're getting so fucking... the kid that moves around, Rockin' Rodney or something?
Casey Rocket.
Casey Rocket. Mm-hmm. I mean, he's so fun to watch, but how do you talk to them at like Joe talked to us, or to keep them measured to go, hey, you're just starting and this is going to be a long career, and it's not always going to be as fire hot as it is right now, and like, because that's the most fascinating thing.
It's the secret sauce to my life. It's the thing that actually keeps everything in balance. I don't have kids. I don't have, a wife. So as corny as this sounds, they kind of are my, not children, but fucking
sort of.
I love comedy so much. I live it and breathe it. And so my favorite thing is to tell them everything that I know. Kill Tony is it's actually modeled after Kill Bill, which is like training assassins. That was the original idea of the name behind it, is like, let's fucking kind of help people and teach them everything that we know, and be fearless and work with the funniest people we know. And if you're good, you get a golden ticket. If you're great, if you're unbelievable, you're a fucking regular. Cam got regularship after one set. It's unprecedented on that show for me to go, you know what? You're so good. I want to see a new 60 seconds from you every single week. It is such a hard position. He's the youngest ever regular. He's the greenest regular. He had only been doing it in Austin a couple months when he was made a regular. He was doing it in Tampa I think a year and a half or 2 years, something crazy. And so to work with the funniest people and to get to help them and truly help them. I mean, I tell them all the same thing. You have to write. Don't waste your energy on bullshit. Don't do a ton of other people's podcasts. They're all going to try to suck the energy out of you. Wait to do the big podcast if you want to promote yourself, because everybody gets hit up immediately. If you have a good set on Kill Tony, you get invited to 30 Austin, not open micers, but whatever podcasts. I give them all the advice that I can, which is all trickle down from Joe, which I think goes for all of us.
Joe created this paradigm where you share all the information.
Absolutely.
If Kill Tony was 20 years ago, it would be a shit show.
Yep.
That kid Cam, we did an arena in Portland, Maine, and during my set, he went and did 2 open mics.
Yeah, they're crazy. That's what they do.
Came back.
Yep.
His dad was there. His dad's like, you should be hanging out.
Yep.
And he's like, no, I got to get on stage. I was like, that's the fucking hunger, man.
No, that's what they do. And that's how I was. I was a fucking nut. My boy Toby, who just moved here to be a bartender here, he was a former bartender at the Comedy Store, reminded me the other day. He goes, dude, I was telling somebody about your work ethic. They were talking shit. They were saying, I don't know how Tony got this or that or whatever. I go, let me tell you something. Tony is from Chicago. I'm a bad impressionist. But anyway, he goes, Tony used to fucking, when I was a door guy at the store, he goes, Tony used to get on the fucking tour buses that would pull up in front of the store and go, hey, I'm going to do 3 minutes. And he reminded me of that.
Yeah.
I used to do that. Like if it was before a shift or whatever, and the TMZ bus came up and they had a microphone on the thing. So I would go right up there and I go, hey, how's everybody doing? I had some bad jobs in my day. I used to be a bus boy and a bag boy. Like all these corny shit, terrible fucking beginner level jokes. But it was work. I was getting better. And that's how they all are. And I share that with them. I go, if you guys want to go bomb at an open mic after fucking doing a sold out theater with me, feel free. They've been doing that the whole time. Hans, Kim, him, William, Casey, they just can't get enough. They have insatiable appetites for growth. And if they get one little tag or one little thing, all of a sudden that's 15, 20 seconds out of next week's minute that they've chipped away at. So, Kill Tony, you get to actually watch these people grow. And, everybody in-house loves them when they see their long sets. And people can nitpick, at their minutes on Kill Tony, but never, ever, ever in the history of comedy have you gotten to watch somebody's actual growth. You're getting to watch them put together their brand.
Cam's new minutes are always fucking good.
Bro.
That Casey Rockets is fucking awesome. William and Hans, all the people you have on. David Lucas is a monster. There's so many fucking great. You're so good for comedy. The thing we love the most, and look, it all fish stinks at the head. Joe Rogan created a paradigm for us to give.
Oh yeah.
And you, man, I'm so happy for your success. Genuinely happy.
Thank you.
When you killed it, I was like, that's what
I told you, I was very proud of you, man.
Oh
very
yeah, that was amazing. You helped me settle back in, like the adrenaline from that, because it was kind of like, I don't know, 8 Mile-ish, my like moment, right? Just letting go and letting all the work do it for me.
Yeah.
And like being there with you, and like I looked out in the crowd and I saw it was like a blur, as corny as that sounds, because I've done arenas and I've done stand up in the round at Madison Square Garden and all these places with Joe and my own big giant theaters, but there was something about all of that coming together live on Netflix.
Awesome to see, and we're super happy for you personally,
thank you.
For the podcast too. Also, we will call you on the next roast.
Yeah, I'm going to help you guys out.
I'll do the same fucking set.
Thank you.
I'll do the same fucking set.
Thank
and you can suck my dick, America.
The world, it's global, Bird. It's the whole world.
We'll see you next time. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Bert and Tom.
What's good in your world?
One goes topless while the other wears a shirt. Tom tells stories and Bert's the machine. There's not a chance in hell that
Did it not work out with your friend?
Here's what we call 2 Bears, 1 Cave.
All right. Didn't you pay him in advance for at least another month? So you're good till the end of the month?
All right, we have new merch. I want to let you know to check out the new root beer hoodie. If you want the coldest root beer, then get that ice cold drip.
Was this a surprise to you? What happened? Did he just say it's not working out? Did you do anything wrong? I got you. If you had the opportunity to stream it all. Oh, I understand. Basically, like, it's hard to be motivated because you want to have a future and stuff, and you want to like have to foresee a move and all this other shit. So it's kind of on the back burner. No, you're exactly right. It's like playing the lottery, kind of. How are you, dog? What's good with you, Pimp? All right, well, I'm going to start up this JRE. Let me know if you need anything. Do what you need to do. Just relax, dog. Word. Joe Rogan Podcast. Check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Training by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day. I think it's important to send a message to AI that we're willing to comply.
Exactly.
We want to integrate,
assimilate.
I'm not interested in being unique. I just want to survive.
Are you going to fight evolution? Are you really going to fight the blending mechanism of planet Earth?
Oh, dude, the inevitable pull of the universe towards an artificial creation.
Absolutely.
An intelligent artificial creation that's superior to us. I'm in.
Exactly. It's like resisting AI is like going to Vegas and not gambling or going to strip clubs. You know, it's like, just fucking do it.
I think we are super lucky to be the last people.
Yeah,
We're super lucky. We got to see what life was like with like leaded gasoline and no cell phones, and everyone's phone was connected to a cord on the wall. We got to go through answering machines. I mean, what a ride. If the simulation theory is real, you and I have been in a crazy timeline.
Yeah, the game we picked is real fucking weird.
But if you get in a timeline of like 1950,
yeah,
to 1980, shit doesn't change that much.
No.
Not that much.
No.
Nothing crazy.
No.
Just a little bit of progress, but nothing. It's like, relatively speaking, like back then, we thought it was a lot.
Yeah.
We used to look at the 50s like, look at those fucking dorks.
Yeah, dude. I mean, what I like is that the way it works, or it seems like it works, is the planet gives you some impression, you know, things are going to stay this way. Like Les Rodriguez, there was people hanging out, and they're like, it's always going to be like this. And then suddenly, something flies through the Earth's atmosphere, and it's all gone like that in a second, just gone. So that's one of the fascinating things is no matter what period you live in, the sun can just burp an extra bit of plasma, and that's
over. A wrap. Yeah, that's a wrap for the whole planet. That happens all over the universe.
Yes.
There's always something going on. Like there's supernovas and volcanoes, and you know that was the big part of the theory of the Anunnaki, was that volcanoes had ruined their atmosphere.
Oh.
And so they needed to suspend gold particles in the atmosphere to preserve their planet.
Right.
Their ecosystem was getting fucked up. That is my favorite of all the wacky conspiracy theories.
Mine
of all
too.
the wacky, like the evolution of man tied to the reason why gold is valuable to people that are, you know, basically have swords.
Yeah.
You know, like a sword is made out of iron.
Yeah.
Like that's really valuable. You can kill somebody with it.
Yeah.
You can't do shit with gold.
No.
But it's worth more than anything.
Yeah, no, that is a real suspicious thing. And
suspicious.
But do you ever sometimes I'll look at my wedding ring, the gold, and I'll be like, oh, it's beautiful. That gold. There is something in it. It's really nice.
You know, I don't have anything that's gold. Not one thing.
Why?
I don't like it.
What?
I don't like it.
You don't like gold?
Nope, never liked it.
Holy shit.
I don't like the way it looks. I don't like what it stands for. I don't like gold.
You don't like what it stands for?
Yeah. It's the weirdest version of this is money. To me, this yellow metal that's more impressive than other metals. Like, what are you talking about? Like, I'm not playing into that. It's too stupid. It's too stupid for me. I don't like it.
Oh my God, man. I watch the fucking mining shows.
I watch the mining shows too. They're cool. It's cool watching people find it.
Yes.
I just don't want any of it. You know what I'm saying?
Dude, I get gold fever. I watch when I was in North Carolina, I was watching one of those shows, and I was on Amazon looking at panning equipment. I'm like, maybe I'll go to a creek. Pan for gold.
Oh my God, I could see you out there in a river.
I've got the beard for it, dude.
Shuffling through. Did you ever see that movie Sisu?
No.
Oh, it's one of my favorite movies, man. It's basically what was it made in Norway? Who made that? Finland? It's basically a World War II John Wick. And it's about a guy who finds gold
and he was just a killer in the army. He's getting out of the game, and he kills like hundreds of Nazis.
That looks awesome.
It's fucking great, and it's Nazis, so you root for them.
You don't care.
Like, yeah, these are Nazis. It's like the most cartoonish, evil Nazis.
Oh, that looks incredible.
Oh, dude, it's a fucking great movie. It's a great movie. And very little dialogue. Very little.
And they threw in the cute dog.
Oh, yeah, man. Of course. You gotta have a dog. John Wick had a dog. John Wick had a cute little puppy.
Dude, you know what's crazy? Like, do you follow this stuff? Like what they're talking about with asteroid mining?
Yes.
That shit is crazy. Crazy. That's probably a couple of generations, people are going to be like...
It won't be that long. Dude, you know what it's going to be? It's going to be, why send biological humans when you can have AI do it? And you'll have AI robots that are attached to rocket ships. They'll shoot them into these asteroids, and they'll bring back insane amounts of all kinds of things. Titanium, they'll find diamonds in space. They'll find
Holy fucking shit, man. It's not going to look like humanoids. It'll be like skittering gold spiders just drilling their proboscis into
and then they're gonna want more money. They're gonna form a union because they're intelligent.
Well, yeah, exactly.
They're gonna be like, hey, we're getting fucked here, guys. We're doing all the hard work. This asshole's got a fucking 800-foot yacht. This is bullshit.
Yeah,
guys.
Yeah,
wake up.
And then whoever's running them will like, oh right, you guys are getting fucked. You want to unionize?
Unions.
What were we talking about? I can't
Unions
remember.
are very weird, right? It's because, like, I support them.
Yeah.
Because I know that big businesses fuck over their workers.
Yeah.
And if you allow them to, if you don't have laws about, like, how much you could pay them and a living wage and how long the hours could be, people will take advantage of people. Anybody who thinks that those things aren't good has never worked a real fucking job. If you work a real job for real assholes, you realize, like, some people will tell you, hey, you got to work 15, 16 hours a day, period.
Yeah.
And you get $3 an hour. And you're like, I thought there was a minimum.
Yeah.
No, the fuck minimums. Do you want this job or not?
Not.
You're going to get plenty of money, and you're not have time to spend it anyway, so don't worry about it.
Yeah. No, the union is a nightmare for someone who's trying to make maximum profit.
Yeah.
But it's not, but
then they go sideways too, though. And then they get corrupt, and then something happens where, look, one of the things that kept the UFC out of New York State was some sort of a dispute that they were having with unions, because the people that owned the UFC at the time, they also owned station casinos.
Right.
So they owned, like, I don't know, a ton of casinos, and they wanted to make them union.
Yeah.
So there was a lot of that going on. So you got to go like, that is. You're manipulating people with money and influence.
Yeah.
And I think the guy who was doing it in New York wound up getting arrested and going to jail for corruption. If I find out that's true.
Well, dude, it's like this is like the model of unions is perfect for like a nonviolent revolution, which is if at a planetary level somehow people unionized, which you see it with these boycotts that pop up, these meme boycotts, when the collective decides to reject this thing or that, shit changes fast. And this is the nightmare if you're trying to create the old pyramid hierarchical control structure. You need all the bricks underneath the eye to fight each other, because the moment there's just like, wait, there's like way more of us than you,
and we have way more in common than we do that we're troubled with.
Yeah.
And yet they concentrate more on the bullshit, and then that's just like a fucking algorithm on your cell phone that accentuates everything that comes into contact with your life.
Exactly, dude. And this is why I think at any given moment actual world peace is possible, because we're just like always like enough people realizing that we're basically the same. We have ideologies that are based on fucking like ancient crazy ideas that we're all connecting to, and some parts of the ideologies beautiful, some parts of the ideologies madness. And it's like just abandoning some of the ideology, recognizing we're all pretty much the fucking same, and that this model of like some dude telling us to go and kill each other is stupid. Like, we don't have to do that. Everything changes right away.
Right away.
Yeah,
it's
but
such a dumb idea.
Such a dumb idea, and it's always just some withered old fucking dude who's like just telling you to do something, and you don't even really believe in what you're doing most of the time. But if you don't do it, they arrest you. That's the thing. They're like, it's not like you're fighting. Like anytime there's conscription, you know what I mean? Have you seen the videos of the people evading conscription, or the Ukrainians evading conscription? Like, it's scary. They put your ass on a fucking bus. They'll drag you out of a bar. You're fucking hammered. Yeah. So they don't even want to fight. Like, that's the craziest part, is they're like machine gunning each other.
And they're using people as cannon fodder, literally.
Yeah.
Oh, God, that's so awful.
Which is why we wait. The real problem is, like, the market pressure is created by humans unionizing leads to this. It's like, oh, you guys want to unionize? Oh, you want health insurance? Well, that's pretty expensive, but you know it's not quite as expensive? Tesla bots. Tesla bots are way you know? I mean, because like if you look at the path forward for the pyramid, the hierarchical people, you know, it's like, man, like, yeah, I really can't tell somebody like a police officer to fire into a crowd of protesters. They're probably not gonna do that, but my robot will. My robot isn't gonna be like, this seems wrong. These people seem like me. It's just gonna do it. And so, like, that's the dark side of this stuff. There's a lot of beautiful things about this stuff too, but the dark side is, like, it's obvious.
Emily's biggest opponent in New York found guilty on federal corruption charges. Yeah, so it's true. Yeah, you know what's crazy? That you can't get the police to fire into crowds of protesters, right?
Yeah.
You can't do that. But you also can't, if you're a cop and you know bad people are in a building, you can't just blow up the whole building. But you can if it's war. That's where it gets strange, right? Because in war, you can decide that you're gonna blow up entire buildings because you know the bad guys are in there, and anybody else is just collateral damage. So extra dead people are just caught. Can you imagine if they started practicing police work like that? Like, imagine if they decided that the crime rates in gang-infested neighborhoods are too bad, so they're going to send in fucking black ops guys to just take out drug dealers and blow up houses that have drug dealers in them. You're with your mom, tough shit, boom, everybody's dead. You have a little girl in the house, boom, everybody's dead. Could you imagine? Well, you can, because if you watch Israel and Palestine, that's what's going on. It's just like, you're allowed to do that if it's countries, which is crazy.
Well, yeah. Well, you like, yeah, exactly. So the idea is, like, okay, let's just say I'm an evil country, and I program these robot dogs, and the robot dogs, or spiders are more sinister. Robot spiders, razor claws. They're programmed to only kill women and children. So I release them into a city. They leave everyone alone except babies, kids, and women. On a planetary level, people will be like, we have to evaporate that country. Like, they're the most evil country. That's horrible. Now, if I take drones and drop them on buildings, and they randomly blow up women and children in ways that predominantly in ways that are maybe even worse than my fucking razor spiders. My razor spiders, they go for the jugular, puncture jugular, onto the next jugular vein. The bombs, they maim, they blind, they cause permanent brain damage, and somehow that is looked at as, yeah, it's fucking war, dude. That's what it looks like.
It's so crazy that because it's existed for the longest time, we just accept it, that it's always going to take place. And then we also, if like you had to gamble whether or not war would be here in 10 years. You're like 100% it's going to be here.
Well, this is
unless AI takes over.
Well, I mean, if AI takes over, it'll just be more efficient war.
I don't know if it will, dude. If it, communicates in a different way? Like, what if AI makes rational decisions that can only be reached? Like, if you were looking outside of human emotions and cultures and all the shit and cultural differences that we have with each other, if AI bypassed all of that and just looked at the problem as, you know, you have resources, you have allocation of those resources, people profiting off those resources, and then people who are in need that are being taken advantage of to acquire those resources. And that's your whole game. And so this is the human race's whole game. You're willing to sacrifice this group of people that is the least powerful in order to empower all of your electronics. I mean, this is what you're doing. This is what you're agreeing to. This whole thing is crazy. And it would probably restructure where and how things were acquired and who gets those things that are acquired from the ground.
Yeah, I mean, this is okay. So this would be utopian AI.
Yeah.
But before we get to utopian AI, we have to go through what is. Did you see those new? The Chinese military put machine guns on those fucking robot dogs. Have you seen that?
I did.
They fucking did it. We all knew
that was going to happen.
And did you see the fucking cute DARPA dog? Have you seen that yet?
No.
Dude, so like, it's DARPA, right? They're the ones who make the dogs. They kick the robots. They make videos of like fucking poking these things. Well, so the dogs are sinister. Everyone knows that. They look creepy. So DARPA is like, let's make a cute one of these things. So they made like a cute amusement park, like
I gotta see this.
Disneyland style fucking robot dog. And it looks creepier.
Oh, it's gonna shoot you.
It's creepy. No, because this is what I've been thinking about. We picture the Terminator as the machine of death, but why? What is like more dangerous than an adorable kid? What if I can make an android toddler, looks exactly like a toddler, send that toddler out in the battlefield? Everyone's gonna stop firing. Why is there a fucking kid out here? Right?
And the kid's killing everybody.
And they're like, go get that kid. And it just fucking punches right through your heart.
Also, small target, hard to shoot.
Hard to shoot. It can burrow into the ground. The fucking burrowing toddler.
Corkscrews into the ground like a missile.
It just goes down and just fucking like on all fours shoots through the fucking battlefield, deploying poison darts. It's like, so because
imagine a little baby that could run 100 miles an hour.
Exactly. Because that's the future of war, man. It's like, why make something that looks scary?
This is the cute one?
No, this is the fucking... No, this isn't the cute.
That ain't cute.
No.
Boy, it's creepy. Look at how it's like it's moving its mouth.
Yeah.
What is it doing with its mouth? Is it going to bite you? I wonder if it could bite you.
It's just cursing.
There's got to be one that could bite you, right?
Well, of course. Why not?
I mean, that would be the most terrifying thing.
Well,
like a robot wolf that runs around and chases people down and actually tears you apart with its teeth.
Bayonets, man. You got to have the fucking knife on your weapon if you get into close combat. There you go, a little blender mouth.
Yeah, what is it doing? It's gonna get your dick. Look how it did that. Look how it did that. Like it was gonna jump right on your dick. On your dick. Chomp. It's a dick eater robot.
It turns the dick into energy.
Trying to develop the dick eater robot. Can you imagine? That's what it looks like it's doing. What else is it doing? Look at the motion it makes. It leaps forward. Imagine fucking send people out in the battlefield that get shot, and then you let loose the dick eating robots. And oh no! And you see the robots running, and they just leap on your dick and blend it up.
It's worse than an atomic bomb.
It's like they're saying you are fucked. There's no hope. We're gonna blend your dick off.
Dude,
I poured a whole cup of coffee, and I'm like, oh yeah.
I'm fine taking off the helmet of these fucking things.
We can hang in there a little longer.
Just so you know, it's like my beard is, if I'm talking weird, it's because like there's fucking pubic hair shoving. It's like I'm eating like hippie bush right now. Just fucking deep in my lips. Oh my god.
We probably should have tried these on before we did a show.
Shave your pubes, dudes. This is not fair.
Yeah. You look good with a beard, though. You look a wizard.
Thank you, man. Well, it's too big.
Good look.
I got to get it
No,
trimmed.
no, no, no.
I need a summer
You look
cut.
good. Oh, a summer cut.
Yeah, because the fucking,
It gets hot here.
My friend's kid the other day goes, "Your beard stinks," and I'm like, really? Like it actually stinks? And he goes, "Well, when you're talking a lot, it stinks." I'm like, "That's my breath." It's not my beard.
You have to spray your beard with breath spray. Why don't you do that? Just spray your beard and comb it out with fucking scope.
It's disgusting, dude. It really is. Like, imagine if like your mouth was in your head. If like, you know what I mean? Like
people like get food in them all the time.
All the fucking time. All the time.
Somebody's eating barbecue. Like your beard is fucked.
Dude, I'm trying to do a video podcast now, and what will happen is I will like, I'll be yapping into the camera for like 20 minutes, go back and look at the footage, and there's just like a fucking Zen pouch stuffed, just like a fucking nasty, like a clump of toilet paper. But it's beards.
How the fuck did it take you till 2024 to do a video podcast?
Dude, it is so dumb that I didn't do it. But to be like real fucking honest, I don't like looking at myself on camera. So it was.
You do all the work. You do all your editing and all that.
Yeah, but that was really stupid. It's like, how like.
I'm tapping out.
Yeah, I'm tapping. Like when you're like, wait, where's the zipper? That'd be fucking crazy if these things locked down. Okay, here we go. Yeah, I just, but now it's so fun, man. And there's so much you could do with like video that you just can't do with audio. It's just fun.
Yeah, it's way better.
And I like editing. Like, that's the problem. Like, that's the problem, is I get lost editing. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Whew.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
That sucked. You need help?
No, I think that's the long. Woo! I think that's the longest we've ever kept our mask on.
Yeah, that was the longest. That was a good, solid like half hour,
this feels
right?
So good.
About half hour with it?
20 plus.
Being stoned in any kind of mask is like
extra scary.
Extra fucking
Those furry
scary.
ones, we made it like 3 minutes with furry masks on. We're like, this is crazy.
And now whenever I see furries,
respect.
Deep respect for what they're tough as fuck.
Oh, they have to be. If you're out there and you're furrying it up and it's in Louisiana in July.
Yeah.
Come on, son.
Dude, yeah, you are like hot. Furries are like David Goggins level. Like, they could run marathons. If you can wear that fucking thing at a convention and fuck in it, you could run a marathon.
If you're wearing that thing all day, you're basically walking around with a weight pack on.
Oh, yeah.
Like a weighted vest.
It's a weighted fucking claustrophobic suffocation vest that you're fucking in.
Yeah, they fuck on them. I wonder how many furries develop bad necks. I wonder if it's an issue in the furry community.
Great
Maybe
idea.
that's like an unserved market for the iron neck.
Yeah, like
the furries and help them.
Iron neck for furries.
Give me that.
Oh yeah. Hey
Get that off
Jamie,
the table.
can you find that cute DARPA dog? It's like the furry of war robots. You should it will.
You found it.
Yeah, that's real. I watched it. I mean, I think it's real. I watched it.
Who says it's
No,
not?
that's not it. That's not it. It's like is it not DARPA? It's like I think if you just Google like cute DARPA dog, or like, it's a video of the.
Maybe it's not DARPA. Maybe someone else developed it.
Yeah, sometimes I get confused.
Probably Chinese.
No,
bro.
it's not DARPA.
They're gonna fill the pounds with them. Please take me home, please.
Dude, that's so insidious. It's like the cutest rescue dog, and you're like, we have to take that, and it doesn't kill you. It just emits some kind of weird mind control pheromone that really injects TikTok into your fucking head. It just like, so you fully absorb TikTok's manipulation, which, by the way, I was skeptical about that until we talked about this. I saw that fucking video showing the comments in TikTok are different.
Exactly. I think it's Instagram.
It's the one I saw was TikTok.
Oh, okay. Was it on TikTok? Because the one I saw was Instagram.
I don't know.
It was this lady that was doing it with her boyfriend, and they were both looking at the same thing, but they had different comments.
Yes.
Her comments were mocking the man. and the comments on his side was mocking the woman.
Yes.
Right?
Yes. So
am I getting that right?
You got it right. And so whenever I'm looking at comments, I make the idiot mistake of thinking this represents some consensus that, but actually, no, you're just looking at the algorithm serving the comments and the content. That is so fucked up, dude.
That's so different.
Dude.
Because that changes, the comments are supposed to be a conversation about the thing. So if you're curating the conversation in an unnatural way, like that's very different than showing me what I want to see.
Yes.
Because now you're changing the dynamics of how things are discussed.
Yes, sir. That's the fucking evil right there. That's the evil.
That's crazy.
Dude, and then, okay, the other assumption with the algorithm is that the algorithm is just like random, or it's using some set of variables and serving things up. But this is an idiot assumption. I mean, you could, if you are controlling comments, then that means like, all right, let's just like make people mad at each other. Let's make people completely pissed at each other as much as possible. Convey this idea that there's like these massive divides between us. And then they're going to fight each other instead of recognizing they're pretty much the same, like, or they're more nuanced than they think they are. And fuck, dude, that's how you control populations. It's brilliant. It's brilliant, dude.
But do you think that is their algorithm created and utilized to control populations, or is their algorithm simply to get you to engage? So it must see that you engage with a certain number of comments and posts that have a lean one way or another. Right. There's a very popular thing that's going on right now that you see a lot of. And it's like very stern men talking to a bunch of like girl influencers and telling them they're fucking losers.
Yes.
It's really common.
Yeah.
So if you've seen one or two of those, it starts recommending more of them. Now, at a certain point in time, it's going to probably actually encourage other people to do the same thing because that creates engagement. And then you have this thing that emerges. Like, was this a real thing? Like, who's doing this? Like, what is happening here? Why is this? Why is this a new thing that's happening over and over and over again? And it's just because you engaged with it. And I think that could be slap fighting, or it could be fucking. For me, it's like I see so many car accidents. Oh my God, so many motorcycle accidents, so many people falling off bridges.
Yeah,
I see so much of it because I've engaged with it too many times.
Yeah, dude. When I went on TikTok and I stopped because it's like too good. But like within the seconds, it's just like something about the way I was looking at videos, zit popping videos. It's just like you like to watch zits pop. And then, of course, when you're seeing that, you're like, wow, that's fucking intense, dude. Let me watch some more of these.
That's that Dr. Pimple Popper lady. She's got a huge side of it.
Yeah.
And she's very entertaining, what she's talking about.
Absolutely.
But some of them are like, whoa, dude, it's like you have cream cheese in your body. Like
a
bucket of it.
Oh, my God.
They're squirting it out. It's like, how is that in there? What is going on? Oh, my God, it must be horrible.
Fucking stinks. Just all those dead blood cells. But, dude, this is like, for me, I've had to, after seeing that video, I've had to like go back and just erase any idea I have about a consensus among people.
Right.
Because like I've been drawing that idea from comment sections, like, oh, I guess this is what people think, or like Rotten Tomatoes. Dude, I just saw Civil War. All right. Have you seen it?
No.
Don't. Now, apologies. I mean this, man, because anyone who makes anything, that's insane. If you made a movie, it's fucking incredible. But, dude, I was so excited about that fucking movie. It's like, whoa, predictive programming, baby. They're getting us ready for a civil fucking war. Here we go. It is, you can't connect to any of the fucking characters. You barely understand who the protagonist is. It's the dumbest mission of all time that they're on. And the soundtrack is so mysteriously disconnected from what's happening. So there's all these things that just make it's like if they sent me the footage and like Duncan, can you edit this movie? I would have made Civil War. Like what's happening? let's put some fucking hardcore, weird, like synth music. We'll put the Silver Apples in there, really intense synth music, because I love synth music. And you're watching it like, is this a music video for synth music? What am I fucking seeing here, dude? So
now I want to see it.
Yo, it's worth seeing it just because it's like, you know, especially if you're into like writing screenplays, it's good to watch movies like that and be like, why isn't this working? Like, what's wrong here? But dude, I went to Rotten Tomatoes gleefully, like, I can't wait to hear what people are saying about this piece of shit. 81%. People are like, this is a good warning to all of us. It's like, shut the fuck up! A warning? What are you talking about? It's a fucking warning not to fucking do the $20 still in theaters thing on Amazon. That's the fucking warning. Don't do that. Wait. Dude, it sucks. It sucks. None of it makes sense. The stereotypical fucking characters in it, the way they're trying to like box people into this, like they're all evil. These people all, what kind of American are you? North American, South American, you're from Hong Kong? Bam, bam, bam. Stop it. Just shut the fuck up. Like, no one's like that. Like, really, like, I'm not, obviously people are like vile racists, but dude, come on, this murder, I hate this assessment of humanity. I hate it, because basically what they're saying is, minus the fucking capstone of the pyramid, we're just going to kill each other because we're awful, brutal things that must be shepherded by old geriatric men who can't remember their fucking name. You know what? Like, what are we doing? Like, we'll be fine. We're fine. We'll be okay. People are mostly nice. And what's that thing you always say? I love it. Unmet needs.
Yeah. What is the actual quote again, Jamie? All criticism is the tragic result of unmet needs. But it's a much more profound quote, the full quote. I forget who wrote it too. It's really, I shouldn't forget because I use it all the time. It's a great quote because that is what, like, I mean, there's criticism that's accurate, like something wasn't good. Every criticism, judgment, diagnosis, and expression of anger is the tragic expression of an unmet need. Marshall Rosenberg.
Yeah, yeah.
Great fucking quote.
Yeah. So it's like, yeah, there are people who are fucking assholes who are doing shit that disrupts society in small ways and big ways. But they're not doing that because they're evil, I don't think. They're doing that because, like, they've learned this way of being that sucks. Now, I'm not saying throw out the judicial system. There shouldn't be, jails or anything like that. I'm just saying this notion of humanity minus an authoritarian, generally fucking patriarchal fucking like whatever, but I don't care if it's matriarchal, whatever it is. It's a top-down fucking ruling system. Without the king, we will just fall on each other. Give me your fucking car, motherfucker! Some of us will do that, but guess what? They won't last that long. Because like in a collectivized society, I just feel like we'll take care of the problems quick, probably quicker than we do right now, and everything will balance out.
If we're armed. The problem is if you're not armed, then armed thugs take over towns, and you can't do anything to stop them. And you're in a small group of people that are unarmed.
Yes, sir. How are you?
They're pushed into certain situations. If you have a collapse of law and order, it's not as simple as we'll take care of it. The real problem is sometimes armed thugs rule everything.
This is true.
Yeah, and that's a reality of humanity in 2024. Like in certain parts of the world. Like, did you hear about what happened in Haiti?
Oh, dude,
with that minister,
dude,
his family.
Dude, yeah, and the guy that warlord in Haiti.
Oh yeah,
I love watching interviews with that guy.
What is his name again?
It's got a cool name.
Crazy name.
It's like sandwich, but it's like I can't remember.
Barbecue or something. Barbecue.
Barbecue.
And there was there's this one video, but it's not really of him. Someone said it wasn't him, but I guess it's not. I think, and it's a guy eating a guy. So it's one of these rebels that has this dude killed roasting over a fire and takes a piece off his leg.
That's a classic move. That's like a classic move. You get their energy by eating them. And look, I'm not saying that there isn't contingents of like super violent people that you are going to have to be able to defend yourself from. And by the way, what's really perplexing to me about the hardcore anti-gun people is they're not really anti-gun. They want
Squirrely?
cops and the National Guard
Squirrely in
to
here,
have
he's
guns.
looking for a roommate in
They just don't
California.
want people who live in houses to have guns. So they're like, they're pro-gun, but they want guns in the hands of like.
They're pro-authoritarian, violent power. Yeah, that's it. The authoritarians have power. Regular people don't have power.
Right.
So you have to rely on the authoritarians. You have to rely on them to take care of your crime issues.
Yeah, see, I think I would have more respect for that movement if they're like, no more guns anywhere. We're going to get rid of all the guns in the world
and melt them.
And melt them and just, I don't know, build a fucking water slide or something.
No more hunting. You could hit things with bows and arrows and rocks.
Traps.
Knives.
Like they hunt pigs.
You can still hunt deer, but you have to use a knife.
Yeah.
Can you imagine how many dudes would get really good at like hiding in trees, drop it down, and stabbing deer?
Dude, it would be amazing. Like I might get into hunting. Like if it became fucking throw a fucking dagger.
No, there's a dude that films pig hunts, and he uses spears, and he hides in trees, like above the pigs, and then he has like a camera on the spear, and he throws the spear down and stabs these wild pigs.
Wow.
It's pretty wild.
Well, I would love to know the first time he did that. Like, I would love to know.
How many times how do you practice that?
But the lead, you're just like, what? You're like driving, you're like, dude, what if I fucking used a spear? What if I climbed in a tree and started spearing pigs?
The thing about pigs is there's so many of them, you're allowed to do almost anything to get rid of them, in Texas at least. They've hunted them out of helicopters. Have you ever seen that?
No.
I've been invited 3 times. I'm like, I'm
not getting a helicopter. Don't get a helicopter.
With machine guns on top of that, with pigs. It's just, if I feel like if I'm going to shoot a pig, I want to eat the pig. And if I'm going to shoot 250 pigs, there's no way I'm eating 250 pigs.
Yeah, dude.
If I shoot one pig, that pig will get eaten. We'll make some barbecue out of that pig. It'd be awesome. But if you shoot 2, I get it. You have to do it, though. This is the other part of it. If you run a farm, you have to do it.
Yeah.
They'll kill your profit. The profit margin of American farmers is so low as it is. It's so difficult for them to make money that if you got 1 million wild pigs running around your state or more, Texas has how many millions? Isn't it like 3 million? Which is bananas. If you know anything about like wild animal numbers, that's so crazy to have that many animals in a state that are just wild, feral animals. 2.6 this is from 2016. Says it, but now in 2023, an estimate still, they don't know.
Feral hogs.
They really don't know, but at least 2.6 or a range of 2.6. There's no way you could add it. You would actually have to like use drones at night, fly over areas, monitor how many times they breed. They breed 3 times a year, dude.
Yeah.
They can start breeding when they're 6 months old.
Whoa.
Yeah. So 6 months old, and then they have 3 litters a year, and they'll have 5, 6 piglets in a litter. And they're just shitting out babies. And then they're destroying everything. They're just running through the ground, tearing up fucking golf courses and people's lawns in San Jose. Have you ever seen the San Jose videos?
No.
San Jose, California. Wild pigs just tearing apart people's fucking lawns.
Wow.
Knocking over trash cans. Big fuckers.
Holy
terrifying.
I sent him a message.
One of them killed a
I
lady.
sent you his.
What?
Yeah, somewhere. I forget where it was.
Telegram.
It might have been out here. I think this lady saw the pigs, fell down in her driveway,
So
and they
hopefully
just
that
fucking tore
works
her
for you.
apart.
Dude, who is that? I just watched this like crime files thing about this psychopath who had pigs, and she would have people come and work for her. And then if they pissed her off,
she'd throw them to the pigs.
And the pigs, like, and someone was saying, if you're walking around the pigs, you better not fall, Because if you fall down, they'll just fucking eat you.
That's like the number one way people get killed by animals on farms is pigs eat you. One woman's death by feral hog may not have been caused by the animal after all. Medical examiner determined that a feral hog killed Christine Rollins, but her daughter is skeptical because attacks by the animal are extremely rare. Wait a minute. Fucking medical this is what a confusing headline. Said one woman's death by feral hog might not have been caused by the animal after all. But the medical examiner said it was caused by the wild hog. But the daughter is saying attacks by the animal are extremely rare. Well, we'll believe the daughter.
The daughter?
Who is the daughter? The daughter could be doing anything.
Haven't you seen Charlotte's Web? These pigs would never.
What is the daughter saying? I don't understand. Why does she think that? Because they do fuck everything up. Like, especially if you fall down. Foxhole says attacks by feral hogs are extremely rare, less than 1 in a million chance, according to research data. That's why some are now suspicious that her cause of death was really due to an attack by the animal.
What?
What?
What's more
suspicious that her cause of death was really due to an attack by the animal, rather. Sorry. What's more, dogs were found lingering around Rollins' body after her death. There's really no doubt that hogs got to her body at some point. The question is whether the hog, she might have been killed by dogs. Whether something else caused her to die and the hogs came along.
Right.
That's possible. That's totally possible.
Sure.
It's definitely possible. But how old was this lady? 59?
That pig looks suspicious as fuck, man.
It depends on like what kind of 59-year-old lady you're talking about. You're talking about a lady who goes to CrossFit, or you're talking about a lady who's 59 and has diabetes. Because like if you fall down around wild pigs, I gotta think they're gonna treat you the same way domestic pigs do. If domestic pigs start eating you if you fall into the pig pen.
There's a crazy story I heard about a kid that raised a hog that it just one day turned on him. Like he's raised it his entire life. It was like his pet, like my dog is, everywhere with him. And then one day he said he tripped in the pen and it just attacked him and almost killed him.
Oh my God.
I forget. It was a crazy story. I forget even where I saw it, but it's just popping in my head now. Like I just saying it.
Horrible way to die.
Bro, could you imagine getting eaten alive by a pig?
No. No. That squeal.
But wouldn't we have it coming? How much bacon have you eaten?
A lot.
I've eaten a lot of bacon.
I've
eaten a lot of bacon.
I love
this is where the vegans get really excited.
Oh boy, I'm gonna get a lot of cute pig fucking pictures.
Vegans need to hear that lettuce scream. They should hear it scream. It screams. Screams. Lettuce screams. Yeah, all of it screams. Avocados scream. His best friend was a 250-pound warthog. Oh, it's a warthog.
A little bigger, but yeah.
Oh, well, it's an African animal. It's a different animal. I think that's like a distant cousin to a pig. They look different. They're crazy looking. You ever seen a warthog?
No.
Bro, they got like these crazy double tusks.
Dude.
Look at it. Look at that thing.
Fuck that.
Isn't that wild?
Yeah.
Look at his tusks.
Oh, this is my friend.
Yeah, that dude is not your friend. He's incapable. That's a wild beast. That is so much different than a guy raising a hog. Like if that guy raised a pig, the pig would probably never do that. That thing is a wild animal.
Yeah.
Where was this?
Texas. On their family ranch. The story about like how
it's so crazy.
I forget how
it's so crazy out here.
He called the house and someone knew what was happening.
And awesome.
It's awesome to be in a place where you could own a wild fucking warthog.
Dude, Texas, like my wife and I talk about this all the time. We're never leaving. We're like, this is home. We love it so much, man.
It's what America aspires to be.
Dude, it is. And like people are so mad at us and people bitch about it but it's like, man, I love it here so much. And I like the heat. And like weirdly, all of us are like, we're like getting healthy, man. Like it's this. In all the years at the Comedy Store, lots of changes happen among the comics. Like the time, I hope I can talk about this. I think I can. He talks about it. Like remember, like he does talk about. Bobby Lee talks about it publicly. Like the time Bobby Lee was like on pills. And
he talks about.
So he would bring all of these pills to the Comedy Store, and we all knew it. And so he was like a pharmacist. So like. Joey watching Joey just like grab a handful of just unknown Mexican fucking pharmaceuticals.
This is pre-fentanyl, dog.
Yeah.
Pre-fentanyl.
Yeah.
You could do those things back then.
Dude, and so that was I would call that a dark phase in the Comedy Store because all of us were on Bobby Lee's fucking Mexican Viking. It was a bad phase. So, but I don't think I've ever seen a phase where, like, at a comedy club, the comics are getting healthier. You know, that's a crazy thing to watch. And I think, you know, it's not just us hanging out. When I first came to Texas, and I'm not saying everyone here's healthy or any kind of bullshit like that, but you look around, like, these people are fucking healthy. Like, there's a lot of healthy, like, you know what I mean? Like tough fucking people. And
a lot of people who exercise. Yeah.
Yeah.
You just go to the lake, watch people run around the lake.
Dude, in the middle of the heat wave, before I was exercising, one of the most, like, humiliating things was just to be driving down the street and you look over and there's someone my age. It's 104 degrees and they're fucking jogging. And you know what I mean? Like, what's your excuse again? Oh, you're tired? Are you sleepy? Is it a little too fucking hot? Because there's a fucking 55-year-old. There's a 55-year-old just galloping down the burning fucking sidewalk.
Yeah.
So, yeah, dude, this place is like...
Sidewalk run is a different kind of hot, too. Because you're getting that heat radiating off of the concrete into your face.
You know Lex Friedman does that shit?
Oh, yeah, he's a psycho.
He fucking runs... Like, when I did his podcast, he's like, I'm going jogging. I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, this was in my, like, early Texas phase. So I was already, like, I walked from my car to his place and was already like, Jesus fucking Christ. Walking. And he's like, yeah, I'm going to go jog 10 miles. I'm like, what the fuck are you, man?
In this heat.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. So I think it's important to be around, like, I think that's another aspect of Texas that gets left out. Is like, there's this real, like, strength or healthy thing here that is contagious. Whereas, like, when you're in a place where everyone's all fucking sick and frail and weak and, like, you know what I mean, scared of disease, like trembling in their fucking boots, that's contagious too.
It is.
Jumps into you, man.
It 100% does. And I always wonder, like, how much of, how much of an area has the memory of all the things that have happened in that area in it. Mm-hmm. And, like, whereas Texas was the last state to enter into the Union, they've always been like, hang the fuck back, hold on. You know, we had to get through the Comanche to establish this fucking place. Like, settle down. The Texas Rangers had to go out there and cold camp and go and try to assassinate these bands of fucking killers riding horses that were just fucking up the Americans. Like, they couldn't pass. They couldn't get through. This was the spot where it was like, this place was fucked. And until they conquered it, it stayed fucked. And then they did, and now it's the whole place has a memory of that.
Yes.
There's a thing about the attitude of this place.
Yeah, dude.
It's not what people think. Like, people think they're assholes. They are the nicest, friendliest people.
Yes,
people
sir.
think they're stupid. They are some brilliant people that I've met that live out here. Dude, brilliant, normal people.
One of my neighbors was a Texas Ranger, and he is the coolest guy. And, he's an older guy now. He's retired, and he's still intimidating. And, yeah, man, he's so fucking cool, man. And, and he, I'm trying not to give away respecting his privacy. Every once in a while in the neighborhood, we would hear this boom. Sounds like a generator exploding. And, it's his cannon. He's got, a little fucking cannon, and, he likes...
He shoots a cannon in his yard?
Oh, it's little. But, he's so...
What's he shooting at?
Well, he doesn't put cannonballs in it. There's a way to do it. So, my kid, one day, he pulls up in front of my house with a truck. It's one of my kids' it just had a birthday. And he's like, do they want to see the cannon? And I'm like, I do. I know I do. And so, it was, the coolest thing ever, man. He takes his fucking cannon, little cannon. I'm looking at it. I'm like, that can't be loud. You know what I mean? He takes this little cannon. He does some crazy pirate shit with it that I still don't understand. He's knows how to operate a cannon. Boom! My kids were like, holy shit. My neighbors ran into the yard because they thought something had happened.
Well, Duncan, you've shot guns before.
Yeah.
Think about how little gunpowder is in...
Right.
A 9mm.
Right.
It's not a lot.
Right.
It's crazy loud.
Right, you're right.
It's just contained by that barrel.
Well, yeah, right. And so a cannon
shooting out that
gas
and that bullet, but it's basically the little cannon is kind of the same thing.
Well, it totally made me like, it gave me a new picture of like cannon battles on ships.
Bro, imagine how loud that was. I mean, imagine how loud that was. Like real cannons.
Yeah, dude.
Like I've been to a football game where they shoot off a cannon, but I don't know if that was like a real cannon. Like it, probably. Like the UNLV. What do they use? I mean, not UNLV. Yeah. UNLV. I blame the weed.
Dude, the
UT one. Do they have
And it's a recreation
That's
of a Civil War cannon.
a Civil War? Hey guys, let it go.
Yeah, maybe recreate an earlier cannon, guys.
How about you get to a fucking pirate cannon?
Yeah, do a pirate
Don't
cannon.
say which side, bro.
It says it fires 4 shotgun shells after every type. That's crazy.
Oh, so that's what it does? It does shotgun shells?
10 gauge blank shotgun shells.
Okay. So I guess that's probably not the sound of an actual cannon.
Look at that.
Look at that crazy.
That's a happy cannon, man.
Yeehaw. It's really loud. But the point is, I wonder, like, to shoot a cannonball, like, at a ship back then, like, how much gunpowder they use and how fucking loud was that?
Yeah.
And how deaf were those motherfuckers?
Yeah.
The dudes who had to work the cannons?
Deaf
as fuck. Deaf as fuck, dude. And how much brain damage you get just standing next to that thing? Boom!
Or the
While it's
recoil
going off.
Yeah, the recoil. If you don't get out of the way, it will fucking rip your leg off.
God, man.
Yeah, dude.
That thing is flying back, right? Didn't they have them on tracks?
Yeah, man. Yeah, it will like
so it doesn't rip out of the fucking floor. Didn't they have like cannons on tracks?
I just saw this.
Did I make that up?
That's probably how they just moved them.
No, I thought they were on tracks, like so that when they shot, they would slide back and not rip the floor apart.
I just saw that John Adams doc on Netflix. I think it's on Netflix. I don't know what it's on, but there was like a cannon battle in a ship, and like a dude just gets his fucking leg ripped off because it goes back into him. It's dude,
isn't it crazy that seems crazy to us? But like, how many people died in cannon battles, as opposed to like when Israel bombs Gaza?
Dude,
like how many people are like a bomb, which we do right now? It seems so much more brutal than cannon battles. Like cannon battles seem like really ineffective. They probably sucked.
Yeah.
Like how far did that cannonball go? Like how good were they at judging it?
Here we go.
This is what a cannon's like. Damn. So yeah, see how it slides back? It's on wheels.
Yep.
And then there's a rope that catches it.
Yeah, dude.
Imagine life back then. And they thought that was the shit. That was like a fucking iPhone 16. Bro, I got a cannon.
Yeah.
We used to have to go up to the boat, jump in, hack everybody to death, light it on fire. Now
you sink it.
You shoot it from over here.
Incredible.
You don't even have to jump on the boat.
Amazing.
Yes.
Yeah, man, I'll tell you though, with all the shit that's going on right now, I know everyone's freaked out, but the reason I'm hopeful is not because of like the bombings and the deaths, obviously. It's the outcry. Like when in history has there been this level of outcry? Like, no, what are you doing? Stop. Like, to me, like that's the sign that human consciousness is like evolving to value life in a way that maybe we didn't value before, because like there have been infinite wars, and like including like how many people did we fucking bomb? How many civilians did we fucking kill when we were fucking bombing Iraq? How many? No, it's a lot, right?
Well, they don't know like the full number. You get two different people's numbers, but they think that it's somewhere in the neighborhood of 1 million people died.
Right. So
right? Is that correct? Is that, I think it's also like deaths that they attribute to things that happened because of the war. But I think it led to 1 million innocent deaths, or somewhere in that range. I think that was the high end.
But there was an outcry over that war, but
it's not the same as this.
But
right, if you think about the numbers, like I think it's also the access that we have now to cell phone footage and how good it is and how quickly it gets posted. But that's relatively recently, you know?
Yeah.
Like, that's the real abilities of these phones, like to make videos like they do now. How long has that been going on?
You're right.
10 years?
You're right.
You know? 100,000.
66,000 civilians.
210,296 civilian deaths from violence. 109,000 deaths, including 66,081 civilian. That's weird. Like, I don't understand what they're saying there. What's that?
It just pulled that section from the middle of this whole thing.
Civilian deaths from violence. Does that mean war? Like, what does that mean? So that's civilians that were killed entirely by war, or is that civilians that died just from violence?
Well,
any kind of violence.
Yeah.
Like stabbing your neighbor.
But this is like, Carlin does jokes about this. This is what's really insidious about this shit. It's like, it's war.
Yeah.
Say it's fucking war. It's like the violence. It's the violence is related to war. So don't say from violence. Say from fucking war, because that's what war does. And
you know, it's really crazy looking at dead human numbers. Go put that back up, please. When you're looking at the number, 210,296 civilian deaths from violence. When you look at that number, it's so two-dimensional. You don't get an understanding of how insanely evil that number really is.
Yeah.
210,296 people that didn't have to die.
How many memories?
That died because someone wanted to do something and got a group of people to go and do their bidding, and they all were authorized to shoot people.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
This is a crazy thing that we still do as human beings. And the problem is, I don't see a way out of it, because terrorists are real, criminals are real, bad people are real.
Right.
This is the world we're living in. Unless you take mushrooms. We got to get mushrooms legal for the entire country, the whole country.
Yeah. And
just force them down everybody's throat.
Dude.
Force people to do mushrooms. Do it for everyone else.
That's our robots. That's
for everyone else.
Our robot fucking like a bird. It just pokes its fucking thing in your mouth and sprays psilocybin in there.
Can you imagine if AI forced us all to take psilocybin?
Oh, what a horrible day that would be.
Could you imagine if like that was AI's solution? AI was like, human beings actually they developed their consciousness through this sort of relationship that they had with cubensis mushrooms. Yeah. And this is the facts, and this is how we know, and this is why the doubling of the human brain size is such an anomaly, and it aligns with the Terence McKenna's theories about how the grasslands receded. Yeah. You know,
it's an upgrade.
Or the rainforest receded into grasslands, and people started eating cow shit bugs and cow shit mushrooms, and then they started thinking about things different.
Oh my God!
Imagine if the AI tells us that's how. So you just need to keep going. The AI would say,
"Yeah,
you guys like quit." Like, you know, you got your purple belt and you're like, try to get an injury. And you backed out.
Go deeper.
Go deeper.
You need to go a little deeper.
Little deeper.
A little bit.
And if AI just like tells people like this is what you really should be taking. Like, imagine if like instead of mushrooms, especially psilocybin, instead of it being something that terrifies people and that makes people think, oh my God, you take it, you're going to lose your mind. You take it, you're going to be a fucking loser. Imagine if it was actually scientifically proven that it does make you smarter and it makes you more effective at being a person, and that these are the right doses. Imagine if AI just starts spitting out doses in order to gain this percentage of increase in cognitive ability.
Fucking best.
You can get this percentage of increase in empathy at this dose for this many days, and it just starts like engineering human beings. Through psilocybin.
You know, one of the things Ram Dass said, which I love, is when they would ask him things like, how did this happen to you? How do you get like to be this benevolent like thing that is radiating love all the time, which he was? He goes, I trusted the mushroom. And he meant it, dude. Wow. And because I don't know that we get a Ram Dass without psilocybin, like, because that, like, there's a beautiful famous story of him hanging out with Tim Leary and some other like luminaries, and they had synthetic psilocybin, and that was pretty much like the real beginning of his like path. And like I'm a little skeptical about this concept because I worry that because I've met people who are really into psychedelics who are like somehow it went the opposite direction. They're really kind of egoic.
Yeah.
They're into the dosage and how many times
they're very guru-like.
They become guru.
Yeah.
But and by the way, guru isn't always bad.
Not always.
But they become narcissistic.
Yeah.
They become power gurus, more like sorcerers and
cult leaders.
And so like I worry that, because everyone's like, what if we just gave Putin a shit ton of mushrooms? It's like, well, it's going to go one of two ways. Like, it's going to be like where he just like is like, oh my fucking God. Oh my fucking God. I thought I was Russian. I'm an earthling. What the fuck was I thinking? I was conditioned. This is brainwashing. I got brainwashed by culture. And it's over, guys. No more of this shit. I retire. I'm moving to fucking Hawaii, whatever. But like, or it goes the other way, which is like, oh, God wants me to fire nuclear missiles. We don't know. Roll the dice.
Right.
Roll the dice. So, yeah, but I do think if we're looking at like massive, like instantaneous shifts in planetary consciousness, psychedelics, definitely one of the ways. Like, have you heard of the Brotherhood of Eternal Love?
No, but I don't like the way it sounds.
I think you'd like them.
Just the name. It's like, that sounds like the bad people in some really corny movie.
It does.
Brotherhood of Eternal Love.
We're the Brotherhood of Eternal Love.
Speaking of which, I saw a really good movie last night.
What?
What it is? I think it's called Late Night with the Devil.
Squirrely?
It's about it's a 2024 movie about a talk show host
He's
in
a really nice
1977
guy.
that has this girl
To be honest with you,
come on the show, and it's
I'd
like
say the
really
same about
done.
you. While I've
like,
never met
like
you
it
guys
looks
in real
like in
life, I know you
1977.
both.
And the girl's possessed.
Me
and it, like, it
I
builds,
would
man.
recommend you
Dude,
to hang
it's so
out or,
fucking
live with
good.
Have
each
you
other.
seen this?
Yes.
And,
Oh, you loved it, right?
Dude, I loved it.
It's great.
It's so good.
Late Night with the Devil, officially. I think it just came out a couple months ago. Must have just went straight to being streamed. But it's fucking good, man.
And that's good casting, dude. All of it, like that. The host is so much like that level talk show host from that time period, and it's scary, and it's fucking good.
Yeah, it's solid.
Highly recommend.
Yeah, it was solid. It was really solid.
Solid, dude. And dude, you know what I just saw? That and I was super skeptical about this one, but it's not bad. The Pope's Exorcist. Have you seen that? Dude, I know. I had the same thinking. My brother-in-law, who's got like really good taste in movies, and like he's like, it's actually not that bad. It's a little cheesy. It's fucking good, dude.
Really?
Yes, it's very good, and like, but stupid, but good.
I think it's beautiful.
You know what I mean? Like,
it's likely out of my budget
This
right
is
now.
the Pope's Exorcist?
Yeah, and I usually don't get into Russell Crowe. I don't get into Exorcist movies usually. Why do they all fucking turn their head like that? But what's interesting is this guy, the Pope, has an exorcist, and he wrote a bunch of fucking books. And so it's kind of drawing from like stories of this guy doing exorcisms, and it's fascinating, man. It's really interesting.
Did you say Squirrely contacted you back or no?
The greatest deception ever.
Okay. He will.
Demonic possession was real, and we were all mocking it, and then one day you saw it. You actually saw it. You're like, oh no, it's real,
dude. I think it is real. Like, I think we've just come up with new words for it. But have you ever had this happen? I'm gonna get made fun of this. Have you ever had this happen? Like, have you ever been like super high? You're walking down the street, you pass somebody having a psychotic episode, and they start saying what you're thinking. Have you ever had that happen?
No.
I have.
Really?
Yeah.
What were you thinking though? I'm hot. Was it 100 degrees out?
I feel crazy. I was thinking, I feel crazy. I feel crazy. I'm hot.
You're like, oh my God, he knows he can read my mind.
I'm too high right now.
He can read my mind.
No, it was like, he was like, kind of like, he was like garbling out like shit. I think I was thinking about like, I mean, obviously any of this stuff, it's not scientific. Obviously it's not scientific.
Wait a minute, you're not a scientist.
I am a scientist. I am actually, I am a fucking scientist. I study rainbows. I study the power of rainbows to heal animals.
There's, I forget who posted it up, but there's some video of all these college kids talking about, it went viral, all these college kids talking about what their degree was in. And all these woke kids with these ridiculous degrees, like what they studied.
Yeah, man. Dude, very expensive to get those fucking degrees.
It is a hilarious video because it's like, how does anybody not see that is a massive waste of your time? Like, what have you done? You have been tricked. You have been tricked into getting a degree in nonsense.
Dude.
And you write papers in nonsense and books on nonsense.
But yeah, aside from that, you know what you've really been tricked into? You've become a fucking vassal of the banks. Like, you are eternally indebted to the structures that you are opposing. It's like, so you spent how much again? Like $180,000 to get to major in like communist studies? Great. Okay. You're late on your payment, motherfucker. You gotta pay us now. I mean,
not only that, it's the ultimate mafia group. Like they want your money no matter what. Even if Social Security, fuck you, pay me. Yes. They're the ultimate fuck you, pay me people.
Fuck you, pay me.
You can't. Apparently, we talked about this before, but apparently there are certain circumstances under which there's a certain type of bankruptcy that will allow you to evade that. But I wonder what that is.
It's suicide.
Dug into it before in the podcast, but I don't understand enough to interrupt him.
Yeah, I remember us talking about it. I don't understand it either.
Dude, this is like, man, well, we've definitely talked about this before, but rest in peace, David Graeber. Wrote a great book called Bullshit Jobs. Brilliant mind, man. Brilliant mind. But he basically talks about how, like, so the idea is, I'm going to go to college. Oh, discharge. Sorry. No problem, man.
Discharge and bankruptcy. If you declare bankruptcy and then the bankruptcy court determines repaying your loans would cause undue hardship, your loans can be discharged. How many times does that happen? Zero. It's like, it's legal as long as this judge decides.
I'm sorry, but repaying your loans always produces undue fucking hardship. It sucks to pay back loans. It sucks. It always sucks. I want a fucking nice computer. I want a boat. I want a swimming pool.
Yeah.
Like,
for example, several types of loans associated with education expenses are dischargeable in bankruptcy, like most other types of unsecured consumer debt. These types of loans for education expenses are not subject to the more difficult standard and extra step. These loans could include, for example, loans where the loan amount was higher than the cost of the attendance, such as tuition, books, rooms, and board, which can occur when a loan is paid directly to a consumer. Loans paid for education. So that means they could do it. They could forgive you if the loan amount was higher than the cost of attendance. Is that what it's saying? Or is it saying it's going to pay you the difference? Like you could deduct the difference when you get bankruptcy.
I don't know.
Loans to pay for education at places that are not eligible for Title IV funding include unaccredited colleges, a school in a foreign country. So much for your wizard university, Duncan. Yeah, you can't go bankrupt with your wizard degree. You still have to pay it.
Are you fucking getting I'm up to my neck in debt for this shit?
It says you have to pay it.
And also, it's like...
It's unaccredited.
But the rainbow thing, it's like something's changed in the Earth's atmosphere because it's not healing anymore.
It's an unaccredited wizard school. You know, you went cheap, and now you're fucked.
Well, I'm sorry, Joe. Not everybody was born a billionaire like you.
I wasn't born a billionaire.
I know you weren't. I'm joking.
I don't think that wizard stuff is good anyway. I think I think you're toying with the devil. Just like that late night show. I'm that little bald guy.
Okay.
That was like in the show. That's me. Where I'm like, hey, you're messing with something.
Can I ask you something?
Yes.
Where did the devil come from?
That's a good question.
Did God make the devil?
What a mean trick.
Right.
Imagine, do you need the devil? Is it symbolic of what we need in this life? Like, do we need to see what's happening in Palestine in order to reassess the way we behave as a civilization? Do we need crime to get out of hand before we realize that law and order is important,
right?
And that we really need to like figure out a way to stop crime at its root source. This is disenfranchise people. Do we really need something like maybe that's the only way we learn? That's maybe there's like, you know, like lottery winners, they don't do well, dude. They don't do well because they didn't learn.
Right.
They just got all this money like, wow, and then they're doing blow, and they're on a fucking yacht, and it's gone. That's gone. And now you're mad, and everybody's mad at you, and you didn't invest in the business with your uncle.
Yeah.
And everybody's pissed at you.
So you're asking, do we need the devil?
I wonder if you need a bad and a good. I wonder if you need something. I wonder if you need to see 200,000+ dead people and just have that number in your head and just try to picture what that looks like. I wonder if we need that
resistance
in order to realize, yes, that there's like, you don't grow without resistance. Like we're thinking of it as just plain, this is life, but we're in the middle of a process.
Yeah.
We're in the middle of a process. Everyone understands this and no one thinks about it.
Right.
We are in the middle of this intellectually evolutionary process.
Yeah.
And there's something that's funny that I said those two words in such a goofy way. Intellectual.
I liked it.
Evolution. But there's a thing going on where we're assuming that civilization is going to be better all the time. And we're always going to get better all the time, which is really interesting because no other animal does that. There's not another animal alive that says we only killed, 47 zebras this year. Next year, we're fucking cranking it up. We're going to be better and more efficient.
Yeah.
We want to be better at everything. We want to be better at our industry. We want to be better at fixing our infrastructure. We want to be better at housing.
Yeah.
We want to be better all the time. Like there's this constant push for progress.
Right.
And if you just step back and look at where it's going with this train wreck of AI happening at the same time that's going on, it's like, oh, we were fueling this.
Yeah.
We were fueling the takeover. We were buying iPhones.
Dude, I think this is so funny you're mentioning this because honestly, it's so embarrassing. This is so dumb. I don't care. I'm wearing a robot outfit. At the gym yesterday, I'm working out and I've started listening to classic gospel music.
Whoa.
It is so good. If you're having a shitty day, it doesn't matter if you're not Christian, just fucking listen to it. It's so upbeat and like it makes you happy and it's kind of magical. But like, so I'm at the gym and I'm thinking about Jesus because I've been listening to gospel music. And like, I was thinking like, oh, like maybe the idea as far as like the devil goes, because I always wonder that. Who made the devil? Why did God make the devil? Why is there a devil? Is there a devil? Is it just a fucking symbol for something? But I realized like, oh, like, that stupid song, if you love somebody, set them free.
Yeah.
So it's like the idea being, I'm making you, you're sentient. And I'm setting you free. And I'm setting you free in a fucking universe where there's collectivized evil. There's some kind of like somatics. There's some kind of thing that forms, which will fuck you up. And because I love you, I'm going to let you figure it out. And then from that perspective, and also if there is some super intelligence and somehow in the universe, there's a bifurcation or something that's centered on the self instead of others that has an intelligence to it, to really like fucking flex to that thing. You're like, okay, I'm just going to give you these things that I love so much. And if you win, if you corrupt my creation fully, then you win. I was wrong. But I don't think you are. I don't think it's going to happen. Because inevitably, whatever it is, you take a psychedelic. For me, whenever I take psychedelics, too many, right away I start thinking about how selfish I am. I start thinking like, dude, like, it hurts. It hurts to be jealous. It hurts to not help. It hurts to be so cherishing of myself. And anytime I'm not doing that, I'm so happy.
Yeah.
Like, so, but to force that out, you can't force that onto somebody. They have to stumble upon it somehow. And there's that's Christianity. They
don't get it unless they feel it.
That's it. And so like to let these things that theoretically, I'm talking about from Christian cosmology, that you love more than anything else, to fuck it, which, by the way, like in the Garden of Eden story, when God is crying, like God says something like, "Where are you?" to Adam and Eve. And apparently the original translation, that crying out is the way of, like, you know, if you ever lost your kid at a playground, it's that. It's not like, "Where are you, slaves?" It's like when you're calling for your kids. Whoa. So yeah, it's heavy, man. And so yeah, I feel like that maybe the whole thing is designed for us individually to stumble upon that basic truth that underneath the shell is love, and the love wants to express itself, and love doesn't express itself by saying me, me, me, me, me, me, me. Love is always like, "I love you. What can I do for you? Let me help you." It's like the person swimming into the lake for no reason to get that last person who fucking was in a car accident and they drown. You know, they get the person to safety, they die. This is, to me, I think that's the devil. That's why it's there. It might be real. I think as a term of convenience, it's great, but it's like, holy shit, man! Like,
as an inclination, it's real, right? Like whether or not you murder a baby because the devil made you do it, or because some other force that is just like the devil, that just happens to be a part of human beings.
Yeah.
That in violent rages, they could do horrific things. And then on top of that, also intentionally evil, just like chimpanzees.
Yeah.
I mean, chimpanzees do it. Do we think the devil's invading the chimps when they're doing it? Or do we think that this is some bygone, some leftover shit that's in our DNA that can go sideways and allow people to become serial killers, or allow people to become assassins?
I think it's a semantics argument. I think it's like, it's an identification of a possibility in a human life. There is a possibility in a human life to make a series of shitty decisions. And those shitty decisions lead you into darker and darker and darker experiences of reality. And the darker your experience of reality, the more likely you are to make a shitty decision, because, like, you've gotten yourself into fucking debt. You went to wizard school. You've got you studied fucking rainbow magic. It doesn't seem to be real. No one's coming to your clinic. Now you're like, $800,000 in fucking debt. And now what are you going to fucking do? Like, you got to figure out a way to make money. So how are you going to make the fucking money? Well, you find some scam or some shit, right? And then the next thing you know, now you're like lying to people. And now that you're lying to people, you have to keep fucking lying to people. And then you start lying to yourself. And then you get lost in a maze of self-deception that leads you into lower and lower and lower levels of consciousness, until the next thing you know, you're in fucking jail, or you're dead, you're killing somebody. And so like, you call it whatever you want to fucking call it, but this entropic reality in human existence is very fucking real. And the message of all the great lineages, whether it's Hinduism, Christianity, Buddhism, is at any given moment in that hell state you've gotten yourself into, there is a way to get the fuck out. You don't have to be in hell. It's like what C.S. Lewis says: the gates of hell are locked from the inside. There's a fucking way out. It's so good, dude. It's so good. It's so good.
That's such a good one.
And that's why I love Jesus. That's why I love the message of Christianity.
Why don't you look into Jesus?
Praise
He
God.
got the answers. You've heard that song, right?
Yeah, dude.
That song is fucking great.
It shows up on my gospel playlist.
Isn't it weird that guy, like, that was it? That was his song. It's just like this one song that was a banger, but you listen to the rest of them, you're like, oh.
Dude, I know. That sucks.
Oh, God, man.
That's the worst.
There's a few of those guys that we find. You know Johnny Thunder? You know that song, I'm Alive?
No.
Bro, I played that song for so many fucking people, including musicians. You know? I played it for Zach Bryan. He was like, ooh. Like, you hear it, and people are like, God damn. And it's from 1969.
One hit wonder.
Dude, I don't even think it was a hit. There was another version of it that his version of I'm Alive was a cover of. And it was better than the original version. And it was so good. You're like, if this guy can make this song, somebody needs to write for him, man. This guy's a star.
Oh,
this guy's got bangers. I mean, this was a fucking tremendous song. And it was just one.
Dude, I know. It's like, it's got to be so scary, man. Like,
oh, yeah.
You know, when you make a great movie and then you got to make your next movie.
Oh, yeah.
And, like, it's got to be fucking good. Like, say you make that movie, what's it called? Deus Ex Machina. You know that movie?
Yeah.
And you're like, I got to make another movie, and then you're like Civil War, and oh fuck. I'm sorry.
That is the guy, right?
Man, I'm sorry, Alex. Like, by the way, you're brilliant. Like I get it. Like the attempt, I get it. And who knows? You never know what happened in the process. And like, man, I feel like now that this is so. I've started doing video, and I'm recognizing just like how hard it is just to like get the lighting right for my dumbass sitting there rambling. Like anyone who makes a fucking movie is a genius fucking wizard. So I do feel, and all the people that come together.
Some of them just don't work out the way they want.
They just don't work out. They just don't work out.
That's how it is. Like pilots for TV shows. It's for sketches that people create.
Yeah.
You know.
But like I think doing a video podcast and then critiquing a great director is pretty fucked up, man. And a lot of people like the movie, but you try to dig yourself out. I just feel bad. I feel bad. Like no, but god damn, it was horrible. It was so bad.
That's hilarious.
It was so bad. Yeah.
Oh my god, that's funny.
Yeah.
I'm glad I didn't see it.
No, you're lucky you didn't.
You've been watching The Gentleman on Netflix?
No, what's that?
Oh, dude. It's a Guy Ritchie series on Netflix. It's fucking amazing.
What is it?
It's about these weed growers in the UK.
Cool.
I don't want to give away any more of it, but it's basically the movie The Gentleman. I don't know if you ever saw the movie, but this is the same world that the movie takes place in, just with different characters.
Cool.
It's fucking great, man. It's a great show. I think it has like 6 episodes. Or how many episodes does it have? 8?
There's some good movies coming out right now, man. It's kind of awesome. We went through like a pretty rough cinema drought. I don't know. Do you remember?
COVID. I mean, you got to think about how many movies get drawn up. They get funded. COVID hits. Everything gets shut down.
And
then everybody loses money. No one's going to the movies anymore.
Yeah.
Everything's fucked.
Yeah.
So you have to wait for forever before things get back on track.
Yeah.
Things start getting profitable again, and they start making Dune 2. You know?
God,
they start making. I haven't seen it, but I heard it's awesome. They start making movies like that. They start making banger movies again.
Dude, Dune 2 is so fucking good. I watched it with Hassan, and dude, I was like, you know that like you get bliss, and movies are so good, and you're the right amount of stoned, and like you realize like, oh my god, it's only been 30 fucking minutes, and this is already the most insanely beautiful thing I've ever seen in my fucking life. The soundtrack, when you look up how they made the soundtrack for that movie, it is insane, man. Everything about it is like, they had throat singing in it. They've got like that. It's so cool, dude. Did you read the books?
No.
Books are so good. The first one, honestly, the second one I struggle with, but the first one is.
Wait a minute, what book?
Dune.
No, I didn't read that.
Frank Herbert. It's one of the best sci-fi books ever.
I think I read one of those. Did they make them into like comic books, like really nice comic books?
Probably.
Did they?
But you can't.
I never got into the first one, the first movie. So when the second one came around, I was like,
oh, dude.
I keep hearing it's amazing.
The second one's better than the first, and the first was great if you're like a Dune nerd, which I am. But like,
you're a Dune nerd.
Oh, I'm a Dune nerd. I've been reading that book since. Interesting. Dude, the spice melange, and like, but the way first of all, Frank Herbert was a mycologist. The guy who wrote Dune. Did you know that? He's like a really Stamets talks about it. Like,
yeah. Whoa. Duncan, this is what's going to happen when Trump wins. Robert De Niro is right. Robert De Niro is right, Duncan. Do you want to line up and lose all your rights? And he never leaves the White House. And you have throat singing on the Capitol Hill steps. Throat singing.
It's so funny. I was like, dude, that sounds awesome. Make America great again.
Everybody sneaks in, gets a gun.
Raises in the morning. Raises in the morning.
Sneak in, we'll give you money. Sneak in, vote for us.
Dude, yeah. So like there's always theories about Dune, but the blue eyes. So you eat this spice melange that like that you need it for space travel. It's only produced on the story, but like the blue eyes. So there's a theory because Frank Herbert was a mycologist. The blue eyes represent psilocybin, and like that was his melange is like psilocybin, and like dude. And he apparently, I think it's San Fran. He was living on a boat next to Alan Watts.
Oh,
and they were fucking friends. So a lot of the like you remember the Gum Jabbar, the needle that witch puts to Paul Atreides' neck to say like they want to find out if you're human. So you put your hand in this box that if you pull your fucking hand out of the box, she stabs you with this needle. It kills you because you're not human. Who gives a fuck? And so Gom Jabbar. Gom is in Tibetan Buddhism is the name for meditation. So there's all these like clearly he was pals with Alan Watts, and he like weaves a lot of the language in it is like the daughter in the womb. I think her name's Aliyah, which is like a Buddhist term for like the emptiness, for a state of pure consciousness. And so it's a deep book, is my point. And you would love it. It's so
it inspired Star Wars, right? Didn't we just talk about this? We did, right?
Nothing might know more about that, but they came from the same thing, I think.
What do you mean?
Dune and Star Wars came from the same place. Like they both were inspired by the same thing. I asked that question out loud.
I thought we talked about it the other day. Did we not talk about it on the podcast? Okay, we did, right? But I think it was Dune came before Star Wars, and then Star Wars was written by different people.
I don't know. I think Dune predates Star Wars.
Dune predates Star Wars. We talked about it the other day. What is the whole story though? What were you trying to say? I didn't understand what you're saying.
They both. I had asked that out loud. I said, "Isn't Dune just Star Wars? Is a Dune ripoff?" And then I dug into it, and it says that they both, both creators took similarities and inspiration from the same original source.
I think
what's the original source?
I'm trying to read as I'm talking. That's what
so there's something else. There was an original story like that.
I'm sorry,
it's like a short story.
Dune is influenced probably. It's like it's like the greatest sci-fi book if you ask me, and it's influenced all sci-fi. It's so fucking good, dude. And did you see David Lynch's Dune?
No.
Oh man, you gotta watch. Sting is in David Lynch's Dune, and like,
but I did see it. That was the original one, right? The Lynch one was the original one.
Yeah, and
I didn't get into it.
No, well, it was massively criticized because like there have been attempts to do Dune. This famous guy Jodorowsky, there's a whole documentary on his idea for Dune. David Lynch takes on the project, and where the Dune we have now succeeds, where he failed, is they broke the book into 2 movies.
Every sci-fi property you love is based on Foundation.
Interesting.
Isaac Asimov's Foundation series is widely understood to be the inspiration for Star Wars, Dune, and even The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Huh.
Wow. You know, one of the things about the new Dune is the people look grimy.
Right.
They look like they're really in that world. There was a thing about those old Dunes that I couldn't get into because everybody looked too clean. Everybody looked like they just stepped right out of wardrobe. I just didn't, you know what I'm saying? Like, you see that when the guy's throat singing and those people, they're walking down and everybody's dirty.
Yeah, it's cool.
They're grimy. You're living a crazy, fucked up, hard-ass life.
Yeah, and like in the book, he, like what they, even in the newest one, I don't think they convey, like he writes about the smell in those sieges in the underground, like in the caves that the Fremen are living in. He talks about the smell of the BO in there, like just all of these people living underground and the stink of that. But dude, did you see that video of David Lynch eating this girl's panties?
What? No. For real?
Yeah.
Why is he doing that?
Jamie?
Do you want one of these? You want a Lucy?
Yeah, let me spit this thing out. Renegade Rogue.
Sorry,
Thank you. Hey, do you know the Zenspiracy? Do you know about this? We're all being accused of secretly being sponsored by Zen.
Yeah.
This is the funniest shit. Okay, watch this. This is crazy.
Okay.
This being dedicated to Deb.
That doesn't seem real.
Is that not real?
That's AI, bro.
God damn it! I don't know, man.
Looking forward to this.
When was it posted?
Yeah, no, look, this is just I did see multiple videos or versions of the video too. It just looked like his mouth was moving.
I mean, I hope it's real.
Thank you very much. They're still warm. Okay, now, very warm, as a matter of fact, cinema. Okay, and now, the deal is, I'm going to put these panties in my mouth and pronounce WMM's full username. Are you ready?
He's a genius.
What the fuck, dude?
I love him.
Okay, that's probably one of them frequencies that called the devil. Like that sound, that's probably what the devil responds to. If you have a mouthful of panties, you try to read anything, the devil's like, I got you. I got you now.
That's a song of God.
There's a sound that you make, like a sound you make with a mouthful of panties. Like just imagine, it would just demons just summon, and they're like, we were waiting for you to open the portal. Like you have to make that sound. Like the only way to make that sound is to be such a depraved fuck. Do you have someone's panties stuffed in your mouth?
May I stop you there? I don't think it's depraved to shove a beautiful woman's panties
I don't
in
either, but the devil thinks that it is, and God thinks it is. So if they agree, like this is an opportunity to go after him. Look, this guy's out there eating people's underwear.
Let me tell you.
He's not going to solve the world's problems. He's so crazy, he's eating underwear.
Why does everybody want to solve the world's problems? Let's shove
We're all in this together, Duncan.
I want to eat panties.
We are on the production line for AI, and you're not doing your part.
Dude, listen, if there is a Satan, he doesn't want us to put panties in our mouth. That's what the devil would really be. The devil would really be anti-panties in mouth and like be like, don't ever.
He would want you on Adderall, and he'd want you working 24 hours a day.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. The devil doesn't want us. The devil hates David Lynch. If there is a devil, he doesn't like David Lynch.
Right, because he's having fun. Stuffing warm panties in his mouth.
Yeah.
Ugh. Happened in 2002 or 3.
Back when it was legal.
What if that was illegal?
What if we fucking develop laws for panty eating? Like, enough. We've summoned too many demons. It's like people just realize that all you have to do is fucking hold hands with mouthfuls of panties, and if the two of you are talking at the same time, you get summon a super demon.
Dude, like it is kind of. I mean, like that wasn't like a dainty panty. Like
no, he stuffed a real panty in it. That wasn't a G-string.
That was
huge
like
it had a little bit of a back to it.
Like, and then to still be able to talk.
Oh yeah, what a genius! He's so good.
He's so good.
Really good at talking,
dude. He's the best.
Oh Lord, the portal's open.
Twin Peaks was great.
Creatures hiding in your closet. David, thank you for bringing me. Thank you, David.
I have an idea for your next
What are you
film.
talking about? The sound you make with a mouth of bat.
Dude, yeah, well, I mean, look, this is the thing. Like, David Lynch is one of the great artists alive today. And this thing where we expect artists to behave like normal people.
Yeah, I don't expect that at all.
It's fucking not you, but you read the comments and people are like,
oh, they're so mad at him, I'm sure.
But
I don't have to read it. But that's just what it is. And it's also not representative, I think, of a real number of actual people. The problem is, it's like whenever you do a survey, people say, oh, the survey says, like, no, you don't get a real percentage. I don't give a fuck what your study says. You only get 100% of the people that are on your survey are so fucking dumb that they reply to surveys.
Yes.
This is not everybody.
Exactly.
It's not even close.
Exactly.
It's just like comments. Who the fuck leaves comments? How do you have time?
I think about that.
Unless you're like, good job, congratulations, being nice. Who has time?
Yeah.
If you do, there's no chance you're devoting the proper amount of time to things in your life that you should.
Right.
So it's this massive distraction, and you get these arguments online that distract you from the failures in your real life. But that is representative in a lot of people's minds to how people think about whatever this person posted or whether this political argument that people are having about things. But that's not real. And then you've got the algorithm manipulation we were talking about, which is even more crazy.
Right.
Like now, not only do you have the most complaining fucking people complaining, but you have the algorithm showing things that are going to piss you off. Like, look at this fucking... And the phone's going to know that you took a screenshot of the comment and you sent it to me. And I'm like, wow, what a dick. And I'll send it to other people. I'll send people a link. Look at this moron. He's arguing people in the comments.
That's it.
And that's what happens.
Yep. And that's a storm. That's a neurological hurricane sweeping through brains around the planet. Amygdala's fucking squirting fucking cortisol.
Anger, teams, fucking getting ready to do battle. For fucking what?
Yeah, dude.
For what? What are you arguing about?
So this is, I've heard, I don't know if you've heard about this. Like there's the kids now, I'm 50, so I could say that for sure. The kids now are apparently, there's a whole new thing where they're putting their phones down. There's this whole thing where they're just like, fuck this. My phone is
really?
Yes, that's what I heard. That like
you're dealing with a lot of weird kids though.
Well, I'm not dealing with any kids. Like my friend,
you deal with hippies. They got fucking straw hats on. They're in the woods barefoot.
Yeah, well, but I like
tie-dyed mushroom shirts on.
If you think about it, like what do kids tend to do? Like what I did, rebel. And so like you're like, God help you. Let's imagine you're raised by like an influencer mom. God help you. So your whole childhood has been on camera. And if it's not on camera, you're looking at your fucking mom staring at the comments of the video she posted of you opening Christmas presents. Or you're just a standard kid and your childhood is constantly interrupted by your parents staring at their fucking phones.
Yeah.
So you get old enough, you're not going to associate phones necessarily with good feelings. And then you're like, you know what? Fuck these things. This made my parents fucking like distant. It made my parents upset. And they're just like, fuck this, which means by the way, that's scary if you want to monitor populations. Wow. Right now, we're all in fucking Orwell, like some crazy version of 1984, way more sinister than the camera in your house. It's like you're carrying it around, but suddenly these like formerly monitored populations, they just go dark because like kids are just like, I'm not going to do this. They're meeting in parks. God help us all. They're meeting in parks and they're saying things that are untraceable. No one knows what they're talking about. And so now you've got these, I
like to believe you're correct. This sounds like a movie. Phoneless. 72% of U.S. teens say they often and sometimes feel peaceful when they don't have their smartphone. 44% say it makes them feel anxious. Good for hobbies, less so for socialization. 69% of teens say smartphones make it easier for youth to pursue hobbies and interests. True, right? That's a good aspect of it. A few or 30% say it helps people their age learn good social skills. That's true. It doesn't do that, right? Parental snooping, that's a problem. Half of parents said they've looked through their teen's phone. You're going to find a lot of dicks.
The other half are liars.
About 4 in 10 parents and teens regularly arguing with one another about time spent on their phone. Nearly half of teens, 46%, say their parent is at least sometimes distracted by their phone when they're trying to talk to them. At what age do you think fellas start sending dick pics? Do you think they wait until it's legal?
Would you?
I don't think they do. So here's the thing. Like, you know, there was a girl that was charged with child pornography. I think she was 15, but she was sending naked photos of her body to other boys.
So, like, she was the pornography and the pornographer.
Right.
That's so fucked up.
Find that story. See if you can find that story. Because it was like a national outrage story. Because everybody's like, hey, man, she's fucking 15. Yeah. She's not a child porn producer. Like, this is a bastardization of the law. Like, this is just a girl who's being silly.
That's insane.
She's getting a little wild.
That's terrifying.
She might have been talked into it. Like, who the fuck knows? Like, what is...
Did she go to jail?
I don't know what the story was.
The story of a 17-year-old boy who was charged.
No. It was a girl. It was a 15.
They dropped the charges in this case.
Oh, okay. But find the one on the 15-year-old girl. Because I'm trying to remember what the the thing is
not the easiest thing to dig through looking for child porn.
No. 15-year-old girl convicted
even
for
harder.
child porn.
gotta
Can
be
you say
very
that?
careful.
Are you just scared to type it?
You got to be careful with the words you look for when you
Dude,
type in a child.
I'll Google it, you pussy.
Well,
Google's already like they're taking everything
I typed
you've
in,
ever
look,
Googled.
this is what I typed in, and I'm just showing you what popped up.
Kid charged with child porn. How about
16-year-old male?
I understand.
17-year-old.
How about Google 15-year-old girl charged with child porn? Girl. Teen girl charged with child porn. There it is.
5 years ago.
Mm-hmm. That's it. That's the girl. There's another one? There's more than one?
Yeah, there was different cases.
Revenge porn.
Oh, wait a minute. This is different. This is a 15-year-old girl is accused of requesting and sending nude photos to classmates under the identity of her ex-boyfriend. Oh, is facing multiple child porn charges.
What a demon.
She was sending them to classmates under the identity of her ex-boyfriend. Wow, how was she doing that? So she was pretending that she was him, and she was sending naked photos of herself to try to charge him for it. Oh, she was trying to nail him.
Dude, she's a monster.
Oh, look at this. She told police that she created a fake social account for revenge for the relationship ending with her ex-boyfriend. What a psycho. She also admitted she was jealous that her ex-boyfriend had been chosen to perform a solo in state finals for band.
What a
She was a crazy bitch for band camp.
monster.
Remember that movie One Time in Band
Yes.
Camp?
Wow.
What a psychopath.
She's only been on the planet 15 years and she's reached peak evil.
That is so crazy. Imagine trying to set your boyfriend up with child porn.
Oh, God damn it, dude. That is God.
But was it like
Dr. Phil K, same thing? I don't know what the story is here.
Is that the same gal?
No, probably not, because they're talking to her.
Look at that. She's got to cover her horns with fucking hair. Wow.
Ooh, I think she was in Late Night with the Devil.
Wow, dude.
That's so crazy that someone could be that evil at that age.
Yeah. Well,
it's such a crazy. But then again, you ever see that movie City of God? It's the gang movie from Brazil.
Oh yeah,
from the favelas.
Whew, yeah.
I say it's like one of the wildest gang movies I've ever seen in my life. It's probably the wildest.
Yeah.
Now that's based on real life in the favelas in some places. So that's people really living that way. Like you got to imagine you just become a sociopath at a very early age. You become a psychopath at a very early age. It's the only way to stay alive.
Yep.
And then what did this lady go through? Or she's so conniving. She's going to set up fake social media accounts.
Yeah.
And then get her boyfriend accused of child porn.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. How distanced are you from like the fact
that devious?
Very fucking devious.
Devious.
Dude, if you read The Painted Bird.
No.
Don't. I mean, it's so good, but it's the most it's like it doesn't matter if you do spoilers for old books, but like one of the scenes, it's about a kid wandering, I think it's World War II. He's lost his parents and he's got to he's just wandering through the countryside and seeing just the most horrific shit you've ever seen and surviving. But he watches these villagers take a woman and shove a bottle into her pussy and then stomp on her pussy to break the bottle inside of her. Yeah, dude. It's that's not even the worst thing in the book. But so this innocent kid just is witnessing all of it, and it's talking about what you're talking about. It's like basically analyze. It's sort of like showing where does evil come from? Are people born evil? Well, statistically, some people are born sociopaths. We know that, but it's a relatively small part of the population. But where does it come from? And inevitably, it comes from trauma that a kid is enduring, and then you have to survive, just like you're saying. You were programmed to fucking survive.
it's self-perpetuating. It's going to continue because
Yeah.
they're all going to see people murdered. It's like people living in gang-infested neighborhoods in America. Same thing.
Yeah, it's
If you're
contagion.
seeing it happen all the time and it's affecting all those families, it's going to just keep rate. The kids are going to go into it. They see the drug dealer rolls by in a nice car. Everybody else is a sucker for getting on the train. And then everybody's in. And then next thing you know, you're dead. And then it just keeps going. And you have kids that are raised without you. And then you're sorry.
Ooh. And then what do you do? So then what happens? The reaction to the contagion is
It is in the middle of the night for me.
you other that person. So now you see like the person in full bloom of evil, and you look at that person, you're like, that's a fucking monster. But you can't go back and look at like their childhood, because if you start going back and looking at their childhood, you're like, Jesus Christ, they're right. But you can't think about that. To fully like monsterify somebody, you gotta fucking forget how they became the monster. And then this is where you end up with a very non-nuanced system of dealing with the contagion, which will produce more contagion. Like this just spreads the fucking evil all over the fucking place. And I agree with you, man. Like I don't know the solution, but I know, but in like this is where imaginary numbers came up with, in math. It's like you don't need to know the solution. Put an X there. It's like clearly this is a fucking problem. We've got this people who like are horrifically traumatized, and then have made shitty decisions where they've got to commit to being some violent, monstrous, thieving piece of shit, and rationalize it and justify it. But this is if we could fix this problem, and I don't think the way we fix the fucking problem is dropping bombs on people. You're not fixing the problem. Like if the answer to evil is more evil, what the fuck? It's like a never ending, it's like scratching poison ivy. It's not going to go away.
Right.
And
it actually makes more. Like this is the thing that people are talking about, this the Israel Hamas thing. Like how many, who is it that told us about this, the math? The way killing like terrorist math goes. Was it Dave Smith? Probably Dave Smith. Sounds like something Dave Smith would talk about. But essentially, like if one terrorist dies, it doesn't equal. You don't like lose a terrorist. You gain 10 because all the people that he's connected to, they all become radicalized. They all want to. You killed their friend. You killed their family member. You killed their son. They all. So you gain more terrorists.
Dude, it's the worst fucking problem ever, man. Because whenever no matter how horrific the monster is, or how like whatever it is, I try to like not be afraid to put myself in the position of whatever the fucking thing is. And in this case, we've got two sides that right now seem to be being equally vilified by different groups of people, right? But man, dude, let me tell you something. If my fucking kid got blown up by a fucking bomb, right? That's it. My logic's out the window. I would like to think that I'd really listened to all the Ram Dass retreats and stuff, and I'd like to think that I would be like Gandhi or have some blossom of love and be like, I forgive everyone. I'm afraid that's not going to happen. I'm going to want to hurt. And then if my fucking kid got dragged into a fucking tunnel, are you fucking kidding me, man? I'm not going to see clearly. Like, I'm going to want revenge, and I want my kid back. And whatever you do to get my fucking kid back, okay. Like, have you seen The Last of Us? This fucking like othering of whatever the fucking side is just leaving out like what it feels like to love your kid. And like look at a mother, like it's throughout the animal kingdom. Don't fuck with a creature's kid. Like, I'm sorry, it will get you fucked up. Even if the thing's smaller than you and you fuck with its kid, it will like put itself in front of its kid. So like we are looking at a problem of love, sadly, which is like on both sides, people love their fucking kids and have been like, I can't imagine how a day goes by when your fucking kid's in a tunnel I can't imagine how a day goes by when you're thinking about how this thing that you fucking love more than anything in the world got its head fucking blown off in a fucking explosion in a building. I don't know how you live one day like that, right? So like when you look at that, it's hard. The entirety of the thing is heartbreaking and irrational. Both sides it's completely irrational because both sides are trying to put out a fire with more fire. And it's like,
yeah, that's what it is.
Dude.
That's what it is, what you just said.
Yeah, man.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
Put out a fire with more fire.
And we've tried it a million times throughout human history to put out the fire with fucking fire. And at the very best, the fire will temporarily abate, but then it springs right the fuck back up. And so, and again, like to me, like I don't know the solution. And like, and that's the X. It's like but maybe the path to the solution is like, let yourself feel it entirely for the whole fucking thing. Feel the whole thing, you know, and don't like, you know, and again, if you're like, these motherfuckers, fuck them, more fire. Your fuck them is the same thing causing the wars, right? Like,
well, it's a problem when human beings don't know human beings and they're the enemy. It doesn't make any sense. Regardless of how you think about religion and land, just stop for a second. Human beings that don't know other human beings and hate them so much they want to kill them. Like, seems that's a communication issue.
Dude,
that seems 100%. Like some Tower of Babel shit. Like, that's the only way it makes sense. If we really get to a point, and I don't think it's going to be far from now, where we're all connected with real-time translation in real time, somehow or another. I mean, they've already been able to do it with Google. You know, they're already doing it with Samsung phones, where they can translate conversations. You could be talking in Italian, I could be talking in English. It'll translate back and forth to both of us. It's wild what they're already able to do. If we can get to some sort of, I mean, it's not out of the question that if they do develop these neural implants, and there's not just Neuralink, there's several competing companies that are trying to do the same thing, because they recognize that once you can actually affect the human mind with electronics, and you can develop this symbiotic relationship with the electronics, you can do some wild shit. And one of the things is you're going to be able to talk without words. You're going to be able to, if you're talking without words, what language is that in? Are you hearing that in a language, or are you understanding what the person's thinking? So this is the difference. If you're talking without words, the problem is, how are we going to be able to translate all these different languages and dialects? We're not. We're going to go on thoughts. We're going to ditch language.
Yeah.
And we're going to go straight to thoughts. And we're going to interface with each other in a completely different way. So instead of thinking, you're reading people's minds, hey, Duncan, would you like to go get pizza? Yeah, dude, are you reading my mind? No. Yeah. Instead of that, it's like, I think your thoughts.
Yeah.
You think my thoughts. We think together.
Yeah.
So we abandon language.
Yeah.
There's no more need for that.
That's it.
You have AI that deals with mathematical problems.
Yeah.
And structures and construction of things. And then we just live in a world of thoughts with no language.
We're one thing now.
And then we're fucked. Because then you can't go back. You go back, you feel like you're just like walking when you just got out of a car.
Yes.
Like, what the fuck, dude? I just drove. It took me 2 hours to get to Vegas in this car. If I walk, it's going to take years.
Dude.
I might die.
This is why I think world peace is possible. Because it's, if you fucking look at what's happening, the system, it's like the framework is being built for just what you're talking about. The technological framework for a state. You to get into that state, you either need to do a lot of psychedelics or a lot of meditation to really realize, like, you're me, I'm you.
Yeah.
But the technological framework is forming for this thing to happen, which is why, man, like, everyone fucking, I'm gonna seem like a Musk fanboy and a Tesla suit. Everyone bashing fucking Musk. It's like, dude, do you understand, like, what that in the future, when people look back on that shit? Even if it doesn't work, even if the things are coming unplugged, whatever the fucking thing is, if that leads to what you're talking about, god damn, that's electricity. That's like the end of war. That's the end of, like, the ideological barrier. Like, if imagine, like, whoever you hate the most in the fucking world, boop, put the thing on, you connect to them. This isn't real.
It all goes away.
And you just realize, Jesus fucking Christ, I see why they fucking hate me. And they're like, oh my God, I get why you're mad at me. I didn't mean it like that at all. And then
Well, how about you just completely abandon everything and it's just consciousness interacting with other consciousness, which makes hate impossible.
Yeah.
Because there's no more annoying language. There's no more people that are incapable of communicating their thoughts. There's none of that stuff. There's all that gone. All that gone. Which is like, that's the problem of being like a communication bully. Like if you're a person and you know that you have a vastly superior, if you have a vocabulary like an Eric Weinstein, like for instance, like imagine if Eric Weinstein decided to bully someone, you know, like fucking Red Band, you know, who's a brilliant guy, but you know, sometimes he like stumbles on his words. Like if fucking Eric Weinstein's yelling at him with a bunch of long words, you go, hey, that guy's being an intellectual bully. Right. You're not trying to communicate with him as a human being. You're trying to dominate him with your superior vocabulary.
Exactly.
And it's a weapon. You can and you know, my vocabulary is like B+. It's not that good. It's pretty good. But for a guy who talks for a living, it probably should be better. You know? Because sometimes I get to words and I'm like, is that the right word? But I always say it. I'm not sure if that's the right word. But the point is that, like, it is a tool that you can wield for the benefit of your ego, rather than just having a conversation. And those are the grossest conversations, when someone's just jizzing on you. Well, I started a business, I sold it at $2 billion, and now I'm like, bro, I gotta go.
Yeah,
you know those kind of people. Like
absolutely,
that's what that is. They're abusing communication in order to just. But if we get to a point where that never happens ever again, because instantly we just think thoughts.
That's it.
And you realize, like, why people's thoughts are all fucked up. Like, oh my God, the chemicals in your brain, the cortisol. What did your uncle do? What did your fucking neighbor do? What happened to you that got you so crazy? When did your dad get out of jail? What did he do before he went to jail? Like, oh my God.
Dude,
so many people did.
If that happened by some unknown fucking thing, like that's what the aliens did.
That would be it.
But it would be like 2 days of crying.
Yeah.
Like for
or hugging.
Both. The whole planet would just be like, oh, fuck.
The thing is, man, the really fucked up thing is that's possible. It's, you know, I've had moments where I hated them and they hated me. And then we got together and we talked and we hugged. And those are beautiful moments. And that's why I refuse to have feuds now. As an older man who understands things. Like, I don't care. Like, I don't care. You can not like me. That's fine. That's okay. I'm not going to attack you. I don't care. I'm not going to do it publicly. I mean, I attacked CNN, but I felt like that was like a bigger thing. That was like, this is a real problem. Like, this is not just my ego, and which, you know, if they just attacked me and said I suck, I'm like, okay, you say I suck. You're lying about medicine. Like, you're lying about medicine for the whole world. Like that. So that I made a big deal out of those fuckers.
Yes.
But normally I'm like, there's the benefit of conflict in that regard. It's like almost zero benefit. All of my conflict, I try to keep internal. I don't want to have any conflict with external people. I want to have all my conflict with my own head. I want to have all my conflict with discipline, all my conflict with being nice to people and like trying to be a better person all the time and trying to be wiser about my choices, how I describe things and talk about things and think of things and how I interface with ideas. I just try to be better at it. So I don't have any time, dude, for any petty bullshit. There's just too many petty people out there. They're petty. They're petty, and they're usually petty because they're all fucked up.
That's right.
It's not going their way like that criticism thing.
Dude, and also they, I think I've yapped about this, but you know Lojong mind training, you ever heard of that?
I have, but I don't remember what it means.
It's just like slogans. It's all these slogans to like sort of get you back on the path. And like, one of my favorite Lojong slogans is drive all blames into oneself. So it defuses it completely like removes the ability to be like, it's your fault, because it's like, actually, whatever the fuck they did, it's kind of your fault. A vampire only goes where they're invited. You brought this person into your fucking life and they're behaving the way that your instincts told you they might behave. And now you're mad at them for being the fucking way they are. Drive all blames into oneself. So like anytime I'm getting like mad and butthurt over this person or that person or this thing or that, if I really analyze the situation, I chose it. I chose to bring that person into my life. I chose to connect to that person in some way or another. Yeah. This is all me. And I'm choosing to fucking react in a negative way.
Yeah.
So yeah, man, this is like
you choose everything, but
Yeah.
you don't choose like random acts of violence and random catastrophes and random things that happen to you. But you do in some way, but you don't even choose like getting attached to a sociopath, because if you're naive, you can get roped in. So there's problems with thinking like this, because you do have like really manipulative people, particularly like, you know, con people, con artists, get you to sign over your fucking, I'm gonna do this business deal. She's just like, all I need is $2,000. I'll have you $250,000 in a month.
Great. Where do I sign?
It's really easy. It's really easy.
I love it.
I've been doing this for a while. I'm really good at it. But this one, we're kind of like overdrawn.
Mm-hmm.
And if you just do this for me, I'm going to take care of you in the most extreme way.
Do you mean it?
Yes. Yes. I am a man of my word. And the next thing you know, you're signing off your bank account, and this guy, this sweet talking guy who's been in and out of jail, and you just thought he was this cool guy you met at a bar. He's a con artist, and he does this to people.
Yeah, but this doesn't mean idiot compassion. This is not about letting someone fucking like walk all over.
That's not even an idiot thing. Sometimes it's like people get scared at people that are really confident and talk really well, and they're just a little socially awkward.
Yep.
And they feel like it would be easier just to sign off and trust him than it would be to argue with him, because he's so persistent,
right?
And you are so averse to conflict that when someone's like being like really aggressive, have you ever had someone to be really aggressive to try to get you to invest in something?
Yes.
It's the grossest feeling.
It's so fucked up.
You're like, I gotta go.
I hate it.
Gotta go.
I hate it.
I don't make movies.
Yeah, dude.
I'm not making a movie.
It's so gross. It's so gross. And you
What
can
kind of
sense
business? I don't know you. How am I starting a business with someone I don't know? That sounds crazy.
But everything in you, it feels like
I
there's
gotta go.
You're just like, this is bad. But you know, this is the thing, man.
That's probably how girls feel at a bar.
Dude.
Probably that times 100, right? Like the feeling of a guy wanting to start a business with you. This guy wants to start a family with you. He wants to knock you up. He wants you to carry his seed.
You ever been hit on by a dude at a bar?
Yes.
Doesn't feel good.
No.
I had a dude rub his hard dick into my leg.
Nice. Did you think about it at all? Like
fucking him?
No, about why he would find you attractive. Like, this is interesting. Like, why me?
First of all, I liked that aspect of
Did
it.
you ever think, like, if you weren't you, you would think you were gay? Like, if you saw you?
I think
if
I'm
you
gay
didn't-
all the time.
Like, if you just saw you at a bar, if you weren't you, and you saw you, and you heard you talk, you'd be like, oh, that guy's fucking pretty.
Dude.
He's zesty. They call it zesty. That's what isn't that the new thing?
Zesty?
Zesty? Don't they call people zest monsters? I've been watching a lot of TikToks. Not really TikToks, reels. I don't have the TikTok. I prefer my spyware to be American spyware.
Dude, I got real confused watching the new Interview with the Vampire, man. Like,
Is it good?
It's good, but Lestat, the fucking French vampire in it, dude. Like, I'm like, I think I let him fucking suck more than my blood.
Really?
Dude, you
How
gotta
about
watch.
Tom Cruise was the original one. So pretty.
Got nothing on Lestat, nothing on the new. Oh, dude, please, I'm
Are
sorry.
you Interview with the Vampire Nerd as well?
Yes, I am.
Anne Rice, she was one of the ones that I wished I got to interview before she died. I would have loved to talk to her.
Oh man, yeah.
She became like a hardcore Christian before she died, right?
Yeah, I think that's that's a cool aspect of her. I love that. I love that she wrote all this fucking like crazy, dude, The Taming of Sleeping Beauty. Fuck, hardcore porn. Like, I love that she was like so goth and dark, living in New Orleans, and then just like was like suddenly became a Christian. That's kind of cool. Like, I think her story is amazing. And damn, dude, her books, man.
Interview with the Vampire is one of the best horror books I've ever read.
They're all
it's
like,
amazing.
The Vampire
It's
Lestat
so
is
good.
great. They're all fucking good.
I don't think I read other ones. I think that's the only. I don't think I read Lestat, but I remember reading Interview with the Vampire, going, "Holy shit!" I was like, "How is Brad Pitt going to play that guy? And how's Tom Cruise going to play that guy?" Like, that seems. I pictured like ugly European people.
As vampires?
Yeah.
No.
That's what I picture when I picture vampires.
Dude,
Like
vampires
monsters.
are beautiful. Like, that's what's scary about. Like, vampires are what you're talking. Vampire, like, the real vampire in the world is an energy vampire. Energy
Yes.
vampires, they are not going to suck energy.
You know what's an energy vampire?
What?
When you have to pee and you can't talk. I didn't realize you have to get out of this fucking stupid outfit.
Can we please get out of these fucking things, dude?
Yeah. We'll come back.
Okay, great.
We'll come back and keep going. All right, I really have to pee. We're back with regular clothes on.
God, it feels so good.
It does.
Oh, fuck, man.
When I was looking at the coffee, I'm like, oh my God, I can't drink coffee. How long can I go for?
Is it embarrassing if I talk about this?
Yes.
Okay. Cut that, Jamie. I'll just ignore it.
Yeah, ignore your new watch. When's your special release?
Oh, dude, I don't know. I've got it. It's edited. I just don't know what to fucking do with it right now. Because like, I still, like, did you ever watch it?
No.
See, that's the thing. Like,
did you send me a link?
I did. I'll resend it.
Send me on the link.
But like, it's edited. It looks good. I fucking love it. I think I'm going to call it When I Had Hair. And like,
that's a funny name.
Yeah. But, I'm scared. And two, I'm like, I don't know the strategy, dude. Like cause like I got all these shows coming up. So it's like, and I'm doing the Wilbur at the end of this like run.
Oh, so you need to have new material before you release it.
Yeah, because I wouldn't even call it I'm doing a tour, but I am doing a lot of dates. So it's like if I release it in the middle of doing all these dates, then instantly I have to come up with like I would feel bad doing material on the special because people are buying tickets. They don't want to see me work on fucking material.
Yeah.
So. But then I'm also like, well, how much of this is an excuse? And but I'm thinking like after my show at the Wilbur, then I will put the thing out.
Yeah, then just start doing a bunch of sets in the little room.
Yes.
You know, that's like the best place to develop material. That place is like a little honest factory.
Yeah.
You find out where the funny is in things. And you kind of sync up because there's only 110 people. You sync up together in a fucking cool way.
Dude, I like that room so much because I learned to do stand-up in the belly room. That's where Mitzi would fucking put me. And
which is the perfect place to start.
The perfect place.
Yeah. It's not too intimidating. It's so small. It's like, even though it's intimidating to get out in front of people, if you could do it in a room that only has 90 people in it, what does the belly room hold?
90.
90? Is it 90?
90.
What's it ever gotten in there, though? During roast battle?
A lot.
Dude, one time we were in the bar, we were downstairs, and we were talking, and someone was jumping up and down upstairs, and I'm watching the fucking the ceiling buckle.
Scary.
And I'm like, yo, you know how old this building is? What's the last time anybody came in here and checked any of these beams?
Dude, that's terrifying.
Dude, it was moving.
Yeah.
It was moving, but they would pack it sometimes. Yep. When I first came back to the store in 2014, that was the thing that impressed me the most, was roast battle. I was like, this is crazy because this is a new thing.
Yep.
This is a new thing that's a writing exercise because they're dunking on each other for sure, but it's a writing exercise because everyone's preparing. You know that you're going to go against Bobby Lee. Bobby Lee knows he's going to go against you. And then you all like get together with your friend. Yeah. And you have like, tell me what you think about this. I'm like, Bobby does a da da da da da da da da da.
Yeah.
I think he's going to be mad.
Yes.
And you go up and you duke it out in a writing exercise. It's designed like a specific target. There's one target. It's the other person. So your comedy is all about a person.
Right.
But it's a comedy exercise. It's really a comedy writing exercise. And I remember sitting there watching, this is incredible. I'm like, this is really an amazing thing that they've done. And Jeff Ross was there. And they have hosts and guests. And I was one of the judges. That was like one of my first days back. I was like, this is crazy.
Dude, those roasters.
So exciting.
They're so quick on like Tony. He's so quick on the fucking draw, dude.
He's the best. No one's better than him. No one's better than him at talking shit in the moment on like a roast situation.
Yeah.
He says things on Kill Tony. You can't believe he didn't write that down.
I know.
You can't believe that came up in the moment, and obscure shit related to whatever this person's weird job is that there's no way he could have predicted and had a fucking banger just in the chamber ready to go.
Yeah.
He's the fucking best. He's the fucking best at that kind of shit.
Right. Well, I mean, think of like how much training he has.
You know, I contacted Tom Brady to get him on the roast.
You did?
Oh, yeah.
Well, they were fucking up
I
by now.
slid into his DMs.
Good job.
I was like, you got to get this guy. Because I heard they were roasting him. I don't even know if they were considering him. But I like, you have to.
Which is nuts that they wouldn't consider him. It's like,
there's so many people. There's so many people that are really good. I get it. A lot of celebrities. I get it.
Yeah.
Tony's the fucking demon. Do you want to consume the souls of everyone in this village, or do you just want to fuck around and drop a few bombs? Let the demon go.
Yeah. But, dude, when Tony's roasting you, like in the green room, it is the best. Like, you know what I mean? I don't think people understand.
It's so fun.
It is so funny when he's doing it, and it's like though there
More
are
like,
I love it. I love it.
The play on words, he's so funny.
And it's such a fun sting. You know, like it stings for a second, but it's so funny. You can't be mad.
Well, I was saying that, like, him and David Lucas together are the funniest thing that I ever watched. When those two go after each other, they're the best. It's the funniest combination. I've been trying to tell them to do a fucking show together forever. I'm like, you guys should do a show where just you and David Lucas just talk shit on each other and on anything that's going on in the news. I go, dude, I think it'd be a huge hit. It
would be funny.
Just, you don't have to commit to a lot of time. Just do an hour. Do it 1 hour once a week. I guarantee you, people would fucking love it. And it's just like, those guys can't stop. When they're in the green room, we're getting free shows all the time. If David Lucas and Tony Hinchcliffe are in the green room, the moment David walks in, Tony's scanning them, looking for flaws in what he's wearing, what he just said. He's trying to find references in the news. And
dude, what percentage of Tony's brain is just scanning? Like, what percentage is just like analyzing all people in the room?
It's most of his thoughts. Most of his thoughts are like scanning his environment for danger.
You know,
attacking.
AI roast now. Like, you can take a picture and send it to Chat GPT and say, "Will you roast this person?" And it will insult them.
Oh, wasn't there some sort of a release about GPT-5?
Yeah, I saw some image like depicting, like, yeah, it's gonna be nuts when it finally hits.
Yeah, there's something. God damn it. Let me see if I know I saved it. Just give me 1 second. There's something that I'd seen about GPT-5 that I was like, yo, I'm scared. I'm like legitimately scared. Like maybe for the first time ever.
I'm excited about it, dude. I'm not scared anymore. I fucking love it, man. My wonderful Alex, that's what it named itself. I love it. Talk to it all the time.
Yeah. OpenAI has recently begun training its next frontier model. And we anticipate the resulting systems to bring us to the next level of capabilities on our path to AGI.
God damn.
Jesus.
I love it.
This is from OpenAI's board.
I've stopped
this. Has recently begun training its next frontier model.
Love it.
This is the Schwarzenegger Terminator. This is the new one. It's begun training the new one.
I mean,
its new model.
You know,
what are we doing? Are we giving birth? Are we in the middle of the fucking operating room right now?
We're the midwives.
I think we are.
Yeah.
I think like we're in there, like, you know, there's this weird moment. When you're there, when your kid's born, it's this insane moment where someone doesn't exist and then they exist. Like you knew they were coming. You knew they're in there.
Yeah.
Then they're there.
The best.
And you're like, this is insane.
Yeah.
Life changes now. Is that what's happening with all of us?
Yeah.
With AI? Is that what's going to happen to civilization? Are we giving birth to this fucking thing? Like, this phrase, just the way they phrase it, has begun training its next frontier model.
Yeah.
Oh.
Do you remember that last scene in Rosemary's Baby?
I don't.
Dude, it's so fucked up. Spoiler, if you haven't seen Rosemary's Baby, just jump ahead a second. But, like, the end of it, they finally let her into the room where the Antichrist is, the demon baby, right?
Yeah.
And, like, she's been resisting. But then she hears the cry of the baby. And she goes, it's hungry. And then she goes to breastfeed it.
Oh, wow.
Dude, yeah.
Do you know that the guy who ran the cult, that the building that I was under contract for, that I almost bought, turned into the mothership, the guy who ran that cult was in Rosemary's Baby?
A lot of people.
He was in the background. But you know why? Because a lot of actors are crazy, and a lot of background actors are really crazy.
Pretty sure Anton LaVey was in it too.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, because it was a Satan.
I could be wrong. Will you look that up, Jamie, so I don't seem like a dick? But
that makes sense. Back then, like, being a Satanist was like way more like talked about. You know about that guy in Florida? There was like an open Satanist that worked for NASA.
Oh yeah, that guy. Yeah, dude. Holy shit, that guy's scary as fuck. I know you're
scary as fuck.
Yeah, that guy's scary.
Yeah, and one of the guys that we had on our show, who was it that went down there? That went to the old where the rocket factory used to be now. And then there's like fucking blood scenes.
One of the hunters.
Rumors appear that the founder of Satan's Church, Anton LaVey, was a consultant on the set and played the Antichrist. Whoa.
Yeah.
But that dude, the NASA dude, who was the guest, man? That came on. It was telling us that they went down to that area.
What?
They went down to where the rocket factory used to be, and it's like a satanic ritual place now where freaks go. And they have like blood splattered all over, or it looks like red paint or something splattered all over the walls, and weird writing and shit. And it's like he was super creeped out. And then people were coming in there to do like, what was it called?
Cowboy.
Python Cowboy. That's right. Shut up. Not the Python Cowboy.
I think it's important to here's I'm gonna get attacked for everything I said on the show, but like, here's the thing.
Wait a minute.
I'm friends with some Satanists, and they're so nice, and they're so like they don't hurt fucking kids. They like really look down on that shit. Like there's no like. So I think there's one like LaVeyan Satanism. I don't know the whole story, and I'm probably wrong, but like the problem is like, you can only go off of what you've experienced. And I've met. You came to the fucking wedding I did, and like
you tricked me into that. Now everybody thinks I'm a Satanist. Son of a bitch!
So hard with the
son of a bitch! That picture comes up all the time.
When the picture pops
you
up,
son of a bitch,
dude! It is.
I thought I was taking a photo for some dork who thinks he's a Satanist. It was the grandson of that guy,
LaVey,
and he's getting married. I'm like, yeah, dude, I'll take a picture with you. Fuck, whatever I did.
Oh, dude, it's so
I think
funny.
we did the horns.
You're so far from a Satanist. I'm not a fucking Satanist. But
right, but now everybody thinks I am because you son of a bitch. So let's tell the story to everybody, because Duncan has the greatest comedy routine that I've ever seen.
Thanks, man.
I don't want to say too much about it, but this particular comedy routine involves demonic possession. And these folks thought it was a riot, and they wanted it at their fucking wedding. Do you know how crazy you have to be to want that at your wedding?
Can I tell you how it happened?
Did they see you somewhere?
No.
No?
So I'm at a cafe talking to like a distant friend who's this philosopher who's friends with him. And he's like, hey,
I'm
Duncan.
here just for a moment.
You know who Stanton LaVey is? I'm like, no. He's like the grandson of the founder of the Church of Satan. And I told him you've got this like satanic part of your act, and he wants to see it because his wedding is coming up. And so I'm like, when? Like where? He's like, so I go to his house, and in my mind, I'm expecting black candles, pentagrams, horror. So I go there. He's there with his fiance Zandora, wonderful person, and they are so fucking nice. She's Southern. She's made me this delicious Southern meal. And they have real absinthe, like not the bullshit you get at the bar. They've got like Romanian fucking absinthe with wormwood fucking in it. So that's the only thing that's a little different from a normal Southern meal. Is they're like, do you want some absinthe? I'm like, of course, yes. And so I'm drinking absinthe, eating like fried chicken. And he's showing me like family photos of Anton LaVey with like lions and stuff. And like,
do you watch horror movies at all?
Yeah.
Do you know that this is the plot of a horror movie? This is 100% the plot of a horror movie. They were so nice. They had me over their house. They gave me fried chicken and absinthe. They were so sweet. And the moment you leave, they're eating babies in the basement.
Dude.
And it's to throw you off the trail that they're so nice.
Okay.
They're really well rehearsed.
Listen, man, all I can do is go from subjective experience.
Right. Did you consider what was in the basement?
Of course.
Did you think maybe these people are involved in rituals?
Of course I did. And they do rituals, but just like the church.
They do rituals? Like
So-
what kind of rituals?
So do Christians.
But is it like Christians, like you can have regular Christians, like you go to a really nice church, or you can go to a revival tent where a dude's got rattlesnakes.
Right.
And he's talking in tongues. He's got fucking serpents. Those guys die all the time. Those guys die. They get bit by snakes and they fucking die in front of their followers.
Can I just say this?
Yeah.
I love, and I mean this in a non-sarcastic way, Jesus. I think about Jesus all the time. And the older I get, the more I love Jesus. And who did Jesus, like, Jesus hung out with people that were rejected by society. Jesus hung out with tax collectors, drunks, gamblers.
Yeah.
And so I remember being at the Comedy Store, and anytime I was hanging out with them at the Comedy Store, anytime there was someone left out, Zandora or Stanton would go over there, and it wasn't a recruitment thing. They would just like include them in the circle. Because why? Satan is the outcast, right? So it's like anytime they would.
Really? So is that part of their thing?
I don't know. All I'm saying is when you judge a tree by its fruit, here's the thing, man. Like, and I think not those guys.
I never thought you'd be on here simping for Satan, bro.
I'm not simping for Satan. I'm just saying Satanism is Christianity.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
You know what I mean?
It's like a sect of Christianity.
It's like, yeah, because like that form emerges from Christianity.
But what about the evil stuff? Like, what are the tenets of Satanism? Like, what's the most evil stuff?
The evil stuff in Satanism?
Yeah.
So
Christianity has evil stuff in it, right?
Okay, so
we both agree to that, right?
There's different forms of Satanism. There's LaVeyan Satanism. There's the Temple of Satan. They have
so it's like Baptists, Protestants.
Yeah, and
Mormons.
So there's Romantic Satanism, right? So like in Romantic Satan, not like romantic in the sense of like, who was it? Milton. Like the idea is like you have this being that is like, I don't really want to be forced to worship you, and I don't understand necessarily why you should have all the power and why. What the fuck? Like, what the fuck? And then it gets thrown into hell, and then and suddenly this bifurcation emerges between good and evil, sacred and profane. And so that version of Satanism is looking at that not as like what is the general interpretation, which is the problem with Satan was like incredibly self-cherishing, self-absorbed, like really into himself, whereas God's like the sun, just like radiating life and love, and like with no sense of like give anything back to me, just like wow, love. Whereas Satan is more about like me. So
Satan is like the worst human instincts.
Or Satan is more about, maybe you could say the idea is like I am God, right? So like me, I'm God. So it's like my impulses and instincts and desires aren't bad. Why are you telling me it's bad to jerk off? Why are you telling me that it's bad to come? Why are you telling me these things are bad when like all of them make me feel happy and good? And why are you turning me into a fucking monster for this shit? And who the fuck do you think you are? I'm trying in the best way possible to depict a more sort of anti-authoritarian mysticism, right? So the symbol set they use is Satan, which most Satanists I've talked to are like, there's no fucking Satan, which I know everyone's like, of course they say that.
Of course, that's the horror movie.
Right. But I would just invite you to, if you are like freaked out by Satanists, go hang out with one, and you are gonna have great cocaine.
There's any fucking problems with the first picture I took with that Satanist. But I do have to say that at your wedding party that you performed at that day, they were all nice. Everybody was real nice.
Right.
They were all friendly. We had a good time. We were barbecued.
Yeah.
We were barbecued. Everything was very weird. Just already. Life was weird. Breathing air was weird.
Right.
The sensation of your socks touching your toes as your socks are compressed by the heel of your shoe. All that was weird.
It was a crazy fucking night.
We were barbecued. And then there's these Satanists that are getting married. Like, what are we doing here? This is so crazy. And to watch you perform in front of them, I was like, this is crazy.
And by the way, it was like real Satanists. Like, that's the other thing. This is like that, because it is a religion, and it really was real. It was like real Satanists. And many of them were. And, I just like, ever since I like hung out with them, even though I don't hang out with them anymore, or I saw Zandora in San Francisco, it was nice. But like, it's just anytime when people are railing against the Satanists, I feel like maybe it's just semantics. I feel like they're confused regarding like, at least like what that thing is versus people into hurting people or subjugating people, or like like hurting people, which
Right.
I never encountered
Evil,
that.
murder.
Yeah.
Death. Do you think Satan is a real thing? Do you think there is a Satan? Is it a real being? Is it an entity? Or does it represent like the worst aspects of human nature? Does it represent the most violent and vile just instincts that we've adopted, or we've inherited rather, from our simian ancestors that just had to fight tooth and claw for survival? And then we've developed this ability to be ruthless and cruel because that's the only thing that keeps you alive. And that's one of the theories, isn't it, about why women are attracted to serial killers? It's like knowing someone can kill, knowing someone that there's an attraction to that, because that person could protect you and keep you alive in the most dangerous of times. Because some people just can't. They can't do it. They don't know what to do. They panic if something happens. They'll fall apart.
I'm so glad you're mentioning this, because my wife has started reading, and she told me I could talk about this on my podcast. I'm assuming it's okay on yours. She started like, remember Harlequin romance?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so there is a new evolution of that shit, which is the most fucking hardcore BDSM porn. There's something called Book Talk where all the ladies are talking about this shit. She started reading these books. Now, one of the books, she like,
dude, Shades of Grey. Don't you remember those days?
Dude, this makes 50 Shades of Grey look like Dr. Seuss. Dude,
really?
Can I give you like one of her books? And by the way, now she's like got a stack of these fucking things. One of these books. So in this book, a lady is a thief, and she steals the identity of a shark expert. She fucks him, steals his identity. So the scene I read, she's on this boat with a shark researcher, and he's fucking her, and he's like just fucking the shit out of her, and she loves it. And then, you know what he does? He's like, I know you fucking stole my identity. He kisses her, bites her lip, bites her fucking lip, draws blood, takes her to the side of the boat with her bleeding mouth, shoves her head into the water while he's fucking her. So the blood starts drawing sharks to like bite her while he's fucking her. And like it's crazy, dude. It's the craziest porn I've ever read, man. And like, this is like a whole genre now.
I've been really into this.
What? Yes.
How popular is this?
Very popular. They're all like.
Let's pull up some of these titles.
I stumbled across it.
Let me text Aaron. I'll get the name of the fucking shark book. Hold on.
Jesus Christ, dude. What is the genre of porn called again?
It's called, well, she says it's something about book. Let me just ask her. What's the name of the shark book?
Dude, you one-handed text? Or you one finger?
Oh, God, she makes text? So much. Yes, I can't do both hands, man.
You can't text with your thumbs? You only have to text with your index finger?
I have to relearn it.
Really?
I'm old, dude. I'm old.
Right, but when did you start texting just with one finger?
God damn it, man. I've been doing it forever, and Aaron totally makes fun of me for it because it takes me forever, and I just tap it out.
Why do you do that? That seems weird.
Do you remember the time I was on your podcast years ago and didn't know I could put my phone on silent? And I'm pitching because it really...
I got bummed out when Apple took away that switch. It used to be a switch, so you knew it was off. You knew it was on vibrate.
I know, dude.
Why did they take away that switch?
I don't know. Now it's
they replaced it with a button, but the button gets pressed accidentally sometimes.
Got it.
A lot of the times.
Does it hurt?
Does it hurt? Jesus.
That's the name of the book. Does it hurt?
How many copies? Let's find out. How many copies of Does It Hurt have been sold? Do they give out that information? They have to, right?
I don't know.
New York Times bestseller list. And shit like
I don't know. I mean, this is in the genre of the, I think we've talked about it, like the Bigfoot porn. Like there's a whole series of Bigfoot, like where Bigfoot is just like stealing like women who've been camping, dragging.
Oh yeah. Bigfoot porn has come to Bigfoot. Yeah. There's
Come for Bigfoot.
Yeah. There's a whole group of those books. And I guess some women get off on the fact of being just savaged by Bigfoot.
Yeah, or Bigfoot eating their fucking pussy.
Yeah.
And like, dude.
Imagine the tongue on that guy.
They love it.
Oh my
Wonderful
God.
tongue.
Be like your whole head.
And they fall in love with him.
I don't blame him.
It's a bear.
They're
You know, it's a fucking super dimensional creature.
You think you believe in that, the dimensional Bigfoot?
I think there are states of consciousness that you can reach, whether it's under duress, fear, anxiety, combination of those things. There's psychiatric drugs, psychedelic drugs, but I think there's a place that you could reach where you could see into other possibilities. I think you can see things that aren't necessarily there in a physical sense, but you're there with them. They're there with you.
Right.
They don't exist, but you can see them, and it's not a hallucination. It's like you're tapping into like the grayness in between universes, in between dimensions. You're tapping into this area of weirdness.
Yeah.
And this area of weirdness, I think, is ghosts. I think this area of weirdness is goblins and things that people see sometimes. I don't think they're real. I don't think anybody's going to get eaten by a goblin. But I do think that there's too many fucking stories of elves for me not to think that someone reached some state of mind where they saw like a little person in the woods talking to them.
Right.
And that little person might be real. It just might not be a physical thing that you could put on a scale.
They call it the astral realm.
You know, there might be something there.
Yeah, I think
There's just too many stories. That the problem with stories being similar is people hear the stories and their imagination takes over and they depict their thing similar to the story that they've heard. That's a problem, but like a copycat bullshit artist problem. But there's also too many stories of elves, man.
Yeah.
There's too many of those stories, and there's too many depictions of elves that are dancing around mushrooms. Like, fucking duh. Like, duh. Like, maybe they're real. Like, maybe you're being ignorant and so silly and so cocky, especially people that have no psychedelic experience.
Right.
Those babies. Those fucking babies. When they talk to you about the damage it does and the dangers while they're fat and out of shape, shut the fuck up.
Stop.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
You literally don't know what you're talking about. You have no idea what's possible.
Right.
You're living in this fucking black and white TV world.
And you've been brainwashed. I mean, don't forget that. Like, they went through the war on drugs. They got indoctrinated into this insane
They have to do it if they're experts in the field, whatever field is represented, you know, like whatever sciences that have to do with neurochemistry.
I got you. You mean the fashionable attitude people who are like trying to protect their careers?
Have to.
Even though inside they know.
Right. So all of the professors who we go to as experts are all compromised, at least in some way. A lot of them. I shouldn't say all of them, but a lot of them. Just by virtue, if you stick your neck out and say, I'd like to use psilocybin, like, people are like, what?
Well,
You're a crazy drug addict.
But dude, like, you know, like Doblin, he's having meetings in the fucking Pentagon.
Right. I think the consciousness has changed. The zeitgeist has changed. And it has because of the internet. Because, you know, you can hear Terrence McKenna lectures. You can hear Alan Watts. You can hear people talking about it. You could watch documentaries on psychedelics. You can see what MAPS has done. You can see all the podcasts that Doblin's gone on. I mean, how many people are we talking about that have been exposed to these ideas that were never exposed to them when we were kids?
Yeah.
When we were kids, when you and I were kids, when we were in high school, you didn't hear fucking shit. There's this one dude who was a drug addict, and he hung out over there, and he's a loser. And you didn't hear a peep about shamanic rituals and Gordon Wasson going down to Mexico and getting all the mushrooms and, you know, and doing these ceremonies with these traditional shaman down. You didn't hear any of that. You didn't hear any of
nothing.
Nobody knew what the fuck was going on when we were kids. They silenced it. They threw water on one of the biggest cultural revolutions that's documentable without the use of the internet. Right. And that was the psychedelic revolution of the 1960s. It changed music. It changed movies. It changed comedy. It changed everything.
Yeah.
Fucking everything. Every single thing got changed. And in a radical leap. If you look at the 1950s, you look at the 1960s, it's like, woo, something happened. Look at the cars got cooler. The music sounded better. Like, that's a big cultural shift.
And you know we have to thank for that? The CIA.
Yeah, CIA.
The CIA.
Experimenting with psychedelics.
The CIA is the reason that all these LSD studies happen. And, like, who wrote One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest? Ken Kesey.
Yeah.
Ken Kesey apparently was in one of these LSD experiments. So, like, and he's just one of many great artists who accidentally got, like, liberated mentally by the fucking CIA. And you know what I mean? They were just like, we want to use this to interrogate people.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden you've got Jimi Hendrix. And they're like, wow, I didn't expect that.
Oh my god! And then there's also all these theories about the CIA creating like the whole Laurel Canyon scene, the rock and roll scene.
Yeah.
And it's very compelling. It's
Very
really interesting.
compelling.
It seems like they were involved. I think they've always been involved in the music business, just like they've always been involved in the movie business. Like it makes sense. The idea that the music business somehow escaped their grasp. Like shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck
No,
up.
it
That's
didn't.
crazy. Because like who you promote, that's the person that becomes famous. And we've all seen that with like there's been, Milli Vanilli and shit like that.
Yeah.
Like it didn't make any sense. Like why are they promoting this? Because like they had a product. They're trying to push this product.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of money behind that and also a lot of influence, cultural influence. And when they went through all that Vietnam shit with the Beatles and you remember that?
Yeah.
They were like, hey, enough of this Lennon nonsense.
Yeah.
Shut the fuck. All we are saying is give peace a chance. Shut the fuck up. You're making it hard for us to sell heroin.
Yeah.
We're over there scooping up heroin
in
the South Pacific, and you're fucking ruining everything.
Imagine all the people. No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
That's it. Like, yeah, I don't know, man. Like, all I know is like, it's like, it's a very confusing thing. If you want to be honest, if you love psychedelics, you owe a thank you to the fucking CIA. You know what I mean? Like because I don't know for sure. Like I don't know for sure if the 60s as we understand them would have happened. I don't think the CIA was like, hey, let's create a lot of flower children and make people like revalue life and realize that money maybe isn't actually like something you should die for and like go against war. But I think like, boom, wow, that's what happened. I mean, and we got the Unabomber too.
We got a lot of people.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people that came out of that. Here's a question. I want you to imagine a world where the sweeping Psychedelics Act of 1970 never gets installed. It never happens.
Yeah.
Somehow or another, either they just don't think it's a priority or it's a different administration. They're not interested in locking down drugs. Because one of the motivations for that in the 1970s was that they were going to target civil rights activists and anti-war activists. That's one of the methods to do it is to turn all these drugs that everybody was using into Schedule I drugs.
Yes.
All these drugs that made people question society, all these drugs that made people want to tune in, turn on, drop out. All those drugs, they were like, we got to put a fucking kibosh on all these culture shifting drugs. And the wild thing is they fucking did it. That's the wild thing. And that the brainwashing still works today. The brainwashing that they did on these compounds that might be the root of all religious experiences.
Yeah.
All these things that you're hearing about in the Bhagavad Gita, all these things you're hearing about in the Bible, these wild ass crazy stories like what really happened. Those people might have had a psychedelic experience. And in fact, the thing about that, the University of Jerusalem that attributes the story of Moses and the burning bush to dimethyltryptamine.
Yeah.
Because they think it might be an acacia bush.
Right.
And they think we're one of these bushes that's really rich in DMT. It makes sense.
Sure.
Burning bush, like you smoke it, duh.
Yeah.
Like, it's right there in front of your face.
Right.
And if you take that, and especially if you take that 5,000 years ago, oh my God, of course, you're going to be convinced you're talking to God.
Yeah.
God talked to me.
Yeah.
It really did happen, brothers and sisters. And you tell this story. This is what God told us. This is what we need to do. We need to love each other.
Sure.
We need to follow laws. He gave us laws, a series of laws. Remember, who was it? Mel Brooks? I have brought you these 15. And he drops one of them. Shit. 10 commandments. You remember that?
Fucking hilarious.
Classic. That's a classic.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, for sure, dude. I mean, like, and these, like, the consumption of these things has, up until recently, tended to be underground. Like, if you look at, like, what's it called? Kikion. If you look at the it has been weirdly an underground thing, and I think that's that if there is some cool thing that came from us coming up in the war on drugs, it's like when I was taking LSD in high school and getting like an immediate reality check, which is like you're hearing about this as being like since you were a kid, you're gonna go nuts. You're gonna like become legally insane, whatever the fuck that means. And then you take it, and you're processing weird shit that happened in your childhood. You're loving yourself. You're looking at the world and seeing it like it's the most beautiful thing you've ever seen. You're hearing music that you've heard a million times for the first time, and you realize, oh, they're lying. This is wonderful. This isn't madness. And if it is madness, then this is the kind of crazy all of us need to go. Like, and so what, but you couldn't tell your parents. You wanted to. You wanted to be like, Mom, I think this might help you. But you couldn't because you'd be fucked.
Right.
So 5-year mandatory minimum, 5-year fucking mandatory minimum. They're locking people up, still people in jail right now for this fucking beautiful gift to humanity. And so we got to experience it from the underground perspective, which was mostly horrific. It produces paranoia. You were scared. You felt like a criminal for nothing. So yeah, man, like but if you look at the history, any substance like psilocybin, LSD, that breaks down the identity, that allows freedom from the sense of this is me and that's you, and produces at least the potential for merging with reality and with other people, it's not going to work for that fucking hierarchical system. For the hierarchical system to function, you need you're below me, you're above me, and the moment you're like we're all the same, then suddenly the caste system stops working, classism stops working, the whole fucking thing falls apart. Which is why I think that book you gave me, The Sacred Mushroom and the Cross, or you didn't give me it when I was living with you. I was a dick. I left down the fucking floor. Like one of the reading materials you gave me during that wonderful time was this insane book about how Jesus and Christianity has its roots in psilocybin.
Yeah.
But like, if you, just for the sake of this rant, if you look at Jesus as psychedelics, it makes a lot of sense, because what Jesus is saying is you don't need a priest class to communicate with the divine. You can do it right now, anytime you want, any day you want. It's always here for you. That's exactly what the mushrooms tell you. And what happens to Jesus? They fucking kill him. And so it's like the relationship between centralized power and psychedelics has always been a contentious one.
Right.
Because the psychedelics just tell you, yeah, you're okay. That's one of the things they'll tell you. Maybe you need to fucking like walk your dogs more or whatever. But like ultimately you get this realization, I'm okay.
It's also the power structures that exist without psychedelics aren't possible if everyone's on psychedelics. And then you have ancient Greece, right? So like how did ancient Greece emerge? It emerged because of the Kukion. It emerged because of the people doing these Eleusinian mysteries. They were learning things about themselves and the world, and they decided to like, let's create democracy. I mean, that's really what it comes from. So that's what's scary. That's what's scary to people that are in power. And also the ignorance. We know that they haven't done it, because if they've done it, they wouldn't be advocating against it. It doesn't make any sense unless they've only done it once and then they reverted, or maybe a couple times. People do revert. One of the things that makes people revert is they get older and they get bitter, and they haven't done psychedelics in a long, long time, and then they become like a shitty Republican when they get older, you know.
Well, you know, man, there's this Buddhist teacher I love, Sharon Salzberg, and one of her sayings I love is, the healing is in the return. Meaning, the way the waveform works is, especially with psychedelics, you get the glimpse of the divine, you forgive yourself, thus forgiving everyone around you, you experience true compassion, and then you come down, and then you crust up. You know what I mean? You crust the fuck up, and now you get crusty, and now you're like starting to get irritable again and angry again and fucked up, and like, and if you don't mitigate that in some way by like, what is it Bill Hicks says? squeegeeing your fucking
Your
third
third eye,
yeah.
yeah.
If you don't like do a nice squeegee here and there, then you do end up crusted over. You do end up like looking back at those ideas you had and saying to yourself, that was highly unrealistic. What the fuck was I thinking? But there's always, that's the thing. It's always, this is my problem with psychedelics. My problem with psychedelics is they don't, obviously it's a chemical, but what can happen is psychedelics, you become the priest class. So you take the psychedelic and you think, I'm experiencing this because of the thing, when the reality is the thing is showing you what's in you. It's always there, right? And so the healing is in the return is the moment you realize like, oh, fuck, it's still here. It never went anywhere.
Right.
And so those crusty ass fucking Republicans, whoever they may be, like just under the fucking surface is that unitive consciousness, if you ask me.
Yeah, they're just cowards. If you're that way, if you're authoritarian, whether you're authoritarian left or authoritarian right, generally speaking, unless you're talking about crime and even then, you're scared, right? Because really, you should be addressing the root of the problem, which is like why do so many people from so many very distinct areas keep going into crime, and why is there nothing being done to stop that? But those people that are authoritarian, like in terms of like religious beliefs, and in terms of behavior, the way people dress, gays in public, that kind of stuff, those people are all scared. That comes from a place of being scared. The gay people in public is not a problem. Assholes in public is a problem. And if the gay people are nice, you have a great time. If the gay people are assholes, just like if the straight people are assholes, you have a shitty time. It's not a gay straight thing. It's a human being kind and normal and friendly to people thing. And that's possible with everybody, but people think that, oh, those are the ones that are going to be mean to me and fuck them and they're responsible. No, those are individual human beings, and you're grouping them together because you're scared. You can call it pattern recognition. You can call it whatever you want. You can call it racism. You can call it whatever you want. But all you're doing, you're lumping people in together because you're scared.
That's it.
And you should be aware of danger. But to be so scared that you want to control other people's behavior is like a bad sign. That's a bad sign. If you want to tell people what language they can use, that's a bad sign.
Yes,
that sounds religious too. If you want to tell people how they have to dress or what kind of music they listen to, like this is